black technology, technological powerhouse, super enterprises, technological monopoly, interstellar industrial civilization leap forward, pure technology, no fantasy. Starting with Infinite One nanocomposite materials for ultra-high energy density and ultimate safety solid-state batteries, Zhou Yan and his Infinite Group lead China and humanity into the interstellar age. Nano-solid-state batteries, plasma engines, space fighters, wireless power transmission networks, controlled nuclear fusion, telomerase extension technology, superconducting levitation cities, space elevators, warp drive, Dyson spheres, vacuum zero-point energy, black hole engines, spacetime mass energy conversion. Humanity will finally have a place in the vast universe. Chronicles of Infinite Technology Group, Umbrella Corporation, Wayland Yugu, Havoc, Giant God Group, Vought Group, Gintech, Shinra Corporation, Global Giants. Admittedly, these are all super companies in science fiction, but compared to us, they are like mayflies compared to the blue sky. Zhou Yan, founder of Infinite Technology, at the 500th anniversary celebration of the Infinite Group. Chapter 1. Has this already revolutionized the energy industry? Incredible, it actually succeeded. It really worked. Am I dreaming? Zhou Yan muttered to himself, his face filled with disbelief. On the screen, images of the newly synthesized and characterized nanomaterial structure and its various parameter data were displayed. It was a peculiar configuration finally obtained after a series of adjustments and the integration of dozens of synthesis parameters. Although deeply shocked, Zhou Yan's hands didn't stop. He immediately began a series of follow-up experiments on this new material. When dawn broke outside, Zhou Yan finally stopped what he was doing, sat back in his chair, and looked at the series of experimental data, still feeling incredulous. This data, is it real? Shenzhen, Guangdong Province, China. Late at night, 11:47 p.m., January 30th, 2024. The usually bustling Kyoto University Shenzhen Graduate School was now in the quiet of winter break. The tree-lined paths within the college were deserted, save for the faithful, cold streetlights that cast lonely halos in the damp winter air of Shenzhen. The School of New Materials, nestled deep within the campus's modern architectural complex, was shrouded in darkness. Only the C01 laboratory, located on the third basement level, stubbornly emitted a blinding white light. Inside the vast laboratory, the air conditioning system hummed softly, further emphasizing the emptiness and silence of the space. On the workbenches, indicator lights on various precision instruments flashed silently. Inside the room's enormous, dust-free operating table, a high-speed centrifuge had just stopped running, its residual heat still lingering. A faint, distinctive odor, a mixture of organic solvents and metal oxides, permeated the air. This was the unique scent of the frontier of scientific research. Zhou Yan, a second-year doctoral student in materials science and engineering, stood alone at the central experimental table. He wore a dark blue lab coat over a casually draped black sweater, his face bearing the marks of consecutive all-nighters, his eyes bloodshot. However, this fatigue could not conceal the sharp, almost tangible light burning in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the screen of the high-resolution electron microscope before him. After observing the stable structure of the new material, he glanced at the data displayed on the left monitor, his pupils dilating sharply. The data showed that the energy density of this new material was more than 50 times that of the most advanced commercially available lithium-ion batteries, and its charging rate was unbelievably fast. Traditional lithium-ion battery cathode materials begin to decompose violently above 180 degrees Celsius. Their performance drops drastically at minus 20 degrees Celsius, and they become almost unusable at minus 40 degrees Celsius. But this battery, made using this new material, can maintain the integrity and stability of its crystal structure and ion channels at temperatures as high as 3,000 degrees Celsius. Even in extreme cold environments of minus 150 degrees Celsius, it maintains over 95% of its room temperature capacity and supports ultra-fast charging. Its stability is truly exceptional. Zhou Yan conducted a puncture test. When a sharp steel nail completely pierced a battery cell made of the new material with standard pressure, the voltage fluctuated only slightly, demonstrating incredible stability. There was no smoke, no sparks, no chain reaction of thermal runaway, and even the temperature rise was negligible. Based on data calculations, its cycle life is estimated to retain over 95% of its initial capacity after more than 10,000 complete cycles. Its calendar life at room temperature is also projected to exceed 200 years. This new material far surpasses any similar material reported in publicly available domestic and international literature. It boasts an energy density more than 20 times higher than the batteries made from the latest materials researched by his mentor, academician Yang Shuji, a leading figure in domestic power battery materials and the director and chief consultant of the global power battery giant, Dexing Times. Its overall performance is far superior. Taking mainstream electric vehicles as an example, most electric vehicles are equipped with ternary lithium batteries or lithium iron phosphate batteries. Ternary lithium batteries have an energy density of 160-200 Wh/g, with some advanced products exceeding 200 Wh/g. Lithium iron phosphate batteries generally have an energy density of 140-160 Wh/g, with some products reaching 180-200 Wh/g. However, batteries made with this new type of nanomaterial have an energy density of 10,000 Wh/g. Take the recently popular Mi car as an example. Its 100 kilowatt-hours ternary lithium battery can travel 700 kilometers on a full charge under ideal conditions. If replaced with this new nanomaterial battery, its range could reach a staggering 35,000 kilometers with the same battery weight. This is an astonishing figure. Data shows that the average annual mileage of private cars in China is 15,600 kilometers. This means that with the new nanomaterial battery, a single charge could last for 2 years. More importantly, the synthesis cost of this new type of nanomaterial is not high. In fact, it can be said to be very cheap. The current cost of 1 kilowatt-hour of a ternary lithium battery is about 600 Chinese yuan, while that of a lithium iron phosphate battery is 400 Chinese yuan. Based on the materials required for synthesis, Zhou Yan estimates that the cost of this new nanomaterial battery will not exceed 60 Chinese yuan per kilowatt-hour. What this means, Zhou Yan understands better than anyone else. This is not just a set of shocking data. It is a key that can unlock the door to a new generation of high-performance energy storage, a key that can change the entire energy landscape. For individuals, it is an opportunity to achieve upward mobility, accumulate wealth, and reach the pinnacle of life. The next day at noon, the sharp alarm clock pierced his brief sleep like a steel needle. Zhou Yan almost reflexively jumped out of his single bed in the dormitory, his temples throbbing. A few hours of light sleep were not enough to dispel the fatigue accumulated from days of staying up late. However, the thought of last night, the laboratory, those data, excitement instantly overwhelmed his physical drowsiness. Memories flooded back like a burst dam, and his heart pounded. It wasn't a dream. That set of groundbreaking data, enough to shake the entire energy sector, was still vividly etched in his mind. Every decimal point, every performance curve, was crystal clear. He quickly washed up and slipped on his black down jacket, which he'd worn for years. Although Zhou Yan was from the north and relatively resistant to the cold, he couldn't withstand the damp chill of Shenzhen's winter. Walking into the campus at midday, he habitually headed for the nearest cafeteria. The cafeteria wasn't crowded. A few students like him, staying behind, sat in small groups. A faint sense of weariness, typical of research workers, filled the air. Some shoveled food into their mouths while staring at densely packed research papers on their phone screens. Others, with even darker dark circles under their eyes, muttered complaints to their companions about the inconsistent simulation results. Still others ate quickly and expressionlessly, as if merely completing a necessary procedure to sustain life. This is Kyoto University's Pengcheng Graduate School, one of China's most prestigious universities, a place where countless geniuses and hard work converge. Those who can pursue master's and doctoral degrees here are all top performers in their respective fields. But beneath the spotlight lies unimaginable pressure, the high demands of their supervisors, fierce competition from peers, the survival pressure and graduation pressure of publishing in top journals, and the uncertainty about their future. They jokingly call themselves research laborers, sacrificing their youthful hair and sleep for an unknown breakthrough, or simply to graduate smoothly. However, Zhou Yan, at only 25 years old, is already a second-year doctoral student. He received numerous high-paying job offers during his master's studies, all from renowned global giants, top companies that every job seeker dreams of working for. But Zhou Yan feels this kind of life is too meaningless. Deep down, he feels a strange sense of boredom. He knew that with his technical skills, securing a high-paying position at one of these large companies, earning millions annually at a young age, wouldn't be difficult. But this clearly visible technical path failed to truly excite him. He didn't consider himself a managerial talent. Following the established path at a large company, he would likely become a top technical expert. While this was good, it didn't seem to touch upon what he truly craved, what defined his value. His decision to pursue a PhD was less a continuation of his planned path and more a rebellious adventure. On one hand, a higher degree was indeed a practical advantage, but the deeper motivation lay in the infinite possibilities represented by the uncharted territory of the laboratory. His desire was no longer to optimize existing technologies, but to become someone who pioneered new paths, making contributions that would truly be etched into the progress of human technology. But reality quickly taught him a lesson inevitable for researchers. Groundbreaking results cannot be easily produced by mere talent and hard work. Even after his PhD, before experiencing that encounter, he began to feel lost and anxious about the future. However, all of this vanished with his strange encounter a week ago and the verification of the experiment last night. Chapter 2. I am not schizophrenic. After a simple meal of noodles, Zhou Yan briskly returned to his dormitory. He resided in a standard double room for doctoral students, furnished with 2 single beds and 2 study desks. He swiftly shut the door and activated the air conditioning. The indoor winter chill in the south was as biting as that outside, evoking a fond yearning for the warmth of his hometown's underfloor heating. His roommate, Zhou Yan, had already vacated his side, leaving behind an untidy pile of experimental data on the desk, as he had returned home early. Zhou Yan locked the door behind him and turned to lie on his small bed, whereupon his consciousness immediately plunged into a peculiar realm, perceivable only to him. It was an ancient yet grand library of science and technology, seemingly existing since time immemorial. Silently, it towered deep within his mind. Constructed entirely of a material that emitted a soft luminescence, exuding an essence that fused futuristic technology with an air of mysterious antiquity. The library rose majestically, taking on a tower-like form, distinctly divided into 9 tiers, each level tapering as it ascended, as if leading to the summit of knowledge itself. Each floor was shrouded in a faint glow, with the higher levels emanating an increasingly profound, alluring, and awe-inspiring light. A week prior, when this library had inexplicably manifested in his mind, he had nearly convinced himself that his prolonged nights spent conducting experiments had led to a form of mental derangement or hallucination. The shock and disbelief had left him in a daze for 2 or 3 days. It was only when he approached the first floor of the library with a mindset of tentative exploration that he discovered its vastness. Inside was an expansive space filled with endless rows of colossal bookshelves, adorned with innumerable tomes, scrolls, and peculiar orbs of light, all categorized in a manner he could not fully comprehend, yet intuitively grasped. The moment he entered, a primal awareness surged within him. As if the library itself was imparting a message, the first level housed the entirety of technology and knowledge from a Type 1 civilization. He learned that his home planet, Blue Star, belonged to a Type 0 civilization, and he had access to all the literature on the first floor. To ascend to the second level, however, he would need to elevate his civilization status to Type 1. Instinctively, he gravitated towards an area labeled Materials Science, Fundamentals and Applications, and casually touched a volume titled Exploration of Structural Energy Materials, From Theory to Practice. As he opened the book, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind. Complex molecular formulas, unfathomable synthesis pathways, atomically precise structural designs, and comprehensive preparation techniques for various materials. This gift from the library of his mind guided him to accomplish the remarkable experiment he had conducted the previous night. There were no intelligent prompts or system notifications. Only this silent treasury of infinite knowledge had unveiled the entrance to the first level for him. Standing in the grand hall of the library's first floor, Zhou Yan gazed upward at the seemingly endless staircase leading to higher tiers, his heart brimming with an indescribable yearning. The knowledge of the first floor had already yielded such revolutionary results. He could only imagine the earth-shattering secrets concealed within the second, third, and even the elusive 9th tier. According to the library's revelations, it was not difficult to deduce that the first level represented a Type 1 civilization, the second a Type 2 civilization, and so forth up to Type 9. Although the Kardashev scale categorizes cosmic civilizations into 4 types, this remains merely humanity's rudimentary conjecture about cosmic civilization levels. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his swirling thoughts. Now was not the time for lofty ambitions. This library would be his ultimate secret, one that he must not divulge to anyone, not even to those closest to him. He understood the saying that possessing something precious could lead to danger. He was acutely aware of the significance of the results he held in his hands. He had named this new type of nanomaterial Infinite No. 1. It transcended a mere academic breakthrough. It was a veritable gold mine poised to trigger seismic shifts in the industry and reshape the global energy landscape. At merely 25 years of age, Zhou Yan hailed from an ordinary family, with parents who were working-class citizens from a small town far away, lacking any distinguished background or financial support. In the vast and murky waters of academia and industry, he felt like a small sailboat suddenly equipped with a treasure map. With a moment's carelessness, he could be swallowed by tumultuous seas. To disclose all his data would be a foolish act of self-destruction. The best course of action, and the first step most aligned with academic convention, was to publish a paper. Undoubtedly, he must select the most prestigious and influential journals, such as Nature or Science, to present critical data clearly and compellingly, elucidating its disruptive potential. He sought not merely a paper, but a bombshell, a publication capable of creating waves in the international academic community, firmly linking his name, Zhou Yan, to the next generation of battery materials. In this moment, fame served as an intangible talisman and passport. As he emerged in the international spotlight, becoming a renowned scientist with the attention of industry magnates, those lurking hands poised to seize what was his would have to weigh the consequences of public opinion and the scrutiny of the academic community before acting. He needed to swiftly transition from a promising doctoral student to a formidable young scientist who could not be overlooked. With this halo of recognition, he could gain a degree of influence, securing more leverage in future negotiations, and smoothing the path for the company he aspired to establish. Zhou Yan never shied away from acknowledging his aspirations for wealth and fame. Coming from a modest background, he understood all too well the adage that a penny can make a hero struggle. He had witnessed his parents' years of toil and the limitations of their circumstances. It was his most fundamental wish and responsibility as a son to improve his family's life, allowing them to live comfortably and without worry. While ideals are noble, the bread on the table is the most palpable warmth. On a deeper level, he craved autonomy. If he were merely content to be a leading scientist, even if he achieved fame through infinite number one, what would follow? He would likely enter a national key laboratory or take on a more significant role within his mentor's team. However, in that scenario, his research funding would derive from government grants or institutional budgets, utilizing funds that were not his own, inherently restricting his autonomy over research directions. There would be mandates, strategic guidelines, and various assessments and evaluations. He might be compelled to focus his energies on specific areas that aligned with broader objectives, but did not ignite his passion. Furthermore, any potentially groundbreaking ideas he might glean from the technology library could be shelved due to their audacity, riskiness, or misalignment with current plans. This was something Zhou Yan could not endure. The technological library within his mind harbored boundless possibilities, and he yearned for the freedom to explore and realize them, rather than languishing within constraints. To attain the freedom to explore, the ultimate path would almost inevitably lead to founding his own technology company. Only by wielding control over technology, capital, and influence could he genuinely steer his research and transform those astonishing innovations into reality. Yet establishing a company, particularly a high-tech one, hinged fundamentally on talent. He recognized that while money was important for attracting top-tier researchers and technologists, it was not the sole or even the most compelling incentive. Such individuals often lacked for nothing in terms of generous compensation and job opportunities. What they sought were cutting-edge challenges, the thrill of collaborating with leading intellects, the sense of accomplishment from participating in or even spearheading a technological revolution, and the fervor to strive for a grand ideal. Zhou Yan envisions a future company whose core competency will stem from the ceaseless, avant-garde technology provided by a technological library. He imagines a scenario where, after establishing himself as a revolutionary in the field of materials science, he will attract the brightest minds, individuals brimming with curiosity about the unknown and ambition to change the world, under the banner of his company. They will come not merely for lucrative salaries, but to engage with and comprehend the infinite one and its subsequent, astonishing technologies, collaborating with Zhou Yan, a genius, to bring to life the science fiction ideas that elsewhere remain confined to paper. Together with Zhou Yan, they will define the future and alter the world. This aspiration forms the essence of his company's recruitment ethos and represents the most irresistible allure he can offer to top talent. With this thought, Zhou Yan's gaze grows resolute. The path ahead becomes clear. First, he will achieve academic fame to gain influence and initial credibility. Then, he will leverage this foundation to consolidate resources and establish a company, ultimately constructing a realm of dreams where he can freely explore the frontiers of technology. With sustained technological leadership at its core, this journey is fraught with challenges, yet it is a path he must tread, one that is destined for him. Taking a deep breath, he opens his computer and creates a new document, boldly titled, "A nanocomposite material for ultra-high energy density capable of producing ultra-safe solid-state batteries." Thus begins the expedition with this paper that is poised to astound the world. Time slips away as the chill of the approaching new year fills the quiet campus. Zhou Yan, undistracted, confines himself to his dormitory and laboratory, drawing upon the solid foundation and adept skills honed during his graduate studies. He swiftly perfects the paper destined to create a sensation. The formatting is standard, the data is thorough, and the arguments are meticulously constructed. However, prior to finalizing the manuscript, Zhou Yan finds himself lost in contemplation before the original data displayed on the monitor, data that has the potential to revolutionize the global energy sector. The genuine performance of the Infinite One material far surpasses that of any existing materials on the market. With an energy density exceeding 50 times that of the current leading commercial lithium-ion batteries, what does this imply? It is not merely an iteration. It is a complete upheaval. A science fiction narrative brought to fruition. Once fully disclosed, the repercussions will extend beyond academic circles, instigating a fervent reaction from global capital, industrial giants, and even national powers. I must retain some discretion, Zhou Yan mutters to himself, his expression sharp and composed. Now is not the time to reveal all his cards. He moves the mouse, initiating technical adjustments to obscure the synthesis methods and some core data within the paper. Concurrently, he dilutes several astonishing parameters to more logically palatable values. For instance, he slightly lowers the performance retention rate at 150C from 95 to a still impressive but less striking figure. He conservatively reframes the projected cycle life. He cautiously modifies the staggering energy density enhancement from over 50 times to 10 times that of the leading commercial lithium-ion batteries. This figure is chosen with careful deliberation. A tenfold increase represents a milestone, a significant breakthrough that is more than sufficient to astonish the academic realm and qualifies to be featured in prestigious journals like Science and Nature, thereby ensuring the realization of his strategic goal of achieving fame. This adjustment also provides him with substantial technical redundancy and strategic depth. Future product iterations, responses to competitors' advancements, and even the release of more advanced versions at critical moments will possess ample room for maneuver. Moreover, a material with tenfold performance, while exceedingly remarkable, remains within the realm of existing theoretical frameworks and is comprehensible and acceptable in the academic community. After all, the most cutting-edge materials in his mentor's hands can achieve similar feats, albeit at prohibitively high costs that hinder commercialization. In contrast, a material boasting 50 times the performance at a low cost, with outstanding comprehensive capabilities, resembles a piece of futuristic technology that would undoubtedly attract attention and covetousness beyond the academic domain. With the paper now complete, the next crucial step is to leverage this momentum. Without hesitation, he sets his sights on his mentor, academician Yang Shuji, an esteemed figure in the domestic power battery sector. Academician Yang possesses a stellar academic reputation and serves as a director and chief scientific advisor for the global power battery giant, the Xing era, holding significant sway in both academic and industrial circles. More importantly, he is known for his integrity and high moral character, earning universal acclaim in the academic community. Although strict with his students, he is generous in offering guidance and has never tarnished his reputation by taking credit for students' achievements. Having studied under him since his master's program, Zhou Yan holds deep respect and trust for his mentor. As the new year approaches, it would be remiss to visit without a gesture of gratitude. Thus, he plans to present this paper as a special New Year's gift to his mentor. This act will not only express his appreciation, but also serve as a strategic advantage. He aims to leverage his mentor's credibility to endorse this groundbreaking research, facilitating its swift acknowledgement in the academic sphere and its entry into the industrial landscape. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, most students remaining on campus have already returned home, leaving the laboratory area desolate. Zhou Yan contacts his mentor via a messaging app to schedule a meeting, bringing along the unaltered initial draft of the paper and complete experimental data records. He stands before academician Yang's office door and knocks. "Come in," a deep, steady voice calls from within. Zhou Yan enters, greeted by the sight of his mentor's office, cluttered with books and journals. "Professor, with the new year approaching, I wanted to extend my early greetings," Zhou Yan respectfully states, handing over the documents. "Additionally, I wish to present some significant findings I have recently achieved and would appreciate your oversight." Approaching his 60s, academician Yang's hair is meticulously groomed, and he wears silver-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of elegance. He smiles as he accepts the documents, jesting, "Oh, Zhou, still busy during the holidays? It seems you've made considerable progress." Habitually, he flips to the data and chart sections, casually scanning them. However, within mere seconds, the light-hearted expression on his face freezes. His eyes widen behind the lenses, and he instinctively straightens in his seat. "Zhou Yan, these figures," he exclaims, his finger pointing at the staggering thermal stability of 3,000 degrees. The cold stability at -150 degrees and a capacity retention rate of 95 after 10,000 cycles, his voice brimming with disbelief. Are you certain? The instruments weren't calibrated incorrectly? The samples weren't contaminated? Professor, I have meticulously verified every detail multiple times. All processes and tests adhered strictly to protocols. The data is absolutely reliable, Zhou Yan responds calmly and confidently. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's assurance, academician Yang hurriedly reviews the entire paper in detail. During this time, Zhou Yan waits in silence, aware of how astonishing this data is, particularly for professionals in the field. Moments later, academician Yang suddenly raises his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating intensely on his student. From the paper, the data is detailed, the arguments are rigorous. Theoretically, there are no issues. Let us go to the laboratory now. I want to witness you repeat the key tests. In the ensuing hours within the empty C01 laboratory, academician Yang personally serves as Zhou Yan's assistant and supervisor. He watches as Zhou Yan adeptly operates the equipment, prepares new samples, and conducts a series of tests, including high temperature, low temperature, puncture testing, and rapid charge-discharge cycles. As the cold experimental apparatus repeatedly outputs astonishing data that aligns perfectly with the paper, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation and excitement. Academician Yang initially experienced shock and skepticism, which gradually transformed into solemnity and focus. When the final puncture test concluded successfully with the unit remaining unscathed, he exhaled deeply, removed his glasses, and rubbed his brow. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The younger generation is formidable, he murmured to himself, turning his gaze towards Zhou Yan. His eyes were filled with an indescribable complexity, encompassing pride, admiration, and a sense of witnessing history. Zhou Yan, do you comprehend what this signifies? This is not merely a matter of a few papers in Nature and Science. This is something that could alter the very rules of the game. Indeed, Professor. I am fully aware, Zhou Yan replied calmly with a nod. That is why I came to report to you at the earliest opportunity. Putting his glasses back on, academician Yang regained his usual composure, though the brilliance in his eyes remained unmistakable. I shall be the corresponding author for this paper. I will personally ensure its swift submission. This is not an attempt to overshadow your accomplishments. You will always be the first author. With my name preceding yours, many unnecessary complications can be avoided, thus facilitating a smoother review process. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Zhou Yan felt reassured. He had indeed made the right gamble and recognized that the first step had been successfully executed. With academician Yang as the corresponding author, the significance and esteem of this paper would be markedly elevated. Chapter 4. Nature and Science. Inviting the professor to be the corresponding author was merely Zhou Yan's initial objective. He intended to leverage this to its fullest potential. As academician Yang's excitement lingered, Zhou Yan seized the moment to propose a deeper ambition. Professor, I have a rather audacious request, he carefully articulated. Proceed, academician Yang responded, his demeanor now particularly gentle towards his accomplished pupil. This technology cannot remain confined to paper. It must be industrialized to truly realize its value, Zhou Yan asserted with unwavering determination. I aspire to establish a company based on this technology. However, I find myself devoid of resources, possessing only the technology itself. Therefore, I humbly request your investment for our collaboration. Academician Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling him to continue. In terms of equity structure, I propose you invest personally for a 50 stake, while I contribute the complete patent and technological secrets of Infinite One for 40. Retaining operational control of the company, with 10 allocated to attract top talent, Zhou Yan articulated clearly. Professor, I understand that you do not seek such trivial gains from your student, but a startup requires initial funding and, more importantly, your network and resources for protection. Your investment and influence are far more significant than my 40 stake. After a moment of contemplation, academician Yang, a man of considerable stature, grasped Zhou Yan's considerations. Zhou Yan was effectively exchanging equity for his comprehensive support, particularly crucial during the company's nascent stages, where potential external threats and pressures could arise. The name and capital of academician Yang would serve as the most robust shield. A smile crept onto Yang's face. Not out of anger, but rather admiration for his student's audacity and foresight. So you intend to bind this old man with 50 equity to serve as your protective umbrella and financial support? Investing under my name would also prevent the Deheng era from absorbing you. You certainly have a clever strategy. Zhou Yan smiled, candidly acknowledging, Professor, you see clearly. Without your support, this technology could swiftly fall prey to industry giants. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, yet with unwavering certainty. Moreover, Professor, this is merely the beginning. Infinite One is just the first milestone on my research journey. In the future, the entity I plan to establish will not be merely a battery materials company, but a conglomerate centered on continuous technological innovation. Within the future corporate structure, as the founder and the sole source of core technology, I will ensure absolute control through top-level design. This startup is but one of the companies I envision. Maintaining 100% ownership is not essential. By allocating some equity, I can secure your support to navigate the challenging initial accumulation phase, which is quite a worthwhile exchange. You are quite honest, with considerable ambition, Academician Yang remarked, gazing deeply at Zhou Yan, as if truly seeing this usually composed and unassuming student for the first time. He recognized not only the wisdom of a researcher in Zhou Yan's eyes, but also a pioneer's ambition and foresight. Zhou Yan had not only contemplated technological breakthroughs, but also strategized how to utilize rules and integrate resources to chart a path toward the pinnacle of success. Very well, Academician Yang declared, slamming the table with conviction. Let it be as you suggest. However, I would amend that to 40 for me and 50 for you. The technological breakthrough from 0 to 1 is far more crucial than anything else I could provide. I will arrange the funding for the company structure and patent matters. I will enlist professional lawyers and agents to handle everything cleanly and transparently. I accept this New Year's gift. I am quite satisfied and willing to take this significant gamble with you. In that moment, beneath the laboratory lights, the two scientists, an elder and a youth, who were also future business partners, clasped hands tightly. Zhou Yan knew he had successfully harnessed the most vital momentum. His vessel toward the future had now hoisted its first powerful sail. The following day, Zhou Yan presented the revised version of the paper to Academician Yang for review once more. After meticulously perusing it, Academician Yang lifted his gaze to Zhou Yan, his expression reflecting understanding and approval. With decades of experience in academia, he was acutely aware of the stakes involved. A tenfold increase in energy density? Academician Yang's finger gently tapped that figure, his tone laden with significance. Zhou Yan met his mentor's gaze with composure, responding calmly, "Yes, Professor. You read the paper correctly. It indeed states tenfold. I believe that at this stage, this figure accurately represents the value of our work while being prudent." Though he did not articulate it directly, Academician Yang comprehended the unspoken implications. The elder nodded slowly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "Excellent. A commendable prudence. Zhou Yan, you are more mature than I had anticipated. Research requires not only bold advancement, but also an understanding of the opportune moment. This restraint is indeed essential." He picked up a pen and signed his name on the paper, indicating his approval as the corresponding author. "Let us submit this version. Let the world first be astonished by this tenfold advancement." As he glanced at Zhou Yan, the two shared an unspoken understanding. The true data shall remain with us. Awaiting the right moment. As the Lunar New Year approached, Zhou Yan, under Academician Yang's guidance, meticulously refined the paper and submitted it via email to the prestigious journals Nature and Science at both ends of the globe. The notification of successful submission appeared, symbolizing that this latent deep-sea bomb had officially set sail, ready to stir the nerves of the world. Subsequently, Zhou Yan boarded a train back to his northern hometown, leaving behind the bustling city of Pingcheng and the cold instruments of the laboratory. He needed to spend time with his parents during what seemed to be an ordinary, yet ultimately his last serene spring festival. The preparations for the company would naturally commence after the holiday, perfectly timed to coincide with the spring recruitment season, allowing the nascent venture to attract its first influx of fresh talent. However, the tempest in academia would not cease for the festivities occurring on the other side of the globe. Chapter 5. Young Scientist Zhou Yan, the Father of Energy? The paper was promptly passed through the initial screening by the journal editors and entered the peer review phase, when several esteemed reviewers, selected for their prominent standing in the field of energy materials, opened the manuscript titled "A Nanocomposite Material for Ultra-High Energy Density and the Production of Exceptionally Safe Solid-State Batteries" in their respective laboratories or studies. It triggered a silent, yet profound cerebral upheaval. Reviewer A, Dr. Amelika from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, could not contain his astonishment as exclamations of disbelief escaped his lips. "Impossible," was his immediate reaction upon observing the energy density data. He promptly summoned all known solid-state battery research data for comparison, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Tenfold energy density? Thermal stability at 1000 degrees? Puncture resistant? The figures seemed too impeccable to be authentic. Initially suspecting data fabrication or instrumental error, he cataloged numerous sharp inquiries and requests for supplementary experimental validation in his review comments. Reviewer B, Ichiro Koike, a professor in the battery field at Kyoto University, adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the overly smooth cycling stability curves and low-temperature performance data. As an industry veteran, he was acutely aware of the monumental challenges in achieving any one of these benchmarks, yet the paper claimed to realize multiple breakthroughs simultaneously. He insisted on the provision of more original testing data, particularly the possibility of third-party validation. His review was imbued with a cautious astonishment. Reviewer C. Mike, a theoretical physicist from the European Union's Energy Agency, focused on the theoretical models and interpretations of the material structure presented in the paper. Although some details appeared to be withheld, the novelty and coherence of the core framework instilled in him an intuition that this was not mere conjecture. This could represent a novel approach. He recommended priority publication but insisted on a rigorous verification process. Faced with the barrage of critical, even skeptical, review comments, academicians Zhou Yan and Yang Shuji were well prepared. On the train ride home, Zhou Yan promptly addressed these inquiries via email, meticulously supplementing original data, detailing experimental parameters, and providing a deeper elucidation of the theoretical model. He even anticipated certain points of contention based on his extensive knowledge, leaving no room for doubt in his responses. Ultimately, the impeccable data, rigorous logic, and the esteemed reputation of academician Yang as the corresponding author prevailed, winning over all reviewers. The editorial boards of both Nature and Science swiftly recognized the unparalleled value and timeliness of this paper. A rare contest quietly unfolded at the editorial level, culminating in Nature securing the publication rights due to its expedited processing and more influential platform, while Zhou Yan was at home in Lake City, relishing in the familial reunion amidst the festive sounds of firecrackers and facing routine inquiries from relatives about his graduation and romantic prospects. The latest issue of Nature was published online, propelling this paper to a global audience. With a striking headline and summary, it created ripples akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly generating tumultuous waves. The international academic community erupted in fervor. Email lists and academic forums in materials science, electrochemistry, and energy fields were inundated with keywords like infinite number, Zhou Yan, and Yang Shuji. Expressions of awe, skepticism, and demands for experimental replication intertwined. Yet everyone understood that if these results were genuine, the paradigm of battery technology would be irrevocably transformed. The industrial response was even more pronounced. Major battery corporations worldwide, including the esteemed DeHong era, where academician Yang served as an advisor, along with leading automotive enterprises and strategic departments of investment firms, sounded the highest alarms. Analyst reports flooded in, and emergency meetings convened overnight. Everyone sought to ascertain, is this infinite number real? Who is Zhou Yan? What advancements has Yang Shuji's team at Kyoto University achieved? Domestic media and online communities swiftly followed suit. Headlines proclaiming breakthroughs in battery technology, boasting tenfold energy density and the ability to travel 1,000 miles on a single charge, dominated major portals and social media platforms. Zhou Yan's name, for the first time, emerged in the public eye as that of a brilliant scientist. Meanwhile, in a modest residential building in a northern town, Zhou Yan's phone began to ring incessantly, and the number of unread emails in his inbox surged exponentially. There were interview requests, conference invitations, inquiries from headhunters, and even some bewildering investment solicitations. Zhou Yan calmly navigated these initial contacts, politely suggesting more detailed discussions after the spring festival. Relatives shared a news link in the family group chat. Our young scientist Zhou Yan breaks the battery technology bottleneck, achieving tenfold energy density, followed by a flurry of exclamation marks. The article explicitly mentioned Kyoto University, the School of New Materials, and 25-year-old PhD student Zhou Yan, igniting a flurry of excitement in the group. Zhou Yan, our nephew, is this you? My goodness, it's reported, exclaimed one relative, while another proclaimed, our family has produced a scientist. What a glorious achievement. As the excitement mounted, Zhou Yan's parents beamed with pride, yet Zhou Yan himself remained notably composed, merely replying in the chat, thank you for your concern, esteemed relatives. This is just a preliminary result. There is much work yet to be done. Standing before the window, he gazed out at the wintry yet festive streets of his northern town, a smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the future, feeling a sense of elation. Now he awaited the new year to commence everything. Chapter 6. The company location on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year in 2024. While many were still basking in the afterglow of the Spring Festival, Zhou Yan boarded a train back to Pengcheng. Although doctoral students were entitled to winter and summer breaks, for him, such privileges had always been illusory. Since his master's program, He had never fully rested during these breaks. He was either in the lab collecting data or writing papers. While talent is undoubtedly important, it was his almost ascetic dedication that enabled him to reach the second year of his PhD at Kyoto University at the age of 25. Now, armed with groundbreaking results amidst a burgeoning storm, he could no longer afford to linger in his hometown. Upon returning to Pengcheng, his first visit was to his advisor, academician Yang Shuji. In Yang's study, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. The elderly man gazed at his weary yet spirited student, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. "You have returned? Is everything well at home?" "All is well. Thank you for your concern, teacher," Zhou Yan respectfully replied. "However, due to that paper, the outside world is in an uproar. I can hardly sit still." Academician Yang nodded, his expression turning serious. "Indeed, the response has exceeded our expectations. The editorial office of Nature has emailed me, confirming that this paper will be featured as the cover article in the next print issue. My inbox is overflowing with inquiries, collaborations, and even doubts from top laboratories and major companies worldwide." "Zhou Yan, are you prepared to face this storm?" "I am always ready, teacher," Zhou Yan replied with a calm yet resolute tone. "Moreover, I believe that with the achievements of Infinite One, I have met and even surpassed the requirements for doctoral graduation. I wish to apply for an early defense of my doctoral thesis." Academician Yang pondered for a moment, but was not surprised. Given the weight of this cover paper in Nature, its innovation and completeness far surpassed that of an ordinary doctoral thesis. "Very well," he readily agreed. "I will submit an application to the degree committee and follow an expedited process. Your doctoral thesis will expand and deepen based on this core work. I believe no one will oppose it." With a significant academic hurdle cleared, the conversation naturally shifted towards the establishment of the company. "Regarding the company, I have already contacted top law firms and agencies in the country. They will handle all legal documentation and registration processes, ensuring compliance and efficiency," Academician Yang stated, simultaneously presenting a preliminary plan. "As for funding, I initially planned for my investment company to inject 3 billion yuan into our new venture, serving as the startup capital for the angel round and Series A, 3 billion yuan. Even though Zhou Yan was composed, his pupils involuntarily contracted upon hearing that figure. He understood that his mentor, being a titan of the industry, held considerable wealth, yet such a colossal cash infusion surpassed his imagination. Academician Yang noticed his astonishment and smiled slightly. "There is no need for surprise. In the early days of Deheng, I served as the chief scientific advisor and acquired some equity. As a board member, I have participated in several successful investments over the years. This technology is worth this price, and indeed much more. This amount should be sufficient to establish our preliminary R&D center, pilot production line, and manage initial operations." Zhou Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him. His mentor's unwavering support solidified his path forward. "Thank you for your trust, teacher." Regarding the company name, I initially envision it as Infinite Energy, symbolizing the limitless potential of our technology. As for the registration location, Zhou Yan paused slightly, revealing a long-considered decision. "I hope to establish it in my hometown, Lake City." "Oh," Academician Yang expressed mild surprise, noting that such high-tech companies typically gravitate towards first-tier cities like Magic City, Capital City, Phoenix City, Goat City, Jinling, and River City. "Lake City is my route," Zhou Yan explained, "though its economy is not yet developed. It possesses a diligent workforce and a supportive government for development. I hope that the establishment of Infinite Energy can genuinely stimulate industrial upgrades and economic growth in my hometown, creating more high-quality opportunities for its people. It is also a small way for me to repay the nurturing I received from my hometown." As a native of Lake City, Zhou Yan had personally experienced the famously controversial educational model of the area. He witnessed his peers, including himself, viewing the sole and ultimate goal as escaping through exams, under the relentless management and test-driven tactics. For many students, Lake City was merely a springboard to escape from rather than a fertile ground for return and development. This collective consciousness of escape deeply pierced the heart of the young Zhou Yan. While he recognized the success of this model in terms of graduation rates, he also keenly perceived the costs behind it. It stifled students' creativity and sense of belonging to their hometown, as if the value of their roots lay solely in providing a ticket to the outside world. Zhou Yan could not help but ponder, is Lake City's fate destined to be a source of talent outflow, rather than a hub for high-end industries? Will Lake City's identity forever remain that of a college entrance examination factory, rather than a bastion of innovation? This reflection intensified after he left his hometown for further studies. He aspired not only to escape, but also to return with knowledge. He wished to demonstrate that Lake City could produce not only students adept at examinations, but also nurture groundbreaking technologies and enterprises. Another reason was that, like Lake City, third-tier cities would undoubtedly offer the most favorable policies, lowest land costs, and efficient government services for investment projects such as infinite energy. Additionally, Lake City is in proximity to Capital City and Spring City, with relatively developed transportation, potentially attracting talent who might not typically consider third-tier cities. Academician Yang, upon hearing this, expressed even greater admiration, patting Zhou Yan on the shoulder. Excellent. Remain true to your roots and never forget your hometown. It is rare for a young person to possess such a mindset. I support you. Let us settle on Lake City. I will ensure my team communicates closely with the Lake City authorities regarding specific site selection and policy alignment. The two then engaged in detailed discussions about other matters. With the company framework tentatively established, the next crucial step was to find a CEO capable of steering this future technological giant. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yan met intensively with 3 final CEO candidates in a modern conference room in Phoenix City, rented temporarily and overlooking the Shenzhen Bay. This was not merely a selection of a captain for infinite energy. It was his first encounter and mutual assessment with top business elites in his role as founder and technical core. Chapter 7. CEO candidates. Li Xiaoming, 48. Hailing from a leading domestic smartphone giant, served as the president of its overseas business group. Zhang Wei, 45. Was a co-founder and chief strategist of a well-known new energy vehicle company. Zhou Ying, 41. Was the former executive president of Asia-Pacific at Invista. Zhou Yan sat in the spacious and brightly lit office, clad in a black wool overcoat, contemplating the 3 resumes laid before him as he awaited the arrival of the 3 candidates. Just then, as Zhou Yan was deep in thought, a knock echoed from the door. Please come in. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit with meticulously styled hair, entered, guided by the headhunter. Dr. Zhou. This is Li Xiaoming, the headhunter introduced. Zhou Yan rose to shake hands with Li Xiaoming and gestured for him to take a seat. The basic information had already been provided to the candidates by the headhunter, so Zhou Yan did not feel the need to elaborate further. During the discussion, Li Xiaoming emphasized how to swiftly integrate Infinite One into the existing consumer electronics supply chain, leveraging its robust cost control capabilities to rapidly seize the high-end markets for smartphone and laptop batteries. We can achieve a production ramp-up of tens of millions of cells within 1 to 2 years, quickly clearing the market with our cost advantages and superior performance. The blueprint he presented was clear, feasible, and grounded in the hard logic of manufacturing. However, after listening, Zhou Yan posed a question. Mr. Li, what if Infinite Energy's goal is not merely to become a top battery supplier, but to redefine energy and, based on that, construct a technological ecosystem that spans multiple fields? How do you view the balance between initial profits and long-term strategic investments? Li Xiaoming furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Dr. Zhou, I firmly believe in being pragmatic. Yet, even the grandest ecosystem requires solid cash flow and market share as its foundation. My strategy will enable us to gain market dominance and substantial profits in the shortest time, laying the most robust economic groundwork for any future possibilities. Zhou Yan expressed his gratitude and politely saw him off. Li Xiaoming was formidable, yet his vision seemed constrained by his past successes in mature industries, leaning towards introducing infinite energy into a rapidly monetizable, albeit potentially prematurely solidified, track. This diverged from the grand, interdisciplinary technological empire blueprint that resided in Zhou Yan's mind. After bidding farewell to Li Xiaoming, Zhou Yan promptly met with the second candidate, Zhang Wei, who possessed exceptional fundraising capabilities, brand-building experience, and a robust network of government relations. She radiated passion and was adept at painting a grand vision. She outlined an exhilarating prospect for infinite energy, how to harness the power of capital through a series of mergers and strategic partnerships, to swiftly establish a comprehensive industrial chain from materials to battery packs and energy storage systems, how to shape the infinite energy brand into a symbol of high-end, eco-friendliness and futurism, and how to collaborate with top automotive manufacturers to launch concept cars that would ignite the market. What we aim to sell is not merely batteries, but the future, a lifestyle. Her speech was profoundly inspiring. Zhou Yan listened quietly and then posed a pivotal question. Ms. Zhang, in the grand blueprint you envision, what core position should the continuous advancement and deep iteration of technology occupy? When conflicts arise between capital demands, market presence, and the long-term R&D investments of the core technical team, how would you choose? Zhang Wei confidently replied, technology is the foundation and indeed the core. However, in this era, Even the finest wine fears being hidden in a deep alley. We must leverage the power of capital and the market to create the most dazzling stage for technology. Resource allocation will naturally tilt towards core, R&D. But necessary market investments and ecological layouts are prerequisites to ensure the maximization of technological value. Zhou Yan expressed his gratitude once more. Zhang Wei's capabilities were indisputable. She could swiftly elevate the company into the limelight. Yet, Zhou Yan sensed that within her strategy, the balance between technology and the capital market might inevitably lean towards the latter. He feared this could disrupt or even distort his long-term vision driven by technology. The meeting with the third candidate, Zhou Ying, was scheduled last in the afternoon. Drawing from his experiences with the previous two candidates, Zhou Yan was clearer about the type of partner he sought. This candidate was the one he anticipated the most. Zhou Ying boasted a remarkable resume, an MBA from Shuaimu University, a DBA from Stanford University, and prior positions at Fruit Company before joining Invista. He ascended from market director to executive president of Invista's Asia-Pacific region, during which time Invista's business in the region grew nearly threefold. He possessed not only extensive management experience in high-tech companies, market expansion, and strategic planning, but also profound industry insights and a powerful international resource network. Choosing to leave Invista stemmed from a desire to seek a more disruptive platform to forge the next giant. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Yan met this seasoned executive. Zhou Ying, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, exuded a calm and capable demeanor, his gaze sharp and confident. "Mr. Zhou, I have long admired your name. Your resume is truly outstanding." Zhou Yan began directly, his tone serene, devoid of the awkwardness one might expect from an ordinary 24-year-old in the presence of an industry titan. "Dr. Zhou, it's a pleasure. Your achievements are genuinely astonishing," Zhou Ying replied, equally scrutinizing the young scientist before him, whose maturity transcended his age. And the brilliance hidden in his gaze commanded respect. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. You should already have gleaned what technology's infinite energy possesses from papers and the external discourse. I am curious about why you are interested in our yet-to-be-established company." Zhou Ying leaned forward slightly, displaying keen interest. "The reason is simple, Dr. Zhou. A significant portion of my career has revolved around computational power issues. In the future, whether it be more powerful AI, more realistic virtual worlds, or smarter interconnected devices, the core bottleneck will gradually shift from computation to energy. Whoever masters disruptive energy technology will hold the lifeblood of the next era. Your Infinite One is the closest technology to the ultimate answer I have encountered at this stage. It is a platform capable of birthing a new world-class giant. And no ambitious manager would decline such an opportunity." Zhou Yan nodded, neither affirming nor denying Zhou Ying's statement. "Dr. Zhou, after meticulously studying your papers and industry analyses, I have preliminarily identified 3 core challenges that infinite energy may face, along with corresponding strategic stage concepts." He then spent 30 minutes clearly articulating a series of business initiatives concerning the establishment of technological barriers, global patent layouts, and the attraction of top talent. Chapter 8. Agreement reached. Zhou Yan did not interrupt until Zhou Ying finished. Then he posed the same ultimate goal question he had asked the previous 2 candidates. Zhou Ying leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp and earnest. "Dr. Zhou, I understand your concerns. In the fields of Mr. Li Xiaoming and Ms. Zhang Wei, they are undoubtedly top tier. However, what infinite energy needs may not be a traditional manager or marketing master." He paused, articulating each word. "What it needs is a chief executive officer and chief interpreter who can deeply understand and fully serve its technological core." He continued, "My role is not to decide what ship we should build, but to ensure that the interstellar battleship you design is constructed with the highest efficiency and lowest waste, equipped with the finest crew, and set sail towards any starry sea you designate." On the topic of profits versus investments, he continued, "All resources must prioritize your research and development, provided the company's survival and healthy cash flow are secured. I am well aware that infinite energy's singular and strongest core competency is you and the continuous technological disruption you bring. Capital and market forces should amplify this core competency, not dictate its course." This declaration profoundly moved Zhou Yan. Zhou Ying not only possessed top-tier professional competence, but also astutely defined his relationship with Zhou Yan. After absorbing Zhou Ying's exposition, Zhou Yan remained silent for a moment before raising his eyes, his gaze calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. "Mr. Zhou Ying, your analysis is remarkably precise. However, I need you to understand one thing. Infinite One is merely a beginning." He paused, his voice low yet seemingly laden with gravity. "I hold more than one such disruptive technological pathway in my hands, spanning energy, materials, and even broader domains. The technological foundation and future direction of the company will be 100 under my leadership. We need a top-tier CEO not to guide me on what to do, but to transform my vision into reality with the utmost efficiency and execution, constructing a vast commercial and technological empire. This exchange transcended the ordinary dialogue between a candidate and an interviewer, resembling a sovereign articulating his ambitions and boundaries to a future prime minister. Zhou Yan paused momentarily. Then his eyes ignited with fervor. He felt not affronted, but rather an unprecedented excitement. What he sought was precisely such a platform with an absolute technological moat and grand vision. I completely understand, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Yan nodded solemnly. Scientists define the future, while entrepreneurs realize it. This is indeed the ideal collaborative model. If you trust me, I will do everything in my power to forge an invincible business legion for you and Infinite Energy. After bidding farewell to the three candidates, Zhou Yan pondered alone in the conference room for a long while. Before him lay three nearly impeccable resumes and proposals. Li Xiaoming could provide stable cash flow and a solid manufacturing foundation, yet lacked the broader vision. Zhang Wei could swiftly establish a strong brand and capital advantage. But her approach did not entirely align with Zhou Yan's foundational belief in technology as the absolute core. Zhou Yan pledged to establish a business system with technology at its absolute core, executing with utmost efficiency. He resembled a master architect capable of transforming intricate blueprints into tangible realities. After 2 hours of careful contemplation, Zhou Yan ultimately made his decision. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Yan's number. Mr. Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan's tone carried a newfound formality and intimacy. Upon thoughtful consideration, I believe you are the most suitable candidate to lead Infinite Energy at this stage. I admire your profound understanding of technology as the core, as well as the role of a service provider you have embraced. I hope we can join hands to transform this miracle born from the laboratory into a great enterprise that changes the world. If you have not yet left Pingcheng, I would like to invite you back for dinner to discuss the company's future development in detail. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yan's voice subtly trembled with excitement. Dr. Zhou, thank you for your trust. It is my honor. I will come immediately. I eagerly anticipate embarking on this grand journey with you. That evening, in a private room renowned for exquisite Cantonese cuisine in Pingcheng, Zhou Yan and Zhou Yan sat facing each other. The atmosphere was more congenial without the rigid constraints of a conference room. After a few dishes, Zhou Yan broached the subject, sliding a prepared document summary across the table to Zhou Yan. Mr. Zhou Yan, this is the initial compensation proposal I've drafted for you. Please take a look. Zhou Yan's tone was composed, yet the content was sufficient to accelerate the heartbeat of any executive. The base salary was a post-tax annual remuneration of 20 million yuan. Furthermore, should you manage to exceed 100 billion yuan in revenue within a year, you would be entitled to 1% of the original equity of Infinite Energy. Upon hearing this figure, even the seasoned Zhou Yan hesitated slightly, his hand gripping the teacup. An annual salary of 20 million post-tax already represented a cash compensation at the level of the world's top CEOs, reflecting the founder's immense recognition and respect for his personal value. More critically, the 1% equity signified that Zhou Yan would no longer be merely a manager, but a stakeholder in the company. While achieving 100 billion yuan in a year was undoubtedly challenging, the unparalleled performance demonstrated by Infinite One made it an attainable goal. Zhou Yan continued to explain, his voice imbued with a calm confidence. This 1% may seem just a number at present. However, I can assure you that as we advance towards the industrialization of Infinite One and release a series of subsequent technological achievements, the value of this 1% will not be calculated in billions, but rather in tens of billions, or even higher, in the foreseeable future. I hope this sufficiently conveys my and academician Yang's sincerity in inviting you to co-create our venture, as well as our absolute confidence in the future of Infinite Energy. Zhou Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. He understood that this was not merely a generous offer, but a substantial responsibility and a ticket to the upper echelons of future wealth. Zhou Yan did not embellish, but rather, in the most straightforward manner, bound their fates to one another. Dr. Zhou, academician Yang, I am grateful for your kindness and trust. Zhou Yan raised his glass, his expression solemn. I have received this sincerity. I accept this offer and will exert my utmost effort to live up to the expectations placed upon me. The two then proceeded to negotiate subsequent crucial matters. Once the agreement was reached, action commenced immediately. Chapter 9. The establishment of Infinite Energy a few days later. A core team comprising Zhou Yan, Zhou Yan, and senior legal, financial, and engineering advisors dispatched by academician Yang arrived in Lake City. The local authorities displayed unprecedented attention. The mayor personally led a high-level reception committee composed of heads of relevant departments to conduct a formal and efficient coordination meeting. During the meeting, the mayor expressed earnestly, Dr. Zhou Yan is a source of pride for Lake City. Infinite Energy's decision to develop in its hometown is our greatest trust and support. A special task force, led by myself, has been established to provide dedicated services to Infinite Energy. The core area of the high-tech zone, spanning 500 acres, is ready for immediate transfer to you. All administrative approval procedures will be expedited through a green channel, ensuring the fastest possible completion. And we will implement the highest level of tax incentives and talent introduction policies. The mayor further added, we will simultaneously plan the construction of talent apartments, schools, and high-standard hospitals in the high-tech zone to fully alleviate the concerns of Infinite Energy. This posture of unwavering support left Zhou Yan and his professional team deeply moved. 500 acres is a considerable expanse. For reference, the renowned automotive company Tesla's superfactory in the Magic City occupies merely 200 acres. In first-tier cities, obtaining comparable support would require an immense investment of time and effort, whereas in Lake City, everything was met with the highest efficiency and sincerity. The company's registration proceeded swiftly under the operation of the professional team. Zhou Yan demonstrated his decisive style, rapidly establishing the core structure in a temporarily rented office building. His first major decision garnered Zhou Yan's full support. The company's account held 3 billion yuan, prioritized for the construction of a high-standard research and development center and automated production lines. As for the headquarters office building, temporary rentals or makeshift office spaces would suffice, as every penny needed to be allocated judiciously. The city attached great importance to this project, with the renowned Huajian 8th Bureau, known for its ironclad workforce and infrastructure prowess, responsible for the construction. With abundant funding and immediate payment, they mobilized over 3,000 workers, employing a 3-shift, 24-hour uninterrupted construction model, utilizing advanced modular construction technology. The initial planning encompassed 500 acres, and through diligent efforts, the first production line, the underground core laboratory, employee dormitories, cafeteria, and temporary office space were established within just 3 months. The future headquarters building was planned to be situated next to the central scenic lake at the main entrance of the park, featuring 2 completely symmetrical 9-story towers. This design, inspired by the technology library, directly corresponded to the 9-story structure of the library, aiming to manifest the vision of transforming the technology library from imagination into reality by realizing its contained technologies. Of course, this was merely a plan, as there were currently insufficient funds to construct the headquarters building. This would be revisited once the company began generating profits. The laboratory, located 20 meters underground adjacent to the future headquarters, would occupy an entire floor with an area of approximately 20,000 square meters. It would employ a fully concrete casting structure with wall thickness reaching 15 meters, providing nuclear-grade protective capabilities. The laboratory would be managed via facial recognition, vein access control, and an AI surveillance system, ensuring absolute data security through physical isolation of all data exits. Initially, Zhou Yan thought 3 billion yuan was a substantial amount. However, he soon realized that it was insufficient, as merely establishing the first production line and some necessary facilities consumed over 2 billion yuan. Fortunately, with the first production line completed, subsequent construction could proceed gradually. Zhou Yan did not intend to go public or seek financing, armed with overwhelming technology. He felt no need to be beholden to others for the sake of saving a little time. The next crucial task was to recruit employees. Fortuitously, it was May, allowing for a spring recruitment wave to bolster the company's grassroots workforce, while mid to senior level positions would still require experienced candidates. Notably, news of Zhou Yan's investment of 3 billion yuan to return home and establish Infinite Energy circulated among relatives and neighbors. 3 billion. This figure resonated like a nuclear bomb dropped into the tranquil waters of Lake City, particularly within Zhou Yan's familial circle. Both Zhou Yan's and his parents' phones began to ring incessantly, with relatives and neighbors visiting in droves. The conversations invariably revolved around requests for jobs, favors, introductions for dates, and loans. In the midst of a burgeoning company, Zhou Yan found himself receiving requests from relatives and acquaintances alike. His cousin, having graduated from a technical college with a focus on electromechanical engineering, was suggested to join the new venture. Given that your company is just starting out, you must be in need of assistance. Please consider arranging a position for him, they urged. Zhou Yan's aunt approached him directly, stating, "Your uncle Wang has opened a building materials store. With the scale of your projects, surely you require supplies? Could you extend some business consideration? Another acquaintance, Aunt Lee, implored him to leverage his connections with municipal leaders to aid her child in gaining admission to a prestigious elementary school. Furthermore, offers of introductions to potential romantic partners were made, including a factory-owning girl deemed a perfect match and an attractive civil servant niece. Faced with this sudden onslaught of fervent requests, Zhou Yan exhibited neither impatience nor an air of superiority. He recognized that such expectations were a natural aspect of human relationships, particularly in the context of his return to his hometown. While a scholar of the sciences, he was not naive to societal norms. In Huagua, where personal connections hold significant weight, he understood that even the most advanced technology ultimately serves humanity. As long as it did not disrupt the overall framework, he was willing to assist where possible. He believed it was perfectly reasonable for one person's success to elevate others, provided it was done judiciously. When approached by those seeking employment, Zhou Yan carefully assessed their educational backgrounds, work experiences, and skill sets. For instance, his cousin with a degree in electromechanical engineering was informed of the company's ongoing preparations and the genuine need for personnel. However, Zhou Yan insisted on adherence to proper procedures. You must submit your resume online and participate in a standardized written examination and interview. Should your abilities meet the requirements for entry-level administrative, logistical, or basic operational roles, I can ensure you receive a fair chance to interview, even if your academic credentials fall short. However, I must emphasize that once you are part of the company, adherence to all regulations is mandatory, and no special privileges will be granted. Poor performance will lead to termination. For relatives with only a high school education and lacking specialized skills who sought easy, high-paying positions, Zhou Yan would gently but firmly decline. Uncle, our company is engaged in high-tech research and development. Even our front desk requires fluency in English. Regrettably, your son's qualifications do not align with our requirements. Forcing him into such roles would be detrimental to both him and the company, should he still wish to join. The only positions available would involve security or cleaning, roles that do not necessitate technical expertise. Regarding requests for roles in critical areas such as technology, finance, or procurement, Zhou Yan was resolute in his refusals, regardless of familial ties. The standards for core technical positions were exceedingly high, necessitating candidates from leading academic institutions, and required rigorous background checks and technical assessments. I cannot assist with this, he would explain, as I am not the sole shareholder of the company. When approached for potential business collaborations, he would request the visitor to leave their company credentials and product information, assuring them that he would forward these to the relevant procurement colleagues for evaluation. Uncle Wong, if your materials meet our standards in quality, price, and after-sales service, there will be opportunities for collaboration. However, I cannot compromise the company's interests for the sake of personal relationships. Zhou Yan was adept at maintaining a clear distinction between personal favors and business protocols. When it came to introductions or other requests, he would often cite the company's nascent stage and his overwhelming workload as reasons for declining, politely deflecting such matters. Initially, his parents struggled with the notion of his rejections, but as they witnessed their son balancing compassion with principle, they gradually came to understand and support his stance. Zhou Yan explained to them, "Parents, we help those in need, not those who are lazy. We possess the means to offer our relatives a fair chance to earn a living through their own efforts. However, we must not foster a dependency that encourages them to expect unearned benefits, as such practices could ultimately harm them and jeopardize the company." Ultimately, through Zhou Yan's discerning process, several distant relatives and diligent neighborhood youths with acceptable qualifications secured interviews for foundational administrative, security, or production support roles, successfully gaining employment based on their merit. They were unequivocally informed by Zhou Yan and Zhou Ying, through the Human Resources Department, that upon entering the company, they would be treated as ordinary employees, subject to the same rules and performance evaluations as everyone else. No familial privileges were to be afforded. In this manner, Zhou Yan not only assuaged the expectations of his relatives, but also preserved the harmony of familial relations while establishing a foundational principle for the company, that merit would always outweigh personal connections. Chapter 10. Commencing recruitment. As May drew to a close, the company's construction was progressing vigorously. Zhou Yan orchestrated a nationwide recruitment initiative, executed efficiently by Zhou Ying, which officially commenced. Zhou Yan personally devised the recruitment strategy and crafted the assessment criteria, garnering widespread attention for its uniqueness. In addition to prestigious institutions such as Kyoto University, Tsuemu University, Huawu, and the S9 Alliance, The recruitment team also reached out to numerous ordinary universities and commendable vocational colleges across the nation. Although Zhou Yan himself was a doctoral candidate from a top-tier university, he maintained that academic credentials merely reflect past learning capabilities and do not necessarily correlate with an individual's potential for problem-solving and hands-on skills, qualities that are paramount in innovative high-tech enterprises. He personally oversaw the design of written examination questions for key positions, particularly in research and development. Zhou Yan emphasized to the HR director in charge of recruitment, "I seek not standard answers, but rather brilliant ideas. Even if responses are not entirely correct, unique perspectives and a tenacious spirit of exploration warrant significant attention." For those who successfully navigated the rigorous selection process, regardless of their alma mater, Infinite Energy offered compensation well above market averages. The remuneration scheme released by Infinite Energy was akin to a seismic shift in the talent market. For entry-level production positions, the monthly salary, after deductions for social insurance, would not fall below 10,000 Huabei, with a strict 4-shift work system ensuring a balance between labor and rest. Complemented by the highest possible contributions to social insurance, free meals, transportation subsidies, annual health checkups, and generous festival bonuses. Candidates for these foundational roles were required to possess at least a high school or vocational school diploma, a solid grounding in the sciences, physics, and chemistry, and to pass a written examination on professional knowledge, a practical skills interview, and a basic background check to guarantee a reliable team background. Zhou Yan believed that personnel on the production line represented the first line of defense for product quality. They must comprehend the significance of their work rather than merely engage in rote tasks. For research and technical roles, Zhou Yan insisted on personally overseeing the hiring process, eschewing traditional salary determinations based solely on academic qualifications and experience. Ultimately, salary levels were dictated by written examination results and performance across several technical interviews. For instance, a graduate from a less prestigious institution who demonstrated knowledge and problem-solving capabilities comparable to those from elite universities might receive a starting salary that matched or even exceeded that of their more illustrious peers. Zhou Yan also drew inspiration from the hierarchical systems of high-tech companies such as Huawei and Diheng Era, crafting a clear dual-path promotion structure for Infinite Energy, encompassing both technical and managerial tracks. In the realm of research and development, positions ranged from S1, junior engineer, to S9, chief scientist, with each level corresponding to distinct professional competencies, contributions, and compensation. In the realm of administrative management, a developmental pathway has been established for employees with leadership potential, ranging from A1, ordinary administrative staff, to A6, CEO. Similarly, in production, a promotion trajectory from B1, junior technician, to B6, senior expert technician, has been devised, encouraging workers to hone their craft and enhance efficiency, with substantial salary increments corresponding to their levels. The recruitment announcement from Infinite Energy ignited an explosive response across the internet, epitomizing a pragmatic enterprise. This organization values competence over background, affording every diligent individual a fair opportunity, offering production line workers a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Coupled with a 4-shift system requiring only 6 hours of work daily, raises eyebrows. Could Infinite Energy be intending to disrupt the industry? How will other companies survive? The competitive salaries in research and development are truly alluring. This is the demeanor necessary to attract the world's finest talents. It is hoped that we can entice exceptional individuals from overseas to return. Amidst the chorus of praise, skepticism also surfaced. Is it mere hype? How long can a startup sustain such expenditure? What if the company collapses right after onboarding new hires? With such challenging questions, can anyone truly provide answers? While removing educational constraints is commendable, might it lead to an overwhelming influx of resumes, similar to the recent scenario at Huabei Petroleum, where the majority of hires were still from prestigious institutions? Will such high wages disrupt the local employment market, inciting discontent among other enterprises? Must one now master math and science to simply tighten screws in the factory? It seems the competition is relentless. Does Infinite Energy still require janitors? Though I may not excel in problem solving, I can ensure the laboratory shines. Despite ongoing controversies, the traffic to Infinite Energy's recruitment website and the influx of resumes surged exponentially within 48 hours of the announcement, with the servers nearly crashing. Exceptional talents from top global universities, alongside numerous ordinary graduates and skilled workers yearning to alter their destinies, view this as an unmissable historic opportunity. Due to limited staffing, the recruitment team cannot personally visit every university, Therefore, interested candidates, upon passing the initial resume screening, may come to Lake City for the written tests and interviews, with all expenses reimbursed by the company. Consequently, train tickets and accommodations to Lake City sold out rapidly. To demonstrate his commitment to his hometown, Zhou Yan personally led a team to Beihai Industrial University. Jincheng, also known as Jinwei, is situated in the northern region of Huaghua, adjacent to the capital, and is one of the major cities directly governed by the state. Although Beihai Industrial University is named for its proximity to Beihai Province, it is located in Jincheng due to historical reasons. As the strongest institution affiliated with Beihai Province, it holds a respectable, albeit modest, reputation nationally. As the economy of Huaghua in 2024 continues to exhibit sluggish growth, marked by industrial adjustments and an ongoing trade war with America, new growth drivers have yet to emerge. While traditional industries are steadily declining, the employment landscape for university graduates grows increasingly dire each year. Coincidentally, this time aligns with graduation season, during which graduates are fervently engaged in recruitment examinations and interviews, while university leaders are occupied liaising with various companies to recruit. The head of the Student Employment Department at the university was particularly elated upon hearing that the prominent figure of Infinite Energy had personally come to their institution, eagerly awaiting his arrival at the school gates. Shortly after, 2 large buses appeared at the entrance. Zhou Yan alighted from one of the buses, and the head of the employment office promptly approached him. "Hello, you must be Dr. Zhou. You are indeed young and exceptionally talented. I am Zhang Yingkai. You can simply call me Old Zhang." Zhou Yan humbly responded, "Thank you, Professor Zhang. I have just embarked on this entrepreneurial journey and thus require personnel. So I have come to seek assistance from your esteemed institution. It's no trouble at all. Your presence here for recruitment is our honor. May I inquire how many positions your company intends to fill?" Zhang Yingkai eagerly inquired. Zhou Yan candidly replied, "There is no upper limit on numbers. It solely depends on how many individuals wish to join Infinite Energy and how many can pass the assessments." "Wonderful. I firmly believe our students possess significant capabilities. They merely lack an opportunity," Zhang Yingkai responded with evident satisfaction. Chapter 11, Recruitment Conference Speech. Zhang Wei, a 21-year-old recent graduate from Beihai Industrial University's Materials Science and Engineering program, finds himself in the early summer of 2024 amidst escalating economic pressures. The specter of employment difficulties looms over every fresh graduate. Even at Beihai Industrial University, a provincial leader, an atmosphere of anxiety pervades the campus. Some of Zhang Wei's roommates are frantically sending out resumes with little response, while others have secured offers that fall short of expectations. Zhang Wei himself, with average academic performance and not being an academic star, possesses a notable trait recognized by his professors: exceptional hands-on skills, frequently found in the laboratory, demonstrating a tenacity for solving practical engineering problems, often conjuring innovative ideas outside the textbook. On this particular day, the campus forum and employment website of Beihai University erupted with news. Infinite Energy Technology Company would be hosting a special recruitment event at their institution, accepting resumes and conducting written tests and interviews on site. Infinite Energy, the company that recently graced the cover of Nature magazine, with its founder Zhou Yan heralded as a genius scientist, promising production line workers a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. The entire Beihai University community was abuzz, especially since Infinite Energy is a nascent enterprise. Joining now would make one a pioneer. On the day of the recruitment event, the university's largest auditorium was filled to capacity, bustling with eager attendees, the air thick with anticipation and fervor. Zhang Wei arrived an hour early, relegated to standing at the back. He noticed the employment office leader personally escorting an extraordinarily youthful man into the hall. This must be Zhou Yan. Although he had mentally prepared, Zhou Yan's youth and composed demeanor still left Zhang Wei in awe. As Zhou Yan took to the stage, the din of the crowd dissipated instantly, replaced by countless gazes focused upon him, a blend of curiosity, admiration, and hope. He paused before speaking, surveying the sea of youthful faces before him, his expression calm, yet betraying a hint of excitement. Then, the massive screen behind him illuminated, displaying not intricate graphs, but a photograph of Earth captured in the depths of space, radiating a soft glow. "Good afternoon, students. First, I would like to express my gratitude for your attendance at Infinite Energy's recruitment event. Initially, when the university's employment office suggested using the largest auditorium, I hesitated, thinking that as a startup, despite our recent acclaim, we had yet to produce even a single sample. How many would genuinely come to apply? It appears the university's leadership had the foresight, as I never anticipated such enthusiasm and turnout." Zhou Yan's voice resonated clearly through the microphone, eliciting laughter from the audience. Before we commence, I would like you to reflect on this image, this blue planet, our home. Beautiful yet fragile. He gestured towards the screen. While we enjoy the conveniences of modern civilization, the energy foundation supporting it remains stuck in the primitive phase of burning fossil fuels and competing for limited resources. Our smartphones require daily charging. Our electric vehicles are plagued by range anxiety, and our compatriots in remote areas may still struggle for reliable electricity. Our aspirations of venturing into the cosmos remain shackled by cumbersome and inefficient energy systems. He paused, allowing his words to resonate deeply with the students. Many tell me this is the norm, this is reality. But I wish to assert, this is not the future we are meant to inherit. As the words fell, the image on the screen transitioned to the cover page of his paper titled Nature, alongside the astonishing performance parameters of Infinite No. 1. A tenfold energy density and unparalleled safety. What the outside world perceived was this set of data, heralded as a breakthrough and a monumental paper. Zhou Yan's tone carried a hint of nonchalance. Yet, in truth, this was not merely a paper nor an extravagant creation confined to the laboratory. It represented a fully commercializable innovation, one that could be widely adopted at a low cost. Presently, Infinite No. 1 stands at 10 times. In the future, it could be 20, 30, 50, or even 100 times greater. As its creator, I am acutely aware of its potential. He surveyed the audience once more, his gaze sharpening. This is a key that can unlock the doors to a new era. Imagine a world where electric vehicles no longer boast a mere range of 5 to 600 kilometers, but effortlessly achieve 2 to 3,000 kilometers, with charging times surpassing those of traditional refueling. How would the entire transportation and logistics system be reshaped? Envision a scenario where your mobile phones and laptops can sustain high-intensity usage for an entire week without requiring a charge, where wearable devices truly realize seamless endurance. What would be the boundaries of human-machine interaction? Further, consider the implications of drastically reduced costs for large-scale energy storage due to our materials, allowing clean energies like wind and solar to be delivered stably and affordably to every corner. How far are we from achieving genuine ecological harmony and sustainable development? And this is merely the first door that this key can unlock. His voice gradually rose, imbued with an undeniable conviction. I understand that the current economic climate is challenging, and the job market is daunting. Many are advising you to compromise, to be pragmatic, to seek a stable position. He shook his head slightly and continued. But I ask all of you present, after years of diligent study, acquiring knowledge and skills, was it merely to secure a job that ensures survival? Do you not yearn to partake in the creation of something that can genuinely change the world and define the future? Do you not wish for your name to be inscribed not just on a paycheck, but upon the ladder of human progress? A series of questions resonated deeply within every student present. The auditorium fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. What Infinite Energy aims to do is not simply sell batteries. Zhou Yan's tone slowed, yet grew more powerful. Our goal is to redefine the methods of energy acquisition, storage, and utilization. We intend to employ tangible technology to address the most pressing energy dilemmas of our time, to unleash the productivity that has been constrained, and to pave the way for a new era of growth for our nation, our compatriots, and indeed all humanity, guiding us toward the stars and the seas. This path may be long, possibly arduous and fraught with challenges. We will encounter technological bottlenecks, market skepticism, international competition, and even malicious suppression. His gaze swept across the audience, connecting with each individual. I cannot traverse this path alone, nor can academician Yang Shuji. What we need are comrades, like-minded individuals who refuse to settle for mediocrity and dare to challenge the impossible. We do not care which university you hail from or your ranking, he asserted emphatically. What matters is whether your mind harbors a burning desire for knowledge, whether your hands possess the skills to solve problems, and whether your heart is stirred by an urge to effect change. Chapter 12. Can a major in sinkholes earn a monthly salary of 30,000? At Infinite Energy, you will confront the most cutting-edge technological challenges in the world. Your colleagues will be the brightest minds from across the globe, and every one of your innovative ideas could receive the resources to be explored. Your contributions will yield rewards far exceeding your expectations, not just in monetary terms, but in a sense of accomplishment, honor, and historical significance. After listening to my lengthy discourse, you may be feeling weary. So let me address the topic that concerns you most: compensation. Provided you pass our assessments, we can offer a minimum starting salary of 300,000 Huabei per year after tax, with full benefits. Upon hearing the figure of 300,000 Huabei directly from Zhou Yan, The audience erupted into a frenzy of discussion. 300,000 as a starting salary, after tax, and that's the minimum. Enough said, I must join Infinite Energy Company. 300,000 in Huqing. A third-tier city, what a divine existence that would be. Finally, he stepped forward, leaning slightly over the podium, as if to engage directly with each student. Dear students, we stand on the precipice of monumental change. An era belonging to hard technology, to pragmatists, to dreamers, is upon us. I, Zhou Yan, am here not merely as the owner of a startup, but as a fellow traveler yearning for companions, extending an invitation to you. If you believe you possess exceptional skills yet lack an avenue to showcase them, if you are weary of competition that lacks substance and yearn for genuine rivalry, if you, like me, believe that technology can forge a brighter future, then the doors of Infinite Energy are open to you. Come join us. Together, let us harness the power of technology to inject boundless energy into this world. After a brief silence, the auditorium erupted into thunderous, unending applause. Countless students' eyes sparkled with a newfound fervor, ignited by a flame of excitement and a desire to engage in a grand endeavor. Following this, on-site registrations and written examinations commenced. Beihai University had allocated 10 classrooms, accommodating 300 candidates simultaneously for the exams. However, due to the overwhelming enthusiasm, additional classrooms were hastily designated for the written tests. The exam content varied across different disciplines, ensuring a more precise selection of specialized talent. Nevertheless, candidates from the same field, regardless of their academic level, undergraduates, master's students, and doctoral candidates, were administered the same set of questions, with evaluations during grading considering the educational background of the respondents. At this moment, Zhang Wei found himself seated in the examination room. When the papers were distributed, the questions proved to be as challenging as advertised. Even he, consistently ranked among the top in his field and a recipient of national awards, found them exceedingly difficult. For instance, one question did not merely require the application of a formula, but presented a description of certain properties of infinite number 1 materials, with key data omitted, asking for the theoretical performance under extreme conditions. Another question, rooted in materials informatics, required the identification of potential technological evolution paths from a collection of seemingly unrelated patent abstracts and data. Many students were left scratching their heads, as these questions were beyond the reach of most undergraduates, though some could still manage to answer a few. Zhang Wei continued through the exam until he finally encountered a question suited to his expertise: design a low-cost, easily promotable scheme for recycling and preliminary processing of household lithium batteries, emphasizing the principles, steps, and safety measures. This question aligned perfectly with his interests, as he had been attentive to environmental protection and resource recycling. Several straightforward solutions based on fundamental chemical principles sprang to mind. He immersed himself in writing, clearly articulating his ideas, derivation process, and potential flaws along with directions for improvement. He endeavored to answer the other questions as well, ultimately completing the written exam after more than 2 hours. Thanks to the solid foundation and unique approach he demonstrated during the exam, Zhang Wei successfully advanced to the second round of interviews. The interview took place in the esteemed reception room of the school, and the presence of a commanding middle-aged man caused a wave of apprehension in Zhang Wei, as it was none other than Zhou Yan himself who was also present. Zhou Yan picked up Zhang Wei's written examination paper and directly inquired, "Zhang Wei, regarding the household recycling proposal you designed, why did you opt for citric acid solution as the primary leaching agent? Are you aware that its efficiency may not match that of strong acids?" Zhang Wei steadied himself and responded, "Dr. Zhou, my choice of citric acid is primarily rooted in safety. Given the household environment, the risks associated with strong acids are considerably higher. Additionally, citric acid is readily available and environmentally friendly. It is commonly found and easy to handle. The emphasis of my proposal is not on achieving the highest recovery rate, but rather on ensuring safety and operability while facilitating basic, harmless preliminary processing, thereby alleviating the burden for subsequent professional recycling. Moreover, I have consulted the literature and found that under specific conditions, citric acid can optimize the leaching effects for certain metals." Upon hearing Zhang Wei's response, Zhou Yan internally acknowledged his reasoning but chose to remain silent, instead gesturing to Zhou Ying beside him to proceed with his questions. Subsequently, the formidable CEO Zhou Ying asked, with an evaluative tone, "If your proposal is rejected due to efficiency concerns, what would you do?" Zhang Wei pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "I would first seek to understand the specific reasons for the rejection and the expected indicators, then look for alternative, more efficient green leaching agents. or attempt to optimize the reaction conditions of the citric acid system. However, if safety and simplicity are non-negotiable bottom lines, I might suggest positioning this proposal as a means for educational outreach or as a preliminary treatment step, rather than pursuing ultimate recovery efficiency. Zhou Yan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. They then delved deeper into a detail from Zhang Wei's thesis concerning the improvement of electrode material preparation processes. Zhang Wei articulated each step of his experiments, recounting both failures and successes with great familiarity. Following this, other questions were posed. Before the interview concluded, Zhou Yan suddenly posed a seemingly unrelated question. If you were to have access to infinite energy, you might initially be engaged in basic supportive work, potentially far removed from your envisioned high-level research and development. What are your thoughts on this? Zhang Wei responded without hesitation. Dr. Zhou, I believe that even the most magnificent edifices are constructed brick by brick. To be part of that process, to learn from foundational tasks and to understand how the entire system functions, is an invaluable opportunity for me. I possess patience and am eager to learn. A week later, while submitting resumes in his dormitory, Zhang Wei received a phone call from a number in Lake City. Hello, Mr. Zhang. This is the Human Resources Department of Infinite Energy Technology Company. Limited congratulations on passing our assessment. We are formally extending you an offer. Please report to the reception at 668 Lake City High-Tech Zone within a week. The company will reimburse all your travel expenses, so please keep your receipts. The HR representative announced a position as a junior materials engineer in the R&D department, classified as S1, and the remuneration left Zhang Wei in disbelief. A base salary of 30,000 Huabei dollars after tax, with an annual bonus contingent on performance, typically not less than 3 months' salary, along with comprehensive transportation, communication, and dining allowances, free talent apartments, annual health checks, and paid vacations. Excellent. No problem at all. I will report on time. Thank you. This offer exceeded Zhang Wei's expectations. After hanging up, he remained in a state of disbelief amidst the envious and congratulatory gazes of his roommates. He understood that his life trajectory had irrevocably altered due to this unconventional recruitment process. Given his undergraduate level, particularly in a field often regarded as one of the 4 major pitfalls of biochemistry, environmental engineering, and materials science, a post-graduation monthly salary of 10,000 Huabei dollars would have been considered a great fortune. Although Zhou Yan had mentioned compensation during the presentation, he had never anticipated that the offer from Infinite Energy would surpass his imagination. Chapter 13. The birth of the Shiha battery in June, in Lake City, North River Province. The first phase of Infinite Energy's super factory production workshop was bustling. Despite visible signs of ongoing construction outside, the core production area was immaculate and devoid of dust, with automated equipment emitting a low, steady hum. The first batch of employees, having undergone rigorous recruitment and specialized training, donned standardized anti-static uniforms as they busied themselves within their designated operational zones. Zhou Yan fully comprehended the significance of confidentiality regarding core technologies. Over the past few weeks, he personally conducted intensive training for the core R&D team and the technical backbone on the production line. He adopted a clever strategy of deconstructing the complete synthesis process of infinite number 1 material into a series of critical procedures and formula modules. Each group, even each individual, specialized in and was responsible for their designated segment. After undergoing preliminary treatment, raw materials entered a completely sealed black box area, precisely controlled by a central system, where the essential reactions and structural assemblies occurred. The semi-finished products were then sent for encapsulation and aging tests in downstream processes. The entire workflow resembled a high-tech assembly line, interlinked yet distinctly isolated, ensuring that even the most pivotal employees could not grasp the full scope of this technology. When the first batch of sample batteries was produced, Zhou Yan led all senior management and the entire R&D department to witness the moment. As the first silver-gray rectangular power batteries labeled with Infinite Energy's Shiha brand, along with soft-pack batteries suitable for consumer electronics such as phones and computers, slowly emerged from the fully automated production line. The factory control room erupted in a chorus of suppressed cheers. Zhou Yan personally named the batteries made with infinite number 1 material Shiha, inspired by the ancient Chinese goddess of the sun, symbolizing a continuous supply of energy akin to the sun itself. The air within the factory was thick with a mixture of ozone, metal, and tension. Zhou Yan stood in the pristine testing room, his hands unconsciously clasped behind his back, fingers slightly curled. His posture remained upright, clad in a tailored suit, yet upon closer inspection, One might notice a tighter clench in his jaw and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety lurking in his gaze. Before him, Technical Director Liang Zhenghua was personally overseeing the comprehensive performance testing of the first batch of batteries. This director, personally appointed by academician Yang, was exceptionally capable, holding a Ph.D. from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at the age of 37. Zhou Yan stood at a distance, his expression calm, as though merely inspecting a batch of ordinary components. However, within Zhou Ying's mind, the tranquility belied a tumult of emotions. Despite his unwavering trust in Zhou Yan's technical genius and the endorsement from academician Yang, despite the impeccable data presented in that paper published in Nature, he had never before seen or touched a mass-produced battery that achieved the performance described in the paper. All the grand proclamations, strategic plans, the $3 billion investment, and the reputation and career he staked were fundamentally reliant on Zhou Yan's ability to translate laboratory success into production line reality. During this time, external acclaim and skepticism coexisted, while internally, the company faced myriad challenges. As CEO, he bore pressures unimaginable to outsiders. Why had such a groundbreaking battery technology not yet attracted the attention of major automotive manufacturers and consumer electronics producers? The answer lay in the fact that Infinite Energy had yet to present a finished product. He had repeatedly run through various possibilities: inadequate yield, performance degradation, unforeseen issues in production. Any disruption in the process could lead to catastrophic consequences. Mr. Zhou, the final test, low-temperature fast charge, is complete. Director Liang Zhenhua's voice, tinged with barely contained excitement, shattered the silence. All eyes immediately turned to the central display screen. The final data report is being generated and printed. Liang Zhenghua promptly handed the freshly printed report to Zhou Yan and Zhou Ying with both hands. Zhou Yan casually took it, glancing at the performance metrics without any surprise, while Zhou Ying inhaled deeply, accepting it, and swiftly scanning the critical data fields. Energy density, 3,000 Wh/kg, surpassing commercial lithium batteries on the market by 15 times. Puncture tests passed entirely, with no smoke or fire. The high-temperature and low-temperature tests fully aligned with the data presented in the paper, with a cycle life exceeding 12,000 times. Each crucial metric not only met the already astonishing, albeit abridged, indicators outlined in Zhou Yan's paper, but also demonstrated significant and stable exceedance. As he gazed at the cold, precise figures, Zhou Ying felt the immense weight that had been pressing on his chest suddenly lifted. A wave of profound, indescribable elation washed over him, inducing a momentary dizziness. He raised his head to meet Zhou Yan's gaze, who was looking back with a knowing smile, as if to say, "I haven't deceived you, my technology is indeed formidable." Zhou Ying refrained from uttering any trite remarks like "I knew it all along," simply nodding gravely and slowly, as all his pressure, concerns, and uncertainties dissipated in that gesture. He turned to the technical director, Liang Zhenghua, his voice regaining its usual steadiness and strength, though a nearly imperceptible tremor was detectable. "Good. Very good. Inform the production department to prepare the samples for dispatch to all potential global partners at the highest standards." Exiting the testing center and arriving at a corridor overlooking part of the production line, Zhou Ying paused, gazing at the efficient automated equipment below and the uniformed employees. Busy and focused, he exhaled a long, silent sigh of relief. It was only at this moment that he truly realized his substantial wager had not only paid off, but might yield returns far beyond his most optimistic expectations. What Zhou Yan had entrusted to him was not a fragile item requiring careful maintenance, but a fully constructed starship, exceeding performance specifications. His current task was to navigate this starship and conquer the entire energy realm. All previous pressures had now transformed into a more formidable source of motivation and confidence. He took out his phone and dialed the number of the marketing department president, Lin Jing, his tone unprecedentedly resolute and composed. "Lin Jing, the sample data has been confirmed, and it even exceeds expectations. We can proceed to send samples to our global target customers as planned. Let us prepare for a significant endeavor." Upon receiving the command, the marketing department immediately organized personnel to package the Shihe battery samples exquisitely, attaching detailed testing reports and performance parameter sheets, which were expedited through secure channels to the R&D centers or CEO offices of major automotive and consumer electronics corporations worldwide. Chapter 14. Reactions from Various Parties. America. SpaceX headquarters. The June sunlight in California streamed through the glass facade, casting light on Elon Musk's somewhat disheveled desk. He had just concluded an emergency meeting regarding the bottleneck in the mass production of the 4680 battery, a hint of fatigue etched on his brow. As the captain of Tesla, he understood better than anyone that breakthroughs in battery technology were the key to truly revolutionizing electric vehicles, overcoming the long-standing challenges of range, cost, and charging speed. The structure of traditional lithium-ion batteries was nearing its theoretical ceiling of energy density. Habitually twirling the pen in his hand, he gazed out the window towards the Fremont factory. Without a fundamental transformation in battery technology, the dreams of fully autonomous driving and ubiquitous energy networks would remain mere castles in the air. Elon. The office door swung open abruptly, and CTO Barry almost jogged in, clutching a document and a remarkably exquisite metallic box, forgetting that Musk despised being interrupted during contemplation. "What is it, Barry?" Musk turned, frowning slightly, though his attention was quickly captured by the metallic box. "We just received an urgent package from China, sent by Infinite Energy Technology Company, along with this invitation letter. I believe you need to see it immediately." Barry's voice was urgent as he handed over the items. Infinite Energy? Musk quickly searched his memory, confirming he had never heard of that name before. A newly established startup? It was founded earlier this year, but its founder is Zhou Yan. Barry emphasized the last name. Zhou Yan? The one who published the Infinite One paper in Nature? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Musk's eyes. He snatched the invitation letter and rapidly scanned its contents. The message was succinct, yet the core information struck him like a hammer. Shihi battery, with energy density 15 times that of top commercial lithium batteries, supports ultra-fast charging, and has passed the most stringent safety tests. Impossible, Musk exclaimed almost instinctively, pacing swiftly around the office with the invitation in hand. "Barry, do you know what this means? If this data is accurate, this is not merely an iteration. It's a revolution. It would render all existing battery technologies, including our latest 4680, obsolete overnight, relegating them to the status of utter trash." I'm reluctant to believe it as well, but given that they have formally sent samples and an invitation letter, and with Zhou Yan's endorsement, I think we must treat this with the utmost seriousness, Barry cautiously replied. "What about the samples? Have them sent to our top laboratory for comprehensive validation immediately. I want to see preliminary data in the shortest time possible." Musk halted, pointing at the metallic box. "They are already en route. But Elon, I fear we may not have time to wait for the complete testing report," Barry cautioned. "You're right." Musk took a deep breath, making a decisive call. "Arrange a plane immediately. I need to fly to Lake City, China, as soon as possible. Meanwhile, mobilize all resources. I want all available information on Infinite Energy and Zhou Yan, detailed as possible. This is the preliminary information we managed to gather." Barry handed Musk a tablet. Infinite Energy Technology Company is registered in Lake City, China, a city not particularly known for high technology. The founder, Zhou Yan, is merely 25 years old. A doctoral student at Kyoto University, who gained significant attention in academia with a Nature cover paper on Infinite One materials. It is said that he has the full support of academician Yang Shuji from the Duching era, and the company has already secured substantial initial investments. Musk quickly skimmed through the information, his gaze finally resting on a photograph of Zhou Yan, youthful yet resolute. "A 25-year-old student, a storm brewing from the laboratory," he murmured, then turned to Barry, as if speaking to himself. "Inform the team to reassess our entire battery technology roadmap and product planning. If the Shihi battery proves to be true, Tesla's future must consider an alternative possibility." He approached the window, looking out at the horizon once more. This time, his gaze seemed to pierce across the Pacific, directed towards the quietly rising behemoth in the small northern city of Lake City. He sensed that a storm capable of reshaping the global energy and transportation landscape was brewing, initiated by this unexpected invitation letter. Dami Motors, Beijing, China. Lei Busi was experiencing the revamped car system of the soon-to-be-released Dami Suchi. At that moment, the co-founder and head of Dami Motors approached briskly, holding a report and a battery sample, his expression a blend of excitement and gravity. "Brother Lei, the sample test results from Infinite Energy have come in, and they are even more astounding than we anticipated." He handed the data to Lei Busi. Lei Busi glanced at the theoretical figures, charging in 5 minutes. A range of 800 kilometers, and a full charge enabling high-speed travel for 7,000 kilometers, alongside absolute safety assurances, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. He took a deep breath, instantly conjuring countless possibilities. If this battery could be utilized in our Suchi, he promptly instructed his assistant. "Cancel all my appointments for this afternoon. We must urgently reassess our battery strategy. Additionally, form a high-level liaison team immediately, which I will personally lead, to fervently pursue collaboration opportunities with Infinite Energy. Quickly, at Huawei Technology Company, Limited, headquarters in Pengcheng. Yu Lixian had just concluded an internal review meeting regarding the new generation flagship smartphone, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. He still echoed the RD team's repetitive emphasis on the bottlenecks. Mr. Yu, constrained by current battery technology, we are unable to enhance battery life while ensuring a slim and lightweight design. This had become a perennial discussion during the development of flagship devices each year. While processor performance could double annually, camera capabilities could rival professional equipment, and screens could achieve unparalleled color and brightness, the battery remained a formidable invisible shackle, firmly constraining the imaginative potential of the end product. Fast-charging technology had already approached the limits of physics. Any further acceleration would raise safety concerns. An increase of just a few percentage points in energy density each year was a cause for gratitude. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, overlooking the bustling scene of Nanshan and Pengcheng, he felt a twinge of helplessness. In the era of mobile internet, smartphones serve as the gateway to all applications, and batteries are the cornerstone of this gateway. If the foundation is unstable, all innovations above appear precarious. The thought of a battery with doubled or even quadrupled energy density had crossed his mind more than once, yet reason swiftly quelled such aspirations. He understood that breakthroughs in foundational materials were not achieved overnight, nor could they be independently resolved by a single terminal manufacturer. Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu. At that moment, his assistant hurriedly pushed the door open, holding a sleek, yet exquisitely crafted metallic confidential case. What is the urgency? Yu Changdong turned, his brows slightly raised. His assistant, who had been with him for many years and was typically composed, appeared unusually flustered. I just received an encrypted package from Infinite Energy Company, containing a battery sample and a technical white paper. I believe you must review it personally at once. The assistant handed over the confidential case along with the document, his tone brimming with unmistakable excitement. Yu Lixian quickly searched his memory. Was this the company founded by Zhou Yan? Recalling Zhou Yan's paper, Yu Lixian's gaze sharpened instantly. He promptly seized the technical white paper and began to skim through it. As his eyes scanned the critical parameters, disbelief washed over him. Are you certain the decimal points are accurately placed? He exclaimed, his voice filled with incredulity. If this were true, it would mean that a 6,000 mAh battery could be reduced to 1/10 of its original size, or could provide nearly 60,000 mAh of power at the same volume. This was not merely an iteration. It was a complete upheaval of the existing battery paradigm. The laboratory has verified it, and the accompanying detailed data report aligns perfectly with our own measurements, the assistant promptly replied. Book tickets. You will personally oversee the formation of a top-tier technical and business team, which I will lead. Additionally, notify the heads of the terminal and RD departments to convene an emergency meeting at once. He picked up the Featherlight Shiha battery sample, examining it closely as an unprecedented brilliance sparkled in his eyes. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously at various locations, including the European Union, Sakura's 2 Fields Group, and the Star Group of Korea, all heads of the giants who received the samples, after an initial shock and skepticism, swiftly realized a harsh yet exhilarating truth. A significant breakthrough in battery technology might indeed be upon them, and the rules of the game were about to be irrevocably rewritten. No one dared to let their guard down. Missing this opportunity could mean ruthless elimination in the forthcoming era. Chapter 15. A gathering of giants at Infinite Energy's superfactory. In a makeshift office space, Zhou Yan had just completed a round of inspections on the production line. As it was the first batch, he placed great importance on it, and was about to take a sip of water to rest briefly. Though the factory maintained a constant temperature and humidity, a bead of perspiration still traced his brow from the busyness. Just then, CEO Zhou Ying approached with a tablet in hand, his gait brisk yet purposeful, his typically calm demeanor radiating an undeniable excitement. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ying's voice was a pitch higher than usual. The invitations sent to various manufacturers have received responses even more rapid and fervent than we anticipated. Zhou Yan set down the water bottle, his gaze shifting to inquire further. They're all major players. Zhou Ying presented the tablet to Zhou Yan, displaying a clear feedback list. Zhou Yan took the tablet and noted that it almost comprised every well-known enterprise. Nearly all the leading automotive companies globally are responding. Sakura's 2 Fields, Korea's current generation, the European Union's Don't Touch Me, Volkswagen, and America's Common, Volt, all promptly contacted our business department, expressing the strongest interest and confirming that they will send teams of at least vice president level or higher, arriving in Huagua shortly. Zhou Ying exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, our shot has not merely sound, it has blown a hole in the sky. The entire global automotive industry is now 100% focused on us. Zhou Yan, upon hearing this, also displayed a look of exhilaration. While he was absolutely confident in the technology at his disposal, witnessing such a fervent reaction was undeniably thrilling. Notify all teams to receive visiting enterprises with the highest standards, but access to core technology areas must be strictly controlled. Furthermore, convene an internal meeting immediately to unify our external statements and clarify our cooperation principles and bottom lines. Zhou Yan instructed with a steady and powerful voice. The real hard battle is just beginning. We must face not only enthusiastic partners, but also the shrewdest commercial adversaries. Our goal is not merely to sell products, but to leverage this opportunity to establish the next-generation energy ecological standards led by us. Understood. Zhou Yan nodded emphatically, turning to commence the preparations for the upcoming receptions and negotiations. In Huahua, Changshan Airport. As Huqing lacked an airport, the nearest one was 150 kilometers away in Changshan, a regional airport primarily serving domestic flights, which suddenly experienced unprecedented busyness. Private jets of various designs from around the globe landed continuously on the runway, the frequency overwhelming even the airport's control tower. Initially, ground staff and the occasional travelers paid little mind. However, it wasn't long before astute netizens spotted a slender foreign man wearing frameless glasses, swiftly making his way to the VIP passage surrounded by attendants. Oh my, isn't that Musk from Tesla? The image, paired with text, exploded across Weibo. This was merely the beginning. Soon, more familiar faces were captured by cameras. Wang Geifu from BYD, clad in his signature suit, conversing calmly with his assistant. Lei Jun from Xiaomi, hastily shouldering a backpack. Yu Lixian from Huawei, glancing at his phone while walking, and Kuo from Fruit, his expression stern as he exited the airport. While the general public might not immediately recognize all the names, the powerful aura and professional entourage accompanying these individuals made it clear that they were no ordinary figures. Occasionally, bold travelers approached to inquire or request photographs, but most were politely declined. The itineraries of these prominent figures are evidently shrouded in secrecy. When they encounter one another at the airport, they merely exchange subtle nods, scarcely pausing, before swiftly being whisked away by vehicles arranged by infinite energy, waiting outside. This unusual scene rapidly ignited speculation across the internet. Coordinates: Changshan Airport. Another wave of moguls has arrived, seemingly from the automotive industry. Are they convening for a global economic summit? What merit does our humble airport possess to attract such attention? An accompanying image reveals a somewhat blurry photograph of several foreign executives outside the VIP lounge, prompting inquiries about their identities and suggesting that their presence is significant. Goodness! These individuals are all top executives or core decision-makers from the world's leading automotive and technology firms. Their simultaneous appearance at one location. What could this mean? Observers noted their departure from the airport heading eastward towards Lake City. Have you forgotten the recent breakthrough in battery technology reported by Nature? Infinite Energy is based in Lake City. I wager this visit is indeed to discuss it. The online community buzzed with excitement, with some humorously suggesting that Changshan Airport should be rebranded as the World Business Center Airport. Lake City, welcome to the future energy capital, they joked. Suggestions also arose to construct additional toll booths along the 150-kilometer route to capitalize on the influx of billionaires arriving in expensive jets, only to endure a 2-hour bumpy ride to Lake City. The highway connecting Changshan Airport to Lake City soon became a pilgrimage route, as a convoy of black sedans, unassuming yet commanding, traveled silently down its length. Inside these vehicles, the titans of industry, who typically orchestrate their empires from afar, were either communicating via satellite phone with their headquarters, meticulously reviewing Infinite Energy's documentation, or gazing out at the somewhat monotonous landscape of the North China Plain. Each deep in thought, they had traversed vast oceans and endured an inconspicuous airport, only to embark on this lengthy journey to witness the construction of a super factory in Lake City. Eager to behold and compete for the groundbreaking Shiha battery technology that could dictate the fates of their companies for the next decade or beyond. The name Lake City surged into the global consciousness with unprecedented force as these leaders gathered at Changshan Airport, with their headquarters still under construction. Zhou Yan and Zhou Yan made a symbolically significant decision to hold the meeting directly within the production area of the super factory's first phase. Adjacent to the highly automated production line, a modern and minimalist conference room was hastily erected in a cleared space. Transparent glass walls allowed attendees to witness the legendary Shiha batteries being systematically produced, transforming raw materials into finished products under the precise movements of robotic arms. Chapter 16. The meeting commences as the grand headquarters remains unfinished. Accommodating such a large assembly in the temporary office space proved somewhat challenging. Zhou Yan decided to host the meeting in the super factory's production area, where the automated assembly lines could be observed. This arrangement also enabled attendees to witness firsthand the Shiha batteries that had drawn them together, as they transformed from raw materials into finished products. Zhou Yan personally welcomed the manufacturing and technology magnates from around the globe. While he had often interacted with these giants during his tenure at Invista, he had never encountered so many at once. Prior to the meeting, these titans of industry exchanged pleasantries, their conversations laced with subtle tests of one another. Elon Musk of Tesla scrutinized the nearby bustling production line and remarked to BYD's Wang Chuanfu, "Wang, it seems our previous debate regarding the potential increase in battery energy density has become moot. A new game is afoot." Wang Chuanfu responded with a composed smile, "Elon, the tide of technology is unstoppable. More importantly, it is about who can swiftly convert it into products that benefit users. In this regard, our integration capabilities at BYD may allow us to gain an edge." Herbert Diess of Volkswagen, with a hint of nostalgia, said to Takahiro Hachigo of Honda, "Mr. Hachigo, the substantial investment we made in solid-state battery research now appears somewhat outdated in light of the Shiha battery. It reminds me of the transition from feature phones to smartphones." Hachigo nodded gravely. "Indeed, Mr. Diess, this is not merely a shift in power sources, but a complete reconfiguration of the entire industry. We must adjust our strategies." Lei Jun of Xiaomi and Yu Lisin of Huawei stood together, their eyes fixed on the display, showcasing a battery of dimensions similar to traditional mobile phone batteries, yet boasting an astonishing 50,000 mAh. "Old you. It seems our competition will no longer revolve around optimizing battery life, but rather on how to develop more power-hungry applications in an era of almost limitless energy," Lei Jun quipped. Yu Lisin, however, remained preoccupied with the thought of securing the largest quota to gain a foothold in the market. At 3 o'clock, the meeting officially commenced. As Zhou Yan and Zhou Yan, clad in impeccably tailored black suits, ascended the makeshift podium, the previously subdued chatter in the audience fell silent. Although the attendees were already aware of the youthfulness of the founder of Infinite Energy through various materials, the sight of Zhou Yan, a mere 25 years old, with a hint of youthful naivete, standing before the titans of industry was an overwhelmingly powerful visual and cognitive experience. Yu Lisin of Huawei nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of admiration and acceptance. He quietly remarked to Lei Jun, "Technology is indeed the foremost productive force. The greatness of youth does not deceive me. We have battled for years, yet it seems a breakthrough from a young innovator in a lab can eclipse our efforts." The other leaders shared similar sentiments of astonishment and gravity, recognizing that they, who preside over empires valued in the trillions, were now seated before a young man who could easily be their son, poised to announce the rules of a game that might dictate their futures. A swirl of awe, skepticism, and reluctant acceptance permeated the hearts of these titans. Zhou Yan, undeterred by the weight of the moment, scanned the faces before him, faces he had only ever glimpsed in photographs and videos, those who held the pulse of the global economy. He felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, having once been a doctoral student striving for graduation, only to find himself in a position of influence within mere months. This transformation was somewhat disconcerting. Yet he understood that with the acquisition of transformative technology from the Library of Science, such circumstances would likely become the norm. He needed to adjust his mindset accordingly. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, adjusted the microphone, and his clear, steady voice resonated throughout the venue. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhou Yan, the founder of Infinite Energy. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all. I understand your time is extremely valuable. So let us skip all unnecessary formalities and dive straight into the matter at hand." The large screen behind him illuminated, displaying the core performance parameters of the Shiha battery. The data, well known to everyone present, still elicited a sense of awe each time it was seen. What they beheld was not merely a laboratory sample or a concept on paper. Zhou Yan turned slightly, gesturing towards the fully automated production line behind him, where industrial products were steadily rolling off. This signified the advent of a new energy era. His tone was devoid of any ostentation, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact, yet this unassuming manner only accentuated his confidence. However, the journey from the birth of any new technology to its widespread adoption necessitates a process, particularly in scaling production. Zhou Yan shifted his focus, stating, "At this stage, our production capacity is limited and cannot meet the demands of the global market." The atmosphere in the venue instantly tightened, everyone recognized that the critical moment had arrived. Thus, we have devised preliminary product plans and allocation principles. Zhou Yan's voice remained steady, yet it struck each listener's heart like a heavy hammer. The screen transitioned to reveal terms that were stark and almost ruthless. As the audience absorbed the displayed content, their expressions turned grave. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, the rules are clear. His voice, transmitted through the microphone, reached every ear with clarity. The power batteries are available only in two standard specifications, 1000 kilowatt-hours and 500 kilowatt-hours, priced at 100 yuan per kilowatt-hour, translating to 100,000 and 50,000 Hua coins per unit. Likewise, consumer electronic batteries come in two specifications, 20,000 Ma and 50,000 Ma, priced at 100 and 200 yuan respectively. These four specifications are non-negotiable for custom capacities. Additionally, all orders must prepay 50 of the total amount as a deposit to enter the production queue. Given the current limited capacity of our first phase factory, we will also allocate quotas for total output. Upon hearing this, the audience murmured in surprise, not due to the high prices, but rather because they were astonishingly low. These titans, who held the keys to global manufacturing costs, were acutely aware of the current battery market conditions. The mainstream ternary lithium or lithium iron phosphate batteries often cost around 600 yuan per kilowatt-hour. When combined with the packaging and fine-tuning costs incurred by automotive manufacturers, a vehicle equipped with a 100 kilowatt-hour battery pack, capable of a range of approximately 700 kilometers, could see battery costs soaring into six figures. Yet now, the Xiha battery, a marvel that outperformed traditional batteries in energy density, safety, and charging speed, was priced even lower than the cost of conventional batteries. This was not merely affordable. It was outrageously cheap. Almost instantaneously, every executive, whether from the automotive sector or consumer electronics, calculated the implications. A vehicle outfitted with a 1000 kilowatt-hour Xiha battery, priced at 100,000 yuan, could deliver a staggering range of over 7,000 kilometers. This meant consumers could obtain a mode of transport that alleviated range anxiety, with charging frequency measured in months or even years, all at a price lower than that of traditional high-end electric vehicles. Wang Youfu from Yadi murmured instinctively, his gaze towards Zhou Yan shifting from commercial calculation to a deeper emotional resonance. He suddenly grasped the significance behind this pricing strategy. It was not aimed at maximizing profits. It was a price intended for the benefit of the masses. Lei Busi from Xiaomi was equally taken aback, envisioning a future smartphone powered by a 200 yuan battery, retaining its size while boasting a capacity of 50,000 mAh, liberating the device from the daily charging cycle, and even supporting previously unimaginable power-hungry applications. He is set to revolutionize the ecosystem of electronic products, he whispered to a nearby colleague, his tone filled with admiration. The previously tense atmosphere of competition in the venue subtly shifted. They realized that the young man on stage wielded a weapon potent enough to monopolize the market and accrue exorbitant profits. Yet he chose a path that would expedite the dissemination of technology to benefit ordinary consumers. In that moment, Zhou Yan felt the palpable change in sentiment among the audience. His heart remained calm and resolute. No one could fathom the advanced technologies housed within the library of knowledge in his mind. He perceived not the immediate gains or losses, but rather a distant, promising future. Recalling his humble beginnings, he understood the sensitivity and anxiety ordinary people felt towards range and energy costs. His extraordinary opportunity was not merely to become a profit-driven businessman. He was first and foremost a scientist, a citizen of Hua Nation, and a member of the human race. Before assuming the role of an entrepreneur, technology should not serve as a tool to elevate barriers and create divides. It ought to be utilized to reduce living costs, enhance the quality of life, and expand the boundaries of civilization. This was the most fundamental and steadfast belief he held after acquiring access to the library of technology. The complete cost of the Xiha battery was slightly higher, approximately 60 yuan per kilowatt-hour, yet he presented an optimized and simplified version, reducing the cost to 20 yuan per kilowatt-hour, even at a selling price of 100 yuan. The profit margin was substantial enough to support rapid company growth and future research and development. He established this consumer-friendly price because he understood that any disruptive technology hindered by exorbitant costs, relegated to the realm of the privileged few, would significantly diminish its world-changing potential. Once a vehicle powered by the Xiha battery, capable of traveling thousands of kilometers, could be priced comparably to an ordinary gasoline or traditional electric vehicle, and smartphones could operate on semi-monthly charges without soaring prices, the the market's choice would be overwhelmingly favorable. Zhou Yan's ambition extended beyond mere commercial success. The knowledge contained within the library of technology had an ultimate purpose: to propel the advancement of human civilization. He aimed to maximize the technological benefits for the general populace, allowing billions worldwide to directly experience the quality of life improvements stemming from technological breakthroughs. This would, on a global scale, accrue immeasurable prestige and goodwill for both himself and Infinite Energy Company. Gaining the goodwill of all humanity was not a mere reputation. It represented a formidable soft power and moral high ground. When his technology and products truly benefited countless households and became symbols of prosperity, any force attempting to suppress him in business or politics would have to reckon with the immense backlash from public sentiment. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the even more astonishing technologies that lay within the library of knowledge in his mind. Whether it be aerospace vehicles, controllable nuclear fusion, gene editing, telomerase extension technology, or quantum communication, the path from paper to reality could not be traversed by a single company alone. It necessitated the will of the state and the support of the entire industrial system, relying heavily on the full backing and protection of the Hua nation government. Through the Shiha battery, he had already demonstrated his disruptive capabilities. Now, by offering this consumer-friendly pricing, he actively chose to benefit the public and extend goodwill towards the nation. Consequently, the Hua nation government would undoubtedly place greater emphasis on him and trust him more. This trust would pave the way for him to unlock and apply even more advanced technologies within the library of knowledge, clearing numerous obstacles and providing resources and policy advantages that could not be purchased with money. He would no longer merely be a brilliant scientist or entrepreneur, but a national figure closely intertwined with the fate of his country. He gazed at the moved faces in the audience, aware that he had achieved his objective. Not only had he demonstrated his technical supremacy, but he had also proclaimed his commitment to change the world. The meeting continued as Zhou Yan elaborated, stating first that all purchases would require a 50 upfront payment of the total amount as a deposit to enter the production queue. Second, given the limited capacity in the first year and strategic considerations, 70 of the total allocation for power batteries would be prioritized for domestic car manufacturers in Huagua, while the remaining 30 would be allocated through negotiations with international partners present. Based on the current production line capacity, approximately 1 million units of each of the two specifications of power batteries could be produced, alongside about 20 million units of each specification for consumer electronics batteries. There was no need for haste, as they were diligently working on constructing new production lines, expected to quadruple or quintuple output by the following year. As Zhou Yan announced the specific capacity figures for the first year, the atmosphere of mild relief, born from the affordable pricing, evaporated instantly, replaced by a palpable sense of urgency. Although the requirement of a 50 deposit was stringent, those present were affluent enough to accept such conditions for a product so revolutionary, their primary concern being how much of the allocation they could secure. This level of production was a mere drop in the ocean for the vast global market. Calculating solely the power batteries, a total of 2 million units could only satisfy the demand for approximately 2 million vehicles, a mere fraction of the nearly 100 million vehicles sold globally each year. Likewise, the total of 40 million consumer electronics batteries paled in comparison to the annual sales of over 1 billion smartphones. Chapter 18. Building Factories Abroad. No, Zhou, exclaimed a CEO from an international automotive company, unable to contain himself. Just for our company alone, we require at least 3 times this quantity for our product plans over the next 3 years. This assertion was met with unanimous agreement from several industry giants. An elderly representative from a prestigious European luxury car manufacturer interjected in his accented English. Dr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou, we greatly admire your company's technological achievements. But considering the enormous global demand and the stability of the supply chain, could we explore a deeper collaboration? For instance, technology licensing, or perhaps, if we were to invest in establishing a joint venture factory within the European Union, with your company providing technical guidance to jointly produce and meet market needs? We would be willing to pay a satisfactory licensing fee or consider equity in technology. This proposal was akin to a drop of water in a boiling pot, silencing the room instantaneously as everyone held their breath, turning their attention to Zhou Yan and Zhou Yan. It was undoubtedly the quickest path to breaking the production capacity bottleneck and a conventional approach for many international technological collaborations. However, Zhou Yan showed no hesitation. Maintaining a professional smile, he spoke with a resolve as solid as granite. Thank you for your suggestion. However, technology licensing and overseas factory establishment are not within our current considerations. Zhou Yan had previously discussed the capacity issue with Zhou Yan when the Shiha batteries had successfully entered production, but Zhou Yan had firmly rejected the notion. Flashback to shortly after the first batch of Shiha batteries had successfully rolled off the production line. In Zhou Yan's temporary office, Zhou Yan, holding the preliminary capacity assessment report, furrowed his brow as he reported, "Mr. Zhou, based on current market demand forecasts, our initial capacity is woefully inadequate. It is merely a drop in the bucket. I wonder if we might consider more aggressive expansion strategies." He paused, suggesting the paths that many international companies would typically choose. For instance, accepting collaboration proposals from foreign giants. They are willing to invest and utilize relatively inexpensive local labor and established industrial bases to create joint venture factories. This would not only rapidly increase global supply, but also alleviate our financial and management pressures, allowing us to capture the market more swiftly. Zhou Yan stood at the window, gazing out at the burgeoning factory area. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, he slowly turned, his gaze unwavering, filled with determination. "Zhou Yan, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Our core technology must remain firmly in our hands and within the borders of Huagua." Approaching his desk, he looked at Zhou Yan, his tone deepening. "We both know that for decades, we have been constrained in too many areas, and that experience is unpleasant. From high-end chips to precision instruments, from industrial software to aircraft engines, they can impose blockades or cut off supplies at will, costing our nation dearly as we struggle to catch up. Now, with Shiha batteries, we possess an absolute leading advantage in a groundbreaking foundational technology for the first time. This is not merely a matter of commercial competition. It is a battle for national destiny. A critical turning point in whether we can shift from being constrained to constraining others in the global industrial chain." Zhou Yan's gaze sharpened. "Do you think they genuinely seek collaboration? What they truly desire is to obtain our core technology. Establishing factories abroad would sever our absolute control. Even if I am confident they would struggle to decipher our core synthesis technology in the short term, we cannot take that risk. Domestically, we cannot claim absolute safety. Internationally, the situation is even less certain." He inhaled deeply and continued, "As for utilizing foreign cheap labor? No. What we must do is retain the highest in manufacturing and the most crucial segments of the industrial chain within our borders. Instead of providing them with employment, we should be providing it to our own people. Our factories can create significant job opportunities, and we aim to make Huqing and Huagua the center and standard-setting hub for global new energy technology. They have used supply chains and security as excuses to constrain us. This time, we shall return the favor. The tables must turn." Listening to Zhou Yan's resolute speech, Zhou Yan's doubts dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of identification and mission. He understood that Zhou Yan's vision far surpassed that of an ordinary entrepreneur. He considered not only the commercial benefits of infinite energy, but also the future of the nation and its industries. "I understand," Zhou Yan solemnly nodded. "Core technology must not be leaked, and all critical production processes must remain domestic. I will adopt other commercial strategies to address capacity pressures. But this bottom line shall not be crossed." Returning to the conference venue, Zhou Yan surveyed the room, clearly conveying Zhou Yan's unwavering resolve. The core synthesis process and material formulas of Shiha batteries are fundamental to the existence of infinite energy and the cornerstone of our ongoing technological innovation. To ensure absolute safety and product quality, all core products must be manufactured within our super factory. There is no room for negotiation on this point. Zhou Yan nodded slightly in approval of Zhou Yan's response. The knowledge housed in his technological library was unique, his greatest secret and advantage. He would never relinquish this core technology for the sake of immediate capacity expansion or allow it to be dispersed beyond his complete control. This was not merely a business secret. It was a matter of strategic security. Zhou Yan then softened his tone, offering a glimmer of hope. "Of course, we understand the urgency felt by all of you. Please trust that we wish to enhance our capacity more than anyone else. Our second and third phase super factories in Huqing are already being planned concurrently, with an anticipated 4- to 5-fold increase in total capacity by next year. At that time, we will be better positioned to meet your demands." The industry leaders in attendance understood that directly acquiring technology or circumventing production in Huqing seemed increasingly unlikely. The only path forward at present is to exert every effort to compete within this limited and strictly controlled quota. The tone of this meeting has been decisively established. Infinite Energy now holds absolute initiative, while these former giants have become mere purchasers reliant on its allocations. In the past, they were the ones dictating the terms. Who would have thought they would now find themselves at the mercy of others? This experience is indeed disconcerting. Do you wish to join? Very well. But you must adhere to the regulations set forth by Infinite Energy and compete within the parameters defined by Zhou Yan. The unparalleled technological superiority has brought forth an extraordinary commercial hegemony, vividly displayed at this moment. Chapter 19. The resolute Huawei, the domestic tycoons, such as Bia Di Wang and Lei Busi, though outwardly composed, exchanged glances that betrayed a flicker of relief and excitement. Domestic enterprises now command 70, a figure that far exceeds their initial expectations, signifying an absolute strategic buffer for local car manufacturers. Conversely, the international faction erupted in an uproar after Zhou Ying's pronouncement and subsequent rejection of foreign factory establishment and technological collaboration. 30? That is far too little. This is utterly unfair. A CEO from a second-tier European automotive company exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. This violates the principles of free trade. It is blatant market discrimination and monopolistic behavior. His voice rang harshly in the otherwise hushed assembly. Representatives from several smaller international companies echoed his sentiments, their rhetoric increasingly vehement. At that moment, Zhou Yan, who had been quietly observing, inclined his head slightly towards Zhou Ying. Understanding the cue, Zhou Ying's smile vanished, replaced by a cold seriousness. Addressing the microphone with a tone that brooked no argument, he directed his gaze towards the protesting CEO. Sir, please mind your language. The rules of Infinite Energy are designed to promote technological dissemination and safeguard our core technologies. If you find our terms unacceptable, the exit is to your right. Security. Please escort this gentleman and his team out. As his words hung in the air, several well-trained security personnel in black swiftly approached the protesting CEO, gesturing for him to leave. I will sue you. You are jeopardizing bilateral relations. In the gaze of hundreds present, particularly those competitors who once looked up to him, the CEO's complexion shifted from red to pale, his protests growing frantic as he and several others who had supported him were escorted out. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the venue. All representatives from international automotive firms, despite their inner discontent, felt utterly silent. They received a clear signal. Here, there was no room for negotiation. Meanwhile, the domestic titans, like Wang Yufu and Lei Busi, felt a whirlwind of emotions. They had endured years of technological exchanges for market access, often finding themselves stymied by foreign giants who dictated industry standards. Now, witnessing a Chinese company assertively define the rules with absolute technological advantage, they experienced a mix of shock and an exhilarating sense of vindication. Gratefully, they thought, fortunately, Zhou Yan is one of us, a compatriot. After this brief interlude, the true competition silently escalated. All companies recognized that complaints would not alter reality. Only decisive action could secure more quotas. As Zhou Ying began to explain the specific application process, Yu Lixin from Huawei wasted no time. He turned to his assistant and urgently instructed in a low voice, quick, contact the finance department. Based on our projected maximum quota for domestic power batteries and consumer electronics batteries, transfer the full amount immediately to Infinite Energy's account. The assistant, shocked yet resolute, dashed out of the conference room to execute the order. Within 10 minutes, Infinite Energy's financial director, Lei, approached the stage with an incredulous expression, whispering to Zhou Yan and Zhou Ying while displaying a tablet with the bank transaction confirmation. Zhou Ying, upon seeing the staggering sum and the note indicating full payment, felt his pupils constrict. He quietly informed Zhou Yan, Mr. Zhou, Huawei has transferred the full payment for all categories of quotas domestically. The total is 156 billion. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Yan's face, quickly morphing into approval. He nodded slightly and remarked to Zhou Ying, it seems Huawei possesses considerable audacity. In that case, let us allocate them a larger share as a reward for being the first to place an order. Zhou Ying promptly took the microphone and announced to the assembly, ladies and gentlemen, we have just received our first full advance payment. Huawei Technology Company, Limited, has laid a solid foundation for our long-term cooperation with great sincerity and resolve. He paused, absorbing the multitude of anxious gazes before revealing the first significant decision. After discussions with Mr. Zhou, based on the exceptional sincerity and payment assurance demonstrated by Huawei, we have decided to allocate 30 out of the total 70 domestic power battery quota preferentially to Huawei. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the audience. This meant Huawei would claim nearly 1/3 of the domestic market. Considering there were at least 10 other capable domestic enterprises urgently needing Shia batteries, this allocation was substantial. Zhou Ying continued, the remaining domestic quotas will be assessed swiftly based on the formal cooperation proposals and payment assurances submitted by each of you. The principle remains, sincerity first, followed by initiative. The expressions of several domestic automotive tycoons shifted subtly, their glances exchanged filled with frustration and urgency at being preempted by you. Lei Busi sprang to his feet, urgently instructing his aide, "Quick! Contact the group's CFO, authorize maximum permissions, and transfer the funds immediately. Full payment. Do not let anyone else seize the opportunity." His words rushed forth with fervor. Bia Duong, though still composed, tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. He instructed his secretary in a low yet firm tone, "Notify the finance and strategic investment departments to initiate the emergency payment process. Increase the advance rate to the highest level and expedite it." Representatives from traditional giants like Geely, Chang'an, and Modu Automobile also hurriedly took out their phones, retreating to corners to communicate sternly with headquarters, uniformly demanding money. Transfer it immediately to Infinite Energy's account. As quickly as possible. An invisible tension filled the conference hall, the air resonating with the sound of capital racing through data streams. As the executives awaited responses from their headquarters, their eyes involuntarily darted towards Yulixian, their thoughts simultaneously cursing that Yu is utterly ruthless. He has committed substantial resources without finalizing prices or quotas. Madness. He has seized the initiative. And we are now at a disadvantage. At that moment, Lei Busi took a deep breath, adjusting his demeanor, and donned his signature. Slightly teasing smile as he approached the empty seat beside Yulixian. "Mr. Yu," he said, half in jest, his voice low yet audible to those nearby. "Your move truly exhibits audacity. Is this how you intend to play? Upturning the table, leaving us brothers with no means to compete?" Yulixian had anticipated such a probe. A subtle, uncontainable composure typical of a victor graced his face as he smiled and replied in his accented Mandarin, "Mr. Lei, opportunities wait for no one. What Dr. Zhou has presented is akin to a treasured heirloom. If one does not act decisively now, shall we wait until others have devoured the meat and left only the broth? At Huawei, we have always committed ourselves fully once we set our sights on a goal. Is it not merely 150 billion? We, at Huawei, may lack in some areas, but we certainly possess an abundance of financial resources." While this statement appears to address Lei Jun, it is equally directed towards the attentive ears of those around. Imbued with a tone of unwavering determination and a hint of undeniable authority, Lei Jun's lips twitched slightly, mentally cursing the old fox, yet his smile remained intact. "Impressive, impressive. It seems we must learn more from President Yu regarding such audacity. We can only hope that Dr. Zhou and President Zhou will show us some mercy, allowing us a place at the table." He understood well that Yu's lead had nearly set the upper limit for domestic quotas, and any aspiration to secure an ideal share in the future would likely require greater sacrifices than anticipated. Even if he promptly notified the finance department to remit the full payment, obtaining a quota comparable to Huawei's would prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 20. Allocation completed. The domestic magnates were fiercely competing, while international enterprises were equally eager to vie for their shares. Despite harboring reservations about the stringent terms, these global giants recognized that the consequences of failing to secure a quota could be far more dire. Plummeting stock prices and jeopardized market positions were intolerable outcomes. Thus, they scrambled to follow suit and remit payments, fearful of being left behind in this survival game. Musk of Tesla reacted swiftly, granting remote authorization midway through the meeting to submit a purchase intention for a staggering 50 quotas from the initial international allocation, transferring the full payment immediately. In the Europa Alliance camp, the trio of Volkswagen, BMW, and Daimler also acted promptly, leveraging their robust industrial foundation and long-standing ties to the Chinese market to express a strong desire for collaboration, collectively securing approximately 30 of the international quotas. These three had previously conferred on their journey to China, agreeing to advance together and estimating a proportional share, albeit they had not anticipated such a limited international allocation. Nevertheless, they proceeded according to their prior arrangement. Other international automotive companies reacted swiftly, mobilizing resources to vie for their quotas. As various enterprises scrambled for funding within the conference hall, Zhou Yan and Zhou Yan engaged in a hushed yet rapid discussion. Zhou Yan nodded repeatedly before hastily making his way to the financial control center backstage. 20 minutes later, when Zhou Yan returned to the stage, he held not a project proposal, but a freshly printed real-time transaction receipt, still warm from the printer. Without hesitation, he raised the document. "Ladies and gentlemen, circumstances have shifted. We have received funds exceeding our expectations. It is unexpected to witness such enthusiasm. On behalf of Infinite Energy, I extend my gratitude for your support. To embody absolute fairness and efficiency, following a joint decision by President Zhou and myself, The final allocation of the first phase production capacity will strictly adhere to the order of fund receipt and amount for direct matching and distribution. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively inhaled sharply. This meant that all prior negotiations, considerations, and post-meeting discussions would dissolve into a mere race against time in light of the tangible financial transactions and the banking system's speed. Now, I announced the final allocation plan. The entire hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed upon those few thin sheets of paper as they awaited Zhou Yan's announcement, which would potentially determine their fortunes for at least the next 2 years. For the power battery segment, Chinese domestic camp, holding 70 of total capacity, Huawei Technology Company Limited, secured 30 of the domestic quota. Dami Group secured 20 of the domestic quota. Several other automakers, including Baiadi, Chang'an, Geely, Motor Motors, First Automobile, Future, Xiaoping, Li Xiong, etc., collectively distributed the remaining 50 of the domestic quota. International Enterprises Camp allocated 30 of total capacity. Tesla secured 30 of the international quota. The 3 major European giants, Volkswagen, BMW, and Daimler, each secured 10 of the international quota. Various American and South Korean automakers, Chang'an, Volt, Now, etc., collectively distributed the remaining 40 of the international quota. Sakura country automakers, Honda, etc., received 0 this allocation round. For the consumer electronics battery segment, Chinese domestic camp, holding 70 of total capacity, Huawei Technology Company Limited, secured 30 of the domestic quota. Dami Group secured 20 of the domestic quota. DJI Group secured 10 of the domestic quota. Green Factory secured 10 of the domestic quota. Blue Factory secured 10 of the domestic quota. Other enterprises received the remaining 10. International Enterprises Camp allocated 30 of total capacity. Tesla secured 40 of the international quota. The South Korean Star Group secured 30 of the international quota. Sakura countries Nintendo and other enterprises received 0 this allocation round. As the results were announced, an uncontrollable smile spread across Yu Lixian's face, while Lei Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had not surpassed Huawei, the 20 share was sufficient for Dami Motors to gain a competitive edge over other enterprises. Meanwhile, other domestic automotive magnates sighed inwardly, both in admiration of Huawei's and Dami's decisiveness, and with a resolute determination not to fall behind in the competition for the second phase of production capacity. Conversely, the atmosphere among international representatives was notably tense. Musk's team, benefiting from a remarkably short decision-making chain, exhibited unparalleled speed in remote authorization and payment. Their payment velocity was second only to Huawei and Dami. So while the secured quota was modest compared to domestic enterprises, it remained the largest among international competitors. The representatives from Sakura country wore expressions of dismay. Their hesitation and sluggishness in the payment process, coupled with cautious decision-making and some reluctance to fully transition to electric power, resulted in a delay that left them empty-handed by the time all funds were confirmed. When Zhou Yan announced that Sakura country's automakers received 0, the representative's face turned ashen. As though struck by a paralyzing spell, the aforementioned allocations take immediate effect. Zhou Yan placed the receipt down, his gaze calmly sweeping across the assembly. Our team will subsequently liaise with you regarding the letter of intent and formal contracts. For those who did not secure their desired quotas or were unable to collaborate this time, we can only express our regrets. Rest assured, once our second and third phases of factory construction are completed and production capacity significantly increased, opportunities for collaboration will still be available. Thus, the quota battle concluded in the most direct and ruthless manner under Zhou Yan's absolute will and Zhou Ying's precise execution. It proclaimed to the world the undeniable strength of infinite energy. In the new era represented by Shiha batteries, the old order and negotiation tactics had become obsolete. The rules were now dictated by the architects of technology, and sincerity paired with action was the only pathway to entry. Chapter 21. Profits surpassing 100 billion 3 days later. At Infinite Energy, Zhou Yan's temporary office. Outside the window, the construction site of Infinite Energy's headquarters buzzed with increased activity, as the groundwork for the second and third super factories was fervently underway. Inside, Zhou Yan relished a rare moment of leisure, reclining in his chair while scrolling through Weibo and the latest news headlines on his tablet. For his upcoming plans, Zhou Yan intended to return to school to complete his doctoral thesis defense before embarking on the next phase of technological research. The Shia battery project had already gained momentum, with subsequent development of various compatible models entrusted to the R&D department. As Zhou Yan gazed at the content displayed on his tablet, a smile crept across his face. Unsurprisingly, the quota conference that had disrupted the global industrial landscape a few days prior remained the hottest topic online. The front-page headline of Huaxia People's Finance read, "Shiha shines brightly. Huaxia technology leads the global energy revolution." The article extolled Zhou Yan with lavish praise, likening him to a modern-day scientist of the new era, while defining the rise of infinite energy as a historic transition from being a technological follower to a rulemaker. The authoritative commentary from the People's Daily of Huaguo reflects on the unprecedented emergence of the Shiha battery, which not only boasts revolutionary technological parameters, but also exemplifies the remarkable speed and quality characteristic of Huaguo. The transition from laboratory breakthroughs to large-scale production and global commercialization has showcased the formidable strength and limitless potential of Huaguo's high-end manufacturing with astonishing efficiency. According to a report from Huaxi News Agency, the small northern city of Huqing has remarkably transformed into a global hub for energy innovation. Discussions about infinite energy have dominated the top 5 trending topics on social media, with 3 of them focusing on the distribution results of the Shiha battery. Enthusiastic comments celebrated the audacity of prominent figures who committed substantial investments, while others expressed excitement over the implications for the future of electric aviation and drones, thanks to the advancements made possible by the Shiha battery. Amidst these exuberant discussions, Zhou Yan, the CEO, wore a subtle smile, pleased with the reactions he had hoped to evoke. Just then, a knock at the office door interrupted his thoughts. Zhou Yan entered alongside a poised and astute woman dressed in a sharp business suit. This woman was Yinglei, the newly appointed chief financial officer, a former financial director for the Oceania region at Waysoft Group, and an esteemed peer of Zhou Yan from Princeton University, whom he had invited to join Infinite Energy to realize their shared vision of making history. "Zhou Yan, are you reading the news?" Zhou Yan inquired with a smile. Upon receiving a nod from Zhou Yan, he continued, "Perfect timing. Let me provide you with an overview of our recent surge in purchases. It's truly astounding." Yinglei, with clarity and professionalism, presented the financial findings from her tablet. After careful reconciliation, the total revenue from our first batch of pre-sales, after deducting refunds due to some companies overpaying, amounts to 156 billion huabills. You wouldn't believe how much these companies have transferred to us. A staggering 1 trillion. It's tempting to keep it all, Zhou Yan jested. Zhou Yan's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of 1 trillion, pondering that such a figure was no longer out of reach for them. Continued, according to our cost model, the comprehensive production cost for the Shiha battery, the stripped-down version, stabilizes at 20 huabills per kilowatt-hour, which means our gross profit margin stands at an impressive 80. Preliminary estimates suggest that the production costs for fulfilling the first batch of orders will range between 32 billion and 35 billion huabills. Additionally, we have set aside approximately 10 billion huabills as per your approved plan to cover salaries, research and development expenses, and operational costs for the upcoming year. Thus, concluded, lifting her gaze with the gleam of having witnessed an exemplary financial report. After covering all recent expenditures, our available cash flow exceeds 100 billion huabills. 100 billion. And it's cash we can access at any time. This surpasses the total annual revenue of many well-known domestic listed companies. Zhou Yan responded, unable to contain his excitement. "Zhou Yan, since we have swiftly dismantled the financial barriers, let us immediately launch the largest expansion plan possible. We shall initiate the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th phases of our super factories concurrently. Our goal is to amplify our total production capacity to over 10 times its current level within 2 years. The headquarters building will commence full construction. We will make it a new landmark for Huqing and all of Huaguo. Furthermore, we will initiate the development of Shiha 2, aiming to enhance energy density while keeping costs to a minimum." Although Zhou Yan possessed complete technology for achieving a 50-fold energy density, the cost control for the stripped-down version required his leadership in research. The current sale featured batteries with 15-fold energy density, while he intended the next generation to reach around 30-fold. Zhou Yan stood and gazed out the window at the land belonging to Infinite Energy, contemplating the 100 billion huabills at his disposal, feeling that they had traversed the most perilous phase. The subsequent technologies from the library could gradually be accessed. "Let us execute this plan," he declared, as dawn's light streamed through the window, casting clear patterns upon Zhou Yan's desk. He immersed himself in refining his doctoral dissertation. The screen displayed intricate formulas and structural diagrams, a complexity that would bewilder the untrained eye. Yet, for Zhou Yan, it was crystal clear. A few days prior, his advisor, academician Yang Shuji, had called, his voice brimming with uncontainable pride. "Zhou Yan, Your dissertation and results have been unanimously approved by the degree committee for special consideration. You will soon be invited to defend your doctoral thesis. The university also formally invites you, as this year's most outstanding graduate, to speak at the graduation ceremony. This honor, unparalleled for any doctoral student, was warmly embraced by Zhou Yan, who viewed his graduation as merely a milestone, not an endpoint. While revising his thesis, he recalled his advisor's guidance and dialed academician Yang's number. The call connected swiftly, and Yang's gentle, smiling voice greeted him. Xiao Zhou, I was just thinking about how things are going over there. Is the paper coming along well? Yes, very smoothly, Zhou Yan responded respectfully. The paper is being revised according to your suggestions. Additionally, I would like to update you on some developments at the company. Oh, please go ahead, Yang inquired, his tone revealing concern. Zhou Yan chose his words carefully, striving for calmness as he said, recently, we completed the allocation and pre-sale of quotas for our global partners. All funds have been received. After deducting production costs and reserved operational expenses, the cash available for the company currently exceeds 100 billion Hua bills. On the other end, a profound silence ensued for several seconds. Even for academician Yang, seasoned and composed, the magnitude of this figure was momentarily overwhelming. Initially investing 30 billion was born out of his care for his student, recognition of the technology, and a patriotic desire to contribute to industry. He had anticipated success, but never imagined it would arrive with such ferocity and magnitude. While he had learned of the developments through news, hearing Zhou Yan confirm the staggering figure was still shocking. 100 billion? Yang's voice trembled slightly, soon erupting into joyous laughter filled with immense pride and satisfaction. Wonderful. You've truly given me an extraordinary surprise, Xiao Zhou. He reflected, when I invested that 30 billion, I aim to help you realize the technology and promote industry development for the benefit of the nation and its people. Even if it resulted in a loss, it would have been worthwhile. I never expected your success to transcend all expectations. You have essentially created a commercial legend. The returns are beyond calculation. According to the calculation based on academician Yang's 40 stake in the company, this staggering wealth theoretically belongs to him in half. This amount far surpasses the total wealth he has accumulated over decades through academia, advisory roles, and several successful investments, reaching a magnitude he had never envisioned. Moreover, this wealth is expected to grow at an astonishing rate. The laughter and sentiments of academician Yang lasted only a moment before his tone reverted to its usual calm and seriousness. Xiao Zhou, you have managed this money exceptionally well. As for my portion, he paused, clearly stating, I will not touch a single cent. It will remain in the company for you to manage as you see fit. Teacher, what did Zhou Yan want to say? However, academician Yang decisively interrupted, you need not feel any burden. I am old. What use do I have for so much money? My salary and academic allowances, along with the wealth I have accumulated over the years, are more than sufficient for a comfortable life and to support my fundamental research. You are different. Infinite energy is at a critical stage of development. Factories for phases 2 and 3 need to be built, and a headquarters must be erected. More importantly, you must develop higher technologies, all of which require substantial funding to realize. I trust you more than I would trust any bank or investment with this money. I believe in your abilities, and I trust your character and vision. This money can only truly harness its power to change the world in your hands. Academician Yang's words were imbued with unwavering trust and entrustment towards Zhou Yan. What he valued was never the numerical wealth on paper, but Zhou Yan himself and their shared dream of transforming the world and their nation through technology. Teacher, thank you for your trust. Zhou Yan felt a surge of warmth within. This kindness and unreserved support weighed heavily, and he vowed not to disappoint Yang's expectations. Yes, I believe in you. Academician Yang's tone became light again. Now, let's not dwell on this. Finish your thesis quickly. The school is waiting for you to return for your defense. I look forward to hearing what you will tell your juniors at the graduation ceremony. After hanging up, Zhou Yan looked out at the bustling construction site, his resolve strengthening. Returning to his seat, he continued refining his thesis, feeling that his thoughts were sharper and clearer than ever before. The existence of the technological library in his mind seemed to not only bring knowledge, but also subtly optimize his cognitive abilities. While he had not achieved absolute photographic memory, his understanding and recall efficiency were unparalleled. Moreover, he stretched his fingers, feeling that his previously well-proportioned physique had taken on a more streamlined and powerful form, as if some invisible energy was quietly honing his physicality. As a northerner standing at 178 centimeters, he was not particularly striking in a crowd. But now his upright posture gave him an air reminiscent of a domineering CEO from a television drama. At that moment, a gentle knock resounded at the office door. Come in. The door opened to reveal a newly hired secretary, Zhou Yan. Having just graduated with a master's degree from a prestigious domestic university. She had been recruited by Zhou Yan for her exceptional abilities and was assigned to assist Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan possessed a refreshing beauty and a capable demeanor. However, as she stood before Zhou Yan holding documents, a subtle blush graced her fair cheeks, her eyes betraying a mix of admiration and slight nervousness. Mr. Zhou. Her voice was softer than usual. The front desk reports that today over 10 representatives from investment firms, both scheduled and unscheduled, have come to visit, including Hanshan Capital, Jailing Capital, SoftBank, and Baylade Group. They are all eager to meet with you. As she reported, her gaze involuntarily fell upon Zhou Yan's focused profile. She had encountered many so-called young talents, but none like Zhou Yan, who at such a young age wielded world-altering technology and maintained an astonishing composure amidst the overwhelming waves of capital and accolades. His concentration on the technology itself and the brilliance emanating from him stirred something within her, even as a seasoned observer of elites. Zhou Yan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Indeed, the instincts of capital were the keenest. However, he was solely focused on completing his thesis as swiftly as possible, then concentrating on capacity expansion and subsequent technological planning. I understand, he replied tersely, instructing Zhou Yan to make arrangements. Since they are here, I do not want to waste time meeting them individually. Schedule a collective meeting at 2 in the afternoon. I will give them half an hour. Zhou Yan was momentarily taken aback. A collective meeting? Facing these titans of finance who could shake the ground with a stomp. Such an approach could only be attempted by someone as bold as Mr. Zhou. Understood, Mr. Zhou. I will notify Zhou Yan immediately. She suppressed the tumult within her, responding respectfully, and as she turned to leave, her steps were noticeably lighter, as if assisting Zhou Yan with these matters was a form of honor. Chapter 23, Never Financing. Never Going Public. At 2 in the afternoon, the largest conference room was once again filled to capacity. Unlike the previous gathering of automotive magnates, this time the attendees were a group of sharply dressed, astute capital manipulators. Zhou Yan arrived punctually. He skipped pleasantries and directly took his seat at the head of the table, stating plainly, "Thank you all for coming. I have limited time. So let us get straight to the point. Infinite Energy has no financing plans. We are very well funded." This straightforward assertion left the capital titans exchanging glances. They were accustomed to being treated as esteemed guests by founders of startups presenting business plans with hopeful anticipation, making such a direct, even rude, opening remark quite rare. A top venture capital partner from Silicon Valley, Jack, was the first to break the silence, donning a friendly smile in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. "Dr. Zhou, your confidence is commendable. However, we all know that capital brings more than just money." He leaned slightly forward, adopting a sincere demeanor. It signifies access to premier resource networks, global market channels, mature acquisition strategies, and invaluable experience in navigating complex international business environments and policy risks. All of these could help Infinite Energy ascend to the pinnacle of the world with greater speed and stability. Zhou Yan's calm gaze rested on him, his tone unwavering. "Thank you. However, we do not require any of what you mentioned." He paused to emphasize, "The market, our product is the best channel. As for risk, our technology is the best risk mitigation measure. Reaching the pinnacle of the world is merely a matter of time." An elder representative of a traditional family office from Europe, impeccably groomed with silver hair, spoke gravely. "Mr. Zhou, youth is the greatest capital, but the business world is rife with uncertainties. Ample financial reserves are crucial for addressing future unpredictability. A substantial, non-repayable strategic investment would allow you to remain worry-free in the face of any risks. We are willing to offer $5 billion for a one stake, in exchange for an observer seat on the board, without interfering in daily operations." Zhou Yan gently shook his head, not even pausing to contemplate. "No need. Infinite Energy must be controlled solely by us. An observer seat is unnecessary. Our board does not accommodate spectators." At that moment, a hedge fund leader known for his aggressive strategies and willingness to make bold bets interjected. "Mr. Zhou, the essence of business is transaction, the exchange of value. We recognize the value of Infinite Energy, which is why we are here. 30 billion for a 5 stake. This valuation is historic. With this capital, you could immediately expand production capacity tenfold, effortlessly crushing all potential competitors. Time is money. Efficiency is life." Zhou Yan chuckled at this statement. "Crush competitors?" He reiterated his point, then slowly remarked that relying on the crushing weight of capital was an affront to the limitless energy technology. "What we seek is absolute superiority in technology itself, a natural emergence of product strength. As for time, He glanced over the assembly. The hours we save from explaining, attending meetings, and preparing reports are ample enough for us to achieve several iterations of our technology. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. No one had anticipated such audacity from Zhou Yan. Yet, some remained undeterred. The American investment mogul, with a piercing gaze fixed on Zhou Yan, proposed a final, audacious offer. Mr. Zhou, we comprehend your steadfastness. To demonstrate our utmost sincerity, we are willing to exchange 10 of your shares for a valuation of 500 billion, based on 50 of all liquid assets under our management. This is not merely an investment. It is an unprecedented alliance with you, a genius destined to transform the world. Furthermore, it propels the valuation of limitless energy to a staggering height of 5 trillion. 500 billion. Personal wealth. Nearly 5 trillion yuan. All for a mere 10 stake. To put it into perspective, the entire GDP of Beha province last year was only 4 trillion yuan, generated by a population of 80 million. This figure is utterly astonishing. The conference room was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Even breathing seemed to halt. This number transcended commercial logic, bordering on madness. It implied that at the inception of limitless energy, its theoretical value already surpassed that of any listed company globally, save for Invista. Many present internally gasped at the exaggeration and insanity of it all. Even if limitless energy had a bright future, this valuation was outrageous. The mogul, however, was recognized as a true visionary, possessing the audacity that only a few could muster. Zhou Yan rose slowly, his gaze as calm as ever, sweeping across all present. Thank you, especially to the gentleman who presented such a shocking figure. However, I must once again, and for the last time, clearly inform you all, limitless energy will never seek financing, nor will it ever go public. I will not sell even a fraction of my shares. The control and direction of the company must be entirely in my hands. We do not require external capital to dictate our actions, nor will we alter our established course to appease anyone's expectations. Gentlemen, you may depart. There is no need for further deliberation. With that, he nodded to Zhou Yan, who had remained silent throughout, and disregarded the myriad complex expressions of shock, profound disappointment, incomprehension, and even a hint of anger behind him. Leaving the conference room with a composed and resolute demeanor, akin to brushing dust off his sleeve, the room was left filled with capital titans, rendered speechless. The mogul who had made the most audacious offer gazed at Zhou Yan's retreating figure, and after a long pause, he smiled wryly to his companions. As if speaking to himself, we invested in Ali, captured the fruit. We always appear when geniuses need funding the most, sharing in their successes. But Zhou Yan has bypassed this rule. He possesses over 100 billion yuan in cash solely from pre-sales. He does not need our money. He only needs time to grow into a behemoth beyond our imagination. When technology becomes this formidable, capital, for the first time, becomes an optional supporting role. The banquet of capital, before it even commenced, has declared its conclusion. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan had returned to his office, continuing to refine the doctoral thesis that would perfectly conclude his academic journey. To him, the tempest of capital outside paled in comparison to the molecular structure displayed on his screen. As for whether capital would seek to acquire the shares held by academician Yang, Zhou Yan was no longer concerned after their previous conversation. Even an offer of 100 billion in cash did not sway his mentor, who would never sell out limitless energy for money. Chapter 24, returning to Pengcheng, but with a different identity. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the doctoral thesis defense. Before his departure, CEO Zhou Yan entered Zhou Yan's office, holding a detailed security plan, his expression grave. Zhou Yan, I have drafted the security plan for your return to the university tomorrow. Zhou Yan lifted his gaze from a technical blueprint, acknowledging Zhou Yan's document with a slight nod, prompting him to continue. Zhou Yan placed the plan on the desk and earnestly explained, your identity has changed. You are not only the founder of the company, but also the core figure holding world-changing technology. The technological value of the Shiha battery has already triggered shifts in the global energy landscape, involving immense interests. Though your public appearances are rare, this only heightens the necessity for vigilance regarding your safety. I have arranged a 12-member security team, all seasoned professionals, to ensure absolute safety. Zhou Yan set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and fell into a momentary silence. He recalled his previous belief that maintaining a low profile was the best form of protection. Yet now, a multitude of practical considerations flashed through his mind. The safety of technical materials, potential tactics from competitors, and even threats from extremist factions. You are right. Zhou Yan finally spoke, his tone calm, yet imbued with newfound awareness. In the past, I always thought of myself as merely a student, habitually inclined to maintain a low profile. However, it seems this is no longer a matter of personal preference. He stood and approached the window, observing the busy employees in the park below, and slowly remarked, "The Xia battery is no longer solely my research achievement. It embodies the efforts of thousands within the company and is integral to the future of the energy revolution. It is also a part of China's rise." Zhou Yan turned, his gaze resolute as he faced Zhou Ying. "I cannot allow personal convictions to expose everything to unnecessary risk should an incident occur, such as a leak of technology or a hindrance to research progress. It would result in irreplaceable losses." He walked to the desk, picked up the security plan, and meticulously reviewed several pages. "Let us proceed with your plan. However, I wish for the security measures to be as discreet and professional as possible, without disrupting the normal order of the university or my interactions with teachers and classmates." Zhou Ying visibly relaxed, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Understood. I will ensure they are mindful of their approach, primarily focusing on perimeter security and safeguarding your critical itinerary, without creating any exaggerated scenes." Additionally, Zhou Yan added, "The security for my parents must be continuously reinforced. Although they have moved to a safer community, we must remain vigilant." "It is already in progress," Zhou Yan assured him. "The community has a professional security team, and your parents' daily outings are monitored discreetly. Rest assured." In his personal life, Zhou Yan, despite now possessing astonishing wealth, maintained a remarkably rational perspective on consumption. He merely upgraded his parents to a better environment with enhanced security in a high-end community, and according to their preferences, he acquired 2 comfortable, safe family vehicles. As for himself, he had devoted nearly all his energy over the past 6 months to establishing the company, transforming technology, and training personnel. Constantly on the move had become the norm, leaving him little time or inclination to pursue personal enjoyment. He had not even considered replacing his vehicle or acquiring any luxury items. For his return to campus, he opted to fly commercially. However, he did not deliberately deprive himself. He accepted the conveniences and comforts he deserved, purchasing a first-class ticket. He understood the value of time and energy, recognizing that a comfortable journey would allow him to rest and contemplate more effectively. Within the company, Zhou Yan had a clear understanding of his positional identity. He appointed himself as the chairman and chief technology officer, a designation that not only clarified his role as the technological core and the soul of the company, but also aligned with his responsibility of steering the company's developmental trajectory. In terms of remuneration, he refrained from emulating the symbolic practice of a nominal 1 yuan annual salary that some tech founders flaunt. He believes that a reasonable salary is a reflection of one's value and the responsibilities undertaken. After discussions with the board, which primarily comprises himself and academician Yang, he set his after-tax annual salary at 50 million yuan. This figure falls within the realm of reasonableness among executives of top-tier tech companies. It is neither ostentatious nor disproportionate to his contributions, and it avoids the absurdity of adopting an extreme low salary to evade taxes or to project an image of disinterest in wealth. Having arranged everything, Zhou Yan, accompanied by 2 discreet aides, drove to Changshan Airport to board a flight back to Pengcheng. In the first-class cabin, as he gazed out at the sea of clouds, his thoughts drifted not to the grand waves of the business world or the next technology to be developed, but rather to the tree-lined paths of his campus and the imminent defense that would mark the conclusion of his student days. Over 2 hours later, the plane landed at Pengcheng International Airport, where he was greeted by the warm, humid air characteristic of southern coastal cities. Relishing the familiar atmosphere, Zhou Yan felt particularly cheerful. Upon returning to the school, he carried his simple luggage to the well-known door of his dormitory. The door was unlocked, and he gently pushed it open. Inside, Zhao Xiang was seated with his back to the door, engrossed in organizing a pile of experimental data reports at his desk, muttering calculations under his breath. Upon hearing the door creak, he assumed it was Old Wang from the adjacent dormitory and casually complained, "Old Wang, just in time. Help me check if this data fitting is correct. I feel like there's something off with this model." Before he could finish, sensing the absence of movement behind him, he turned in confusion. When he saw the person standing at the door with a faint smile was Zhou Yan, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as the pen he held clattered to the desk. "Oh my goodness, Zhou Yan!" He nearly leaped from his chair, rushing over to Zhou Yan and playfully punching his shoulder, the gesture brimming with surprise and incredulity. "It's really you. You're making waves globally now. Your news and that infinite energy of yours are everywhere. Our school forum is almost overwhelmed with your updates." Zhao Xiang scrutinized Zhou Yan, his tone teasing yet imbued with genuine admiration. I just returned home for the winter break, and you've quietly stirred up such a commotion? You've truly broken through to the heavens. Tell me, what is going on? Is that Shiha battery really as miraculous as your paper claims? I was so afraid of disturbing you that I didn't even dare to send a message. Zhou Yan chuckled, setting down his luggage and patting Zhao Xiang's shoulder. His tone as casual as ever. Xiangzi, no need to be so agitated. It's just good fortune. The experiment turned out well. The two settled onto their respective beds and resumed their familiar banter. Zhou Yan briefly recounted the busyness of the company's early days and explained his return was to conduct his graduation defense early. Zhao Xiang then vented about the relentless inquiries from relatives regarding his future during the winter break and the ensuing chaos of rushing to complete his thesis upon returning to school. As they discussed future plans, Zhou Yan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He regarded Zhao Xiang, a brother who had shared countless late nights in the lab and possessed a solid foundation and genuine passion for battery materials, and earnestly extended an invitation. Xiangzi, I am fully aware of your capabilities. As a prodigy from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology's youth class, I would be fortunate to have you. Infinite Energy is currently in dire need of core talents like you in the R&D department. What do you say? After graduation, would you be interested in joining us? Together, we can embark on something truly meaningful that has the potential to change the world. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face lighting up with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he vigorously nodded, his voice rising. Absolutely. There's no need to think twice about it. He leaped up in exhilaration. To assist with the Shiha battery project is an opportunity many material enthusiasts dream of. Working with you is undoubtedly more promising than joining those traditional enterprises where hierarchy reigns. Old Zhou knows Zhou boss. From now on, I'm with you. Witnessing Zhao Xiang's unfeigned enthusiasm and trust, Zhou Yan also smiled, feeling a warm surge within him. At this moment, on the brink of bidding farewell to campus life, gaining an old friend and a potential capable partner felt more reassuring and delightful than securing any significant contract. All right, it's settled then. With your abilities, you will surely graduate smoothly next year. When the time comes, just come find me in Huqing. Zhou Yan extended his hand. Zhao Xiang clasped it firmly. No problem. I'll ensure I'm there on time. Chapter 25, Graduation Defense, Doctorate Completion, Cloaked in Red Robes. That evening, Zhou Yan wandered alone through the campus, passing familiar tree-lined paths, the library, and the laboratory building, concluding with a simple dinner at the student cafeteria. Observing the vibrant energy of the younger students around him, he felt a surge of emotions. Tomorrow, his student days would officially come to an end. On the morning of the defense day at Kyoto University, in Academician Yang Shuji's office, Zhou Yan gently knocked on the door. Please enter, came the familiar voice of Academician Yang. Zhou Yan stepped inside to find Academician Yang standing by the window, carefully adjusting his tie. Upon spotting Zhou Yan, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Oh, you've arrived. Academician Yang appraised him, his eyes filled with admiration. You look well. It seems the business matters haven tea overwhelmed you. Everything is fine, teacher. Zhou Yan respectfully greeted. The company is well managed by Zhou Ying, allowing me to concentrate on preparing for the defense. Academician Yang approached and patted him on the shoulder, his tone laced with rare teasing and pride. Excellent. Today is a significant day. When you meet those old fellows, there's no need to feel nervous. The knowledge you possess is far more substantial than what us old-timers have studied for half a lifetime. Let us go. It's almost time for you to meet the esteemed panel. The defense was scheduled to take place in the university's solemn science hall. The gravity of the occasion was extraordinary. The defense committee comprised 9 members, although regulations stipulated that the advisor, Academician Yang, should recuse himself. Given the exceptional nature and tremendous impact of Zhou Yan's research findings, this rule was bent for the occasion. Besides Academician Yang, the other 8 judges were all academicians from the fields of materials science, electrochemistry, physics, and engineering, each a luminary in their respective domains. As Academician Yang accompanied Zhou Yan into the hall, the previously murmuring assembly of elderly scholars turned their attention toward them. These distinguished figures, typically seen only on the front pages of academic journals or at national-level technology review meetings, were gathered in one place. An elderly academician with a head of silver hair was the first to speak, his voice resonant. Old Yang, you finally made it. So this is your hidden gem. Zhou Yan? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Beaming with pride, Academician Yang introduced. Zhou Yan, this is Academician Wu Jinhua, a titan in the materials field. He was quite impressed with your paper published in Nature. Zhou Yan immediately bowed respectfully. Hello, Academician Wu. I am honored by your praise. Another academician. adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and exuding an elegant demeanor, took over the conversation, addressing academician Yang. Shuji, I postponed an important review meeting to accept your invitation. With such a promising talent and a significant breakthrough, how could I not come to witness it firsthand? Turning to Zhou Yan, his gaze filled with encouragement, he added, Zhou Yan, do not feel pressured. Today is merely an academic exchange. Thank you, Academician Liu. Zhou Yan bowed once more. Academician Liu Qiming, a recognized authority in the field of electrochemistry, was acquainted with Zhou Yan. At that moment, a tall elder, exuding the meticulous aura characteristic of an engineering expert, approached Academician Liang Hong of the Engineering Academy. He scrutinized Zhou Yan and spoke directly yet kindly. Zhou Yan, I have read your paper 3 times. Your theory is audacious. Your data robust, and what is even more commendable is the clarity of the engineering pathway. To be honest, I was skeptical at first. But upon seeing your samples and production line emerge, I must concede. It appears we seasoned veterans must sometimes be propelled forward by the vigor of youth. The other academicians laughed, and the atmosphere was congenial. Another academician gestured towards Yang Shuji. Old Yang, what luck you have. How come we didn't discover such a student? You've truly hit the jackpot. Academician Yang chuckled heartily, waving his hand. It's primarily the child's own diligence. I merely provided him with a laboratory. The essential path was forged by him alone. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the defense commenced in the main auditorium of the science hall. In the audience, besides the 9 academicians serving as judges, a multitude of professors and doctoral students filled the seats, all eager to witness the final hurdle of this legendary student. Zhou Yan stood at the podium, took a deep breath, and surveyed the audience. His gaze met the encouraging eyes of Academician Yang, and the last flicker of anxiety within him settled. Esteemed academicians and professors, good morning. I am Zhou Yan, and my doctoral thesis is titled Research on Ultra-High Energy Density Solid-State Batteries based on infinite number 1 nanocomposite materials. His presentation was structured and articulate. He traced the inspiration for material design, explored the novel synthetic routes that broke traditional constraints, of course, omitting key insights from the science library, and detailed a series of rigorous characterizations and electrochemical tests. With data and logic, he meticulously constructed a compelling technological framework. On the enormous screen, the groundbreaking performance curves and structural images seemed to silently herald the dawn of a new era. During the question and answer segment, the inquiries from the academicians were indeed sharp. Academician Liu Qiming was the first to pose a question. Zhou Yan, in your thesis, you mention a self-healing property in the crystal structure of infinite number 1, which is theoretically quite novel. Please elaborate on how you validated this, and whether this property remains stable after over 10,000 cycles. Zhou Yan remained composed, retrieving a dynamic simulation video from a high-resolution transmission electron microscope and presenting the fine structural analysis data of the material post-cycling, clearly explaining the origin of this mechanism and its long-term stability in conjunction with theoretical models. Academician Wu Jinhua then inquired, regarding the rate performance. Your data indicates that even at extremely high charge and discharge rates, the capacity retention is remarkably high. Could you elucidate the potential new mechanisms involved from the perspective of ionic migration dynamics? Zhou Yan was well prepared. He swiftly sketched a simplified model of ionic migration pathways on the blackboard and compared it with traditional materials, highlighting that the unique three-dimensional ionic channel structure and low migration energy barriers of infinite number 1 were crucial. Academician Liang Hong's question leaned more towards application. Considering the costs and consistency control for large-scale production, how is the modular synthesis process you mentioned in your paper implemented? How do you ensure that each batch of materials meets such stringent standards? Zhou Yan, drawing from his experience in the construction of the production line, meticulously explained the precise control of core reaction conditions, the online monitoring system, and the adaptive feedback regulation mechanism. The maturity of his industrial perspective prompted nods of approval from the engineering academicians present. The entire presentation and Q&A session spanned nearly 3 hours. Zhou Yan exhibited agile thinking and fluent responses, not only addressing all inquiries flawlessly, but also offering insights on several pivotal questions that left the judges profoundly inspired. Following the Q&A, Zhou Yan and the audience temporarily exited the venue. Inside the deliberation room, the 9 academicians engaged in a brief discussion. Impeccable, Academician Liang Hong remarked. The innovation, completeness, and impact of this work have far surpassed the realm of an ordinary doctoral thesis. More importantly, not only has he accomplished this, but he can articulate it so thoroughly, truly formidable. Academician Liu Qiming added. Academician Wu Jinhua glanced at Yang Shuji and chuckled. Old Yang, congratulations. Unanimous approval, with no doubt. A proud flush graced Yang Shuji's face. When Zhou Yan was called back into the auditorium, academician Yang Shuji stood solemnly, facing the audience. His voice resonant as he declared, after deliberation and voting by the entire defense committee, we unanimously agree that Zhou Yan's doctoral thesis meets the highest academic standards and presents remarkable achievements. We hereby approve his thesis defense and recommend that the university's degree evaluation committee confer upon him the degree of Doctor of Engineering. Zhou Yan bowed deeply to the academicians and mentors, expressing heartfelt gratitude. I am grateful for the nurturing from my alma mater, for Professor Yang's meticulous guidance over the years, and for the invaluable suggestions from the esteemed academicians. This educational journey will be the most precious treasure of my life. The hall erupted into enthusiastic and sustained applause. Amidst the applause, academician Yang personally presented Zhou Yan with his doctoral degree certificate, adjusting the tassel on his cap. In that moment, the flashes of cameras filled the air. Holding the certificate, Zhou Yan shared a firm handshake with his mentor, academician Yang Shuji, his face radiating a sincere smile of relief and accomplishment. His student life had, at that moment, reached a splendid conclusion. That evening, Zhou Yan dined with academician Yang Shuji, providing a more detailed update on the company's current status and future plans. With the mentor and mentee engaging in delightful conversation. Chapter 26 Graduation Ceremony. The following morning, the sky over Pengcheng was crystal clear. In the main square of the Graduate School of Kyoto University in Pengcheng, 210 graduates donned their academic regalia. Assembled in neat rows, masters in blue and doctoral in red, awaiting the moment of crowning glory upon their achievements. The entire square was packed, the atmosphere both fervent and solemn. This was the largest and most attended graduation ceremony at the Graduate School of Kyoto University in recent years. 100 master's students and 110 doctoral students. All present without exception. Prior to the ceremony, Zhou Yan, clad in his doctoral gown, navigated through the crowd, preparing to take his place among the distinguished graduates. Just then, a few equally excited young students in master's attire approached him at a brisk pace, their faces alight with uncontainable enthusiasm and a hint of nervousness. President Zhou, hello, exclaimed a bespectacled young man, his voice trembling with excitement. We are fresh graduates just accepted by Infinite Energy. When we received the offer, we were almost beside ourselves with joy. We never expected to see you here. A short-haired girl beside him nodded vigorously, adding, yes, President Zhou. We are all from the materials and microelectronics departments. And being able to join Infinite Energy to participate in a grand project like Shiha is a dream come true for us. We will certainly work hard to live up to the company's expectations. The group comprised recent master's graduates who had just successfully passed the final round of interviews for Infinite Energy's national recruitment plan a few days earlier. Zhou Yan gazed at the vibrant, awestruck faces before him, reminiscent of himself not long ago. He paused, a gentle smile gracing his lips, shedding the demeanor of a decisive CEO at the negotiation table and embodying the essence of a trustworthy senior. Please, don't call me president, Zhou Yan chuckled, waving his hand. Here at school, I'm still your senior. Welcome. You don't need to be so formal. Today, we are all graduates. The future of Infinite Energy needs fresh blood like yours. Enjoy this moment, and we'll meet again in Huqing. Yes, senior. The young students responded in unison, their excitement palpable, watching Zhou Yan depart, feeling invigorated. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the ceremony officially commenced. As the host announced the arrival of our university's most outstanding graduate representative, Dr. Zhou Yan from the School of Engineering, the audience erupted into a thunderous and unending applause. This applause was not merely a recognition of his academic achievements, but also a tribute to his entrepreneurial spirit. Zhou Yan confidently approached the podium and adjusted the microphone. Gazing upon the faces of over 1,000 young, intelligent individuals brimming with infinite potential, he surveyed the familiar and unfamiliar faces of mentors, taking a deep breath. He was aware that many among them had already secured doctoral offers from prestigious overseas universities or job offers from Silicon Valley giants, standing at the crossroads of their lives. He had not prepared an ornate speech. Instead, he chose to express his most genuine thoughts. Esteemed leaders, teachers, and dear fellow students. His voice resonated clearly through the speakers across the square. Standing here, I feel a complex mix of emotions. Like most of you, I hail from an ordinary family. My parents being part of the countless common laborers. Many years ago, I arrived at Kyoto University with nothing but a simple aspiration, to study diligently, to alter my destiny through knowledge, and to provide a better life for my family. He refrained from boasting about limitless energy or trillion-dollar valuations. His humble opening instantly bridged the gap between him and the audience. Here, I encountered selfless mentors, forged friendships with like-minded individuals, and experienced countless nights in the lab, burning the midnight oil. I am acutely aware that without the nurturing soil of my alma mater and the dedicated guidance of my teachers, I would not be where I am today. At this moment, please allow me to extend my deepest respect and heartfelt gratitude to all the teachers who have imparted knowledge and wisdom. With this, Zhou Yan bowed deeply toward the faculty, and the audience erupted into another round of enthusiastic applause. 10 years ago, in the evening study hall of Lake City High School in Beja Province, there was a boy who loved basketball, enviously eyeing the expensive sneakers of his desk mate. With a monthly allowance of only 500 yuan, he sometimes had to rely on his classmates for a meal, and those high-end basketball shoes felt like an unattainable dream. At that time, his greatest aspiration was not to change the world but to gain admission to a university, secure a good job, and strive for a better life, enabling him to afford the things he liked. That boy was me. I was fortunate enough to be admitted to Kyoto University. Even more fortunate was meeting my esteemed mentor, academician Yang Shuji, who not only taught me the intricacies of scholarship, but also imparted the lesson that true technology should not serve merely a select few, but should illuminate the lives of ordinary people. Today, many of us are about to travel far and wide. I respect every choice. However, I would like to gently pose a question. If one day, your homeland requires not only the international experience listed on your resume, but also a heart willing to take root in the soil, would you be willing to stay? We have graduated from the most prestigious institution in Huaxia, benefiting from the finest educational resources in the country. This inherently places upon us greater responsibilities. His tone gradually deepened, imbued with a sense of urgency and appeal. We have mastered cutting-edge knowledge. We possess the ability to change the world. So, what should we do with this capability? Zhou Yan paused, offering his answer. Is it merely to pursue the ultimate realization of personal value? Yes, that is important. But we must not forget that it is this land and its people who have nurtured us. Currently, our country is at a critical juncture of industrial upgrading and technological breakthroughs, with countless bottleneck areas awaiting our resolution. We require exceptional technological talents more than ever in our history to firmly grasp core technologies in our hands. As he spoke, his voice rose with sincerity and urgency. I know that many of our outstanding classmates have received offers from top universities and companies around the globe. The world outside is vast, and seeking knowledge and experience is undeniably important. Yet I sincerely hope that, regardless of where we find ourselves in the future, when we have achieved our goals, we will consider how to contribute our knowledge towards building our homeland, bringing the most advanced technologies back home, and applying the most innovative ideas to the fertile grounds of Huaxia. Here lies the world's largest market, the most complete industrial chain, and the broadest stage for us to repay our homeland and realize our life's value. The rejuvenation of our nation awaits us. The rise of technology is waiting for us. Dear classmates, the times have bestowed upon us opportunities while also entrusting us with significant responsibilities. I established Infinite Energy in Lake City not for the sake of sentimentality, but because I believe that the greatest innovations of Huaxia should not only flourish in first-tier cities, but can also blossom and bear fruit in a once obscure small town. We offer production line workers monthly salaries exceeding 10,000, not as charity, but because they, like the PhDs in the laboratory, are builders of this era. Classmates, changing one's destiny relies on learning, while changing a nation relies on action. I do not dare to claim success, but I can assert that I have never forgotten where I came from and where I aim to go. Lastly, I wish to convey that no matter how far we may travel in the future, we must remember that the value of knowledge lies not in how high it can elevate you, but in how many others, who once gazed at the stars like you, it can uplift. Zhou Yan concluded his speech. There was no dazzling display of accomplishments, only sincere sharing and heartfelt appeals. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into the most fervent and enduring applause since the ceremony began. Many students discreetly wiped away tears. In the back row, several international students, originally planning to head directly to the airport after the ceremony, gazed thoughtfully at their tickets. Zhou Yan's words, like a stone cast into the depths of a serene lake, stirred ripples on the paths of their impending journeys. His success, vision, and patriotic fervor profoundly resonated with everyone present. Chapter 27. Visitors from the Equipment Department of the Air Force of Huaxia Time, ever busy, flows like a silent river, swift and unyielding. 2 months had passed since the graduation ceremony in Pengcheng. During this time, Infinite Energy had entered a truly explosive phase of operation. With over 100 billion in ample funds, its expansion proceeded with astonishing speed. The second, third, and even fourth phases of the superfactory were rapidly under construction, expected to be operational by year-end, with the contractors being the leading domestic consortiums of Huajian No. 8 Bureau and Huatai Construction. After Infinite Energy promptly paid 30 of the project funds, the entire construction site seemed to be pressed on fast forward. Towering cranes, the roar of machinery, and workers on 3 shifts created a scene of bustling activity. In recent years, competition in the construction industry had been fierce, and the project manager privately lamented, "In decades of working in this field, I have never encountered such a straightforward and financially robust client. This speed is simply money at work." Meanwhile, the first batch of orders began to be delivered in succession. Truckloads filled with Shiha power battery packs and consumer electronics batteries departed Lake City, heading towards partners nationwide and overseas. Everything was flourishing in the anticipated direction. That morning, Zhou Yan found himself alone in a highly confidential private laboratory, deeply immersed in the technological library within his mind. He had just unlocked and preliminarily grasped the theoretical framework of a high-energy density composite material called Qinxing in the depths of the first layer of material science. This material structure was exquisitely intricate, with its theoretical energy density, according to the library's description, reaching a staggering 1,000 times that of the commercially available top-tier lithium-ion batteries on Blue Star. This was not merely a quantitative change, but a qualitative leap, sufficient to support energy applications that previously existed only in the realm of science fiction. As he voraciously absorbed this knowledge that transcended time, the external communication indicator of the laboratory illuminated, and the voice of Secretary Su Yutong echoed, "Mr. Zhou, several special vehicles have arrived, led by comrades in military attire, who wish to discuss an important collaboration with you in person." Zhou Yan's mind withdrew from the library, his brow slightly furrowing. Approaching the monitoring screen, he observed several rugged off-road vehicles adorned with distinctive white military plates parked in front of the temporary office building. The green vehicles stood silently, devoid of any insignia, with only the special license plates at the front indicating their affiliation with a unit under the Central Military Commission. A middle-aged officer, bearing the rank of colonel and exuding a resolute demeanor, alighted from one of the vehicles, followed by several technical experts resembling majors, lieutenant colonels, and a few civilian personnel. The officer's keen gaze swept across the company grounds, taking in the bustling, vibrant young employees and the incessant roar from the construction site in the distance. He nodded slightly, seemingly approving of the flourishing vitality and efficiency of the place. Zhou Yan felt a tinge of confusion regarding the military's visit, yet he harbored no apprehension. Confident as a law-abiding citizen that their intent was likely benign, he straightened his attire and calmly instructed, "Please escort them to conference room number 3. I shall join them shortly." Within conference room number 3, both parties took their seats. After a brief introduction, Du Weiguo, a representative from the Air Force Equipment Department, spoke directly, his voice steady and commanding. "Comrade Zhou Yan, it is an honor to finally meet you. We have come from the Air Force General Equipment Department to assess cutting-edge energy systems. To be succinct, we are here regarding the Shiha battery, but our needs may far exceed the products you currently have on offer." He gestured for a technical officer beside him to open a secure laptop, revealing several highly abstract conceptual diagrams. "We are in the preliminary research phase for the 7th-generation aerospace fighter, one of whose core components is a novel plasma propulsion engine. This engine demands an extraordinarily stringent energy system, requiring instantaneous energy output comparable to that of a small nuclear reactor within an exceedingly compact volume and weight, while maintaining prolonged high-power output." Du's gaze was fixed on Zhou Yan. "We have evaluated every energy storage solution available on the market, including your most advanced Shiha battery, the scaled-down version. Despite its remarkable performance, it still falls short of the ultimate requirements for the 7th-generation fighter, particularly concerning the plasma engine." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes piercing as if to penetrate the surface. "However, our expert team at the Air Force General Equipment Department has meticulously studied your published paper on Infinity No. 1 in Nature, along with the publicly available technical white papers. We have conducted repeated simulations and reverse engineering assessments. Our conclusion is that the data and material systems you have disclosed exhibit a conspicuous, artificially imposed performance ceiling. Certain critical theoretical boundaries and the potential of the materials themselves have been cleverly self-limited in your publications." Du Weiguo asserted with conviction, enunciating each word. "We deduce that the battery technology you truly possess and can realize must far exceed the commercial version of the Shiha battery you have introduced to the market. We have come for that undisclosed, authentic full version in your possession. Zhou Yan listened quietly, his expression devoid of any embarrassment or surprise at being seen through. Instead, a subtle smile of understanding and appreciation graced his features. The military's keen insight and precise judgment inspired his respect. This was no longer a mere business negotiation, but a dialogue grounded in the realm of cutting-edge technological comprehension. Your experts possess an exceptionally discerning perspective, Zhou Yan acknowledged calmly, his tone infused with respect for his counterparts. Indeed, the publicly available Shiha battery has been optimized into a simplified version to balance cost, facilitate mass production, and avoid excessive sensationalism. The complete version of the Shiha battery can achieve an energy density 50 times that of the most advanced lithium batteries available on the market. However, upon hearing Zhou Yan's admission, Du Weiguo's expression darkened slightly, and a flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of several technical officers. 50 times. Du Weiguo leaned forward, his tone grave and direct. Comrade Zhou Yan, 50 times is indeed revolutionary for the civilian sector and even for most conventional military equipment, a highly coveted technology. However, for the 7th-generation fighter and its plasma propulsion engine, this figure is still far from sufficient. A technical officer wearing black-rimmed glasses interjected at this moment. Dr. Zhou, you may not fully grasp the energy consumption levels of the plasma engine. According to our theoretical calculations and scaled models, even with our current 6th-generation configuration, during afterburner operation at maximum thrust in supersonic cruise mode, the plasma engine system will consume as much as 3,000 kilowatt-hours per hour. For the 7th-generation fighter, the demand will likely be even greater, 3,000 kilowatt-hours every hour. Another expert emphasized, and this is merely the energy consumption of the propulsion system. It does not account for the significant energy demands of avionics, weapons, and stealth systems. We require a solution capable of storing a vast amount of electrical energy sufficient to sustain prolonged, high-intensity combat missions within the limited space and stringent weight constraints of the aircraft. Du Weiguo then took over the conversation. An energy density of 50 times may allow conventional electric drones to sustain operations for weeks. However, if applied to our 7th-generation prototype, even if we were to fill most of the aircraft's space with batteries, the total energy storage might only support a few minutes of maximum intensity combat. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. The military's demands exceeded Zhou Yan's previous expectations. The 50-fold energy density he had once considered a trump card now seemed inadequate in light of the Republic's most advanced aerospace requirements. This momentary stillness was not one of discomfort, but rather a shared recognition and yearning for a higher pinnacle of technology. Observing the military's silence and their expressions tinged with disappointment, Zhou Yan took a deep breath, resolved to unveil the information he had previously withheld. I have verified a new type of composite lattice structure in the laboratory and have successfully synthesized a next-generation prototype material. Internally codenamed Qingxing, its theoretical energy density can reach 1,000 times that of traditional lithium-ion batteries. Furthermore, it has achieved a qualitative leap in ultra-high power discharge, extreme environmental resilience, and intrinsic safety, 1,000 times. Chapter 28, The Highest Level Meeting. The conference room erupted with suppressed gasps, the breaths of several technical officers becoming heavy, their eyes igniting with fervent anticipation. This figure had transcended the realms they previously dared only to imagine. Even Du Weiguo, though mentally prepared, was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Yet he quickly regained his composure and pressed on. Can Qingxing meet the rigorous demands of the 7th-generation aerospace fighter concerning the energy core of the plasma engine? We require a power source capable of instantaneously releasing energy comparable to that of shipboard systems and maintaining stable output. Theoretically, it is entirely feasible, Zhou Yan affirmed. Not only that, but it can not only meet the demands, its energy redundancy and power characteristics may even support more imaginative operational modes and application scenarios. Zhou Yan added, when paired with an energy release control module, it can deliver megawatt-level power in milliseconds, sufficient to drive onboard lasers or electromagnetic cannons. A spark of excitement ignited in Du Weiguo's eyes. The nation urgently needs such technology. We need to see samples immediately, along with complete theoretical data. Du Weiguo's tone grew urgent. Comrade Zhou Yan, please understand that this technology pertains to the future security of our nation's aerospace. We must initiate the highest level of joint verification and project development immediately. All necessary resources, permissions, and confidentiality measures will be coordinated by us. The military's response was swift and resolute. Zhou Yan responded candidly, yet he presented three conditions. First, The core production line for Chunqing materials must remain in Huqing, as I wish to establish an exclusive partnership with the government and obtain military enterprise permissions. Second, Infinite Energy shall retain the civil conversion rights for the technology. Third, I seek to acquire permits for aircraft construction and operation, as well as security and armament licenses to ensure the safety of the technology. In exchange, Infinite Energy will supply batteries produced by Chunqing to the military at cost price. As soon as these conditions were laid out, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Du Weigua spoke in a low voice. Dr. Zhou, the permit for aircraft construction involves the approval of military-civilian integration, while establishing a security company requires registration with national security authorities. I have no authority to respond to your demands, but I will promptly report them to headquarters. Zhou Yan nodded in acknowledgement, asserting that Infinite Energy's sincerity was evident. Supplying Chunqing at cost was intended to alleviate any concerns for the nation. However, the core production line and technology conversion rights were fundamental to our ability to continuously produce superior technology. They could not be relinquished. After escorting Du Weigua and others away, Zhou Yan entered the laboratory, determined to refine Chunqing further, now that collaboration was on the horizon. A day later, at the Shishan Conference Center in Kyoto, an urgent high-level meeting commenced late at night. The brightly lit conference room was filled with government leaders overseeing industry, defense, and technology, as well as the Minister of Defense, Minister of Industry and Information Technology, Minister of Science and Technology, Chief of the General Equipment Department, and several commanders from major military regions, all gathered around the long rectangular table. Before each individual lay a classified document detailing the empirical data of the Shiha battery, performance parameters of the Chunqing battery, and the 3 collaboration prerequisites proposed by Zhou Yan. The Minister of the General Equipment Department spoke first, his voice tinged with undeniable urgency. Comrades, allow me to share some critical news. The prototype of the 6th-generation plasma engine has been developed, but we are stymied by energy constraints. The engine consumes 3,000 kilowatts per hour, and the best existing military battery pack would require half the fuselage, failing to meet the maneuverability demands of the aircraft. The Chunqing battery, with an energy density 1,000 times that of top-tier lithium batteries, can resolve this deadlock. Without it, the 7th-generation aircraft could be delayed by at least 20 to 30 years. This presents an extraordinary opportunity for us to secure global air strategic dominance. Once the plasma engine is operational, it will fundamentally alter the rules of aerial combat. In comparison, the conditions he proposed are entirely acceptable. Supplying at cost will also save us substantial R&D and procurement funds. This is a tremendous boon. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Go, the official in charge of industry, furrowed his brow, pointing to the stipulation regarding the core production line remaining in Huqing. Huqing is a small northern city. While there is an Infinite Energy factory, in terms of confidentiality and industrial chain support, it pales in comparison to the military-industrial base in the northwest. If Chunqing's core production line is there, what happens if security issues arise? Who will bear the risk of technology leakage? This remark prompted a brief silence in the conference room. The Minister of Defense followed suit, speaking with a steady tone. Wang Ji's concerns are valid. More critically, how will the authority of the security company be defined? Will it involve collaboration in military-restricted zones? If it is not directly overseen by the military, ensuring uniform safety standards for technology transport and production line security would be challenging, posing a risk to military projects. Zhou Yan, this young man, has undeniable audacity and capability. However, is it not too great a risk to hinge such a strategically vital core technology on a private enterprise and an individual? Military permissions, aircraft licenses, especially the allowance for him to establish his security company, have no precedent in our nation. Should we not consider a state-led initiative to form a dedicated agency to take over this technology for development? The head of the security department added, the strategic value of Chunqing is immeasurable. Zhou Yan's request to retain civil conversion rights means that if the technology spreads through civilian channels and is acquired and reverse-engineered by other nations, even a lower version poses unpredictable potential risks. The security company is particularly sensitive. If its personnel, equipment, and authority spiral out of control, the consequences could be dire. We must ensure absolute control. A clear divide emerged in the conference room, with military representatives emphasizing the unparalleled strategic value, deeming the conditions acceptable, while representatives from economic and security sectors focused more on risk management and state leadership. At that moment, the Minister of Science and Technology, a scholar by background, finally broke his silence, his voice resonating with rationality. Ladies and gentlemen, have we overlooked the most critical point? The technology comes from Zhou Yan. Can our existing research system comprehend, digest, and surpass the Chunxing technology in a short time? Would forcibly taking over lead to complications? Historical lessons remind us that sometimes trust and support for true geniuses and disruptive technologies can create miracles more effectively than control. He emphasized that Zhou Yan's insistence on retaining core technology within infinite energy and seeking security permissions reflected his profound vigilance against technology leakage, aligning with our security objectives. The Minister of Defense remarked solemnly, his willingness to supply the military at cost reflects genuine sincerity and patriotism. What we desire is an instrument capable of safeguarding our skies. Whether this instrument is forged in a state-owned facility or a private one is of little consequence, as long as it ultimately rests in the hands of the state. We can establish a supervisory team and create joint laboratories for in-depth binding and oversight, rather than merely taking it away. The debate continued, with each side presenting their arguments. Yet no one could persuade the other. Chapter 29. A peerless patriot. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. At that moment, the Minister of Science and Technology, an elder with a background in research, slowly rose, walking to the control panel to switch the content on the projection screen. Instantly, a yellowed yet invaluable black and white photograph appeared before everyone's eyes. It depicted the successful explosion of Huagua's first atomic bomb in October 1964, featuring a classic group photo of deputy chief and esteemed scientists such as Qian and Deng. In the photograph, the scientists appeared gaunt and dressed simply. Yet their eyes sparkled with a determination and joy capable of illuminating the nation's future. The Minister of Science and Technology gazed at the photograph, his voice deep and filled with emotion, as if he were transporting everyone back to those arduous, passionate years. Comrades, please take a look at this photograph. He pointed towards the screen, urging them to observe the expressions in the eyes of those predecessors. In those challenging conditions, facing comprehensive technological blockades, how did we achieve the miracles of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite? He posed the question and answered it himself, his tone impassioned. It was through this unwavering trust. It was because the nation placed the heavy burden upon the shoulders of scientists like Qian and Deng, trusting not only their knowledge, but also their character and beliefs. His gaze swept across the ministers who had previously expressed doubts, his tone earnest and powerful. Did we not face risks back then? Certainly. Were there no concerns about losing control? Undoubtedly. Yet, the older generation of leaders, with extraordinary strategic insight and discernment, chose to place their trust. History has proven that they made the right bet. It was this trust that has granted us decades of peaceful development, supporting the backbone of our great nation. He then redirected the conversation back to the present, indicating Zhou Yan. And now, we may have a new age Qian or Deng among us. His name is Zhou Yan. He possesses technology capable of revolutionizing the world and could have easily leveraged it in international capital markets for unimaginable wealth and status. Yet, what has he chosen to do? The Minister of Science and Technology exhibited a hint of agitation as he enumerated his points. First, he chose to establish the company headquarters in his underdeveloped hometown to foster its growth. This simple sentiment reflects his truest self. Second, at the graduation ceremony of Kyoto University, he publicly called upon numerous exceptional students poised to venture overseas to dedicate their talents to the land that nurtured them, aligning perfectly with his own actions. Third, in the realm of business, he set affordable prices to benefit the public, driving the nation's energy revolution rather than pursuing monopolistic profits. Fourth, in his dealings with the military, he voluntarily proposed supplying strategic products, such as the Chongqing battery, at cost price. Is this not the epitome of sincerity and patriotism? He took a deep breath and delivered a powerful conclusion. Comrades, trust is mutual. Comrade Zhou Yan has demonstrated his reliability, vision, and patriotism through a series of tangible actions. If we were to dishearten such a national-level scientist due to overly rigid risk control thinking, we might drive him and his technology elsewhere, a consequence we cannot afford. In the past, we placed our trust in Qian Lao, who overcame numerous obstacles to return from abroad, resulting in the success of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. Today, why can we not trust Zhou Yan, who has grown up on our own soil and has repeatedly proven his commitment and sense of responsibility through his actions? Trust is the most fertile ground for creativity and loyalty. The minister's heartfelt speech struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of everyone present. The yellowed historical photograph overlapped with Zhou Yan's youthful yet resolute image in the minds of the audience. The previously skeptical leaders in the conference room began to soften, immersed in deeper contemplation. Ultimately, it was time for the voting phase. Everyone paused for a moment over the yellowed group photo from the Lop Nur, their gazes revealing nostalgia and reflection. One by one, Hands were raised to vote, 12 in favor, 5 against. After the voting concluded, the steady and resonant voice of Elder Wang broke the silence, low yet imbued with the power to shape destiny. Comrades, we often speak of having historical patience and strategic courage. Comrade Lin Feng from the Ministry of Science and Technology just touched upon the essence of the matter. And I wholeheartedly agree. What are we? We are a great nation with a population of 1.4 billion, on the path to rejuvenation. How did we arrive here? By daring to break conventions at critical moments, taking risks, and trusting our own scientists and the talents we have nurtured. Today, in the face of Comrade Zhou Yan and the historical opportunity he brings, it is precisely the time to exhibit such courage. Therefore, based on the voting results, I fully endorse all cooperation conditions proposed by Comrade Zhou Yan. We shall immediately sign the highest-level strategic cooperation agreement in the name of the state. We grant unlimited energy the corresponding military production qualifications and the highest level of confidentiality. Special permissions will be granted for the construction of aircraft and the establishment of a security company, with relevant standards and safety audits jointly overseen by the Assembly and Security Departments, ensuring absolute safety while executing efficiently. Our task is to clear all obstacles for scientists like Zhou Yan and provide all necessary support, allowing him to innovate and break through without distraction. This matter may influence the national destiny for decades to come and must be expedited. A special task force will be established post-meeting to coordinate all parties and advance the initiative. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 30. The Journey of Chinskxing. A few days later, Zhou Yan was engrossed in a complex three-dimensional structural simulation of the Chinskxing battery when the voice of Su Yutong resonated through the communicator. Imbued with a gravity unlike before, Mr. Zhou, Colonel Du Wei Gua has arrived, accompanied by a young officer. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan momentarily set aside his work. Yutong, please have them wait for me in the reception room. I will be there shortly. Understood, Mr. Zhou. The military's return visit, elevated in rank, was anticipated but signified the entry into a new phase. He exited the laboratory, changing from his lab coat into civilian attire. In the reception room, besides the familiar Du Wei Gua and several technical military officers, a middle-aged officer adorned with the insignia of a major general stood resolutely, exuding an air of authority derived from extensive military service. Du Wei Gua stepped forward to introduce, Comrade Zhou Yan, this is Major General Xiang Taiyang, the head of the Air Force Equipment Research Institute and the deputy head of the military project. Major General Xiang Taiyang engaged in minimal pleasantries, extending his hand for a firm handshake with Zhou Yan, his voice booming and direct. Comrade Zhou Yan, greetings. To be brief, all your proposed cooperation conditions have been officially approved by Kyoto. I am here to convey this decision and to formally invite you to the Northwest Air Force Test Base to commence joint testing and adaptation research for the Chinskxing battery and the 7th-generation fighter prototype, along with the plasma engine. The nation requires your technology and, more importantly, your wisdom. As Major General Xiang announced the capital's full agreement to his 3 demands and formally extended an invitation to the Northwest base, Zhou Yan maintained an exterior of calm and gratitude, yet internally, he was genuinely taken aback. It was all happening too swiftly, far beyond his most optimistic expectations. In his original projections, those 3 demands, particularly the establishment of a proprietary security company and the construction of aircraft, would inevitably touch upon the sensitive nerves of the traditional system. He anticipated numerous rounds of scrutiny, negotiation, and bargaining, and had even prepared himself mentally for compromises on certain non-core clauses. He had estimated that this process would take at least several months, potentially extending to 6 months or even a year, during which he would require assistance from figures such as Academician Yang or higher-level authorities to mediate. The reason he had proposed these conditions was partly due to his unwavering commitment to the absolute safety of core technologies. Moreover, it was also a form of testing, to gauge the nation's tolerance and trust regarding collaborators like himself. However, he never expected the response from the state to be so swift, decisive, and unreserved. After the brief surprise, a complex swirl of emotions surged within him. Gratitude for such trust, pride in being entrusted with significant responsibilities, but more so, a profound sense of trepidation and mounting pressure. The nation had entrusted him with such a crucial national treasure, granting him extraordinary authority to break conventions. This trust moved him deeply. Thus, without any hesitation, he almost immediately made his decision. I am grateful for the nation's trust. I shall do my utmost. To better accomplish the task, he requested to bring along 3 of the most promising researchers from his company in relevant fields. They were exceptional talents, rigorously vetted and hired for substantial compensation, and he deemed them trustworthy. Major General Xiang Taiyang, upon hearing this, showed no hesitation and directly gestured to an accompanying military officer, who promptly handed him an encrypted satellite phone. After a brief, quiet conversation with his superiors, the general turned to Zhou Yan. The higher-ups have approved your request. Please confirm the list of personnel. We will arrange for the signing of the highest-level confidentiality agreement immediately. No problem. Zhou Yan swiftly finalized his selections, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for learning. In his future plans, he would inevitably construct aircraft, and this would serve as training for his team. Zhou Yan stated, "In 5 days, you can send someone to retrieve the Chinxing battery." Major General Xiang immediately affirmed that they would arrange everything. On the night of the 5th day, the bustling noise of the Lake City high-tech zone had long quieted, leaving only the super factory of unlimited energy ablaze with light. Several hours prior, the head of the super factory received directives from the highest echelons, and all personnel involved in this mission had signed a lifelong confidentiality agreement. Zhou Yan personally oversaw the final batch of Chinxing batteries being packaged in the core product warehouse, codenamed Qiming. These battery units shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence, quietly resting within specially designed inert gas protective cases, each equipped with multiple state sensors. The energy stored in a single Chinxing battery within this modest container was in the tens of thousands. This batch of batteries had been pre-manufactured by Zhou Yan based on data provided by the military regarding plasma engines. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a deep rumble of engines echoed, and through the reinforced glass windows of the warehouse, a convoy of 10 vehicles could be seen silently entering the designated area of the factory. As the convoy came to a halt and the doors opened, Colonel Du Weiguo was the first to step out, still clad in his uniform, yet his gaze was sharper than ever. Accompanying him was a formidable man dressed in black special operations attire, devoid of any insignia, whose eyes scanned the surroundings like a scanner, instantly taking in the environment before signaling with a series of concise hand gestures. Following his motions, more than 10 soldiers, similarly attired, swiftly and silently leapt from several off-road vehicles, their movements rapid and well-practiced, immediately securing all critical positions around the warehouse and establishing a perimeter. The entire process was devoid of unnecessary commands, punctuated only by the sound of fabric brushing against itself and the subtle clinks of equipment, showcasing an extraordinary level of professionalism. Zhou Yan approached, and Du Weiguo shook his hand firmly, bypassing pleasantries to whisper, "Comrade Zhou Yan, we are here to escort." The black-clad commander nodded slightly at Zhou Yan, his eyes reflecting scrutiny and an unwavering focus on their mission objectives. Everything was prepared. Zhou Yan gestured for the warehouse door to open. Inside, 10 specially designed silver-white metal cases, fully packaged, were neatly arranged on shockproof pallets. With a wave of his hand, the black-clad commander directed 2 soldiers to push specialized shockproof transport carts, who began their operations swiftly and with precision. They handled the cases with the utmost care, as though they were fragile works of art. All battery cases were loaded and securely fastened within the designated supports of the transport vehicles. The black-clad commander entered the vehicle for a final inspection, then exited and nodded to Du Weiguo. Du Weiguo produced a thick handover document, and Zhou Yan signed his name on it. "Comrade Zhou Yan, we shall depart immediately for the northwest," Du Weiguo affirmed, gripping Zhou Yan's hand tightly. "Everything is ready at the base, just waiting for your arrival." Zhou Yan nodded in response. "Safe travels. We shall arrive shortly." There were no farewells, no ceremonies. The convoy departed the factory as silently as it had arrived, merging into the vastness of the night. Following a highly confidential preset route, they sped towards the depths of the northwestern Gobi Desert and the aviation industrial base. Chapter 31. Arrival in Jincheng, Attack. 5 days later, at Changshan Airport, Zhou Yan, accompanied by Lin Haochen, Su Mu, and Wang Dingfeng, boarded a flight heading to Jincheng in Gansu Province, northwest China. 3 hours later, an announcement echoed through the cabin indicating their imminent descent. Through the window, Zhou Yan could already discern the expansive yellow earth plateau and distant mountain silhouettes surrounding Jincheng. He withdrew his gaze and quietly reiterated to Lin Haochen, Su Mu, and Wang Dingfeng, "Remember, we disembark only after all passengers have left." The airplane landed smoothly with a gentle chime, the seatbelt sign extinguished, and most passengers, as usual, eagerly rose to retrieve their luggage and prepare to leave. The 4 of them remained seated, allowing the crowd to flow past them. The cabin crew seemed to have received some directive, not urging them to disembark, but casting curious, restrained glances. Lin Haochen nervously adjusted his glasses. Su Mu instinctively straightened his tie, while Wang Dingfeng maintained a calm demeanor, attentively observing their surroundings. Zhou Yan, meanwhile, closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, exuding tranquility. Approximately 20 minutes later, the cabin was nearly empty, with only the four of them and a few crew members tidying up. At that moment, the front door of the cabin opened from the outside. An officer dressed in uniform, with the insignia of a second lieutenant, entered, his gaze precisely fixed on Zhou Yan and his companions as he walked directly to them. Standing at attention and rendering a crisp salute. "Comrade Zhou Yan," he announced, his voice clear and resonant. "The transport vehicles are ready. Please follow me." "Thank you for your efforts," Zhou Yan replied as he stood. On the tarmac, 5 unmarked dark green military off-road vehicles awaited them. A dozen soldiers in training attire, armed with rifles, stood by the vehicles. Upon seeing Zhou Yan and his group, a captain quickly approached, saluted, and verified their identities once more. "Comrade Zhou Yan, welcome to Jincheng. I am Guiyang, the commander of the escort team." His voice was even more steady and powerful than the second lieutenant's. "Identity confirmed, vehicles are ready. Please board, comrades." Zhou Yan nodded, saying little, and was the first to bend and enter the middle off-road vehicle. Lin Haochen, Su Mu, and Wang Dingfeng followed suit, taking their places in the front and rear vehicles. As the heavy door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Captain Guiyang issued a brief command over the intercom. The 5 vehicles started simultaneously, their engines emitting a deep, powerful roar as they slowly departed the tarmac, navigating the special route towards the Northwest Aviation Industrial Base. The convoy, composed of 5 off-road vehicles, traversed the exclusive highway leading to the base. On either side of the road lay the vast, desolate Gobi Desert, scarcely populated. Zhou Yan sat in the armored back seat of the middle vehicle, quietly discussing the initial testing procedures of the Qinqing batteries with Wang Dingfeng. "We have about 40 minutes until we reach the perimeter of the base," the driver of the lead vehicle, class leader Xing Rue, communicated steadily via the vehicle's radio. "All vehicles, maintain distance, and be cautious of the gully at the 3 o'clock position. It's a potential ambush site." Zhou Yan glanced out the window to his left, observing the undulating gully that resembled the Earth's cracked folds. The lieutenant in the front passenger seat turned to Zhou Yan, saying, "Rest assured, Dr. Zhou. We have surveyed the route in advance to ensure your safety. Drones are patrolling the perimeter, and the convoy is equipped with armored protection and emergency firepower. There should be no issues." Suddenly, chaos erupted. A faint pop, nearly drowned out by the roar of the engine, emanated from the lead vehicle. It was not the sound of gunfire, but rather the release of high-pressure gas. Almost simultaneously, the experienced driver of Zhou Yan's vehicle felt his pupils constrict and shouted, "Sniper! Front tire!" Before he could finish his sentence, the specially designed blast-proof tire of the lead vehicle was instantly shredded by an unknown type of armor-piercing sniper round, causing the vehicle to lose control at high speed. The front veered sharply, crashing against the roadside Gobi Desert with a screech of friction, sending up a cloud of dust. "Enemy attack. All units on alert. Protect the target." The lieutenant responded swiftly, turning to press Zhou Yan's head down while shouting into his earpiece. The trained soldiers reacted instantaneously. The rear vehicle swerved dramatically, attempting to position itself as cover. From within the gully to the right emerged a dozen figures, a foreign mercenary team, codenamed Wolf, comprised of 12 retired soldiers from various special forces around the world. They had crossed into the territory from the neighboring country, traversed the desolate northern grasslands, and stealthily infiltrated Chinese territory, lying in wait in the gully for 3 full days. Their objective was clear: to either capture Zhou Yan alive or, if that proved impossible, to eliminate him. The target was positioned 1,200 meters away, moving at a velocity of 70 kilometers per hour, with a tightly knit formation, ideal for a sudden assault. The sniper, a vulture crouched behind the rocks at the canyon's edge, rested his fingers on the trigger guard of the Barrett rifle. His voice transmitted through the throat microphone to the squad channel. "Detonate the explosives, sever the escape route." The assailants were exceptionally well prepared, their tactics ruthless and professional. Boom, boom. 2 tremendous explosions erupted almost simultaneously on the road ahead and behind the convoy. The pre-placed directional explosives, a massive shockwave and a cloud of dust instantaneously sealed off the paths of advance and retreat for the convoy, trapping them entirely on this stretch of road that measured less than 200 meters. Swish, swish, swish. A torrent of bullets cascaded like a torrential rain from several dunes on the flanks of the Gobi Desert. The bullets accurately targeted the engine compartments, tires, and windows of 3 vehicles. Clearly, the intention was to swiftly incapacitate the vehicles and suppress those within. "Get out. Stay alert." The captain was the first to push the car door open, aiming his Type 95 automatic rifle towards the canyon, loudly commanding, "Team 1, flank left." Team 2, provide cover. Protect Dr. Zhou and the others. The remaining 10 soldiers swiftly exited the vehicles, forming a tactical formation, using the vehicles as cover while retaliating towards the canyon. One soldier quickly opened the side door, attempting to establish a defensive line behind the vehicle. However, as he leaned out, a dull thud sounded, and a spray of blood erupted from his shoulder. He gasped, the tremendous force knocking him to the ground. Sniper. Left flank, 3 o'clock, behind the rocks. At least 2 snipers on the enemy side. Another soldier in the vehicle, eyes reddened, attempted to drag him back, but as he revealed himself, a series of precise shots struck the car door in front of him, sending sparks flying and suppressing him completely. One soldier squeezed the trigger, only to be struck in the chest by an enemy bullet, gasping as he fell to the ground, his rifle slipping from his grasp. Blood gushing from the bullet wound in his chest, quickly saturating his camouflage uniform. Witnessing this, a squad leader's eyes filled with rage. Seeing his comrade fall, he roared, leading 2 soldiers to flank left in an attempt to eliminate the enemy snipers. Yet, just a few steps forward, they were ambushed by 3 mercenaries. A barrage of bullets raining down, one soldier hit in the thigh, collapsing to the ground. Another soldier, turning to provide cover, was struck in the neck by a bullet from behind, falling dead on the spot. Chapter 32, The Brutal Rite of Passage. The squad leader of the first vehicle, Rewrote, exhibited remarkable marksmanship, using the car door for cover as he fired twice, hitting an advancing mercenary in the arm, eliciting a cry of agony as the weapon fell to the ground. However, 2 more mercenaries soon flanked from the right, unleashing a frenzied barrage against the vehicle. The bulletproof glass riddled with holes, cracks beginning to form. This isn't sustainable. We need to wait for reinforcements. Rewrote shouted amidst the gunfire. Support from the base will arrive in 20 minutes. We must hold out for those 20 minutes. The company commander nodded, scanning the surroundings and spotting a dry riverbed not far away, more concealed than the vehicle's undercarriage. He bellowed to Rewrote, fall back to the riverbed. Use the canyon for cover. We can hold out a bit longer. Rewrote immediately understood, shouting to several soldiers, Lee's squad leader, retreat to the right riverbed. Cover the experts. Lee's squad leader gritted his teeth in agreement, leading the remaining 4 soldiers in alternating cover, escorting Zhou Yan and the others toward the riverbed. During this process, another soldier was hit in the shoulder by a sniper, blood streaming down, yet he gritted his teeth, returning fire and fiercely blocking the mercenaries' pursuit. The mercenary squad, witnessing this, charged forward, dividing into 3 groups in a triangular formation, relentlessly pressing in, attempting to breach the defensive line before reinforcements arrived. The 2 snipers remained crouched behind the rocks, firing with precision. Each gunshot accompanied the fall or injury of a soldier. Their objective was clear. First, eliminate the covering soldiers. Then capture Zhou Yan alive. Within a mere 10 minutes, 4 out of 14 escorting soldiers had perished, and 2 were severely injured. At this moment, the mercenary leader and his team drew closer. In this critical moment, the distant roar of helicopters suddenly reached their ears. 2 armed helicopters were rapidly approaching the battlefield. Reinforcements. The base's helicopters have arrived. Rewrote could not contain his excitement, his voice filled with the thrill of survival. The mercenary leader, realizing the opportunity was lost upon hearing the helicopters, barked into the throat microphone, retreat. Leave 2 behind as cover. Everyone else, follow me. 2 mercenaries remained, wildly firing in the direction of the riverbed to cover their teammates' retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Rewrote led a counterattack, while the squad leader charged forward, engaging one of the mercenaries in close combat. Having been a special forces operative, his combat skills were exceptional. Within moments, he had pinned the enemy to the ground, disarming him and using handcuffs to secure him. The other mercenary left behind, sensing the danger, attempted to take his own life, but Rewrote shot him in the wrist, causing the pistol to drop, and he was subdued on the spot. A few minutes later, 4 armed helicopters landed at the scene, taking over the security perimeter. The captain approached Zhou Yan. Dr. Zhou, are you all right? Zhou Yan and the others shook their heads, their gazes falling upon the fallen soldiers. An uncontrollable surge of anger and sorrow welling up within them, mingled with an undercurrent of fear, when the first sniper's bullet struck the front tire, causing the vehicle to explode and lose control amidst a cloud of dust. The captain's shout of ambush made Zhou Yan feel as if his heart was gripped by a cold hand. He had always been a calm individual in times of crisis. However, his battlefield had previously been within laboratories, among data models, and in front of the most sophisticated instruments. Although he had long anticipated that his technology would provoke certain powers and had been warned by Zhou Yan about safety risks multiple times, It was only when faced with danger that he realized he was merely a scientist, a newly graduated doctoral student. As the vehicle swerved violently, bullets pummeling the exterior like hailstones, Zhou Yan could distinctly feel his body trembling slightly. Instinctively, he curled up behind the bulletproof seat, a primal fear spreading uncontrollably from the depths of his being. This was the first time he truly felt the proximity of death, so close it was tangible. He witnessed the young soldier who had fought to protect him perish before his eyes. Just moments ago, that youthful face, perhaps still bearing a hint of naivety, had displayed signs of nervousness and pride in escorting important scientists. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that young life was extinguished under enemy fire. Unable to leave behind even a complete farewell. The splattered warm liquid, the momentary loss of spark in those eyes. The limp body clad in uniform. All of this crashed violently into Zhou Yan's vision, etching itself into his mind. They had died for him. This realization struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Fear, at that moment, was overshadowed by a deeper, more intense emotion, an overwhelming fury. Fury against those assailants lurking in the shadows, employing such vile tactics. Fury against the puppeteers who would unleash bloody slaughter for the sake of commercial interests. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, nails digging deeply into his palms, bringing sharp pain that only heightened his clarity and rage. He inhaled deeply the acrid air laced with gunpowder, slowly straightening his posture. This attack felt like a brutal rite of passage, irrevocably severing his ties to the identity of a mere researcher. He understood that from this moment forward, his path would become far more treacherous, and he must become more resilient and formidable. This debt of blood, he would remember. Such grievances must not go unavenged. He would ensure they paid dearly, that the shadowy masterminds would suffer grievously for their actions. That evening, the incident at the Northwest Aviation Industry Base was reported to the highest authorities. In the dimly lit conference room, the atmosphere was stifling, making it difficult to breathe. Several senior officials gazed at the photographs from the scene, their faces ashen, their voices laced with an overwhelming fury. What audacity! To openly attack our research personnel and military within our borders is a blatant provocation to our national sovereignty. A thorough investigation is imperative. We must dig deep and unearth those behind this. The leader's eyes scanned the room, his tone resolute. Notify the border troops to enhance security along the northern grasslands and the border with Mingu. Deploy additional drones and patrol units to prevent further incursions by mercenaries. Moreover, we must do everything possible to treat the wounded soldiers and ensure the families of the fallen are cared for. We must provide Zhou Yan with the highest level of personal security. No further errors can be tolerated. Preliminary investigations indicated that the assailants were foreign mercenaries who had entered through Mingu, infiltrating our territory via the northern grasslands no man's land. They were tentatively identified as a transnational mercenary team, codenamed Wolf. The Minister of National Security reported, "We have already apprehended 2 mercenaries and are interrogating them overnight. We must uncover the masterminds behind this at all costs." The senior official responsible for national defense immediately rose. "We have established a special investigative task force, co-led by the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Defense, to rigorously examine any suspicious individuals entering from the northern border. We will not allow a single perpetrator to escape justice." In the interrogation room of the Northwest Aviation Industry Base, the light was harsh and white, where 2 mercenaries were held separately, shackled with specially designed restraints. The interrogation was conducted by a team of special interrogation experts from the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of National Security, who had rushed in overnight. To ascertain the truth in the shortest time possible, cutting-edge interrogation techniques were employed. A set of precision sensors was affixed to the fingertips, wrists, and chests of both mercenaries, linked to a nearby polygraph machine. This was the most advanced multi-parameter lie detection system domestically, capable of simultaneously monitoring heart rate, skin resistance, respiratory rate, and even pupil dilation, with an error rate below 0.1, far exceeding international standards. The interrogation expert held a pre-prepared list of questions, his tone grave. "I will pose a series of questions. You are to respond only with yes or no. Do you understand?" The mercenaries remained silent, evidently unwilling to cooperate. Anticipating this, the interrogation team activated the high-powered electric chair. 2 hours later, the mercenaries began to divulge information. "Did you voluntarily join this mission?" "Yes." The polygraph readings remained steady, without anomalies. "Do you hail from Europa?" "Yes." The readings continued to hold steady. "Was the employer for this mission an individual?" "Yes." And as the words fell, the lie detector's skin resistance curve suddenly spiked, and heart rates accelerated. The interrogation expert noted this signal but did not probe further, continuing with the questions. when you accepted the mission, were you aware that the target was a Chinese citizen? No, the readings fluctuated dramatically. Was the commission you received from a corporate account? No, heart rates surged, breaths quickened. Is your employer from America, Europa, or Sakura country? No, the polygraph emitted a piercing alarm, all parameters breaching the threshold of deceit. The interrogation expert switched off the polygraph, observing the sweat beading on the mercenary's forehead, and spoke calmly. You exhibit professionalism, yet your body does not lie. You know well that your employer is not an individual, but rather a collective from the West, linked to commercial interests. The mercenary's complexion turned pale, yet he remained defiant. Your machine is faulty. I am not lying. Whether our machine has issues, you are well aware. I present you with two choices: either continue to resist or cooperate with us. Understand this. Since we have captured you, we possess the means to make you speak. The methods to follow are far beyond mere lie detectors and electric therapy. Moreover, the targets of your attack have simple backgrounds, and potential adversaries are few. They are easily identifiable. Your captain has abandoned you. Do you truly believe they will return to rescue you? Both mercenaries clenched their jaws, refusing to respond. The interrogation expert ceased further discourse, exiting the interrogation room and instructing the technicians. Activate the truth serum, administering the maximum safe dosage. The so-called truth serum is a domestically developed central nervous system depressant, selectively diminishing psychological defenses and logical reasoning. Though it inflicts permanent bodily harm and is reserved for significant cases involving national security. Hours later, the interrogation expert emerged with the report. The two statements were highly consistent, both pointing towards a consortium of enterprises that had not secured the Shiha battery quota. However, they could not provide specific names, written agreements, or identifiable contacts as substantive evidence. Acting merely as executors, they only possessed vague knowledge of their employer's background and task objectives, with all critical information deliberately concealed by the employer. Meanwhile, in the temporary dormitory of the Northwest Aviation Industry Base, Zhou Yan stood by the window, gazing out at the pitch-black Gobi Desert, lost in thought. Du Weigui entered. Speaking softly, Dr. Zhou, the interrogation results are in. It was mercenaries hired by foreign enterprises that failed to secure quotas, yet there is no substantive evidence. Zhou Yan, still facing away, replied, I understand. I wish to commence the joint verification of the 7th-generation engine immediately tomorrow. We need to accelerate the compatibility of the Qinxing battery with the 7th-generation aircraft. Technology is our firmest foundation. No problem, Dr. Zhou. We will make immediate arrangements to begin tomorrow. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. After Du Weigui left, Zhou Yan lay on his bed, closing his eyes to reflect on the events of the day. In the past, he had always envisioned gradual development, cautiously extracting suitably advanced technologies from the library of science, avoiding significant upheavals and unpredictable reactions. The truncated version of the Shiha battery was such an example, as were other technologies he planned to introduce. However, this brutal ambush had starkly revealed to him he was mistaken. His adversaries would not adhere to the tempo he had established. When he showcased the capability to alter the landscape, what awaited him would not merely be commercial competition, but rather a ruthless struggle devoid of ethics. A fight to the death. At this moment, safety became the most luxurious yet fundamental necessity. His personal safety, the security of his core team, and even the safety of the talents gathering around him due to his efforts must be fundamentally assured. He, Zhou Yan, possessed the potential to lead humanity into a leap in civilization. If he were to falter due to absurd modesty and conservatism, it would be a loss for all of civilization. At this juncture, his personal safety was unequivocally synonymous with the future of civilization. Absolute control over safety must be attained. Zhou Yan opened his eyes. The fire of determination ignited within him. He ceased to suppress his consciousness, allowing his thoughts to delve into that 9-tiered library of technology suspended in his mind. The library remained serene, the starry dome slowly rotating, with shelves arranged like towering ancient trees. Previously, he had lingered in the material science section, but this time he began to explore other areas: life sciences and medicine, theoretical physics and mathematics, planetary internal ecology, basic information networks, biotechnology, fundamental cell regulation, astronomical observations, level 1 civilization detection range. Finally, his consciousness halted before a particular section, where the shelves exuded a somber metallic luster, and the knowledge carriers floating above emanated cold blue and dangerous red glows. An invisible air of solemnity and resolve permeated the space. This was the domain of interstellar military industry, conventional weapons system, individual combat systems, small and medium-sized vehicle platforms, orbital and planetary defense, Information and electronic warfare, logistics and support technologies. Zhou Yan glanced through these topics and ultimately picked up a book entitled Comprehensive Guide to Conventional Weapons in Interstellar Warfare, Mecha Edition. A torrent of vast information surged into his consciousness, revealing the complete design blueprint and manufacturing process of the foundational nano-armor of the Star Blue Empire. While Zhou Yan was processing the newly acquired technology in his mind, the interrogation report was urgently submitted to the central authority. Minister, this is the final interrogation result. The Minister of National Security presented the report before the elder statesman. Both mercenaries testified that their employer was a consortium of companies from several nations that had failed to obtain quotas, but no substantive evidence was available. All connections and financial transactions had been meticulously erased. Although the evidence was lacking, the direction was unmistakable. The elder statesman perused the interrogation records with a cold gaze. He immediately summoned the ambassadors of these nations in China, issuing a stern protest, clearly informing them that our country would not tolerate any foreign enterprises jeopardizing the safety of our citizens and national interests through illegal means. He demanded that they immediately restrain their companies and surrender the culprits. Otherwise, we would employ all measures, including trade countermeasures and asset freezes. Furthermore, he conveyed to Zhou Yan that the nation was his most steadfast support, assuring him that the sacrifices of the fallen soldiers would not be in vain. The true instigators would eventually be brought to justice, and they would pay the price they deserved. Chapter 34. The upgraded plasma engine. The following morning, under the guidance of Colonel Du, Zhou Yan, Lin Haochen, Su Mu, and Wang Dingfeng stepped into the plasma engine laboratory. Heralded as the heart of future aerospace technology in China, a blend of ozone, specialized cooling agents, and faint ionization filled the air. The laboratory was vast and brightly lit, filled with an array of unidentifiable precision instruments and thick cables, exuding a hardcore industrial aesthetic. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the centerpiece, enveloped in numerous supports and sensors. There stood the half-human-high plasma engine, emitting a low, humming roar as three thick high-voltage cables descended from the ceiling, connecting to the engine's rear interface, where pale violet plasma swirled within the annular chamber. An elderly man, his hair a mix of white, approached briskly in a slightly worn white lab coat. Colonel Du promptly introduced him. Zhou Yan, this is the chief of the plasma engine project, Academician Feng Jinsong. Academician Feng offered no pleasantries. His gaze directly fixed on Zhou Yan, filled with scrutiny and an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation. He extended his hand firmly, shaking Zhou Yan's vigorously. Comrade Zhou Yan, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. I am Feng Jinsong, responsible for the plasma engine project. His voice was loud and straightforward, characteristic of a researcher. He gestured towards the engine, his tone a mix of resignation and yearning. Do you see that? Our Lingyu #1 prototype. Theoretical thrust can reach 800 kilonewtons, with a specific impulse conservatively estimated at 8,000 seconds. Its performance parameters far exceed those of current chemical fuel engines. He then shifted his focus to the intimidatingly thick cables, chuckling wryly, but it is also a true electrical behemoth. To achieve peak power, it requires over 300 megawatts, equivalent to the instantaneous electricity consumption of a small town. Right now, we rely entirely on these three specially designated ultra-high voltage lines for power. We can neither ascend to the skies nor maintain stable operation for an extended period. His gaze swept over Zhou Yan and his three companions, his tone growing somber. Unless we resolve the issues surrounding efficient, high-energy density onboard power sources, this engine, which symbolizes the future, will forever remain confined to the laboratory, unable to be practically applied. We have exhausted every possible solution to minimize its power consumption. He sighed. Yet even within our capabilities, reducing power to a minimum, sacrificing some performance, still does not meet its demands. It was then that Academician Feng's eyes brightened upon hearing about Zhou Yan's Shihi battery, especially after receiving a report from Comrade Du Weiguo regarding the progress of the Qinqing project. Zhou Yan, listening to Academician Feng's words, smiled and gestured toward a corner of the experimental area, where 10 silver metallic boxes stood, each about the size of an automotive battery, emblazoned with the logo of the 9-tiered pagoda of infinite energy. Academician Feng, we did not come empty-handed. We have brought the sustenance that will satiate your electrical giant. He strode over, retrieving a palm-sized terminal from his pocket, affixing it to one of the boxes. After inputting a series of codes, the box emitted a beep and opened, revealing a Qinqing battery that flickered with a ghostly blue light. This is the Qinqing battery, with an energy density 1,000 times that of a standard lithium battery. One of these can store 100,000 kilowatt-hours, enough to power an average household for 20 years, more than sufficient to fuel this engine. An elderly man clad in a blue and white lab coat approached, donning reading glasses to examine the battery closely. His fingers brushed over the cooling patterns on the battery's surface, and suddenly, his voice trembled with excitement. These patterns, this arrangement, this cooling structure? It can store so much energy without overheating. Academician foam, shall we begin? Zhou Yan turned to him. Absolutely. Let's commence immediately, Academician foam commanded. Without delay, Zhou Yan called over Su Mu and Wang Dingfeng. Initiate joint debugging. Su Mu was tasked with connecting the energy bus. Wang Dingfeng would monitor the magnetic confinement parameters. And Lin Haochen was to keep an eye on the data terminal, ready to halt operations at the first sign of anomalies. The trio responded in unison and wheeled the battery to the side of the engine. Su Mu produced a specially designed energy interface, aligning it with the engine's rear slot. Customized in advance according to the engine's specifications. As the interface connected, a soft sound was emitted, and the energy indicator on the battery shifted from blue to green, indicating a successful connection. Zhou Yan swiftly operated the terminal, bringing up the energy matching program. The screen displayed the engine's energy consumption curve alongside the battery's discharge curve, with both lines rapidly calibrating. Energy bus voltage stable, current output normal. Magnetic confinement system preheating complete, awaiting energy input. With all preliminary conditions met, Zhou Yan looked to Academician foam, as if announcing to everyone, Academician foam. We can begin the first joint ignition test. Academician foam took a deep breath, and amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, pressed the start button on the terminal. In an instant, energy from the batteries surged forth, and within the engine's annular chamber, the pale violet plasma transformed from a disordered state into a slender flame column. With a resounding thud, the test platform jolted forward, nearly colliding with the distant railing. Magnetic confinement efficiency 91. Power 30 megawatts. Battery energy consumption only 0.3. A researcher stared at the data screen, exclaiming the figures with incredulous excitement. The laboratory personnel rushed to the data screen, captivated by the fluctuating numbers. Suddenly, Academician foam was moved to tears, grasping Zhou Yan's hand tightly. Comrade Zhou Yan, we have solved it. Truly resolved. We have awaited this day for 20 years. Zhou Yan patted the elderly man's hand, his gaze shifting to the engine, which was now operating stably. Academician foam, I believe this is merely the beginning. I personally feel there remains considerable room for optimization. That very afternoon, Zhou Yan convened a brainstorming session with Lin Haochen and the others, filling the whiteboard with optimization directions. Although the engine was operational, it had 3 significant shortcomings. Zhou Yan pointed to the data curves. First, the helium ionization efficiency is only 88, wasting 12 of the energy. Second, the nozzle gas flow is uneven, causing a thrust fluctuation of 5. Third, while the alloy casing can withstand high temperatures, it conducts heat too rapidly, increasing the burden on the cooling system. Helium ionization was attempted by increasing microwave power, but once it exceeded a certain threshold, the cavity would break down. The gas flow from the nozzle posed a challenge due to mechanical processing precision. Our facility's 5-axis machine tool had reached its limits. The heat conduction of the casing was a matter of material properties, which could not be altered. A researcher furrowed his brow and remarked, "There are always solutions." Zhou Yan replied, turning to sketch a complex resonant cavity structure on the whiteboard, a design capable of elevating ionization efficiency beyond 98. His words ignited a fervor among the assembled researchers, particularly those from mechanical engineering, who shook their heads in disbelief. Isn't it too risky to venture across disciplines? How would we know without trying? Zhou Yan offered no further explanation and promptly retrieved the resonant cavity design blueprints from the technological library, instructing them to be projected on the screen for fabrication based on these parameters with a prototype ready within 3 days. Days later, the newly constructed prototype roared to life. A pale violet plasma beam erupted from the nozzle, slender and luminous, catapulting the test platform 3 meters forward. The magnetic confinement efficiency displayed a steadfast 92, while the ionization efficiency soared to 98, with power consumption plummeting by 40. Academician foam rubbed his eyes, nearly convinced the instrument was malfunctioning. Then, Zhou Yan unveiled a groundbreaking alloy named Xuanwu, boasting a strength 100 times greater than traditional aerospace titanium alloys, yet only 0.5 times the density, remaining impervious to softening even at temperatures of 3,000 degrees. Utilizing it for the engine casing and nozzle would reduce the overall weight by 50, even allowing for a halving of the cooling system's weight. Additionally, it could be employed in the fuselage of the 7th-generation aircraft. This alloy was not conjured from thin air. It was derived from a recipe found in the Technological Library's Structural Energy Materials. Following an assault, Zhou Yan not only prioritized personal safety, but also resolved to aid the nation in creating a formidable weapon, thus mastering multiple technologies. Chapter 35, 30 Mach. Breaking the Karman line. With the Lingyun plasma engine, the Qinqing battery, and Xuanwu alloy as foundational elements, the project team integrated them at an astonishing pace into a specially modified 6th-generation fighter prototype, codenamed Xianbird. 2 months later, the prototype, Xianbird No. 1 sat on the test flight runway, measuring approximately 19 meters in length, 5.2 meters in height, and with a wingspan of about 14.7 meters. Its silver-white fuselage resembled a poised falcon, with the plasma engine's nozzle converging beneath its belly, and 2 sets of Qinqing battery modules snugly concealed, rendering it indistinguishable as an electric aircraft. The seams were cloaked in the latest Xianying stealth coating, capable of absorbing 99 of radar waves. From the ground, the aircraft appeared to subtly meld into the surrounding atmosphere. After integrating the Qinqing batteries, Xuanwu alloy, and the nation's most advanced avionics, stealth coatings, and life support systems, the comprehensive cost of the Xianbird was approximately 200 million Hua bills. When this price was announced, it elicited collective astonishment from informed higher-ups. For comparison, America's 5th-generation fighter F-22 Raptor costs around $250 million, which, at current exchange rates, exceeds 1.7 billion Hua bills. This remarkable cost advantage stemmed from Zhou Yan supplying the Qinqing battery modules at cost, each costing only 10 million Hua bills. According to Zhou Yan's calculations, the core raw material cost stood at approximately 100 Hua bills per kilowatt-hour. Just this energy system alone represented an immeasurable financial boon for the nation. Moreover, the Xuanwu alloy used for the fuselage cost 2 million Hua bills per ton, also at cost price, allowing the Zhuanbird's total cost to be compressed to around 200 million Hua bills. Test pilot Yu Yong, a premier aviator with 3,000 hours of flight experience, donned his G-suit and settled into the cockpit. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the base command center was solemn and tense. Gigantic screens displayed a world map, real-time data streams, and feedback from various tracking units. Commanders from several major war zones, including a senior official, were present, underscoring the high level of attention this event commanded. Project leader academician Feng stood beside the command seat, hands clasped tightly, palms slick with sweat. While he held steadfast confidence in the Zhuanbird's technology, the enormity of this test flight, potentially impacting the nation's aerial superiority for decades to come, weighed heavily upon him. In contrast, Zhou Yan remained exceptionally calm at his side, dressed in simple dark work attire. He gazed steadily at the screen, as if everything unfolding before him was preordained. Final system check before the Zhuanbird's test flight. Commence. The commanding voice boomed through the hall. Long-range phased array radar number 1, ready. Long-wave tracking radar number 2, ready. Galaxy series relay satellite signal locked. Data link with the Yuanwang space measurement vessel is smooth. All ground optical tracking stations are prepared. A series of resounding reports constructed an intricate monitoring network enveloping the ground, sea, sky, and space, rivaling the meticulousness of a manned space launch. Zhou Yan sat at the data station, his fingertips lightly tapping the terminal as parameters for the Xianbird cascaded like a waterfall. The Xianying coding activated, the central processing system on standby. The Qinqing battery estimated endurance of 52 hours and peak thrust reserve of 28 megawatts. All systems self-checked as normal, requesting to initiate full performance test flight. Yu Yong's voice came through encrypted communications, brimming with barely contained excitement. We are cleared for takeoff. Good luck. The command was issued, and everyone felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yu Yong gently pushed the throttle. Unlike traditional fighters, there was no thunderous roar. Not even the faint hum of the engine, as the Zhuanbird's nozzle emitted a barely visible pale blue stream, lifting the aircraft as though cradled by an invisible hand. Ascending silently and almost vertically, the speed reached an extreme, leaving only a fleeting afterimage on the retina, instantly transforming into a black dot in the high altitude. Altitude, 10,000 meters. Speed, 12 Mach. Battery consumption, 0.03. The data officer reported in real time. Engine noise monitoring at 10 decibels. Requesting to engage afterburners, pushing for peak speed. Approved. Maintain attitude. Commanded academician Feng. Zhou Yan fixed his gaze on the thrust curve. Yu Yong slammed the throttle to maximum, and the Zhuanbird's nozzle erupted in a dazzling blue-violet flame, the speedometer's needle spinning wildly. In the monitoring hall, Data was refreshing at a frantic pace. Report. Altitude surpassing 50,000 meters. Speed, 10 Mach. Engine power, 35. Report. Surpassing 100,000 meters. Speed, 20 Mach. Entering near space. Report. Reaching the Kármán line. Altitude, 100 kilometers. Speed stabilizing at 25 Mach. My heavens, it's still accelerating. Peak speed, 308 Mach. Structural integrity stable. Energy reserve consumption, 3. The command center's screens were instantly filled with the light and shadows of supersonic shockwaves, plunging the entire hall into silence, as all were rendered speechless by this terrifying data, which had completely transcended the realm of traditional aircraft. 30 Mach. Altitude, 100 kilometers. Just grazed the Kármán line. Zhang Chao's voice cracked, as the sky outside the cabin transformed from azure to a profound ink, with stars vividly visible. Energy consumption, 5 per hour, at the extreme speed of 30 Mach. The central processor predicts an endurance of 20 hours. Requesting hover test. Zhang Chao pressed the vector thrust button, and the Zhuanbird's nozzle pivoted instantly, halting the high-speed flight at 30 Mach, stabilizing gracefully at an altitude of 60 kilometers, resembling a stationary silver-gray star. The data screen displayed, in hover state. Battery consumption is merely 0.2 per hour. Endurance can comfortably extend beyond 100 hours. Let's circle the Earth. Zhou Yan's voice resonated through the communication channel. Yu Yong grinned, pushing down the control stick as the Xianbird, like a silver flash, sped along the suborbital path beneath the Kármán line. Here, it was a radar blind spot. And augmented by the Xianian coding, all global air defense systems became virtually blind. America's God's Eye, Russia's Bori, and Britain's Iron Curtain system, with detection networks spanning the globe, failed to register even a hint of a suspicious blip on any radar screen. The quantum cloaking layer and gravitational field engine of the Xianbird render it entirely invisible to current detection methods. At that moment, NASA's Deep Space 2 satellite happened to sweep across the Pacific, capturing a fleeting silver trajectory. The image relayed back to the Houston Control Center reported, the God-23 satellite has detected an unidentified high-speed object at 32 degrees north latitude. Speed estimated to exceed 20 Mach. Unable to identify. Radar shows no response. The information was immediately escalated to the Pentagon, and the North American Air Force Command issued an urgent order. What? 20 Mach. Invisible. The command center erupted in chaos. Was it a new weapon from the Russians? A new aircraft from China? Or perhaps a UFO? Immediately deploy all reconnaissance satellites in orbit and coordinate with allied radar networks to locate it. The commander bellowed. All combat aircraft were scrambled, and global radar systems were activated to their full capacity, determined to lock onto the target. Meanwhile, the Xianbird had already zipped across the Atlantic and Indian Oceans and was traversing the Strait of Hormuz. Zhang Chao observed the radar alarms displaying a blank screen. The American F-22s and F-35s were aimlessly circling at an altitude of 15,000 meters, unable to even catch a trace of its exhaust. Report to headquarters, the U.S. Military is searching for us like headless flies, he remarked. It's about time to head home. Zhou Yan glanced at the data, with a maximum speed of 30 Mach. It could circumnavigate the globe in merely 1 hour and 17 minutes, with battery consumption barely reaching 6.30 Mach. 1 hour around the Earth. Academician Feng exclaimed, Dr. Zhou, you have truly created a national treasure. Zhou Yan smiled at the screen, aware that the American search would ultimately yield nothing. Yu Yong maneuvered the aircraft, smoothly decelerating from 30 Mach as they passed through the clouds, ultimately landing gently on the runway of the Northwest Air Base. The entire process was eerily quiet. The distant sentinels were oblivious to the sound until the aircraft came to a halt. Applause and cheers erupted in the command center, nearly lifting the roof off. We did it. We succeeded. The usually stern and serious experts were now like children, tossing aside their notebooks, embracing one another, and thumping each other's shoulders. Their faces flushed with excitement and incoherence. The engineers and technicians jumped up in jubilation, many weeping in joy, tears of relief cascading down their cheeks. Academician Feng, with tears streaming down his face, grasped Zhou Yan's arm tightly, his voice choked with emotion. We did it. Did you see? We made history. No. We created the future. He seemed to muster all his strength to affirm that this was not a dream. Colonel Du, a man of iron resolve, also had reddened eyes. He stood at attention, saluting all the personnel involved in the project, the Xianbird on the screen, and Zhou Yan beside him, delivering an impeccably standard and solemn military salute. His voice resonated like a bell, overpowering the commotion of the room. Comrades, I declare the first full-power long-duration test of the Xian bird a resounding success. You are all heroes of the nation. History will remember this day. It will remember each of you. Soon, someone brought in all the beverages from the base's stock, champagne, beer, even ergo too, regardless of whether they drank or not. Everyone raised their glasses and bottles, shouting, cheers, for the Xian bird, for China. Tears of joy mingled with the drinks as the entire hall transformed into a sea of celebration. Simultaneously, in the capital, a report marked, top secret. Urgent. Lingyun project achieves great success, was swiftly delivered to the desks of several elders by a confidential secretary. The report was exceedingly detailed, encompassing the astonishing speed of 308 Mach, cruising at the Karman line, and 50 hours of global stealth, along with a summary of the North American Air Defense Command's misidentification of it as a UFO, which had caused internal chaos. The elders quickly reached a consensus to notify the following. First, in the name of the central government, send the highest-level congratulatory message to all participants of the Lingyun project at the Northwest Base. All contributors must be generously rewarded. Second, convene an expert meeting immediately to study the subsequent development strategy and application of derived technologies for the Xian bird fighter. Third, comrades Zhou Yan and the core team of Infinite Energy should receive national-level honors and commendations of the highest order. Chapter 36, Homecoming. Changes in Lake City. By the end of November, Lake City had entered early winter, with the air carrying a sharp chill, the wind brushing against faces with a biting cold. When Zhou Yan's familiar yet slightly slender figure appeared at the doorstep, his mother, Yuan Huifang, who had been busy in the kitchen, nearly dropped her spatula, her eyes welling up instantly. She rushed over, grasping her son's hand and examining him from head to toe. Zhou Yan, you're finally back. You've been gone for over 4 months without a word. Her voice trembled with emotion, a mixture of concern and reproach. The phone is often unreachable, and messages take ages to reply. Whenever I ask, you just say you're busy with a project, needing to keep it confidential. I went to your company to ask Zhou Yan, and he only said it was a confidential project, that you'd return after a while. But he couldn't specify when. Do you know how worried your father and I have been? Zhou Yan's father, Zhou Xingbong, though more composed, also bore an expression of relief. He took Zhou Yan's simple luggage, patting his shoulder firmly. It's good to be back, good to be back. Your mother watches the news every day, afraid of hearing any bad news. She heard from Zhou Yan that it was a very important national project and hoped to catch a glimpse of you in the news. Seeing the undeniable concern in his parents' eyes, Zhou Yan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He helped his mother sit down on the sofa, his tone laced with sincerity and regret. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. The level of this project is exceptionally high. I signed the highest confidentiality agreement, and often it was indeed inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. Even my phone was monitored. But look, I'm back safe and sound. High level? Higher than your research at school or in the company? His mother pursued, her face a canvas of curiosity and anxiety. Is it related to that battery you were working on? I saw something in the news, claiming it could change the world. Observing his son now commanding a vast enterprise, she felt a swell of pride as a mother, yet the notion of participating in classified national projects, which she perceived as potentially dangerous, filled her with worry. She couldn't help but gently pat Zhou Yan's arm. I know you've made it, but you're now in charge of such a large company. Even foreign tycoons and our city's mayor must address you as Mr. Zhou. Why do you still need to personally engage in these strenuous and secretive matters? Zhou Yan recognized the pure love behind his mother's concern. No matter how great his achievements, to her, he would always be the child needing care. The one she feared would tire himself out. Mom, this identity of Mr. Zhou, the big boss, does not allow me to rest on my laurels. He explained with a gentle smile. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Our battery is excellent, but to truly harness its full potential, it requires the support and cooperation of the nation. I am not merely the founder of Infinite Energy. I am also a scientist of China. Assisting the country by applying our best technologies where they are most needed is my duty, an obligation I cannot evade. He paused for a moment, allowing his mother a moment to digest his words before he spoke with a tone of assurance. Rest assured, Mom. I am well aware of my responsibilities. I promise that my future endeavors will be conducted with my safety as a priority, and I will keep you informed to alleviate your worries. Upon hearing her son's declaration, Yuan Huifang was momentarily taken aback, her anxious gaze gradually replaced by a complex array of emotions, pride, understanding, and perhaps a hint of relief as she realized her son had already soared into a broader horizon. She merely sighed softly. You two are just alike, full of wisdom. I understand, dear. Zhou Xingbong, her husband, being a man, grasped the weight of his son's responsibilities more acutely. He nodded. All right. The child has just returned. Let us not dwell on such matters. Zhou Yan is right. There are times for discretion. As long as we know he is safe and engaged in important work, that suffices. Quickly, Huifeng, our son must be hungry. The food is nearly cold. Indeed. Let us eat. Yuan Huifeng suddenly realized, hastily rising to head to the kitchen. Mom has prepared your favorite sweet and sour ribs and crispy fried meat, and I even bought your beloved Reliant tofu pudding. I imagine you haven't eaten well these past few months. At the dining table, the air was infused with the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals and a warm atmosphere. The parents ceased their inquiries regarding his work, instead showering him with dishes while chattering about recent changes in Huqing, new shopping centers opening on certain streets, and which neighbors' children had recently married. Their words were imbued with a sense of familial warmth, allowing Zhou Yan's tense nerves to completely relax. Listening to his parents' chatter and observing the contented smiles on their faces, warmth surged within Zhou Yan. He understood that no matter the accolades he achieved or the thrilling moments he experienced outside, home would always be his most comforting sanctuary. This simple sentiment was the fundamental motivation propelling him forward, instilling in him a desire to protect this land and the countless ordinary yet blissful families like his own. After dinner, Zhou Yan took the initiative to clear the table and spent some time in the living room watching television with his parents. Eventually, amid their repeated reminders to rest early and not to tire themselves, he returned to his long-abandoned room. Outside the window lay the familiar nightscape of his hometown, while within, the returning wanderer found solace for both body and soul. He knew that after this brief respite, a multitude of tasks awaited his attention. The following day, Zhou Yan did not rush back to the company. Instead, he seized the rare opportunity to accompany his parents on a stroll through the city, immediately sensing the transformative changes brought about by infinite energy. The most striking transformation was the emergence of new shops, completely different in caliber from those of the past, with an abundance of international brands previously unseen in Huqing. The clothing stores that once shouted clearance sales had been replaced by stylish domestic and foreign brands, featuring trendy designs at steep prices. Numerous exquisite cafes and bookstores had also opened, with many young people seated inside, sipping coffee while working on their laptops, exuding a refined urban vibe. However, the most conspicuous sight on the streets remained those clad in deep blue, light blue, and white uniforms of infinite energy. They seemed to wear their uniforms with pride, often donning them even after work. Groups of them would confidently enter mobile phone stores to purchase the latest models, skillfully select expensive designer clothes in clothing stores, or engage in discussions about work in cafes, their faces radiating confidence. They had become the most favored customers of merchants. With robust spending power, Zhou Yan calculated in his mind that merely the first and second phases of the super factories provided over 10,000 direct employment opportunities, coupled with the rapidly expanding research and development center, which attracted a plethora of top talents, and the administrative, financial, and public relations departments. The total number of employees under his command had approached 15,000. This did not even account for the upstream and downstream industries and the indirect employment created by ancillary services such as dining, accommodation, and entertainment surrounding infinite energy. It is no exaggeration to say that infinite energy single-handedly reshaped the economic ecology and demographic structure of Huqing. A stark comparison can be drawn from the fact that Huqing's total GDP for the year 2023 was approximately 140 billion huabi, while infinite energy, solely through the pre-sale of the Shiha battery, had garnered nearly 160 billion in funds. One company's cash flow had already surpassed the entire annual economic output of a prefecture-level city. This explosive growth in economic strength was directly reflected in a seismic shift in societal perceptions. In the past, parents in Huqing held the highest expectations for their children to study diligently, gain admission to Huqing, and seek opportunities in larger cities. Now, however, the prevailing sentiment had drastically shifted. On the streets and in daily conversations, the most discussed and envied topic was which family's child had secured a position at Infinite Energy. Gaining employment at Infinite Energy had become the highest honor for the youth of Huqing, and indeed their families. Chapter 37. Infinite Energy worker Tian Lei as Zhou Yan walked alongside his parents on the streets of Huqing. The vibrancy before him left even the architect of this transformation momentarily dazed. Among those directly benefiting from this metamorphosis was none other than his old neighbor, Tian Lei. Just over a year ago, 34-year-old Tian Lei's life was shrouded in darkness. With a vocational school education, he had spent nearly a decade working at a local traditional battery factory, Although he possessed solid technical skills and was recognized as a capable hand by the seasoned workers, his income remained stagnant at around 4,000 to 5,000. In this fourth-tier city, men of his age had mostly settled down, whereas he struggled due to his average appearance, height, and income, along with a modest family background. His introverted nature further hindered his prospects, leading to repeated failures in the realm of matchmaking, which weighed heavily on his parents' hearts. The stigma of being an unmarried man of advanced age became an invisible shackle, creating discomfort between him and his family in their neighborhood. His parents, deeply concerned for his marital prospects, had grown increasingly anxious, their hair graying with worry. Yet they felt helpless. The turning point in his fate came through his connection with Zhou Yan, their old neighbor. Tianlei's parents approached Zhou Yan's family with a sense of cautious hope, and upon learning of this, Zhou Yan offered Tianlei an interview opportunity, while making it clear that ultimately, it would depend on his own efforts. Tianlei seized this chance. Though introverted, this trait enabled him to focus on accumulating production skills. Yet, due to his emotional intelligence being slightly lacking and his educational background being insufficient, he had not received any promotions within the battery factory. Subsequently, he leveraged his solid experience and hands-on abilities in the battery field to successfully pass the interview and became a technician at Infinite Energy. After months of hard work, he had risen to a B2 level intermediate technician and even held a minor leadership position. When his first month's salary of 20,000 arrived, he confirmed the message multiple times, realizing it was more than triple his previous income at the battery factory. With this change came a newfound confidence. As the saying goes, money gives men courage. And with wealth, anyone feels emboldened. Now, he could confidently enter the Huawei flagship store to purchase the latest models for himself and his parents, as well as select a few suitable outfits in the trendy clothing stores that aligned with the status of an Infinite Energy employee. The most significant transformation, however, occurred in the realm of romance. Since joining Infinite Energy, the number of matchmakers seeking to introduce him to potential partners had surged. Being an employee of Infinite Energy carried more weight than any material possessions. Tianlei's 21st blind date was scheduled for Saturday afternoon at a newly opened upscale cafe in the city center. Just months prior, he would not have dared to step foot in such a place. Before he left, his mother, unusually, refrained from her usual barrage of reminders, instead meticulously smoothing out the outfit he would wear, her eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of reassurance and anticipation. Just speak sincerely and be honest, she advised, her tone infused with newfound confidence, alleviating some of her previous anxieties. Tianlei arrived at the cafe 10 minutes early. He chose a window seat and ordered a signature latte, the name of which he couldn't quite recall, previously recommended by a colleague. The woman, named Li Jing, was 28 years old and worked as a teacher at a primary school in the city. She was introduced by the wife of Tianlei's former workshop director. Tianlei had seen her photo beforehand. She was elegant and graceful. Had she been the kind of good girl he had encountered before, he would not have dared to meet her, as she would undoubtedly have looked down upon him. Li Jing arrived punctually, dressed in understated attire with poise and grace. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, her gaze naturally fell upon Tianlei's winter jacket, which bore the insignia of Infinite Energy. "Are you working at Infinite Energy?" she inquired, her tone imbued with a hint of confirmation rather than mere curiosity. "Yes," Tianlei nodded, straightening slightly. "I work as a technician at the super factory." "That's impressive." Li Jing smiled sincerely. "I've heard that Infinite Energy has high technical requirements, and many undergraduates and even master's graduates struggle to get in. Many parents of students at our school hope their children can one day join your company." The conversation flowed effortlessly from there. Tianlei noticed that Li Jing did not probe into his family background or express disdain for his vocational education, as previous blind dates had. Instead, she was genuinely interested in his daily work, asking if the Shiha batteries were truly as remarkable as rumored. When he spoke of technological advancements and team collaboration, her eyes reflected interest and respect. Gradually, Tianlei relaxed, realizing he no longer needed to sell himself, but could simply share his work and life candidly. He spoke of how precision ensures the quality of each battery, described the meritocratic atmosphere at the company, and recounted the satisfaction of gifting his parents new phones with his monthly salary of 20,000. He even mentioned his past experiences at a traditional battery factory, admitting that Infinite Energy had provided him, a technically skilled yet undereducated individual, with new opportunities. Li Jing listened attentively, occasionally nodding. Relying on one's own skills and achieving excellence in technology is more valuable than anything else. Her words dispelled the last remnants of Tianlei's anxiety. As they neared the end of their coffee, he proactively offered to settle the bill, his movements smooth and confident. In the past, a cup of coffee costing dozens of yuan would have pained him, but now, it was a consumption he could and was willing to bear. Li Jing made no attempt to contest this, simply smiling and thanking him. Upon leaving the cafe, they stood at the entrance, gazing at the cityscape before them. Li Jing remarked, "This street has changed so much. There are so many interesting shops now." Tian Lei seized the opportunity to respond, his tone carrying a hint of confidence he had not previously noticed. "Indeed, I heard a nice bookstore recently opened nearby. The environment is said to be quite pleasant. Next time, if you have the time." "Sounds great," Li Jing readily agreed, a blush gracing her cheeks. This blind date lacked the awkward interrogations and the disdain he had previously encountered. The deep blue of infinite energy, along with its promise of high salaries, prospects, and societal recognition, served as an unspoken yet weighty business card, clearing away all obstacles from his past romantic endeavors. He was no longer the scrutinized leftover man of a certain age, but rather a capable individual, brimming with potential and worthy of trust. Reflecting on this, Tian Lei felt a deeper sense of belonging and identification with his company and silently resolved to work even more diligently, so as not to squander the future it had afforded him. His experience was but a microcosm of the myriad families in Lake City whose destinies had been transformed. The deep blue work uniform he was reluctant to shed not only signified income far exceeding his past, but also represented a newfound social identity and dignity. All thanks to Zhou Yan and infinite energy. The next morning, Zhou Yan returned to the company to find a landscape utterly transformed. The once sparsely populated industrial park was now teeming with factories, bustling with activity. The second phase of the super factory was fully operational, with fully automated production lines running tirelessly, producing outstanding Shiha batteries, resulting in a threefold increase in total capacity compared to the first phase. The steel structure of the third phase factory was complete, with exterior and interior renovations underway, expected to commence operations by spring next year, further enhancing production capacity. Most striking were the two 9-story twin-tower headquarters buildings, resembling a technological library. They stood tall, their primary structures already capped, with only internal finishing and equipment installation remaining. Funded by substantial investments, the construction progressed at an astonishing pace, anticipated to be operational by next summer. Under the sun, the deep blue glass curtain walls contrasted beautifully with the silver-gray titanium alloy, radiating a sense of futuristic technology. In Zhou Yan's temporary office, CEO Zhou Yan, barely containing his excitement, reported to Zhou Yan about the remarkable performance over the past months, likening it to a money-printing machine. "President Zhou, you should have seen the scene. The second phase super factory just began operations, and as soon as the projected capacity was announced, those car manufacturers and smartphone companies that previously missed out on allocations or sought to increase their shares went absolutely wild. We have received nearly 200 billion yuan in advance payments. The cash flow in our company is so robust that it would make any Fortune 500 company envious." He continued with another significant development. "Following your directives before you left, we have secured a vast 6,000-acre plot of land on the eastern edge of Lake City." Zhou Yan gestured towards the eastern direction outside the window. "We provided generous compensation for demolition, offering a 50 premium over market value, amounting to 5 billion. With the support of senior government officials, the local authorities have greenlit everything, and we faced virtually no obstacles. The preliminary leveling for the project is complete, and we have commenced construction according to the design blueprint you left, named Universal Port. As for the security company matter," Zhou Yan's tone softened. "As per your instructions, we have drafted preliminary criteria for the core framework and personnel screening. But the key aspects still require your personal input and assembly. Overall, everything is on track, even better than we anticipated," Zhou Yan concluded. "Zhou Yan, you've done exceptionally well in my absence. Thank you for your hard work," Zhou Yan acknowledged, but then his gaze sharpened. "However, there is one matter that requires immediate attention." Zhou Yan looked taken aback. "What matter?" "All companies that participated in our initial global quota conference bid but did not secure allocations or received minimal shares, regardless of whether they have made advance payments, are to be permanently blacklisted from infinite energy. All paid amounts will be refunded, and all future collaborations will be indefinitely terminated." Zhou Yan was astonished by Zhou Yan's words. "President Zhou, though those enterprises may be smaller compared to other giants, collectively they represent a significant force, especially in the European, North American, and Sakura markets. Canceling cooperation unilaterally and without reason could lead to massive commercial losses, exorbitant breach of contract lawsuits, and potentially provoke trade retaliation at the national level. What is the rationale? We lack concrete evidence of their underhanded activities. The reason is simple. I suspect they, or the interest groups behind them, are connected to the attack I faced during my military project. Zhou Yan interrupted, his tone icy. I do not require judicially sanctioned evidence. I trust my judgment. Their actions have crossed the line of fair competition. Therefore, they must be removed and pay the consequences. An attack? Zhou Ying's complexion drained of color as he leaned forward, hands pressed against the table, his voice trembling. You were attacked? When? Where? Were you injured? A series of questions arose, and the seasoned top-tier executive was left with nothing but trepidation and astonishment in his eyes. He could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that would befall Infinite Energy should Zhou Yan indeed encounter misfortune, especially as the company had just begun its ascent and was basking in the zenith of its success. I am fine. It was merely a false alarm. Zhou Yan waved his hand, signaling for calm, though he was evidently reluctant to delve into further details. Do you understand? He continued. This is not merely a business decision. It is a matter of survival and security. Sacrificing some financial resources and market share is a small price to pay for eliminating potential threats, as well as sending a clear message to anyone or any entity that seeks to covet Infinite Energy through unscrupulous means. They shall pay a price far beyond their imagination. If they cannot produce evidence of their non-involvement, they will have to accept the consequences. Zhou Yan took a deep breath, nodding emphatically as his previous doubts and commercial considerations were cast aside. A cold resolve replaced the shock that had previously clouded his eyes. I understand. I will handle it personally, ensuring they do not obtain even a scrap of battery casing. I will prepare our team for legal and public relations countermeasures. At this moment, Zhou Yan's personal safety had taken precedence over all commercial interests. Excellent. Zhou Yan promptly issued a second directive. The heads of the legal, finance, and human resources departments are to be summoned. I intend to establish a new parent company, Infinite Technology Group, under which Infinite Energy will operate as a wholly owned subsidiary. The group will be entirely controlled by me. Zhou Yan instantly grasped the profound implications of this move. It was not merely a structural adjustment, but the creation of a higher platform, a vessel capable of accommodating future disruptive technologies, all while retaining the core control firmly in the hands of the founder, thereby mitigating any decision-making risks associated with equity or public listing in the future. Currently, Zhou Yan held only 50 of Infinite Energy, with 40 in the hands of Academician Yang, 10 allocated to an early core team incentive pool, 1 held by Zhou Yan, and 5 belonging to the finance director, Ying Lei, with an additional 2 dispersed among several top-tier technical talents recruited by the company. This had once been a perfect structure founded on trust, gratitude, and the urgent need for rapid initiation. The $3 billion investment from Academician Yang and his esteemed reputation had been the bedrock that allowed the company to establish itself and swiftly gain recognition from all quarters, a fact for which Zhou Yan remained eternally grateful. However, gratitude could not supplant reason, nor could it obscure potential risks. Zhou Yan had long contemplated the implications of Academician Yang's advanced age. While his wisdom and stature were unquestionable, what of his heirs and family? When immense profits are intertwined with the control of an enterprise capable of influencing national welfare, who could guarantee that future successors would maintain the same purity and foresight as Academician Yang? A divergence of opinions could turn the 40 equity stake into a latent time bomb, risking Zhou Yan's control over the company and its strategic direction, an outcome he could never accept. Even if he were to later introduce longevity-enhancing technology to extend Academician Yang's life, one could never be certain that time would not alter perspectives. Thus, Zhou Yan could not afford to gamble. Absolute control was the safest option. This is not greed, but a rational decision rooted in a profound understanding of human nature and interests, Zhou Yan murmured to himself. He cherished his friendship with Academician Yang and would never neglect to honor this guiding figure materially. The future Infinite Technology Group could establish special research funds or even technology awards named after Academician Yang to ensure that he and his family received returns far exceeding their original investment. Yet the control must remain firmly in his hands. Thirdly, Zhou Yan continued, quickening his pace. We will immediately prepare to establish 2 wholly owned subsidiaries under the group framework, Infinite Aviation and Infinite Defense. We must begin recruiting top talents in the aerospace sector, particularly those with ideals and aspirations who may feel constrained or unrecognized within the existing domestic system, and we must ensure that our channels are reliable. As for the defense company, I will personally select candidates after the Human Resources Department provides resumes. Zhou Yan diligently took notes. Fourthly, Zhou Yan retrieved a highly encrypted document from his secure computer. Contact the National Patent Office and, with utmost priority and confidentiality, register this new material patent. It will be named Xuanwu High-Strength Composite Metal Material, abbreviated as Xuanwu Alloy. The military has already been notified, and I have prepared the fundamental performance data and some application prospect analyses. But the core synthesis process will not be submitted. Only the concept will be registered and protected. Zhou Yan concluded his directives, leaning slightly forward. His gaze intense upon his most trusted assistant. As you can see from the above arrangements, our stage cannot be confined to the civilian market. If some wish to speak with bullets, we must possess our own shield and even sword. Now, I invite you to serve as the Chief Executive Officer of Infinite Technology Group, in my capacity as its founder. I accept your invitation. Zhou Yan responded without a moment's hesitation, even interrupting Zhou Yan's continued speech. Zhou Yan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Hold on, Zhou Yan. I have not finished outlining the conditions. It would be wise to wait until you hear everything before deciding. No need, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yan stood straight. His demeanor unusually solemn. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with sincerity and conviction. From the day I chose to leave Invista and follow you to Lake City, I was not merely selecting a job. I was choosing a path, a future. Over the past 6 months, I have watched you transition from the laboratory to the forefront of global giants, witnessing the Shiha battery evolve from mere data on paper into a transformative force within the industry. He inhaled deeply and continued. I have encountered many so-called geniuses, but you are different. You possess not only the technology to change the world, but also the wisdom and temperament to wield that power. Your vision transcends mere profit. It encompasses how to make technology genuinely accessible to all. This grand vision and path are unlike anything I have encountered in my career, and it is what I have always aspired to. With you, I do not see a career ceiling, but rather the potential of an era. Thus, the importance of the position itself eclipsed any conditions, for it was an opportunity to construct the future alongside him. His words were genuine and profound, revealing his innermost judgments. His trust extended beyond Zhou Yan's technical and commercial acumen. It encompassed his strategic foresight, resolute character, and a patriotic sentiment that transcended the ordinary entrepreneur. In Zhou Yan's view, the value of participating in, or even leading, such a sweeping transformation far outweighed any short-term material compensation. Zhou Yan listened intently, a warm current swelling within him. He nodded and solemnly declared, I have received your trust, and because of this, I must ensure you are not shortchanged. There are some matters I must clarify up front. The equity structure of Infinite Technology Group and all core subsidiaries that it nurtures must remain absolutely singular. I will maintain 100% control. This is crucial for the highest level of strategic security and the preservation of our technological roots, and it cannot be shared. Therefore, I cannot offer you equity in the group. Zhou Yan's expression remained unchanged, clearly having anticipated this. Yet, Zhou Yan continued, your value and loyalty must be reflected in the most tangible manner. Thus, as the CEO of the group, your annual salary will be closely tied to the overall revenue of the group, with no upper limit. The more successful the group becomes, the greater your rewards will be. Given that Infinite Energy is currently and will remain a crucial cash cow and cornerstone for quite some time, I have decided to elevate your equity stake from the original incentive pool to 2. You are aware of what this 2 represents. Considering Infinite Energy's current valuation and future growth potential, Mr. Zhou Yan's voice resonated with even greater steadiness and strength, imbued with a weighty promise. I accept all these arrangements. To follow you in this great endeavor is, in itself, the greatest opportunity. This trust and kindness bestowed upon me, I, Zhou Yan, shall repay with all my capabilities throughout my life. Chapter 39. The Spring Festival Gala of Technology. The tasks assigned by Zhou Yan were swiftly executed, and soon he found himself exceedingly busy. He had to recruit personnel, personally interview candidates in the aviation sector, and oversee the progress of the aviation port, while also finding time to study the knowledge and technology acquired from the technology library. Before he realized it, a month had passed since Zhou Yan returned to Lake City, and now it was December 2024, with an exceptionally cold winter enveloping the city. Standing on the observation deck of Huanyu Port, he gazed down at the bustling construction site below, a stark contrast to the frigid winter air. He had just concluded a late-night interview with aviation experts, evident from the faint dark circles under his eyes. Mr. Zhou, we have received news from the Rice Company. The production lines for the Rice SU-9 automobile and the Rice 20 series smartphones have been fully operational, and they have completed their adaptation with the Shiha battery. This is the final plan for the press conference, Zhou Yan reported, wrapped in a thick cashmere coat as he handed over a tablet. Mr. Lei from the Rice Group wishes to invite you to attend the press conference. Zhou Yan swiftly scanned the data on the screen. The vehicle equipped with the Shiha battery pack boasted a range of 9,000 kilometers, accelerating from 0 to 100 in 15 seconds, priced at 200,000. The smartphone offered a 10-day battery life with a brand new ecosystem, starting at 5,999 yuan. A slight smile graced his lips. Mr. Lei is certainly raising the stakes. With such pricing, there was hardly any profit, requiring a financial sacrifice to seize market share. Go ahead and respond to him. I will attend the press conference. Not just raising the stakes, Zhou Yan chuckled. He aims to turn the entire industry upside down. With such pricing, what are other companies to do? Several heads of traditional domestic car companies have privately contacted me, implying whether we could negotiate with the Rice Group to grant Mr. Lei some leeway. Opportunities are always forged by oneself. We shall not concern ourselves with them. We are merely battery sellers. With the technology in my hands, my abstention from manufacturing cars is already a concession. Zhou Yan gazed at the thriving construction site beneath him. Zhou Yan nodded in understanding. On December 31st, 2024, at 7:30 p.m., the Kyoto National Stadium hosted the Rice Group's New Year product launch. The stadium, filled to its 80,000 seat capacity, was astonishing for a product launch by a technology company rather than a concert by a top-tier celebrity. This was less a press conference and more akin to an unprecedented pilgrimage. By 5 p.m., the subway station near the stadium was inundated with a continuous flow of people, predominantly young, dressed in fashionable attire, and clutching a variety of technological gadgets. From a distance, one could see the enormous poster hanging on the stadium's exterior, featuring only a glowing battery outline and a line of text. Tonight, we bid farewell to anxiety. The lengthy security check line snaked for hundreds of meters, yet the atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant. Brother, did you also fly in from Pingching? Inquired a young man with a camera bag, evidently a tech journalist. I came by high-speed rail from Jiangcheng, replied a bespectacled young man, adjusting his glasses. I took a vacation. This may be my only chance in life to witness the Shiha battery's first application in a vehicle. Do you think Mr. Lei will announce the real-world performance data tonight? Absolutely. Otherwise, it would not justify all this hype. He pointed towards the parking lot, filled with numerous cars bearing out-of-town license plates, plastered with the names of various automotive and technology companies. Half of the tech industry and nearly all global automotive enterprises were present. The sheer number of attendees was the result of various factors converging. If the tech world had a leader, Mr. Lei would undoubtedly be among them. Possessing immense personal charisma and a vast fan base, with many attending solely to see him. However, even Mr. Lei's allure alone was insufficient to fill nearly half of the stadium's seats. The principal draw remained the legendary Shiha battery's first integration into a mature product, with everyone eager to see if it truly possessed the miraculous qualities rumored. For over 6 months, the Shiha battery had loomed like a specter over the global technology and energy sectors. It graced the cover of Nature, featured in assessments by intelligence agencies, and was the subject of wild stock market fluctuations, yet it had never been fully unveiled to the public. People marveled at its astonishing energy density, but remained uncertain about how far it could actually travel in a vehicle. After all, not a single car had officially been released to date. They knew it was safe and reliable, but questioned its performance under extreme conditions. They recognized that it originated from a small city in northern China, which had evolved into a unicorn and even a behemoth. Yet its leader had never publicly revealed his face. This known unknown constituted a magnetic allure. In the audience, aside from the front rows occupied by CEOs from major corporations, those in the back held eyes from global automotive companies, battery manufacturers, and investment firms. They came with questions, skepticism, and perhaps a hint of reluctance, eager to confirm whether the legend had indeed materialized into reality. For ordinary consumers, the Shiha battery was distilled into a more straightforward expectation. Can it truly run for months on a single charge? Will charging anxiety become a thing of the past? Will the era of fuel-powered vehicles be definitively concluded tonight? Questions demand answers, and the answers lie within this night. December 31st, in itself, serves as a powerful catalyst. For many couples and groups of friends, attending a major product launch by a leading technology company on New Year's Eve is far cooler, more unique, and more ceremonial than waiting in line at a crowded restaurant or watching a commercial light show in the cold. This new trend of celebrating the new year through technology has also gained momentum on social media. Under the topic witnessing the most important technology with the most important people, sharing photos of press conference tickets has become the most fashionable New Year declaration, symbolizing an identity. We are not just consumers. We are witnesses and participants in a new era. All anticipation hinged on the meaningful suspense at the end of the Rice Group's official pre-launch video released 3 days prior. After showcasing a series of breathtaking performance metrics, the screen darkened, revealing a line of text. The source of all power deserves to be revered. Then, a silhouette of a young, slender figure appeared, standing before a laboratory window. The voiceover, unmistakably Mr. Lay's, conveyed an unprecedented solemnity. At that time, we will be fortunate to stand alongside him. Welcome to the era he has inaugurated. The entire tech community erupted with excitement. All speculation pointed to one name, Zhou Yan, the father of the Shiha battery, founder of Infinite Energy. A figure who had ascended like a comet over the past year, yet had never formally appeared before the public. Would he come? Would he truly attend? This became the hottest suspense leading up to the press conference. On social media, forums, and short video platforms, analyses proliferated. If Zhou Yan indeed attends, it would not merely be a product launch, but a historic convergence of the inventor and the creator. This signifies that the production capacity and collaboration of the Shiha battery have been fully secured, granting Rice the strongest passport. Mystique serves as the best publicity. Many who were initially hesitant made the decision to attend due to this ultimate suspense. People yearned to witness with their own eyes the genius hidden behind papers and patents. To hear firsthand how this young man, holding the key to the energy revolution, would define the era he had ushered in. Under the influence of these shared factors, the admiration for pioneering figures, an insatiable desire for disruptive technology, a quest for ritualistic significance during extraordinary moments, and a curiosity about historical figures making an appearance, they converged like roaring rivers at the National Stadium on the final night of 2024. Let us come together to witness this historic moment, this technological spring festival gala. Chapter 40, a stunning revelation. The online audience in the Note live broadcast room surpassed 10 million just 10 minutes before the event commenced. Here it comes, a moment of historic importance. What groundbreaking revelation will Mr. Lay unveil this time? I wager 5 dimes. The claimed range is 9,000 kilometers, yet the actual endurance exceeds 4,000. I hear that Zhou Yan from Infinite Energy will also be present. I wonder if he is as handsome as rumored. At precisely 8 p.m., the lights dimmed dramatically. A spotlight illuminated the empty stage as Lei Jun emerged from the shadows. Clad not in a suit, but in a deep blue coat emblazoned with the phrase stars and seas, he stepped forward. By the time he appeared, the real-time online audience had already exceeded 20 million, with the total across all platforms surpassing 40 million. Dear friends, Happy New Year, he greeted with a smile and a wave. Before the clock strikes midnight in 2025, I would like to share with you what the true future looks like. The circular giant screen behind him suddenly lit up, revealing an expansive starry sky. The stars flowed and converged, ultimately coalescing into 4 Chinese characters, Demi Shi He. The stadium erupted into enthusiastic applause. 6 months prior, when the first batch of engineering sample batteries from Infinite Energy arrived at our laboratory, the testing supervisor called me. Mr. Lay approached the edge of the stage, gazing at the audience, and recounted, I couldn't believe it. The data indicated that this battery's energy density is 15 times that of the Kirin battery from the era of Virtue. I had him switch between 3 devices, and the results were consistent. He paused, scanning the audience, and in that moment, I comprehended that the automotive industry's rules, which had persisted for 140 years, were about to be irrevocably transformed, marking the end of the internal combustion engine era. Suddenly, the lights surged back on. The stage floor slid apart, revealing a sleek, aerodynamically designed car covered in silver fabric, which began to rise slowly on a hydraulic platform. The background music shifted to a deep, powerful rhythm, each beat resonating like a heartbeat. In the traditional automotive industry, Lei Jun stated while gripping a corner of the fabric, endurance, performance, and cost form an impossible triangle. To achieve long endurance, one must bear the weight of a heavy battery pack, sacrificing performance. To attain top-tier performance, energy drains away like water from an open faucet. To control costs, compromises must be made across all facets. But today, he dramatically pulled away the fabric, exclaiming, with the support of the Shihi battery, we have shattered this impossible triangle. As the fabric fell away, the silver car glistened under the lights, resembling liquid metal. It lay there, its streamlined body exuding beauty. The giant screen simultaneously displayed the specifications of the Dami Su 9. Dami Su 9, a full-size, epic-defining high-performance technological coupe. Comprehensive range, 9,000 kilometers, WLTP conditions, 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration, 15 seconds, top speed of 500 kilometers h, peak power, 2 205W, approximately 3,000 horsepower. Curb weight, 180 kilograms, comparable to traditional C-Class sedans. Battery capacity, 1,000 Wh, equipped with Sci-Fi standard modules. Drive configuration, all-wheel drive with 3 motors. High-voltage fast-charging platform, 1,800V. Dimensions, 5, 100 by 1, 999 by 1, 470 millimeters. The audience fell into a profound silence that lasted a full 5 seconds, before a wave of applause surged forth like a tsunami, breaking through the stadium's roof. Lei Jun allowed the sound to wash over the stage, waiting for it to naturally subside. "I know what you are thinking. This is impossible. Those figures must be inaccurate," he smiled. Thus, we filmed a short movie. The large screen began to play a video showcasing the dummy Su-9 racing on the F1 circuit in Shanghai, achieving lap times 30 seconds faster than the current record holder. The scene then shifted to the G7 Jingshin Expressway, capturing the vehicle's journey from the capital, traversing the Taiyang Mountains, the Lus Plateau, and the Gobi Desert, ultimately reaching the provincial capital of Urumqi before returning. The entire journey spanned 620 kilometers, and upon arrival in the capital, the displayed range still indicated 412 kilometers remaining. The driving engineer gave a thumbs up to the camera, exclaiming, "With a single charge, it can truly circle half of China." As the video concluded, the audience erupted into another round of enthusiastic applause and cheers. Many industry giants seated in the front row chuckled and shook their heads, joining in the applause. Zhou Yan, sitting in the center of the front row, playfully remarked to Zhou Yan, "This Lei Jun still knows how to stir emotions." To Zhou Yan's left was Wang Youfu, the chairman of BYD, whose arms were crossed and eyes fixed intently on the data displayed on the screen, his mouth a straight line. As the global leader in electric vehicle sales, BYD's Blade battery once ushered in an era, and tonight, that era might be entirely rewritten. "Do you think this is enough?" No, Lei Jun continued. "True freedom lies in forgetting the existence of energy." He approached the Dami Su-9, opened the door, and settled into the driver's seat. The in-car camera projected the interior live, showcasing a minimalist surround screen devoid of numerous buttons. He gently touched the screen, revealing an interface. "We have developed an energy map system for the Su-9. It not only informs you of how far you can still drive, but also predicts energy consumption with precision down to the 100 meters based on real-time road conditions, weather, and altitude." On the screen, a route from Kyoto to the Tibetan region was illuminated, with the terrain represented in 3 dimensions, displaying various real-time data. And there's something even more important, Lei Jun pointed out, opening another option. The bidirectional charging and discharging system of the Su-9's Sci-Fi battery pack, at 1,000 kilowatt-hour, can power an average household for over 3 months. He looked into the camera, stating, "When hurricanes cut off the power grid, or when cold snaps lead to blackouts, your car can transform into a mobile energy fortress." This is not merely a mode of transportation. It is the infrastructure of your lifestyle. Of course, to the owners of small factories, please refrain from using residential electricity to power your factories, treating the Su-9 as a generator, as that would violate national laws. Lei Jun humorously cautioned. The audience was amused. Following a series of performance parameters and testing videos for the Su-9, he announced the price. A blood-red figure flashed on the screen, 199,999. The number froze on the display. The stadium fell into silence for the 3rd time, this time purely from shock. 200,000. Previously, that would only buy a mid-range Camry, a mid-range Passat, or an entry-level BBA, yet now it could procure a Dami Su-9 boasting a 9,000 kilometer range, 0 to 100 kilometers h in 15 seconds, and a plethora of advanced technologies. What should this be called? A terrestrial aircraft? The silence in the front row was more profound than the hushed awe of the stadium's 80,000 attendees. The titans of various enterprises understood the calculations better than anyone. The Sci-Fi 1,000 kilowatt-hour standard power battery pack has a factory price of 100,000 yuan from Infinite Energy. Acquiring the battery is merely the beginning. To integrate it safely, efficiently, and reliably into the vehicle requires redesigning the thermal management system, battery compartment structure, high-voltage platform, and developing a new battery management software, all of which incurs adaptation costs that, according to various tests, amount to at least 20,000 yuan. This means that the hard costs associated with the battery pack alone already stand firmly above 120,000 yuan. Moreover, the cost of a vehicle extends beyond just the battery. Motor, electronic control, body, chassis, interior, smart cockpit, autonomous driving hardware, and various chips and sensors combined. Even with Demi's formidable supply chain management capabilities and economies of scale, a vehicle of the Su-9's caliber and performance could not possibly cost less than 220,000 yuan. Yet, it is priced at 200,000. This implies that, after deducting expenses related to research and development, marketing, logistics, and taxes, the hardware sales of the Su-9 alone cannot yield profit. It is undoubtedly sold at a loss. Chapter 41. Zhou Yan's first appearance before the public in the past 6 months of intensive adaptation and research. The automotive companies that acquired the Shiha battery had already conducted multiple rounds of simulations and pricing assessments internally. Their logic was clear and confident. They possessed a product of revolutionary energy significance, the ultimate weapon to crush all competing products from the old era. It was entirely reasonable for consumers to pay a premium for such a transformative experience. For instance, Lixiang Automobile estimated the price of the full-size SUV Lixiang Mega equipped with the Shiha battery to be between 600,000 and 800,000 yuan. Their calculation was that, based on the existing Mega, the range would leap from 700 kilometers to over 8,000 kilometers. And the acceleration to 100 kilometers h would enter the 3-second club. This represented a completely different tier compared to the previous generation, justifying a price increase of 300,000 yuan, which was deemed fair and even commendable. They had even crafted their marketing narrative, redefining the boundaries of family travel. New energy vehicle companies had long accustomed themselves to selling at a loss, but this time, with such a groundbreaking battery in hand, they were reluctant to continue this trend. Each company had initially set high internal pricing. However, with Lei Jun's actions, their original pricing was rendered untenable, forcing them to accompany him in selling at a loss. What was Lei Jun up to? Selling at a loss despite having the means. After Lei Jun announced the prices, the executives in the front row erupted in discussions, only to be forcibly suppressed. The expression of Lixiang Automobile's founder shifted from shock to anger, and he nearly spat out through clenched teeth to the founder of Future Automobile beside him. He has lost his mind. This is a table flip. All our pricing models, financial forecasts, and brand positioning have turned to waste paper. The founder of Future Automobile was also rapidly calculating in his mind the cost of the ET9 Shiha version, due to the battery and the entirely new high-performance platform, exceeded the ordinary version by about 150,000 yuan. The originally set price of 650,000 yuan could have yielded considerable gross profit. Now, if forced down to below 300,000 yuan, every unit sold would be akin to bleeding out. Even more critically, the high-end brand image meticulously crafted by Future would be dragged into a bloody fray competing with rice. He bitterly responded to Lixiang, not just waste paper. He is forcing all of us to join him in this spiral. The faces of the other executives also fluctuated between shades of green and white. Their expressions far from pleasant. They faced a brutal dilemma. Either maintain the originally set high prices or follow suit and engage in a price war to the bitter end. However, amidst the pricing storm ignited by Lei Jun, which left all his peers roasting in turmoil, 2 individuals remained utterly composed, Zhou Yan and Zhou Yan. Observing the state of the surrounding executives, Zhou Yan smiled faintly to himself. Fully aware of the factory price of each battery and capable of roughly estimating the material costs of the complete vehicle, Lei Jun's pricing was executed with his tacit approval, even encouragement. This was precisely the effect he desired, using an exceptional product and penetrating prices to slice through the market with the speed of a red-hot knife through butter. His aim was to facilitate the widespread adoption of electric transportation, allowing everyone to enjoy the convenience brought by technology. As for the profits of the automotive companies, that was not a concern for him, and this was merely the beginning. Worse challenges awaited them. Just as everyone believed that the Su-9, priced at 200,000 yuan with a range of 9,000 kilometers, was the ultimate combination of price and performance for the evening, Lei Jun paused slightly at the center of the stage, surveying the audience. The lights dimmed, leaving a single spotlight illuminating him. The earlier Su-9 was our technological manifesto, proclaiming the pinnacle of the energy revolution. His voice became calm, yet powerful, but the next product was our social commitment to demonstrate how low the threshold of this revolution could be. Behind him, the large screen displayed star-like blue dots converging, outlining a silhouette more compact than the Su-9, yet still fluid and elegant, the Dami S1. We have been pondering, who should first benefit from the energy freedom brought by the Shiha battery? Lei Jun introspected and answered himself. Should it belong to those pioneering users pursuing the ultimate experience? Certainly. But it should belong even more to every ordinary person commuting, calculating electricity costs, struggling to find charging stations during holidays, and hesitating to embrace electric vehicles due to range and price. Thus, we present to you the floor at the center of the stage slid open, and the dammy S1 sedan slowly rose on a hydraulic platform. A sky blue, simply styled yet futuristic compact sedan stood quietly. It lacked the exaggerated aerodynamic features of the Su-9, but appeared more approachable and robust. The screen synchronized to display its specifications. Dammy S1. National Energy Freedom Advocate. Battery. Shiha 500-degree standard energy module. Comprehensive range. 4,000 kilometers. WLTP conditions. Drive type. Rear single motor. High efficiency version. 0 to 100 kilometers. H acceleration. 5 seconds. Peak power. 558 W. 1,000 horsepower. Safety standards. Derived from the Shiha battery safety architecture of the Su-9, with body rigidity several times above national standards. The data was enough to take one's breath away, yet everyone awaited that final figure. Lei Jun approached the S1, gently placing his hand on the roof, as if introducing a trusted old friend. While it may not boast the dizzying acceleration of the Su-9, its 4,000 kilometer range means one could travel from Kyoto to Guangzhou and still have sufficient charge to navigate the city for a week. It may not feature the most luxurious leather interior, but it possesses the safety foundation and energy freedom brought by the Shiha battery that no competitor can match. As he paused, his gaze turned toward Zhou Yan, sitting in the front row, his voice imbued with genuine and unreserved respect. And all of this was made possible because we are fortunate to walk alongside the greatest energy innovator of our time. He gestured toward Zhou Yan, acknowledging that infinite energy not only created the miraculous Shiha battery, but, more importantly, that Mr. Zhou Yan and his team have consistently ensured that this technology remains accessible. They have priced the energy that will change the world within a benevolent range, hoping for its rapid proliferation. As Lei Jun's respectful words concluded, his gratitude toward Mr. Zhou Yan served as an unmistakable signal, drawing the spotlight, cameras, and attention of the entire audience toward the center of the front row. The massive circular screen shifted to a remarkably clear close-up. In the frame, Zhou Yan slightly nodded, gazing back at Lei Jun. He exhibited no panic, did not force a smile, nor adjusted his posture. He merely lifted his eyes, his calm gaze piercing through the space, connecting with the millions of eyes behind the camera. That tranquility was neither ignorance nor dullness. It was a profound understanding rooted deep within, a serene acknowledgement of everything. It was as if he had known this moment would arrive and was fully prepared to face it. The light cast clear shadows across his well-defined features. He appeared younger than the public might perceive, his skin a testament to years spent in laboratories and indoor work, with distinct brows and eyes and a straight nose. Lacking the polish or weariness often seen in business magnates, he instead emanated a clean, clear aura belonging to a scholar, an engineer, a scientist. The close-up lingered on his face for a full 5 seconds, during which he simply maintained that serene gaze. Then, he smiled and nodded slightly toward Lei Jun, not as a salute, but more as a confirmation. Yes, it is I. Suddenly, the camera shifted back to the stage. But the fleeting 5 seconds had already sufficed for the audience present and those watching on-screen to recognize him. Chapter 42, 100,000 yuan, a range of 4,000 kilometers. In that instant, as the camera moved away, it seemed to trigger a switch, igniting a second wave of a completely different tsunami in the livestream, leaving the viewers numbed by the two groundbreaking products, utterly astounded. A flood of comments overwhelmed the screen. Wait a moment. Who was that handsome man just now? Oh my gosh. That's Zhou Yan, the father of Shiha. I thought he was an old scholar wearing thick glasses. Is he really as young and handsome as the legends say? Is this even scientific? In 3 seconds, I need all the details about this man. Sorry, Mr. Lei, but from this moment on, my idol has changed. His face, his aura, perfectly embodied the protagonist of a campus romance novel in reality. Yet he is engaged in research that could alter the course of human history. Ladies, can anyone comprehend this? A genius with an IQ ceiling and a face that could rival a movie star. The moment he glanced at the camera, I was utterly captivated. His calm demeanor seemed to penetrate the soul. It was indeed a gathering of intellectuals, yet he appeared the most at ease among the world-class elites surrounding him. Was the internet just activated upstairs? The luminaries beside Zhou Yan would have to seek his favor. Haven't you seen the news coverage of the first quota conference for infinite energy? He didn't smile. But that slight nod was more commanding than any gesture of greeting. It was as if he was saying, no need for thanks. It's merely fundamental. At 25, Holding revolutionary technology, he remained as tranquil as a still lake under the global spotlight. What remarkable psychological resilience. I declare, a new generation of national tech icons has been born. This is the star that young people should pursue. In the past, master mathematics and physics, and you'll fear no journey. Now, master mathematics and physics, and you can look like a sci-fi movie lead. Is it worth investigating whether the protagonist has traversed time? The configuration is simply outrageous. Mr. Lei, look at my new car. The car is great, but could you provide more details about that young man from earlier? This brief 5-second clip triggered a chain reaction far surpassing an entire product presentation. Zhou Yan's composed, youthful, and almost excessively handsome visage, juxtaposed with the formidable technological prowess he represented, created a strikingly powerful contrast that spread like wildfire. He instantaneously transformed from a mere name, a symbol, into a tangible icon that could be perceived and even revered. On social media, Zhou Yan's appearance and his identity as the father of Shiha surged to the top of trending topics with explosive speed, even eclipsing the buzz surrounding the Su-9 and S1. Numerous media outlets hurriedly altered their headlines, placing his close-up alongside the structural diagram of the Shiha battery. With titles such as the Godfather of New Energy, a dual assault of aesthetics and intelligence, and the new generation of national tech icons. Back at the press conference, the camera shifted from Zhou Yan back to Lei Busi, who turned to face the lens and articulated clearly, "We have decided to pass on this technological gift to every individual in need without reservation. The price of the Demi S1, 999 yuan. Yes, for under 100,000 yuan. You can own this vehicle equipped with a 500 kilowatt-hours Shiha battery pack capable of traveling 4,000 kilometers. If the 200,000 yuan price of the Su-9 shattered the ceiling of the mid to high-end market, then the S1's price of 999 directly obliterated the very foundation of the automotive industry. The reaction in the front row shifted from shock, anger, and bitterness at the Su-9's launch to a near stupor with the emergence of the Demi S1, as if collectively declaring, "Let it all be destroyed. I am weary." Among the numerous dignitaries present, none appeared more disheartened than the representatives from the Sakura country's two Tian companies, whose globally best-selling models like the Corolla and Lei Ling thrived in this price range. The 4,000-kilometer range of the Demi S1 represented an irresistible allure for family car users. The decades-long reputation built by the two Tian companies for reliability, fuel efficiency, and resale value appeared utterly ludicrous when faced with the disruptive experience offered by the Demi S1 at a price point of 100,000 yuan. He foresaw how the regional managers of two Tian companies would inundate their headquarters with urgent emails, and how their stock prices would plummet like an avalanche, especially as they had yet to secure any quotas for the Shiha battery and had recently been blacklisted by Infinite Energy. The thought sent a cold sweat cascading down his forehead, leaving him slumped in his chair. How much? A young man wearing glasses instinctively removed them, rubbed them vigorously, and put them back on, staring intently at the screen. In the front row, a middle-aged man, seemingly from the automotive industry, abruptly sprang halfway out of his seat, only to freeze there, mouth agape, as if struggling to breathe. The collective consciousness of the 80,000 attendees in the stadium appeared to crash at that very moment. 100,000? 100,000 for Shiha? The legendary Shiha that makes giants tremble? Lei Busi's voice resonated with unwavering certainty. Yes, just 999 yuan. Is this not astonishing? Confirmation struck. It wasn't an illusion. My heavens. It was unclear who shouted first, but it ignited a spark. A tidal wave of enthusiasm surged among the 80,000 spectators. A tremendous, synchronized roar began to form spontaneously, starting with scattered shouts of Mr. Lei. Awesome. And swiftly coalescing into a resounding chorus of Mr. Lei. Awesome. This sound transcended mere fan fervor. It was the primal and profound voice of countless ordinary individuals in response to a technology poised to profoundly alter their lives. Beyond the screen, across numerous households, rental units, dormitories, and duty rooms throughout Huaxia, many were equally astounded. A 32-year-old property designer, residing in Beijing, was drinking water when the S1's price was revealed, and suddenly, he spat water all over his laptop. Ignoring the mess, he lunged toward the screen, nearly pressing his face against it. 100,000? For 1,000 kilometers? He repeated, trembling fingers clicking on the configuration link, fearful of any catch. Confirming it was accurate, he slumped back in his chair, suddenly raising his hand to cover his eyes. He recalled the days of shivering on the long commute from Yinjiao to Guamao during winter, unwilling to turn on the heater to save electricity, and how he had hesitated to promise his parents a trip because of his old car's limited range. He had calculated the monthly fuel and maintenance costs and found them unmanageable. Yet now, all these issues could be resolved by a vehicle named Demi S1. Priced at 99,999 yuan. He took a deep breath, without hesitation, swiftly navigated to the S1's reservation page, ready to secure his order. Then, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to his parents back home. Dad, Mom, if I can snag the new car this new year, I'll drive back. With the new car, I can reach home on a single charge, and the electricity costs are minimal. From now on, we can go anywhere we want. In a third-tier city, a woman from an ordinary working-class family sat on the couch with her husband and their middle school daughter, watching the live stream together. Her husband drove a 10-year-old domestic fuel vehicle, known for its high fuel consumption and frequent minor issues, yet he had always hesitated to replace it, believing it was still operable and that buying a new car was too expensive. Upon hearing the price and range of the S1, her husband, usually quiet, sat up straight, then turned to her, his eyes wide with excitement, exclaiming, "This car, honey." The woman was equally thrilled, while she might not grasp the technical specifications. She understood money and life. 100,000. How far can it go on a single charge? For 1,000 kilometers? Does that mean our current car could run for nearly half a year on one charge? She rapidly calculated in her mind. 500 for fuel each month. 3,000 for half a year, but how much for the electricity? 200? 300? Her daughter excitedly tugged at her father's arm, exclaiming, "Daddy, Daddy, let's get this one. The color is beautiful. And when you take me to school, I won't have to worry about rising fuel prices anymore." This scene unfolded in various corners of the vast land of China, where people were equally astonished by the price, performance, and exceptional value of the Demi S1. Chapter 43. Lei Bus. Has it exploded? Amidst the resurgent, more fervent waves of excitement, Lei Bus glanced again at Zhou Yan. Therefore, allow me to once again express my gratitude to Mr. Zhou Yan and Infinite Energy. His voice resonated through the microphone, reaching far and wide. They have demonstrated that the pinnacle of technology does not necessarily equate to exorbitant prices. It can be immensely powerful while also being warm and accessible, entering countless households and becoming a reliable companion in everyone's life. Tonight, we unveiled two vehicles. One is the Su-9, representing the current limits of automotive technology, illustrating how far and fast the energy revolution can take us. The other, the S1, embodies our determination to benefit the general public, indicating that this revolution should encompass a vast array of people. This is the understanding of Demi technology regarding the new era of renewable energy. We must gaze at the stars while remaining grounded. Lei Bus's voice echoed under the dome of the National Stadium, with the two vehicles destined to be recorded in history behind him. In the audience, the mixed excitement triggered by the S1's pricing of 100,000 had yet to fully subside. Although it was already deep winter, the air still buzzed with the fervent energy of 80,000 enthusiastic individuals. He raised his hand slightly, signaling for calm. As the immense circular screen slowly faded the images of the cars like a receding tide, his tone softened and became sincere, akin to conversing with an old friend. Regardless of how extreme the pricing may be, they ultimately represent a choice. Some are passionate about driving, pursuing the utmost performance and journey, while others require a dependable, economical companion to expand their life's horizons. However, not everyone must immediately own a car, nor does everyone live in a scenario that necessitates one. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the sea of bright eyes in the audience, passing over those expectant faces eager to hear what he would say next, as if he could see through the screen into countless households. Yet, in our era, there exists a product that transcends mere choice, almost becoming an extension of our bodies, an amplification of our senses, and a vital link connecting us to the world. It captures our lives, supports our work, soothes our emotions, and often flashes a striking yellow and red to remind us of its frailty. A murmur of understanding, accompanied by soft laughter and sighs, rose from the audience. Many recognized what Lei was alluding to, the anxiety of having less than 20% battery, a pervasive concern of our time. We have invented power banks, shared charging, and super-fast charging to combat its insatiable hunger. Then, Lei Bus's tone shifted, imbued with unwavering conviction. But today, we believe this protracted battle, which has lasted over a decade, must come to an end. When the freedom of energy can be universal for vehicles, it should, without question, be thoroughly and completely accessible for each of us, especially for the device that accompanies us most intimately and frequently, our screens. The stage lights shifted dramatically, from the icy blues and fiery whites of the vehicle reveal, They transformed into a warmer, more skin-friendly hue. The background music transitioned to a lively, carefree melody. Lei Bus raised his voice, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Now, we present the depth of this energy technology revolution, integrating it into every moment you illuminate your screen, into every journey devoid of battery anxiety, into every breath of your life. Introducing the Dami 20 series, the first smartphone that truly allows you to forget the concept of battery life. There was no dramatic hydraulic lift like when the cars were revealed, nor was there a roar. At the center of the stage, a transparent column emanating a gentle glow slowly emerged from the ground. At its pinnacle, two smartphones were showcased in a suspended position. Their design language was unprecedented. The ultra-slim bezels made the screens appear as if they were floating glass, while the back material shimmered with a ceramic warmth and metallic coolness beneath the lights. The iconic secondary display seemed to breathe autonomously, flickering with subtle luminescence. On the large screen, it split into two, presenting data side by side for a clear comparison. On the left, the Dami 20. On the right, the Dami 20 Ultra. Dami 20. Battery, 20,000 mAh. Shia high-density cell. Overall endurance, 10 days. Model with 8 hours of daily screen time. Extreme standby, 30 days. Screen, 6. 7 inches top-tier 2 Super Retina display. Features, extreme energy efficiency, exceptional price-performance ratio, 30 reduction in power consumption at the same resolution. Dami 20 Ultra. Battery, 50,000 mAh. Shia flagship cell. Overall endurance, 15 days. Model with 8 hours of daily screen time. Extreme standby, 50 days. Screen, 7 inches top-tier 4 XDR Super Retina giant screen. Features, the world's first mobile phone with a 120Hz adaptive synchronous screen. Wireless power, up to 50W reverse charging. Capable of powering 4 devices simultaneously. Do you see? Lei Bus pointed to the large screen. This is not merely a comparison of high and low configurations. This is an extreme exploration initiated in 2 distinct directions, grounded in the foundation of Shia energy. Lei Bus first approached the Dami 20. In the past, adequate might have meant compromising on endurance or suppressing performance. He picked up the phone, feeling its noticeably lighter and thinner form. Yet today, the standard for adequate has been entirely rewritten. 10 days of endurance means that the average user could comfortably go a week without charging. Coupled with this pinnacle of power consumption control in the 2 display, you gain an uninterrupted HD visual experience devoid of battery anxiety and peak performance available around the clock. What does 10 days signify? Lei Bus stated, it's like trekking through Tibet without the need for a power bank. Forgetting your charger while on a business trip for a week and returning to find battery life remaining. Or knowing that grandparents no longer need to worry about their phones suddenly shutting down and missing calls from their grandchildren. We have packed the pinnacle of energy efficiency, core flagship performance, and the enduring sense of security provided by Shia into this lighter, slimmer body, aiming to become the greatest purveyor of energy freedom for the masses. Then came the unveiling of the price. Dami 20, 16GB, 512GB, $29.99. 16GB 1TB, $35.99. Upon the announcement of the $29.99 price, the audience and the online viewers erupted not in gasps of surprise, but in a collective intake of breath, disbelief washing over them, quickly followed by even more fervent discussions. 3,000. A smartphone with 10 days of endurance? This price obliterates the entire smartphone market. I thought it would at least sell for $59.99, but it's shockingly priced at $29.99, even cheaper than previous generations. I declare that from today, the power bank industry has officially entered a winter period. Next, Lei Bus moved towards the more radiant right side, lifting the Dami 20 Ultra. For those pursuing the ultimate experience, we asked ourselves, if battery life were nearly infinite, what else could we achieve? He showcased the 4-screen, playing a specially crafted 8 HDR sample, the detail and color of the visuals enough to leave any connoisseur breathless. Thus, we present the world's first smartphone designed for creativity, the 4-giant screen. When you connect with future VR devices, or simply review footage captured with your 8-camera setup on your phone, you will truly understand the significance of this screen. 10 days of battery life form the foundation of this remarkable device. The impressive 4-screen display, the comprehensive imaging system devoid of shortcomings, and the thermal architecture designed for sustained high performance collectively open new experiential frontiers once energy constraints are lifted. It transcends being merely a smartphone. It serves as your portable supercomputing center, your professional imaging backup, and your window to the future. With the shackles of battery life dissipated, every aspect of the smartphone warrants reevaluation. A large screen commences playing a conceptual video, illustrating how liberated energy reshapes experience, a total release of performance. In the video, the device simultaneously runs the highest quality of Genshin Impact, engages in editing 8 videos, and operates as a hotspot for network sharing, all while maintaining a stable temperature curve. Bid farewell to throttling and dimming. The ultra-low internal resistance and stable discharge characteristics of the Xiha battery, combined with our innovative glacier cooling system, ensure the chip operates perpetually at peak performance. Your capabilities should not be compromised for battery life. A photographer captures star trails using the Xiaomi 20 Ultra. After pressing the shutter, the device can continue operating throughout the night, with the battery indicator barely moving. The scene shifts to a heartwarming moment where a young person remotely activates super power-saving mode on their parents' phone with a single tap, setting up a geofence. The system learns habits and optimizes to provide a permanent communication channel for specific important contacts and applications. As the video concludes, the audience snaps back to reality, gazing expectantly at Lei Jun. The Xiaomi 20 starts at an astonishing price of $2,999, leaving them curious about the pricing of the formidable 20 Ultra. All technological innovations ultimately must address the most pragmatic question. Returning the phone to the display, he faces the audience, wearing that familiar, friendly smile. I know what everyone is most concerned about. He pauses, seemingly building anticipation. How should we price a device that has redefined smartphone battery life, performance, and even its essence? The audience holds its breath. Without unnecessary words, he directly reveals the price. On the large screen, the price finally flashes with a thunderous impact. Displayed in bold crimson letters, Xiaomi 20 Ultra, 16 GB, 512 GB, $59.99. 161 terabytes, $69.99. 242 terabytes, $99.99. Yes, equipped with the Xiha battery, offering a staggering 15-day battery life. Featuring the first-ever 4-screen smartphone, we have achieved it. Starting at $59.99, is this not once again astonishing? This time, the audience's gasps are relatively subdued. Many simply stare blankly at the screen, then lower their heads, feverishly refreshing the Xiaomi official app or tremblingly sending messages in family and friend groups. Hurry! Get ready to grab the Xiaomi 20 Ultra, $5,999. Among those in the front row, besides automotive executives, many leaders from competing smartphone manufacturers also appear visibly dismayed at the pricing of these two devices. This Lei Jun has truly lost his mind. He is sacrificing everything to capture market share, selling at a loss. Meanwhile, on social media, discussions about the Xiaomi 20 with 10-day battery life for $29.99 and the Xiaomi 20 Ultra with 15-day battery life for $59.99 quickly began trending. Public sentiment erupted. I thought cars were the ultimate game changer, only to realize that smartphones are the true universal bomb. Lei Jun, I am responsible for breaking the ceiling. Zhou Yan, I will turn the ceiling into a floor. From this day forth, battery anxiety in smartphones shall become a relic of history. We are grateful for this era. For Lei Jun, and for Zhou Yan, I declare that all smartphones still priced above $5,000 with less than a day's battery life can now be classified as electronic waste. Chapter 44. Zhou Yan takes the stage. Zhou Yan quietly observed all that unfolded. The launch of the automobile altered the industry landscape. While the smartphone's debut would directly infuse the energy of the Xiha battery into the digital pulse of billions of lives, day and night. This epitomizes his vision of technological inclusivity, allowing everyone to afford a vehicle, enabling each individual to connect with the world without worry at any time. Lei Jun stands at the center of the stage, flanked by 2 smartphones and 2 vehicles, resembling 4 eternal stars. Tonight, we redefine the automobile. Tonight, we also redefine your digital existence. As the conference progresses for 2 hours, revealing product parameters, ecological visions, and pricing structures, the stadium atmosphere reaches a fever pitch. Yet, Lei Jun does not bow in gratitude as usual. He remains at the center of the stage, as the lights gradually dim, leaving only a spotlight. Over the past 6 months, I have often been asked the same question. His voice resonates throughout the international arena. How did Xiaomi become the first to produce mass-market vehicles? How did we secure such a substantial battery allocation? The inquiries from friends, competitors, and investors stem from curiosity, confusion, and sometimes even a knowing smile that goes unspoken. Yet everyone understands. My answer has always been singular. His voice suddenly grows firm, imbued with conviction. For we chose to believe wholeheartedly in the right person at the right time. At this moment, the music shifts. No longer is it the fervent electronic beats or popular rhythms, but a solemn and ethereal orchestration flowing as if from the depths of the cosmos. It is an adaptation of Cornfield Chase, composed by Hans Zimmer for Interstellar. The melody, distant and imbued with the loneliness of exploration and the grandeur of discovery, elevates the atmosphere from a commercial celebration to an epic narrative. The product images on the large screen fade, replaced by a simple yet powerful dynamic timeline. January 2024. Kyoto University Pingcheng C01 Laboratory. The first material of infinity number 1 emerges. February 2024. Cover paper in Nature sparks global sensation. March 2024. Infinity energy established in Huhue province. March 2024. Phase 1 of the super factory begins construction. June 2024. The Shiha battery is born. December 2024. At this very moment, the timeline ultimately freezes on a photograph of a young Zhou Yan, clad in a deep blue lab coat, gazing intently at a microscope. A timestamp in the corner reads, January 30th, 2024, 11:47 a.m. Tonight, we are profoundly honored to invite this right person, Lei Jun's voice filled with respect. This young man, who at the age of 25 created a product that transformed industries and changed the world, has ushered in a new era. He extends his arm toward the darkness, his voice suddenly rising, cutting through the music. Now let us welcome Mr. Zhou Yan, the father of Shiha, the founder of Infinity Energy. Boom. The lights in the venue illuminate, not for showmanship, but like a sunrise, flooding every corner and every excited face with clarity. The roar of applause is a true tsunami. 80,000 people, as if drawn by a single force, their applause no longer rhythmic but chaotic, dense, and frenzied, mixed with cheers, screams, and whistles. The live stream comments are no longer explosive. They have descended into utter madness. All trending topics on social media instantaneously shift, leaving behind just one name, Zhou Yan. At this moment, Zhou Yan rises, walking steadily, neither rushed nor slow, from the center of the front row to the stage, approaching Lei Jun. The two exchange glances. No handshake, no formal pleasantries. Zhou Yan merely nods gently at Lei Jun, who reciprocates with a profound gaze, and everything is understood without words. This is an understanding transcending age, experience, and commercial status, purely grounded in the faith that technology can change the world, akin to a silent warrior's pact. Lei Busi solemnly handed over the microphone, his gesture as significant as passing a key. Mr. Zhou, this era has been initiated by your own hands, and I believe everyone is eager to hear the creator's original sentiments. Zhou received the microphone, his gaze slowly sweeping across the familiar and unfamiliar faces of the giants in the front row, revealing astonishment, gravity, and an indescribable complexity. His eyes then traversed the first row of titans who command trillion-dollar empires, their expressions now focused, before encompassing the audience, ultimately landing on the dark lens of the livestream camera, representing countless viewers. I am Zhou Yan. His voice resonated through the top-notch sound system, calm and clear. And as he uttered his first words, the audience fell into an immediate hush. He defined himself as a fairly competent researcher and a nascent entrepreneur, terms that seemed almost humble given his current stature. In my understanding, the pinnacle of technology was once unmistakable. It lay in papers published in esteemed journals, certificates archived in patent offices, and data curves in laboratory reports that were perfect to the point of being cold. However, when I founded Infinite Energy, the first and only unshakable principle I established had nothing to do with papers or patents. It was the concept of infinity, not signifying boundless profit, but rather the limitless boundaries of technology, an upper limit that benefits the masses. Our existence is defined by the pursuit of cutting-edge technology, ensuring that every groundbreaking, epoch-defining advancement illuminates the lives of ordinary individuals, rather than being locked away in safes or laboratories, serving only a privileged few as exorbitant commodities. Thus, from its inception, the Shihi battery was not intended to merely add an exorbitant optional label under the hoods of luxury cars. His tone regained its firmness and clarity. All our research and development, every process improvement, and even all commercial negotiations revolve around a central theme: how to reduce its cost to a level that supports the price of a national vehicle. How to make it powerful enough to completely alleviate the mileage anxiety of everyday people. Lei just mentioned that we have placed our trust in the right people. Zhou turned to Lei Busi, nodding slightly, before addressing the audience once more. And I would like to say that Xiaomi is indeed a companion that has accurately grasped this philosophy. Like us, they believe that top-tier technology should not, and cannot, be merely a luxury on display. It should descend from its pedestal and enter every household, becoming an everyday necessity within reach of everyone. He slightly raised his voice. The commercial logic of infinite energy is quite simple. We do not pursue sheer profit. Instead, we strive to ensure our products are not only cutting-edge but also powerful, reliable, and affordable for all. Only by enabling a significant number of people to utilize our technology can its value be truly realized. It is only when the broadest market is activated that we will have the continuous resources to challenge the next, even more daunting technological peak. Therefore, you will see us collaborating with Xiaomi, infusing the power of Shihe into the S1, which starts at a price of 3,000 yuan. At this point, he paused briefly, turning to glance at the Xiaomi Su 9, S1, and the two models of the Xiaomi 20 series. His gaze took on a different quality, as if the cold numbers had suddenly been imbued with warmth. Today, standing here, I feel a profound sense of emotion. Observing these products that will soon enter countless households and fill millions of pockets, I have gained a deeper understanding of the endpoint of technology. That endpoint is a common truck driver in the North China Plain, who will one day drive an electric truck powered by Shihe from Sugar Mountain, laden with hope, straight to Yancheng, without incurring exorbitant fuel costs or spending additional time searching for charging stations. It is a bright-eyed child in the deep mountains of Sichuan, who can hold a phone that remains powered for an extended period, almost perpetually online, allowing him to truly touch the vast world beyond the mountains through that small screen. It is every hurried individual in the city, and the majority of ordinary families, who can own a vehicle that shields their loved ones from the elements and allows them to forget about low battery anxiety, reclaiming the time and energy once spent worrying about charging stations and fuel costs, restoring it to life itself and to those truly important people and matters. Without grandiose parallelism or hollow slogans, he employed the most straightforward yet vivid language to illustrate a picture of civilian life transformed by accessible technology. A narrative far more compelling than any technical specifications. Below, countless ordinary individuals nodded vigorously, with tears welling in their eyes, while on-screen comments surged, affirming that this is indeed the essence of technology. Lei just stated that he has replaced the engine of an era. Zhou gently shook his head. I wish to say that the engine itself, its blueprints, principles, and possibilities have always existed in the collective wisdom of humanity, in the lifelong pursuits of countless predecessors and peers. Perhaps I am merely fortunate to have discovered a long-forgotten key at a certain moment. Xiaomi, under Lei's leadership, has also accomplished something remarkable, bringing products to fruition that surpass my expectations. Hearing this, Lei's face lit up with joy, akin to a student receiving praise from a teacher. Finally, Zhou faced the camera again, his gaze deep and far-reaching, as if piercing through the dome of the venue to gaze upon the stars and the ocean. Tonight, everything, the Su 9, the S1, the Xiaomi 20, and the 20 Ultra, represents energy freedom. This is merely the prologue. Within our team's blueprint, there are more technologies on par with Shihe, and even more epic-making advancements, gradually transitioning from abstract formulas and blueprints into concrete reality. I assure you all, the direction of making technology accessible to the masses is unwavering. At Infinite Energy, the sole metric for measuring technological success is never about how expensive it is, but whether it can enable more individuals to live better, freer, and with dignity. The future has arrived, and we will ensure that the doors to this future are open to everyone. We will embark on this journey together. Upon concluding his speech, he returned the microphone to Lei Busi, who seemed still absorbed in Zhou's address, and then, under the gaze of 80,000 pairs of eyes and millions watching on screen, he bowed slightly towards the audience. The gesture was modest yet profoundly sincere. Subsequently, he naturally stepped back, relinquishing the stage and all its brilliance back to Lei Busi and the products of the evening. A fervent and lasting roar of applause erupted. Zhou Yan, Zhou Yan, Zhou Yan. The rhythmic chant surged through the venue for the first time, sweeping the crowd. Lei Busi took a deep breath, as if to absorb all the excitement and passion within him. He approached Zhou Yan, standing side by side. Behind them, on the giant screen, the complex cross-section of a gasoline engine, emblematic of the old era, slowly drew near to the transparent, beautifully structured 3D model of the Shihe battery, representing the new era. In between, a massive font, seemingly formed from flowing energy, majestically emerged, a new era of energy. December 31st, 2024, 2359, 01, 2024, 12, 31, 23, 59, 02 December 31st, 2024, 2359, 50 now. Let us all press the button together and collectively initiate this true era of new energy. Together, they turned, firmly placing their palms on the central, transparent sensory pillar that had suddenly risen, glowing with blue light. A low, resonant hum, as if energy was surging, echoed throughout the venue. In that instant, The stadium roof, adorned with over 100,000 LED lights forming a circular band, simultaneously radiated a pure and profound blue, beginning to rotate slowly like a galaxy. Surrounding the National Stadium, hundreds of Su-9 and S-1 headlights lit up in sequence, creating a mesmerizing matrix of blue beams that exuded a futuristic aura. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The synchronized roar of 80,000 voices surged forth, merging with the thunderous rhythm of the background drums, each beat resonating within the heart. 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. The era of new energy begins now. Amidst the cheers of 80,000 spectators, all lights and screens erupted into an unparalleled brilliance at the stroke of zero. Simultaneously, an unprecedented fireworks display ignited above the National Stadium. Not mere fireworks, but a meticulously designed cascade of blue energy light. Countless flowing, pulsating blue beams cascaded from the heavens, as if the Milky Way were pouring down, perfectly connecting with the sea of light below, enveloping the world in a cerulean hue. As the fireworks gradually dimmed, the radiance slowly receded. Le Bussi seized the microphone once more, shouting, "Thank you to every friend present and watching on screen for witnessing this historic moment with us. Now, I announce that the Demi Su-9, Demi S1, Demi 20, and Demi 20 Ultra, 4 groundbreaking products heralding a new era, will be launched tonight at midnight. Here and now, on the Demi Mall and all authorized platforms. May the light of Demi Shiha illuminate every path we tread together. Until we meet in the next era." Chapter 46. A plunge in stock prices as Huawei reveled in the New Year festivities and the anticipation of a new era. A tempest of stock price turmoil brewed at the financial center on the other side of the globe. In America, on Wall Street, despite the holiday, the trading hall was ablaze with lights, filled with an apocalyptic clamor. The line graph on the large screen did not depict a decline, but rather a heart-stopping, near-vertical cliff. The New York Stock Exchange rarely triggered multiple circuit breakers, yet each brief pause was followed by a more ferocious wave of sell-offs. Institutions, retail investors, and hedge fund owners frantically fled from car manufacturers that had not secured Shiha battery quotas. The situation was similarly grim for car companies within the European Union, even for those fortunate enough to obtain quotas. In the dimly lit headquarters of BMW, Chairman Cooley sat in a silent office. The city lights of the renowned factory outside overlooked. His tie askew, his meticulously groomed silver hair disheveled. He stared at the screen displaying split images. One side showed plummeting stock prices, while the other replayed a clip of Zhou Yan speaking calmly about improving the lives of ordinary people. In a fit of rage, Cooley seized a delicate model of a gasoline engine, symbolizing the glory days of BMW's Bavarian manufacturing, and smashed it against the screen. The model shattered, the screen flickered. Universal benefit. He spat, his voice hoarse with humiliation and fury. This was a massacre, an assault on earthly civilization with alien weaponry. The high-end brand image we struggled to maintain. The brand premium stood defenseless against such extreme cost-performance ratios. His market department president stood nearby, pale-faced, as the data on the tablet was alarming. "Chairman, preliminary models indicate that if the Demi Su-9's performance and price become the new market benchmark, our best-selling 3 and 5 series vehicles will completely lose competitiveness unless we reduce prices by more than 40. As for the highly profitable 7 series, X7 and i7, the market department president hesitated to continue. Speak. Cooley barked. Their customers, the truly affluent class, might not immediately switch to a 200,000 level Huasha vehicle, but their purchasing logic will irrevocably shift. The market department president's voice was dry. Previously, they paid a premium for BMW's handling, unique design, and distinguished service. Yet now, when a vehicle priced comparably to our cheapest 1 series can easily travel 9,000 kilometers and accelerate past any available M-Power model, with no concerns about battery degradation, the definition of high-end has been violently altered. Even if we have battery quotas and can produce similar cars, the pricing will undoubtedly differ from previous standards. The wealthy are never fools. They are among the most astute and pragmatic consumer groups in the world. Just because you claim something is high-end does not make it so. Moreover, BMW does not belong to the ultra-luxury category. It follows a route of extreme luxury, and their remaining perceptions of high-end will be swiftly eradicated by the extreme cost-performance ratio. Cooley slumped back into his chair, gazing at the screen where Zhou Yan's youthful, tranquil visage was frozen. He realized that BMW faced not merely a market challenge, but a complete upheaval of its century-old high-end value system. A similar scene unfolded in other car manufacturers of BMW's caliber. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the land of cherry blossoms was one of an entirely different kind of oppressive tension, akin to the stillness before a storm. The anticipated stock price drop had drained the color from the faces of all executives. Akio Toyoda sat in a tatami tea room, his expression grave, the tea before him long cold. A managing director nearly crawled in, voice trembling. Mitsubishi, Sumitomo's major shareholders have flooded the switchboard with calls. They demand an urgent assessment of the possibility of re-establishing contact with Infinite Energy at any cost. Furthermore, news from the North American branch indicated that the dealer network was experiencing a wave of panic inquiries regarding the residual values of existing hybrid and electric models and whether returns were possible. Toyota opened his eyes, bloodshot at any cost. Do they think that is a supplier we can plead with? His voice was hoarse. We have been permanently eliminated. This is not a matter of price or technology, but rather that we employed the wrong means in competition and violated that young man's rules. He shook his head. Speaking to himself, he has established new rules, and now we have been stripped of our right to even sit at the table. Is this the judgment under absolute technological superiority? He waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates. Alone, he gazed out at the dense factories of Toyota City and the standards of Toyota, feeling for the first time how fragile and outdated this system, which had dominated the globe for decades, truly was. Across the world, countless transoceanic calls were made from New York, London, Frankfurt, and the capital of the land of cherry blossoms to the chairpersons and CEOs of these automotive giants. You invest hundreds of billions annually in R&D, only to produce something that has become worthless overnight. Why was there no advance warning? Why did you act against Zhou Yan without consulting us? They urged. We must regain contact with Zhou Yan and Infinite Energy. We must secure those quotas. If we cannot obtain batteries, does your company have any value left? The valuation model has collapsed. Listen, if we do not see a clear, actionable survival strategy next quarter, including even a glimmer of hope for obtaining Shiha battery quotas or equivalent technology, we will initiate a motion of no confidence in you and liquidate all shares. Panic, anger, accountability, and despair coalesced into a chilling current, sweeping through every opulent office in the global automotive industry. They had once been the arbiters of rules, the kings of the market, the jewels in the crown of industry. Yet tonight, they collectively heard the thunderous collapse of the old regime, while the young man seated upon the new throne scarcely cast them a glance, as if they were merely debris by the roadside. As soon as the press conference concluded, Zhou Yan swiftly departed the bustling venue, accompanied by Zhou Ying and the security team. In the car en route to the hotel, Zhou Ying reported to Zhou Yan that the public sentiment index had exceeded monitoring limits, predominantly reflecting positive feedback. President Lei's team was diligently managing the influx of global orders and media inquiries. Zhou Ying observed the data stream on his tablet, his voice steady. We have received over 20 inquiries from top international investment banks and sovereign wealth funds, all seeking to invest in Infinite Energy or Infinite Technology Group. This time, there is no upper limit on the offers. We can name our price. Reject all of them. In the future, do not even bring such matters to my attention. Zhou Yan responded, and Zhou Ying nodded in understanding. Chapter 47. A viral post on certain platforms. China's energy hegemony. Zhou Yan, seated in the car, took out his phone to scroll through the fervent online commentary, much of which praised him. Although he maintained a composed demeanor, he felt a surge of happiness inside. Following the press conference, the online world erupted with excitement. Topics such as technological inclusivity, Rice Su9, and ending energy anxiety dominated trending discussions. Across major social media platforms, technology forums, and short video sites, countless netizens were dissecting, analyzing, and marveling at everything unveiled that evening. A popular video on a certain site bore the title, Speed Analysis, Frame-by-Frame Breakdown of Rice's Groundbreaking Technology for the New Year. What surprising revelations lay hidden in Zhou Yan's speech? The barrage of comments exploded. High energy ahead. Everyone, stand up. Is this battery for boiling water or for manipulating causality? President Lei, we VE1 big. Competitors, we're in trouble. A message from a classmate at Huaqing High School's class of 2024 congratulated Zhou Yan and silently set Infinite Energy as the pinnacle goal for campus recruitment. From today, my ambition has shifted from becoming a civil servant to cleaning toilets at Infinite Energy. Upon hearing about the 9,000 kilometer range, the fuel car keys in my hand suddenly felt unappealing and began to self-ignite. Meanwhile, an article on a certain platform quickly went viral. How to evaluate the New Year's press conference and the dawn of a new era with the Shihi battery. Thank you for the invitation. I'm currently in Shanghai, having just disembarked from a flight. Let me clarify that I am a former battery engineer at a major automotive company. To begin with, the conclusion: this is not merely an energy revolution. It is a meticulously crafted strategic showdown for energy sovereignty, founded on absolute technological superiority. The press conference was merely the prologue. The true chess game unfolds within the electrical grid and global trade flows. Many only see the affordability of the batteries, failing to recognize the formidable power dynamics and spatiotemporal regulatory hegemony behind it. This relates to the most critical and costly pain points of the power system: generation, transmission, distribution. And consumption must be balanced in real time, as electricity is nearly impossible to store economically on a large scale. The Shihi battery, especially the automotive-grade power battery, and even the energy storage batteries sold to major state-owned enterprises in the future, will undoubtedly be power-hungry giants. A battery pack capable of storing 1,000 kilowatt-hour can provide a typical household with at least 3 months of electricity, equivalent to a miniature energy storage station. Imagine shortly, when millions of mobile energy storage stations flood the market, running on the roads by day and charging at home or at supercharging stations by night. At that point, they will not merely be energy-consuming terminals, but rather distributed, mobile, high-density mega-storage units. The grid can intelligently schedule charging during low electricity prices and high green energy availability, and purchase electricity during peak demand when green energy is scarce. This effectively adds hundreds of GWh, even TWh, of flexibly dispatchable mega energy storage stations to the national grid. Moreover, the construction costs of these stations will primarily be borne by consumers purchasing vehicles. This represents an unprecedented achievement in human history, a cost-effective and massive energy storage infrastructure network. Furthermore, this wave of energy dividends is one only China can fully capitalize on, owing to our unparalleled ultra-high voltage long-distance transmission network that can transport photovoltaic energy from the northwest, hydropower from the southwest, and wind energy from the north across vast distances to the eastern load centers. We also possess the most advanced grid scheduling and digital capabilities to manage the charging and discharging of vast distributed energy storage systems, alongside the largest market base for new energy vehicles, enabling rapid formation of a scaling effect in energy storage networks. As a result, the capacity, stability, and economic viability of our grid in accommodating a high proportion of renewable energy will leave other countries trailing far behind. Our electricity will become greener, more stable, and more affordable. In contrast, abroad, even if they procure the Shihi battery, secure sufficient quotas, and produce enough vehicles, they will first face the predicament of insufficient charging infrastructure or charging systems that fail. Their outdated, fragmented grids are simply incapable of handling the sudden, immense concentrated charging loads. Some may question whether they will upgrade. If so, where will the funding come from, and how long will the construction take? The pace of development in foreign countries is well known. Ultimately, exorbitant costs will inevitably translate to soaring electricity prices and taxes, resulting in the Shihi battery becoming either a luxury only accessible to affluent areas or a product that cannot gain rapid popularity due to high usage costs. Conversely, in our country, leveraging the aforementioned car grid interaction energy storage network will enhance overall grid efficiency and reduce system costs. Electricity prices are not only unlikely to rise, but, with appropriate policies, may even stabilize or decrease. In China, the Shihi battery heralds true energy freedom for all citizens, whereas abroad, it could spark greater energy inequality and infrastructural anxiety. Furthermore, when selecting locations for high-end manufacturing, aside from labor and supply chains, the most critical factor will be access to stable, affordable, and green electricity in massive quantities, along with sufficient energy storage to buffer production fluctuations. The answer is evident. Global industries will increasingly converge towards China, the epicenter of energy and storage. Moreover, if I were to speculate, just hypothetically, that the energy density and performance of the energy storage products provided by Infinite Energy to the national grid surpass those of the currently available Shihi batteries by an order of magnitude, while this remains pure conjecture, it aligns with the logic of technological iteration. This would mean that our nation would establish an absolute monopoly in grid-level energy storage, potentially allowing us to stockpile and sell it at a scale that could be cheaper than local generation in other countries. Consequently, their domestic power generation sector would be entirely monopolized by us, rendering them reliant on our capabilities. As for those who might argue that they could build their own systems or learn from us, I must clarify that, by that time, core energy storage technologies and our grid management expertise will not be shared or sold. The public does not concern themselves with such matters. They will choose the cheapest electricity available, as not all nations are as patriotically inclined as ours. In summary, Zhou Yan's technology serves as a generous gift to domestic consumers and the national grid. Meanwhile, Lei's pricing acts as a cannon that will shatter the walls of the old industrial paradigm. Behind this lies the culmination of decades of efforts by the national grid to establish the world's only supergrid as the largest new energy installation base. Combined with the multitude of distributed micro-energy storage stations brought forth by the Xihe battery, resulting in a historically significant chemical reaction. This will give rise to an energy landscape characterized by remarkably low costs, unparalleled stability, and a high proportion of green energy, and ultimate national energy competitiveness. Henceforth, the global energy competition will undergo a profound transformation, with the definitions of Chinese electricity and Chinese chips evolving beyond mere product standards to embody the fundamental forms of energy for future civilization. This is not merely a pursuit of catching up. It is the inception of an unparalleled track, one that no one can replicate, directly defining its endpoint. Chapter 48. A 100,000 welcome. The billionaire president personally opens the door for me and even gifts me a car? A week has swiftly passed since the press conference. The past week has been a whirlwind of data surges and cognitive reconfigurations for the Rice Group and the entire industry. The initial supply of power batteries from Infinite Energy to domestic automakers consists of 2 models, each comprising 700,000 units, totaling 1.4 million units. In the inaugural quota conference, the Rice Group secured 20 of this allocation, with 140,000 units of each model, amounting to 280,000 Xihe batteries. Initially, Ford Dami Automobile, which has only been manufacturing cars for 2 years and is still ramping up production, these figures would have been overwhelming to digest. However, from midnight on December 31st, 2024, to midnight on January 1st, 2025, within a mere 24 hours, Dami Automobile's official website and partner channels received refundable deposit orders exceeding 3 million, with over 85 for the Dami S1, priced at 100,000 yuan. Even after Dami Group urgently revised the rules in the early hours of January 2nd, changing the booking method to full payment to secure production slots, more than 1 million users unfalteringly paid the full amount. This signifies that the orders alone, with full payment already made, could deplete Dami's allocation of the Xihe battery for over 3 years, based on the current production capacity of unlimited energy. Such an explosive purchasing power and trust is unprecedented in global commercial history. Consequently, Lei Jun personally took charge, and a guidance team from Unlimited Energy communicated around the clock with Dami Group. The assembly lines of Dami's superfactory were illuminated as if it were daytime, announcing triple overtime pay for all employees during the Spring Festival, hoping to deliver products to users as soon as possible. With the factory operating at full throttle, the component suppliers were inundated with Dami's urgent calls, signaling the commencement of an extreme supply battle against time and orders. January 7th, 2025, marked a festive occasion for the first batch of fortunate owners. The delivery center of Dami Automobile was adorned like a technological celebration. A vast X-shaped light band symbolized the fusion of Xihe and the Dami logo, with a dynamic light wall displaying a scrolling welcome home message, celebrating the pioneers of the new energy era. Outside, the media presence rivaled that of an international auto show, with journalists from around the globe eagerly waiting, many of whom bore the fatigue of time zone differences, alongside an unmistakable blend of anxiety and curiosity. The online live stream had already commenced, with tens of millions of viewers poised in anticipation. The ceremony was about to begin. Without lengthy speeches from leaders, Lei Jun, in his familiar attire, stepped onto the stage with a warm smile. His opening remarks were succinct yet powerful. In the past week, like all Dami colleagues, I have been unable to sleep, filled with gratitude and pressure, grateful for your trust, yet pressured not to keep you waiting too long and to meet your expectations. Today, we deliver the first batches of Dami Su-9 and Dami S1 to friends who, like us, hold trust and hope for this new era. They are not merely car owners, but the first official users of the new energy era. Without lingering on stage, Lei Jun made his way directly to the delivery area, where the first car owner awaited him. With brisk steps and a clear objective, he approached a gentleman in his 30s, clad in a classic checkered shirt and black-rimmed glasses, who nervously rubbed his hands, his face flushed with excitement and joy. He had ordered a Nebula Purple Dami Su-9. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. You are #1 in the new energy era. Lei Jun's voice resonated throughout the venue as he presented a heavy black key box adorned with the logos of Dami Group and Unlimited Energy. along with the laser-etched number 1. Mr. Zhang, trembling slightly, received it with heartfelt thanks. Then, a thrilling moment unfolded as Lei Jun graciously opened the driver's door, gesturing elegantly for him to enter. My goodness, President Lei is personally opening the door. What a spectacle! What treatment! Number 1. This gentleman will hardly sleep tonight. Just the number 1 key alone, irrespective of the car's value, is already astronomically collectible. Lei Jun remained true to his character, embodying exceptional service. As a billionaire president, opening the door and gifting a car was worth every bit. If I had known, I would have sold everything to pay in full. Mr. Zhang, slightly dazed, entered the car, where the enormous HUD and surround screen lit up, displaying a personalized welcome animation. Lei Jun leaned in, expertly pointing to the central control. Look, your exclusive number has been entered into the system. Now, it belongs entirely to you. They shook hands beside the vehicle, captured by a professional photographer. Subsequently, Lei Jun, as if performing magic, took an unopened Dammy 20 Ultra gift box from his assistant and handed it to Mr. Zhang. The car can travel far. And so can this phone. Congratulations again, Mr. Zhang. You are the first person in the world to receive the Dammy 20 series phone. Overwhelmed by this tremendous surprise, Mr. Zhang repeatedly expressed his gratitude, and the two took a commemorative photo together. The process continued with the second and third car owners, each unique. Young couples collecting a SU-9 as their wedding car, ordinary office workers opting for the S1 for daily commuting, and short video bloggers live-streaming their car collecting experience. Lei Jun engaged in brief yet warm exchanges with each, offering playful banter, blessings, or answering small queries. He adjusted vehicle settings for a wheelchair-bound owner, assisted a mother in installing a child safety seat, and even fulfilled a request from an elderly owner to sign the user manual with wishing you pleasant driving, Lei Jun. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan, attending a meeting at the headquarters in Lake City, watched the live stream. Upon seeing Lei Jun crouch down to converse with the wheelchair-bound owner, a flicker of acknowledgement crossed his eyes, and he smiled at the sight of the nervous couple's smiles and the young man's excitement. President Lei truly understands the human heart, Zhou Yan remarked to Zhou Ying and CFO Ying lay beside him. He transformed a commercial delivery into a ceremony of emotional connection and era recognition. The title pioneers of the new energy areas aptly bestowed. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is crafting dreams for all users, a dream of a new era within reach. We provide the hardcore technology. He infuses warmth and stories, an impeccable match. Let our public relations department monitor the feedback from the first batch of owners, especially regarding the performance under extreme conditions and long endurance. Zhou Yan instructed. There are many journalists and tech bloggers present. A Reuters reporter rapidly reported on camera. The performance of the first batch of owners indicates that the market's desire for the Shiha battery is genuine and fervent, leaving other car manufacturers with dwindling time. Our current concern is how this battery allocation will affect global trade balance. An automotive influencer from a domestic media outlet excitedly live-streamed. Did you see this, folks? This is the spectacle. This is the revolution. President Lei personally opened the door for you. Look at the SU-9 and S1. Their aesthetics and presence make them the center of attention. I just inquired. And full payment orders are now scheduled 3 years out. What does that even mean? Buy early to enjoy, or you may miss out. As Lei Jun finished taking a photo with yet another ordinary owner, the internal passage of the delivery center opened once more. This time, without prior announcement. The figures emerging caused the media and sharp-eyed audience members to hold their breath, followed by gasps of disbelief. Chapter 49. Hua Zai, Taylor Swift, and Prince Dbai. 3 figures approached side by side, moving leisurely yet commanding the attention of the entire venue with their imposing presence. On the left stood the internationally renowned superstar Taylor Swift, dazzling in a simple suit yet radiating brilliance with her golden hair and distinct star quality, waving to the crowd with a confident, bright smile. In the center was the tall and elegant Hua Zai, clad in a finely tailored dark suit, his warm smile as infectious as ever. To the right was Prince Dbai, dressed in a fitted white robe, a traditional headpiece adorning his youthful visage, exuding a calm demeanor. There were no exclusive luxury lounges, no crowd control or isolation. They approached the core area of the delivery zone like 3 ordinary users. Lei Jun, with a sincere smile, welcomed each of them, exchanging brief greetings and handshakes. Surprisingly, the vehicles they were about to collect bore no distinction from those of the general populace. In the designated parking area, 4 unembellished cars stood quietly, identical to those acquired by everyday users. Hua Zai selected a Rice S1 in far peak blue, perfectly aligning with his unpretentious persona, while Taylor Swift opted for a nebula purple Rice SU-9. Dubai's Prince Khalid chose two cars. One was a jet black Rice Su-9, accompanied by another of the same hue, a Rice S1. Lei Bus took the microphone, his voice imbued with warmth and respect. Today, we are honored to welcome three exceptional companions of the new era. Like everyone present and those watching from screens, they have chosen Rice automobiles, believing in the transformative power of technology. The vehicles they are taking are the standard models, identical to those of all users. We invite them to share their feelings at this moment. Huazai was the first to take the microphone. His tone gentle yet powerful. Hello everyone, I am Huazai. I would like to thank Mr. Lei and Mr. Zhou, who could not be here today. I am here not as an actor or a singer, but as an ordinary person who remains curious about life and hopeful for the future. He approached the blue S1, gently patting its roof. I chose the S1 because it embodies a tangible goodness. For 100,000 yuan, it enables a family to traverse mountains and seas without anxiety over energy costs. This is not merely about saving money. It is about liberating life and fueling dreams. I have often heard the term technological inclusivity, but today, holding this key, I find it profoundly real and warm. I hope and believe that this tangible goodness will soon reach every household. Thank you. As Huazai concluded, the live chat overflowed with enthusiastic comments. Huazai is so warm. He truly understands what ordinary people need. The king has validated our choice. This weight is unbeatable. The S1 sales are bound to soar. At this moment, Taylor Swift stepped forward, taking the microphone and speaking in clear English. Hey everyone, this is such an exhilarating moment. In my world, touring, creating, and traversing various cities and countries is the norm. However, this also comes with endless demands for energy from various devices and modes of transport, along with the accompanying pressures of planning. When I learned that the Xihe battery allows a phone to function for over 10 days and provides a car with almost limitless endurance, I felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. She turned towards the purple Su-9. It is not merely a vehicle. To me, it serves as a mobile, reliable creative space and source of energy. I am thrilled to be part of this new journey. Finally, she expressed her gratitude in somewhat awkward yet heartfelt Chinese. Thank you. I love you all. The chat erupted with excitement. The world's top creative idol endorses our technology. Her Su-9. This is more convincing than any endorsement. Taylor, I love you too. Prince Khalid then took the microphone. To be honest, just before coming here, I stepped out of my Ferrari. That sensation is, of course, magnificent. The engine's roar is like a symphony. However, every time I drive it, I must calculate. Fuel gauge, where is the next gas station? And my assistant reminds me of maintenance schedules. He approached the black Su-9, running his hand along its sleek door line. But today I chose this. The reason is simple. Last month, I tested this prototype Su-9 equipped with the Xihe battery in the desert. Can you guess what shocked me the most? He paused. It wasn't its silent acceleration to 300 km/h, but rather that we deliberately exposed it to the desert's scorching midday heat of 50 degrees Celsius for an entire day. Then we directly got in, cranked the air conditioning to maximum, and drove nearly 500 kilometers over rough terrain, simulating the worst of daily commutes and weekend trips. By the end, the displayed range still had a significant amount left. He gestured exaggeratedly. I forgot the exact number, but it was enough for me to make multiple trips back and forth from Dubai to Abu Dhabi, with enough left over for a breezy excursion to the seaside. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. As for the smaller one, I simply bought it for my collection, he added, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Lastly, Lei Bus and the three special pioneers completed the same delivery process, presenting the standard key box, taking photographs, and gifting identical Rice 20 Ultra smartphones. The entire procedure was natural and seamless, highlighting the equality and shock of beginning this new era brought forth by Xihe, irrespective of one's background. After fulfilling the delivery of the initial 100 vehicles, Lei Bus returned to the center stage. The backdrop screen shifted to display the avatars of thousands awaiting the live broadcast, who had fully paid but had yet to receive their vehicles, forming a shimmering galaxy. Thank you to all the pioneers present today and to the millions of companions watching from their screens. Lei Bus's voice resonated with strength. We understand the agony of waiting and the weight of our promises. I stand here, representing all of my colleagues at Rice, to solemnly assure you that we will strive to expand production capacity, optimize processes, and ensure that every friend who trusts us will soon be able to drive their new era vehicle. As the first batch of vehicle owners departed the venue and entered the real world, their experience reports, range tests, and life transformations would soon become the most discussed societal topics. The photograph of Lei Bus opening the door for the owner of vehicle number 00001, alongside Huazai, Prince Khalid and Taylor Swift holding their keys would become one of the most iconic images of early 2025. Chapter 50. The company's year-end bonus plan on January 15, 2025. In the underground garage of the high-end residential area of Shauna Mansion in Lake City, Zhou Yan stood before a parking space, looking at a Nebula purple Raisu 9. It was the first time in months that he would drive himself. Previously, he would have a driver take him to the company in a business vehicle. Today, he wished to personally drive to work. This Raisu 9 was one of the few cars gifted to Infinite Energy by Lei Bus, and Zhou Yan had arranged for one to be delivered to him. He extended his right hand, pausing his index finger on a marked fingerprint recognition area on the driver's B pillar for 0.5 seconds. This was an ultrasonic biometric fingerprint recognition module used to unlock the vehicle, eliminating the hassle of carrying keys. Now even the phone's NFC was unnecessary. He opened the door and settled into the car. There was no engine roar, only a strip of azure light sweeping from left to right across the dashboard, akin to the first rays of dawn breaking the horizon. The holographic HUD projected concise data onto the windshield, a range of 327 kilometers, battery health at 100, external temperature at 7 degrees, and a recommended air conditioning setting of 27 degrees. At this moment, Zhou Yan entered a 36-digit numerical key on the central control panel. Instantly, a hidden interface appeared on the display, revealing data invisible to ordinary users. Shihi battery status monitoring. Energy density, 3127 Wh/kg. Current cell temperature, 223. Outdoor temperature, 7. Temperature differential, 293, maintained by the self-regulating system. Battery pack cycle count, third full cycle. Estimated degradation curve, retains 96 of initial capacity after 876 cycles. Potential fault point scan, 01120. Zhou Yan's lips curled slightly upward as he gently pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle glided out of the garage with perfectly linear acceleration. There was no turbo lag, no jarring gear shifts, and not even the typical abruptness often associated with electric vehicles. During the peak morning rush hour on Lake City Street, vehicles traversed the thoroughfare, and numerous pedestrians filled the sidewalks. Even car owners rolled down their windows to gaze appreciatively at the newly released SU9. It was quite astonishing to witness such a vehicle in a small locale like Lake City, leading many to speculate that the owner might have ties to Infinite Energy. As the vehicle entered the underground passage of the Infinite Energy laboratory, a state-of-the-art scanner automatically identified the vehicle's VIN and the driver's biometric data. 3 heavy blast doors opened and closed sequentially. The security level here was second only to that of National Strategic Reserves, accessible only to the RD department and select company executives. Upon alighting from the car, a sleek black Hongqi H9 approached from the opposite end of the corridor. The window rolled down to reveal the composed visage of Zhou Yan. "Mr. Zhou, you arrived quite early today and even drove yourself," he remarked. Zhou Yan exited his vehicle, and the two men walked side by side towards the private elevator. "I wish to expedite the processing of documents. We also need to head to the B experiment lab for the Chenxing project, as today marks the final testing for the batch of energy storage batteries to be supplied to the state grid," Zhou Yan stated, pressing the elevator button. The doors, crafted from alloy and measuring 15 centimeters thick, opened. "This vehicle was gifted by Lei. I must personally experience it. Did you review the report from the user experience department last week?" Zhou Yan retrieved a tablet from his briefcase. "Yes, as of yesterday, we gathered 201 pieces of early user feedback, with a satisfaction rate of 98.7. The primary complaints focus on 3 aspects. Firstly, some existing charging stations lack adequate speed. Secondly, the trunk opening height of the SU9 is not user-friendly for individuals under 1.6 meters. And thirdly, the dialect recognition accuracy of the vehicle system is only 83. As the elevator ascended steadily, the display transitioned from B3 to B2. Zhou Yan interjected, "While the charging infrastructure is not our issue, we can certainly engage with it. I happen to have a new technology that addresses this concern. As for the other issues, they do not pertain to us, so we need not focus on them." "Understood," Zhou Yan quickly noted. Additionally, Academician Yang called me last night. Once they exited the elevator, the two entered Zhou Yan's office. "What did the professor say?" Zhou Yan asked as he approached his desk by the window, where green tea, prepared in advance by Secretary Su Yutong, awaited him, a daily ritual. He expressed a desire to bring the leadership from Kyoto University for a visit next week. The College of New Energy Materials wishes to collaborate on establishing a postdoctoral research station with us, Zhou Yan conveyed as he stood before the desk. "The postdoctoral research station is feasible. We shall follow the standard collaborative procedures, which will also attract more talent," Zhou Yan replied. After Zhou Ying departed, Secretary Su Yutong entered, holding a stack of files, 12 deep gray folders, each bearing a distinct confidentiality label ranging from public to top secret. Mr. Zhou, these projects require your final approval, she said, her voice soft yet clear. The red-labeled files pertain to major projects with funding exceeding 50 million, while the blue-labeled ones are for routine R&D under 20 million. The yellow labels indicate 3 sensitive technology transfer applications that require your special attention. Zhou Yan nodded, already aware of the contents, though Su Yutong needed to remind him as per protocol. He signed 7 red folders in succession, with a total amount reaching 41.6 billion yuan, the largest of which pertained to Infinite Aviation's procurement of aircraft manufacturing and engine manufacturing equipment, as well as a joint application from Linhaochen, Wang Dingfeng, and Su Mu for further research on enhancing the ionization efficiency of plasma engines, amounting to 2.8 billion yuan. In his annotations, Zhou Yan particularly emphasized that all personnel involved in the project must undergo background checks by the company and National Security Department and sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. The radiation shielding standards for the experimental site must adhere to military-grade specifications. Having signed the final document, Zhou Yan placed the pen down, only to be gently interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in." Su Yutong entered again, this time holding a single document, her smile brighter than in the morning, radiating genuine joy. "Mr. Zhou, this is the proposed 2024 year-end incentive and company annual meeting activity plan jointly drafted by President Zhou Ying, Director Owen Lei, and the heads of various departments after discussion and research. Please review it." Zhou Yan accepted the document, glanced through it, and marked several proposals with a pen before instructing his secretary to summon Zhou Ying and Owen Lei. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at his office, with Owen Lei carrying a laptop. "Mr. Zhou, have you finished reviewing the plan? Are you satisfied?" Zhou Ying inquired as he took a seat opposite Zhou Yan. "I have reviewed it," Zhou Yan replied, laying the documents flat on the desk. "However, I would first like to hear your reasoning behind the calculations." Owen Lei opened her laptop, displaying a complex financial model. "Mr. Zhou, we designed the initial proposal based on 4 dimensions. First, market benchmarking. We researched the year-end bonus levels of 12 top tech companies in 2023, including Shueigua, Gyuj, Huawei, Dihang Times, and Tingshuan. The highest was Intel, offering an average of 18-month salary. Our proposed range of 6 to 24 months positions us in the top 5 globally. Second, the company's financial condition. In 2024, Infinite Energy is projected to achieve revenues of 356 billion yuan and a net profit of 251.2 billion yuan. Based on the initial proposal, the total year-end bonus for the company would be approximately 59 of the net profit, amounting to 15 billion yuan. Third, internal equity. The plan employs a 3-dimensional model based on job value coefficients, performance coefficients, and employee peer evaluations, ensuring that high-contribution employees within the same level receive significantly greater rewards, with our D-job coefficients averaging 18 times that of functional roles. Fourth, sustainability. Our total year-end bonus amounts to about 59 of net profit, a ratio that would not exert any pressure on the company's cash flow, while the absolute value of our year-end bonuses is also leading globally. Owen Lei's report was precise and clear, with every figure substantiated. After she finished, the office fell silent for several seconds. Chapter 51, Becoming a Cosmic-Level Super Enterprise. Zhou Yan picked up the proposal again. "The data is robust," he remarked, his voice steady, revealing no hint of approval or discontent. "However, you overlooked a 5th dimension, the dimension of public sentiment." Rising from his seat, Zhou Yan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire campus. "Director O, you mentioned that our total year-end bonus amounts to approximately 59 of net profit, with a profit margin of 400. While our absolute figures are substantial, the proportion is not particularly high. Furthermore, I believe you are aware that if we adopted the industry-standard pricing strategy, aligning the actual performance of the Shiha battery with the pricing of the market's top products, our profit margin should exceed 1,000. We have forfeited over 300 billion yuan in potential profits. Why?" Zhou Ying provided the answer. "To achieve technological inclusivity." Indeed. Zhou Yan returned to his desk and sat down again. Inclusivity is not merely a slogan. Externally, it means providing users with affordable, high-quality products. Internally, it necessitates that those who generate this value share in the tangible fruits of their labor. He opened the proposal and pointed to the page detailing the year-end bonus base, 6 to 24 months, benchmarked against these world-class giants. However, Infinite Technology's ambition extends beyond merely becoming a world-class giant. Let us increase the overall amount by 50. Lei could not restrain herself from interjecting. Mr. Zhou, if we raise the overall base by 50, the total year-end bonus will reach 22.5 billion yuan, accounting for 89% of net profit. This ratio would already be the highest among publicly listed companies. Generally, year-end bonuses typically account for 26% of a company's annual net profit. We are already significantly above that. If we increase it further, we are not a publicly listed company. Zhou Yan interjected gently yet firmly. We do not need to justify every penny to the capital, Mr. O. I pose a question to you. What do you perceive as the greatest risk for Infinite over the next 5 years? After a moment of contemplation, Lei considered technological breakthroughs, market competition, and policy changes, but dismissed all of them. Zhou Yan shook his head, identifying the true danger as the disintegration of trust, the poaching of the core team, and the corrosive allure of high benefits promised by adversaries. The most effective means to counter these risks is to ensure that everyone understands that here, at Infinite Energy, in any company belonging to Infinite Technology, every effort will yield extraordinary returns, and every breakthrough contributes to the creation of history. Thus, an overall increase of 50 in year-end bonuses is hardly an issue. The profits we generate will only multiply. Money that is not spent is merely a pile of worthless paper. Furthermore, we will establish a special Shihi award with an initial prize pool set at 1 billion, with no upper limit. There will be no cap on the number of recipients. As long as the review committee deems a contribution groundbreaking, it will be rewarded. Whether it be 1 million or 10 million. Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled at this. As he immediately grasped the strategic significance of this decision, it would transform the pursuit of ultimate technological breakthroughs into the company's most powerful cultural gene. Indeed. Zhou Yan nodded and continued, stating that the prizes for the year-end lottery must be upgraded as well. The second prize will include 10 fully equipped Dazhong Su 9 cars or 200,000 Huabi converted. The cars gifted by Mr. Lei should not continue gathering dust in the basement. Let us draw them all, along with the sample cars sent by other manufacturers. Once tested, there is no need to keep them. The first prize will now be a 130 square meter apartment in the future city project of Lake City New District, or its equivalent of 1.3 million Huabi. With a total of 10 slots. Lei swiftly recorded this on her computer, raising no objections, believing it would not cost much. Zhou Yan added at the opportune moment, I suggest that all winners of the first and second prizes record brief acceptance speeches, which, with their consent, will be disseminated on internal platforms and select public channels. This is far more effective than any recruitment advertisement. Agreed. Zhou Yan acknowledged with a glance of approval towards Zhou Yan. Finally, regarding the Spring Festival holiday, the entire company will have a unified break of 20 days. From the 27th day of the lunar calendar to the 17th of the first month. 9 days off is insufficient. Let us extend it. Returning to work only after the Lantern Festival. For all essential positions that require duty, a triple salary will be granted, along with an additional month's salary as a special consolation for those working on the 29th and 30th of the lunar month, as well as the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and the Lantern Festival itself. Upon hearing this, Lei hesitated. Zhou Yan noticed and turned to her. I understand what you wish to express. The finance department will calculate the additional costs incurred and how many billions we will lose from reduced workdays. However, I implore you to consider from another perspective. How many employees will be able to return home and spend the new year with their parents in peace? How many couples will no longer argue about whose home to celebrate at? How many children will be able to fully enjoy the presence of their parents? These emotional values, while unquantifiable in financial statements, will ultimately translate into loyalty and a sense of belonging to the company. Lei remained silent for a few seconds. The rational finance director closing her laptop, standing up, and slightly bowing to Zhou Yan. Mr. Zhou, I understand now. This is not a cost. It is an investment in trust, an investment in the future. I will recalculate and send you the revised plan by 3 p.m. However, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she raised her head, fixing her gaze on Zhou Yan. I have one more question, which may transcend the financial realm. Please go ahead. Our substantial profit sharing, our seemingly limitless R&D investments, and our almost idealistic talent policies, though aimed at fostering trust and investing in the future, are already beyond what other enterprises offer. Lei's pace of speech slowed, each word meticulously chosen. From a financial modeling perspective, if we increase our profit retention ratio by 20, Infinite Technology's net asset size could enter the top 5 globally within 5 years. If we control our R&D expenditures to align with industry averages, our net profits could increase significantly. Additionally, if we adopt a more pragmatic compensation system, we could reduce labor costs by a third. Yet, You have chosen an entirely opposite path. I wish to know where this choice leads us financially, or rather, what kind of company Infinite Technology ultimately aims to become. You mentioned earlier that Infinite Technology's goal is not merely to become a world-class giant. Zhou Yan was also intrigued by this question, particularly the latter. Silence enveloped the office for a few seconds. The sunlight outside fortuitously illuminated Zhou Yan, casting a somewhat sacred glow upon him, rendering him transparent and radiant. Mr. O. His voice was calm, as serene as if stating a well-established physical law. Have you ever seen an ant observing humans construct skyscrapers? Both O Yinglei and Zhou Yan were momentarily taken aback. In the ant's perception, it might be some natural phenomenon or the nest of a colossal creature. Zhou Yan stood up, walking once more to the floor-to-ceiling window. This time he did not gaze down at the park below, but rather looked up at the clear winter sky. They cannot comprehend why humans build such towering structures, why steel and glass are employed, or why intricate elevator and piping systems are installed, for in the worldview of ants, there is no concept of urban planning, economic growth, or the evolution of civilization. The question you now pose is akin to an ant asking a human architect, what will be the final dimensions of this nest? How much food must you store to suffice? Allow me to respond in another manner. Zhou Yan returned to his desk, but did not sit. He reached for the mouse, bringing up an image of the cosmic expanse, not of the solar system, nor of the Milky Way, but rather a coordinate system that O Yinglei had never encountered. With billions of luminous points arranged in a complex topological structure, interconnected by innumerable fine lines, resembling a neural network that envelopes the entire universe. This is the entirety of the observable universe, as we humans can currently perceive it, spanning a diameter of 93 billion light-years. He then switched to another image. A probability heat map of civilization distribution. Zhou Yan's finger traced over the star map, illuminating several regions. According to the foundational model of cosmic civilizations, blue regions indicate a life probability below 10-23, while red regions signify a probability above 0. 8. Here, Zhou Yan pointed to a light blue dot, which, on this cosmic scale, lies at the edge of a life desert, not due to a lack of life, but because civilization remains in its embryonic stage. Zhou Yan and Zhou Yan held their breath, seeing that, on the map, the position representing the solar system was merely a faint light blue dot. Zhou Yan moved his finger to a central area of intense red. Here, approximately 520,000 light-years away, according to model projections, there may exist a civilization that has reached at least the mid-stage of the Kardashev scale. The stellar brightness in that region is anomalous, likely indicative of a Dyson Sphere. He pointed to another purple area. Here, 180,000 light-years away. Model projections also suggest the potential existence of civilization. The star map continued to magnify, revealing further details. I have always believed that civilization in the universe is not rare. Zhou Yan closed the star map, and the room returned to its normal brightness. Civilization is prevalent, much like the grains of sand in a desert. The distinction lies in the fact that some grains have coalesced into glass, some remain loose, and some are being forged into crystals under high temperatures. He gazed directly into O Yinglei's eyes. Now, Mr. O, answer me again. At this scale, does it hold significance to be among the top 10 companies in the world? Is the industry's average R&D investment a relevant reference point? Is it worth contemplating controlling labor costs? Are you implying that our goal at Infinite Technology is not to become the best company on this planet? Zhou Yan gently shook his head, the gesture devoid of disdain, exuding a tranquil demeanor that stood tall above all others. The blue star was merely a starting point, a practice arena, akin to a kindergarten. He reseated himself, his hands gracefully interlaced upon the table. Mr. O, have you ever delved into the realm of science fiction? The Galactic Empire from Foundation, the United Federation of Planets in Star Trek, the Weyland Corporation depicted in Alien. These fictional works often feature super enterprises spanning galaxies, capable of constructing Dyson spheres, genetic editing, and space-folding logistics giants. I assure you, these are not mere fantasies. Zhou Yan's voice lowered, yet resonated with clarity and strength, embodying an inevitable phase of civilization's development. When technology surpasses a certain threshold, the essence of a company's form, scale, and mission undergoes a profound transformation. A corporation could possess planets, or even reshape stars. At that juncture, commodities might very well be entire worlds. Returning to your inquiry, what should Infinite Technologies ultimately become? It is not about being the world's foremost entity, nor the highest in market valuation, nor merely a profit-making tool. Rather, it is intended to serve as the driving force of civilizational advancement, a cosmic-level super enterprise, perhaps even a hegemon. You might think I jest, that I am but dreaming. Yet I can unequivocally state that this is my ambition, and I am confident in my capability to realize it. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I will demonstrate it to you. Merely keep pace with me and do not fall behind. Zhou Yan and Lei stood in silence, seemingly processing Zhou Yan's declarations. We understand, Mr. Zhou. Regardless of the veracity of your words, we shall endeavor wholeheartedly under your guidance. Chapter 52. Annual Meeting Raffle on January 25, 2025. The 26th day of the 12th lunar month, at 1830, the heart of Future International Exhibition Center in Lake City was illuminated for Infinite Technologies. To ensure the success of the annual meeting, Zhou Yan arranged for the rental of this newly completed landmark capable of accommodating 20,000 attendees. The building's exterior, adorned with over 100,000 LED lights, was set to blue, resembling a colossal crystal radiating a gentle azure glow from afar. The exhibition center's parking lot was already at capacity. Aside from the company-arranged buses, employees' private vehicles formed long queues outside. The main hall of the exhibition center, an expansive 120,000 square meters of column-free space, was transformed into a futuristic celebration venue. The stage backdrop featured a circular LED screen, 15 meters high and 40 meters wide, currently displaying a meticulously crafted film, from scenes of Zhou Yan conducting experiments at Kyoto University to the jubilant cheers at the Lake City Superfactory's first battery rollout, culminating in footage of Zhou Yan speaking at the New Year's press conference. The final image morphed into the faces of all company employees, drifting into a starry sea, with a sci-fi-styled spacecraft journeying into deep space, emblazoned with the words, Infinite Technologies, Boundless Horizons. This annual meeting was not solely for Infinite Energy, but a gathering for the entire Infinite Technologies group. Despite the other two companies still being in the construction phase, they had already garnered some employees. At 1900 hours, the meeting commenced. No external host was invited for the event. As the stage lights dimmed, a spotlight illuminated the left side of the stage. Two individuals emerged, Zhang Jingguo, a B3 level senior technician from the production department, and a master craftsman with 22 years of experience in battery manufacturing. Renowned for his exceptional skills and passion for acquiring new knowledge and technologies, the oldest technician in Infinite Energy's production department. Clad in a deep blue custom suit, embroidered with the characters for Infinite, he was met with thunderous applause as he took the microphone. Zhang Jingguo's opening words, delivered in a Lake City accent, rang out. Comrades, friends, family leaders, good evening, everyone. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Indeed, Zhang Jingguo beamed, the spotlight illuminating his face, revealing a 50-something veteran who appeared as youthful as a man in his 20s. I am Zhang Jingguo, and after 22 years of winding batteries, the defective ones strung together could circle the Earth. Well, quite a few times, actually. But tonight, I shall not wind batteries. He snapped his fingers, and the large screen behind him transformed into a karaoke interface. Tonight, I am your host and singer. Allow me to kick things off with an opening number. A remix of winding disco crafted by our production line. Explosive music filled the air as Zhang Jingguo began to sing, transforming the production process into a rap song. To the left, draw a circle with me. To the right, perform a precise bend, two index fingers like positive and negative poles, pointing towards the dazzling battery. The audience erupted in laughter as colleagues from the production line rushed to the stage, dancing in synchronized harmony, clearly having rehearsed. The second act featured a skit from the quality inspection department, though it was far from a traditional performance. Utilizing holographic projection technology, they magnified the internal structure of a battery into a microscopic city, with ions as citizens, membranes as city walls, and negative electrode materials as residential areas, culminating in a comedic portrayal of an ion migration encountering peak-hour traffic congestion at the membranes. The mayor, represented by the positive electrode material, resolved the issue by activating the Shiha exclusive rapid transit superconducting ion express line. The technical jokes and punchlines elicited laughter and thigh-slapping from the RD colleagues. What an exquisite metaphor. I must use this PPT in the next review meeting. The subsequent performances were all self-produced by employees. An hour swiftly passed, and all acts concluded, leading to the most anticipated segment, the raffle. The host, selected by employee votes, was the highly regarded director of supply chain management, Deng Wei. I know everyone is eager. Next up is the highlight of the evening, the annual Excellence Awards and Lucky Draw. A brief film began to play on the big screen, devoid of flashy effects, showcasing genuine moments. The lights of the lab at midnight. The focused gazes on the production line, the meticulous recordings in the testing grounds, and the fervent discussions in the conference room. Ultimately freezing on a poignant message, every effort deserves recognition. Every breakthrough is worthy of remembrance. The first award presented was the Shiha Special Challenge Award, determined through multiple rounds of evaluations. As director Liang Jinghua took the stage to announce the winners, the venue fell into a profound silence. The Shiha Battery Ultra-Low Temperature Operation Task Force. Liang Jinghua's voice was steady and powerful, recounting how the group endured 4 months and 157 failures before ultimately succeeding, enabling the Shiha battery to perform more confidently under extreme conditions, with a prize of 5 million yuan for the team, and an additional 200,000 yuan for team leader Wang Kaixian. 7 RD engineers approached the stage. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the bloodshot eyes of those who had endured long nights. Team leader Wang Kaixian, a man in his 40s with graying hair, trembled slightly as he accepted the award. I did not prepare a speech. He spoke into the microphone, his voice gravelly. I simply wish to say that every failure accumulates experience towards success. Every piece of data is documented, equally as precious as the final success. The crowd's cheers threatened to lift the roof off. He paused, looking down at Zhou Yan. Mr. Zhou, during your last visit to the lab, you asked if we were weary. I said no. In truth, I was lying. We are exhausted, often so much so that we fall asleep in the lab chairs. Yet we willingly endure, for here, every bit of effort is acknowledged, and every ounce of talent is cherished. Thank you. The applause crescendoed, lasting a full minute. Following the presentation of several additional Shiha Special Challenge Awards, it was time for the regular awards. After Liang Jinghua stepped down, Deng Wei began to announce the prizes and the methods for the upcoming draw. The lottery employs a double-blind system. All employees' ID numbers are pre-entered into a quantum random number generator, and the results are projected in real time on a circular screen, overseen on-site by several representatives from various departments. Third prize, 1000 winners, the latest fruits, a Havel vehicle, and a series of 20 mobile phones. The first batch of winners took the stage, hailing from diverse departments. A worker from the production department, cradling his prize, joyfully exclaimed, I worked at my previous factory for 10 years without ever winning a prize, not even qualifying to attend the annual meeting. In just over 6 months at Infinite Energy, I've already won, and I couldn't be happier. Second prize, 50 winners, 10 Havel SUVs, and 40 other vehicles, or equivalent to 200,000 yuan. When this award was announced, the atmosphere in the venue became noticeably more animated. Winners stepped up one after another, with several opting for vehicles. The 7th winner, a young woman who appeared to be under 30, chose a Havel electric sports car, set to hit the market soon. The host, Deng Wei, inquired about her choice. The girl, slightly bashful yet with sparkling eyes, introduced herself. I am Chin Surui from the RD department, Group 3. She smiled shyly. I am a fan of this car. I initially planned to wait for its official release and use my year-end bonus to purchase one. I never expected to win it before its launch. I wonder if this counts as a fan benefit. Haha. Of course, I must thank the company. Without its technology, Havel wouldn't have been able to create this. The audience erupted into warm laughter and applause. First prize, 10 winners. A 130 square meter residential unit in the future city project of Lake City New District, or equivalent to 1.3 million yuan. This was the most exhilarating award of all. When the first batch of 10 winning ID numbers scrolled across the screen, the venue fell silent, the sound of breath audible. Winners approached the stage one by one, each face reflecting disbelief. Among them was a slender young engineer wearing black-framed glasses, who stumbled slightly as he made his way up. His name was Lu Chuan, from the Environmental Testing Laboratory. When the host handed him the microphone, he stood frozen for several seconds before speaking. His voice tinged with a distinct Sichuan accent. My name is Lu Chuan, from Yinyang, Sichuan, and I have just completed 3 months of employment. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself, but his voice trembled. 3 months ago, I left my previous job to come to Lake City. My parents were initially opposed, saying Lake City is a small town, better to stay in Mianyang, but I stumbled upon Mr. Zhou's speech at the recruiting event at Beihai University online. It moved me, and I wanted to be part of this endeavor. Now, this makes it easier to convince my parents. Thank you to the company and Mr. Zhou. After all the awards were presented, amidst cheers, shouts, and applause from the crowd, Zhou Yan slowly ascended the stage. He did not speak immediately but smiled and quietly observed the audience, gazing at the faces still immersed in excitement, emotion, and joy. Dressed in a deep gray casual outfit, akin to many engineers, with a small logo of the infinite 9-story pagoda embroidered on the left chest, the applause continued for a full minute. Zhou Yan raised his hand. and the applause gradually subsided. Was the program enjoyable? He asked, humorously picking up the microphone. Enjoyable, came the resounding reply. I think so too, he nodded. Was the lottery thrilling? Thrilling. The crowd cheered again. All right, let's get serious. I know the past year has been exhausting. The coffee cans in the lab could form a mountain, and the steps walked on the production line are consistently around 20,000 daily. With more code written than ever before. He paused, scanning the room. But I hope tonight, you can forget all that, at least for a few hours. Why? I ask and answer myself. Because the most precious quality of a creator is not endurance. Although you certainly possess the ability to endure. The most valuable trait is the capacity to maintain curiosity and joy about the world. Why can we create Shiha? It's not because we work overtime. It's because some of us feel exhilarated, like discovering a new data point in the lab, rather than sighing at the thought of writing another report. Why can we change the world? It is not due to our perseverance. Rather, it's because some of us experience the same thrill as completing a level in a game when we solve a technical challenge. He stood up, moving to the center of the stage. Thus, tonight's annual meeting is not about evoking sentimentality or tears, nor is it a gathering to commemorate suffering. We simply wish to host a grand party to celebrate something quite straightforward. He raised his voice, to celebrate that we are a remarkable group of individuals engaged in extraordinary endeavors, and moreover, doing so with great joy. Will the future be challenging? You might think I would say yes, but I will say no, because our technology is the most advanced and exceptional globally. If we find it difficult, how can others manage? The audience chuckled at Zhou Yan's words. He too smiled, embodying the carefree laugh of a young man free of burdens. We possess the brightest minds, the most steadfast beliefs, and most importantly, we have each other as comrades in arms. Together, we are the strongest. All the rewards, holidays, and honors tonight are rightfully yours. They are not a gift from the company, but rather the value you have created with your own hands, now returned to you in a different form. This time next year, when we gather again, I hope to see more colleagues driving the vehicles they helped create, moving into new homes next to the company, and sending their children to the excellent schools we have built together. More importantly, I wish to see that due to each of our efforts, the world has improved just a little bit. In closing, I would like to share a saying my father often taught me. When others treat us well, we should respond with even greater kindness. The company treats everyone well, so I ask you all to treat the world with 100-fold kindness. Thank you all, and I wish you a happy new year in advance. The future is infinite. Chapter 53. Employees walking alongside the company the next morning. When Zhou Yan awoke in the employee dormitory provided by the company, he felt a lingering heaviness in his head. The annual meeting had concluded around 11 o'clock the previous night, and he and his project team colleagues had indulged in hot pot, chatting until 2 in the morning. Everyone was exhilarated, not just from the lottery, where their team had remarkably won 3 third prizes and 1 second prize, but also because they had received the Shiha Special Commendation Award, entitling each member to 2 million yuan, further fueled by Zhou Yan's words, treating them as comrades. Upon reaching for his phone on the bedside table, the screen illuminated, and 2 bank notifications popped up. Huahua Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 8876 has completed a transfer of 304,561 yuan on January 26th at 8:47, with a balance of 5,812,412 yuan. Recipient, Infinite Energy Technology Company, Limited Summary, 2024 Annual Year-End Bonus. Huahua Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 8876 has completed a transfer of 40,121 yuan on January 26th at 8:47, with a balance of 6,222 yuan. Recipient, Infinite Energy Technology Company, Limited Summary, January 2025 Salary. Huahua Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 8876 has completed a transfer of 2,000,000 yuan on January 26th at 8:48, with a balance of 26,213,622 yuan. Recipient, Infinite Energy Technology Company, Limited Summary, Shiha Special Commendation Award. Thank you for your contributions to the company's development. Zhou Yan stared at the string of numbers again and again. 262,136 yuan and 20 cents. He abruptly sat up, his fingers trembling as he opened the mobile banking app to confirm repeatedly. Indeed, the balance has surged from approximately 300,000 to over 2 million, effectively doubling. The year-end bonus amounted to 300,000, equivalent to 10 months' salary. There remains an additional 2 million. He ascended to the terrace on the top floor of the company. The cold wind instilled a semblance of calm within him. He dialed his mother's video call. On the screen, She was in a dimly lit kitchen tending to the fire, her face smudged with soot. Mom, have you eaten? Why are you off work so early today? When do you start your annual leave? I've already prepared a pig, waiting for you to return so I can cook your favorite dish. Mom, please look at this. He sent a screenshot of his bank notification. A prolonged silence ensued. His mother squinted, pulling the phone closer and then further away, her fingers tracing the numbers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 260,000. Her voice suddenly soared, laced with disbelief, drawing in his father. What's wrong? His father leaned in. Mom, Dad, our company has issued year-end bonuses, 300,000. Combined with my salary and a special project award, it totals over 260,000. How much? His father's tone shifted. 260,000, Zhou Yan reiterated. After tax. The video shook violently, followed by a view of the ceiling, accompanied by his mother's stifled sobs, seemingly emanating from deep within her chest, and his father's heavy breaths. After a considerable time, his father's face reappeared on the screen, eyes reddened but striving to maintain composure. Zhou Yan, speak honestly, is this money clean? We may be poor, but we cannot accept ill-gotten gains. Father. Zhou Yan felt a pang in his nose. It is absolutely clean. The battery we developed is in high demand worldwide, generating substantial profits. The boss values technology immensely. Those who contribute are richly rewarded. This is the result of my experiments, data analysis, and report writing, earned bit by bit. Everyone in the company knows. We are also granted 20 days of annual leave, allowing me to return and spend quality time with you. He fervently explained the company's scale, the sophistication of its technology, and the philosophy of his boss, Zhou Yan, even showcasing segments from CCTV news reports to his parents. Eventually, their emotions transitioned from shock and skepticism to belief, followed by an overwhelming wave of euphoria and relief. Great. My son has succeeded. As long as it's not ill-gotten money. His mother began to cry again, but this time, it was tears of joy. His father wiped his face with determination, his voice slightly hoarse yet earnest. Zhou Yan, heed my words. The company's generosity towards you is a tremendous favor. This substantial sum reflects their respect for you as a talent. You must remain grounded and not betray the company. Yes, yes, his mother interjected, emphasizing the need to work diligently, to heed the leaders, and to cultivate gratitude. We must not squander this money. Mom, Dad, I have made my decision. I will take 350,000 home to completely renovate our house, building a 2-story building to ensure you are warm in winter and cool in summer. The remaining funds I will save, planning to buy 2 apartments in Lake City in 2 years, bringing both you and my younger sister over. His parents could barely articulate coherent sentences, only nodding vigorously, tears streaming down their faces in joy. After ending the call, Zhou Yan stood in the cold wind for a long while, allowing his tears to flow freely. This was not sorrow, but a profound, searing happiness and a deep sense of fulfillment from being acknowledged. He recalled the boy who had squeezed into a corner of the job fair 7 months prior. On this very day 7 months ago, Zhou Yan had donned his only ill-fitting suit, his resume crumpled, amidst the throngs at a large recruitment fair in a provincial capital city. His background was unremarkable, a master's degree from a non-prestigious university in the Northeast, specializing in materials science and engineering, devoid of significant project experience or prestigious publications. Hailing from a rural family where his parents farmed and he had a younger sister in junior high, he lingered at the booth of Infinite Energy for half an hour, watching his resumes from elite institutions like Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Kyoto University were collected in stacks, mustering the courage to submit his own. My academic performance in my major is quite good. I have simulated the latest changes of battery materials using open-source software, though it may seem rather naive, he stammered. The interviewer, a researcher in his 30s, did not interrupt him but instead inquired, when you encounter data that contradicts classical theory during your simulations, what is your initial reaction? Zhou Yan replied candidly, I would first question whether I had set the parameters incorrectly or if there was a bug in the code. Upon repeated validation, if it still does not align, I would consider whether the material itself undergoes a phase transition under those specific conditions that we are unaware of. The researcher smiled, excellent. First question yourself, but do not blindly trust authority. He proceeded to ask several more specialized questions and then handed him a written test, after which the afternoon slipped away. He assumed he was destined for another rejection, but unexpectedly, a few days later, he received a notification inviting him for a second interview in Lake City, with travel expenses covered by the company. When he finally secured the position, he remained in a state of disbelief. Each day post-joining felt like a revelation to Zhou Yan. He was assigned to a senior engineer who had graduated from Tsinghua University. who not only imparted technical knowledge, but also taught him methodologies of thought. The company's internal knowledge repository was entirely accessible to him, encompassing everything from fundamental electrochemical principles to cutting-edge research literature. As long as he possessed a thirst for knowledge, he could acquire nourishment. In meetings, no one inquired about his alma mater. All that mattered was, what do you make of this data? What could be the cause of that anomalous peak? A rudimentary method he devised for the rapid detection of the uniformity of a certain additive in electrode slurry, refined by his team leader, eventually became a routine practice within the group. For the first time, he felt that his thoughts held value. His basic needs were comprehensively secured, rendering his high monthly salary of $40,000 almost unnecessary to spend. The company provided uniforms were of excellent quality, requiring minimal additional clothing. Meals in the cafeteria were free for 3 daily servings, offering such variety that it often led to indecision, all nutritionally balanced, resulting in negligible food expenses. Even when dining out, it was predominantly at the team leader's expense, who remarked, "With your annual salary in the millions, how much can you eat?" As for accommodation, the local government provided talent apartments, brand new one-bedroom units conveniently located within walking distance to the workplace. In terms of healthcare, the company organized comprehensive health checkups every 6 months, along with a fully equipped gym and therapy room. What astonished him most was the internal technical salon, where he had the opportunity to witness Zhou Yan, the genius who was changing the world, conducting a technical analysis meeting. Zhou Yan spoke not of grand theories, but of specific technical challenges within a theoretical framework, guiding the research department's direction. At that moment, Shiwan felt he was confronting the same issues as this world-altering individual, walking alongside him in shared purpose. He was profoundly grateful to the company, spending nearly all his time in the laboratory. He had no girlfriend and even dedicated his weekends to the lab, compounded by his childhood fear of poverty, leading him to save every penny, which ultimately allowed him to accumulate his entire salary. He gazed at the nearby company, at the iconic twin towers that served as the headquarters. A year ago, this place was merely a name on a map, but now, it represented the turning point of his family's destiny, a place he was willing to strive for throughout his life. He opened his phone and sent a message in the family group. "Dad, Mom, Sister, rest assured, from today onwards, our family's good days are truly beginning, and this is merely the starting point." Immediately afterward, Shiwan booked a high-speed train ticket back to the northeastern province. The beauty of Lake City lay in its compact size. Though not large, it was situated in the eastern province of China, with relatively convenient transportation. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Shiwan, laden with a plethora of gifts, boarded the train heading home. His confidence bolstered by the company and the money it had bestowed upon him, providing him with immense reassurance. Chapter 54. We, the Infinite. Never borrow. As the Spring Festival approached, merely 2 weeks away, employees across various branches of Infinite Technology Group were diligently engaged in discussions regarding technical proposals, production schedules, and client demands. Suddenly, almost simultaneously, all group chats received a pinned announcement from the Group Administrative Center. Official notification regarding the 2025 Spring Festival holiday arrangement and year-end benefits to all colleagues, after deliberation by the Group Board of Directors. The arrangements for the 2025 Spring Festival holiday are as follows. 1 holiday duration. A unified holiday of 20 days for the entire group. From January 26th, lunar calendar 27th of the 12th month, to February 14th, lunar calendar 16th of the 1st month, with work resuming on February 15th, lunar calendar 17th. 2 holiday benefits. All employees will receive the year-end bonus for 2024 and January 2025 salary, along with a festive gift box containing local specialties, premium ingredients, and smart home products, which is expected to arrive at the registered address by January 27th. 3 duty arrangements. Essential production, research and development, and security positions will operate on a voluntary duty system. Duty personnel will receive triple the legal salary, plus an additional month's basic salary as a special consolation for work on the 29th, 30th, and during the first 3 days of the new year, as well as on Lantern Festival. The group cafeteria, gym, and medical room will remain open throughout, providing comprehensive support for on-duty colleagues. 4 warm reminder. Departments should arrange work handovers properly to ensure business continuity, travel safely, and I wish all colleagues and their families a happy new year in advance, filled with joy and happiness. Signed, Infinite Technology Group Administrative Center. Date, January 18th, 2025. Upon receiving this announcement, every phone vibrated, plunging the entire group's communication system into an eerie silence. No one spoke. Moments later, the stillness was broken. 20 days. Leader, pinch me. exclaimed Wang Tianzhu, who had been engrossed in his work, his eyes wide with disbelief, forgetting to put down the electrode foil in his hands. Team leader Zhang Jingguo stared at his phone, his fingers trembling slightly. Having worked in manufacturing for over 20 years across state-owned, foreign, and private enterprises, he had never experienced a spring festival holiday longer than 7 or 8 days, often fraught with tedious rescheduling. 20 days? He had never even heard of such a thing. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Ahem, everyone, quiet down. I trust you've all seen the announcement. 20 days. He intentionally elongated his tone, delighting in the anxious expressions of his colleagues as he flashed a grin. However, we certainly cannot halt all key production lines. Voluntary duty. And those on duty will receive triple pay, plus an extra month's salary," he declared. "I, old Zhang, will be the first to sign up. Who's joining me?" After a brief pause, several seasoned workers raised their hands. "Count me in. My child is away at university, and being home alone doesn't make sense. I'll join too. I want to earn more to give my grandson a generous red envelope." Meanwhile, the younger employees erupted in excitement. 20 days. I can finally go back to my hometown in northeast China and spend quality time with my grandparents. My girlfriend and I were planning a road trip to Hainan. And now we have enough time. With the year-end bonus, I might even be able to buy a new car and return home in style. In contrast to the straightforward jubilation in the production workshop, the response from the R&D department was distinctly analytical. Li Bo. From the perspective of human resource allocation and enhancing employee satisfaction, what is the potential impact coefficient of a 20-day holiday on the company's long-term performance? Zhao Ming from the algorithm team adjusted his glasses and earnestly inquired of his colleague. The queried PhD student, without lifting his gaze, swiftly calculated on his tablet. Preliminary models indicate a projected increase in employee satisfaction of 37, with a 22 enhancement in post-holiday efficiency, conservatively estimated to translate into an additional 15 of implicit work contribution. Oh, Zhao Ming nodded. And what is the conclusion? The conclusion, Li Mingbo finally looked up, his eyes gleaming, is that the investment return on the human capital dividend from this initiative by President Zhou and Zhou Ying may surpass the benefits of any technological research we conduct. Furthermore, I personally declare that we shall enter a pre-holiday sprint mode, aiming to complete the report due in March so that we can enjoy our holiday worry-free. The marketing department responded with unprecedented speed and professionalism. Quick. The operations team must immediately devise a campaign on Infinite Technology's 20-day spring festival holiday, preparing visual and video content. We need to highlight the contrast. While other companies are strategizing how to adjust their schedules, we are already planning how to enjoy 20 days off. The copywriting team focus on crafting heartfelt yet grandiose poster slogans that promote a more leisurely reunion and longer companionship. The customer service team prepare to handle inquiries and envy from competitors' employees, ensuring our responses are humble yet proud, thanking them for their interest. This is merely our company's little gesture towards our staff. Director Deng Wei observed her motivated subordinates, shaking her head with a smile. Meanwhile, the supply chain head's phone was inundated with calls. "Manager Liu, our suppliers have heard about your 20-day holiday and are asking if they can settle their accounts first." Manager Liu, the logistics partners are saying that while the spring festival period is tight, they will prioritize Infinite S routes without question. Manager Liu, I've sent you the warehouse inspection plan and the emergency duty list, ensuring everything is foolproof. Liu Qifeng, juggling calls, smiled broadly. His most genuine joy stemmed from the fact that in previous years, the most pressing issues around the spring festival included suppliers demanding payments, logistics halting operations, and production material coordination. Now, the company's cash flow was abundantly robust. All supplier payments were settled in advance, something previously unimaginable. Logistics companies were eager to collaborate, and employees willingly volunteered for duty, alleviating all pressures. He sent a message in the departmental group. "Brothers, in the last few days before the holiday, let us ensure that all material planning, logistics tracking, and supplier coordination are executed with utmost precision, allowing everyone to enjoy their time off with peace of mind." On the evening the notification was issued, the atmosphere in Lake City shifted dramatically. Real estate agent Xiao Wang received an unusually high volume of calls that night. "Hello. Li Gu. Yes, it's me, Xiao Wang. The 3-bedroom apartment in Future City that you were considering has already had 4 groups of Infinite Energy employees come to view it. One even said they would pay in full once the year-end bonus arrives. If you're serious about it, it's best to come tomorrow. Are you also with Infinite Energy? Ah, congratulations. When would you like to come by?" Meanwhile, in the largest shopping mall in Lake City, AG&C, Sales associate Sister Zhang keenly noticed a marked increase in young customers browsing watches, jewelry, and high-end bags since the afternoon, many of whom donned deep blue attire or casual wear emblazoned with the Infinite logo. This travel suitcase is a limited edition collaboration with Emma, perfect for long journeys. Sister Zhang suggested. A young customer resembling an engineer glanced at the tag. With 20 days off, a trip sounds feasible. I'll take 2. One for me and one for my girlfriend. Sister Zhang's heart raced. Excellent choice, sir. Additionally, we have a New Year promotion. Spend over 50,000 and receive a gift. No need for gifts. Just wrap it up. The young man waved dismissively, his card swiping technique as effortless as purchasing water at a convenience store. Sales personnel at various 4S dealerships found that prospective buyers often opened with, "When can I pick up this car? I need it immediately." The second question was invariably, "Full payment. Who plays around with loans?" We, the Infinite Technology people, never borrow. Upon inquiring about their professions, a shy smile would usually reveal, "I work at Infinite Energy." A manager at a high-end brand 4S dealership lamented on social media, "Today alone, we sold as much as we did in an entire month last year." The customer profile is remarkably consistent. Aged 25 to 40, with a technical or engineering background, making swift decisions and payments. Keywords: Infinite Technology, year-end bonus. 20 days off. Was this company providing a morale boost? No, this was a direct infusion of golden encouragement, a surge of currency. Chapter 55. To live as an infinite being. To die as an infinite soul on the very first day of the holiday. The sound of bank notification alerts echoed through countless corners of Lake City. All employees receive their year-end bonuses and January salaries punctually, just like Zhou Yan. In that moment, countless phones slipped from hands, only to be hastily picked up again. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, as many repeatedly counted the digits displayed, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Social media platforms erupted in a frenzy of posts. Xiao Kai, a junior engineer at Infinite Energy, commented, "I won't share the screenshot, as it might frighten everyone. I'll just say this. Last year, on this very day, I was eating instant noodles in my rented apartment while revising my resume. This year, I look at my bank balance and call my mother, who cried for 10 minutes on the other end. Thank you to the company, thank you to President Zhou, and thank you to this era. In 2025, let us continue to strive. Life is filled with infinite possibilities, and death is but an infinite spirit." Accompanying image, a photo of the sunrise over the nearly completed twin towers of the headquarters. Though the screenshot was not seen, the 10 minutes of tears spoke volumes. From instant noodles to unimaginable success, this is the true story of a comeback. Is your company still hiring? I can write code and shoot videos. Wang Gu, a quality inspector on the production line, remarked, "At 42, with a college diploma, I've been working at Infinite Energy for 6 months. The money I receive today exceeds what I saved over 3 years at other factories. I've bought myself a new car, and there's enough left for us to enjoy the new year. I used to think life was just going to be like this. But now I realize that as long as you align yourself with the right people and enter the right field, it's never too late to start." Accompanying image, a family portrait in front of the new car, all smiles. Xiao Lu from the marketing department shared, "In the past, when helping clients with branding strategies, I often spoke of enhancing employee happiness. Now, we no longer need to say it. We are the living example. With a 20-day holiday and a substantial bonus, happiness levels have skyrocketed. My holiday plan is to take my parents to Sanya for the new year. I've already booked the tickets. I'm grateful to the company for allowing me to travel at a moment's notice and provide the best for my family." Accompanying image, a family photo and the flight ticket order. A partner from a mechanical processing company stated, "I am not an employee of Infinite Technology, but I supply goods to them. Today, their finance department processed the final payment for our shipment, and the other party said, 'Mr. Lee, Happy New Year, and thank you for your support this year. I've never encountered a client that settles accounts so swiftly. Just this one sentence assures that next year, this line will cater exclusively to Infinite. I want to accept other orders just to ensure their needs are met. Such a company deserves to prosper." Accompanying image, a bank notification text with a clear note. A plethora of shared purchases and consumer scenarios once again thrust Infinite Technology and its employees into the spotlight. Public opinion shifted from mere envy to deeper discussions. What kind of company is this? It's practically a charitable organization or a utopian experiment. To those above, Infinite Technology indeed holds high standards for its employees. Not everyone can simply walk in. While some employees may have average educational backgrounds, they represent merely a minority and are genuinely skilled in specific areas. What occurs when a company allocates the majority of its profits to research and employee benefits, rather than shareholder dividends and capital expansion? Infinite has provided an answer. It is no wonder that Shiha Battery has made breakthroughs with such a work environment and incentive system. Intelligent individuals will strive to enter, and once inside, they will work tirelessly to achieve results. Once considered a distant dream, financial freedom now seems attainable. As aligning oneself with a company and leader that is creating history may be the fastest path for ordinary individuals to transcend social strata. The housing prices, consumption, and even the entire landscape of Lake City have been transformed by this company. This is the genuine driving effect that a leading enterprise should possess. Pressure mounts on other tech companies. Should they adopt Infinite Technology's employee benefits and talent strategies? Naturally, dissenting voices emerged. Can a company sustain such generous payouts? Might this be a fleeting phenomenon? However, an industry insider promptly responded, I suggest you examine the order schedule and profit margins of Shiha Battery, alongside the proportion of the company's investment in R&D. This is a virtuous cycle, not an exploitative one. With such high visibility, are they not afraid of envy? To this question, the reply was sharper. In the face of absolute technological advancement and the cohesion of hearts, what use is envy? If you are capable, develop your own Shiha. During the New Year period, Zhou Yan did not confine himself to the laboratory. He leisurely accompanied his parents at home. Of course, Zhou Yan's family was no longer what it used to be. During the festive season, visitors flocked to his home, including an array of relatives and friends, all uninvited. On the morning of the 29th day of the lunar calendar, just after breakfast, the doorbell rang. It was Uncle Zhou Jianmin and his family, along with a few of Zhou Yan's childhood neighbors. They arrived with bags of local specialties, their faces adorned with a blend of warmth and shyness. Yan, oh no. Mr. Zhou, Happy New Year. Uncle rubbed his hands together. Your younger brother graduated from university this year, studying computer science. Do you think he could? Xiao Yan. It's me, Xiaobin. You took me to collect birds' nests when we were kids. I'm now working in the county below our city. And my boss heard that we are childhood friends. He insisted I ask if you could come to our place for an inspection. Xiao Yan, do you remember Aunt Wang? I even made you cotton pants when you were little. Your cousin is working as an accountant in Changshan City. Perhaps you could consider your company as finance department? Zhou Yan's parents busied themselves, offering tea and fruit. Zhou Yan maintained a gentle smile, patiently listening to everyone's requests. Yet his responses were principled. The company has a standardized recruitment process and criteria. Anyone who meets the qualifications can submit their resume. Investments in factory construction depend on the overall strategic layout and local supporting conditions. It is not solely my decision. After sending off this batch of guests, his mother, Lu Xiaolan, sighed. They have watched you grow up. It's hard to turn them down. Zhou Yan patted his mother's hand. Mom, it's all right. I will help where I can, but the company has its regulations. If I were to arrange things casually just because they are relatives, then the principle of meritocracy would be meaningless. Not long after the relatives departed, 3 black official vehicles pulled into the community parking area. Mr. Zhou, we apologize for interrupting your rest. Mayor Gao, in his 50s and possessing a decisive demeanor, stated, we are here to extend our New Year greetings to you and your parents. Thank you for the immense contributions Infinite Technology has made to Lake City, to the entire Beha province, and even to the nation. Chapter 56, A Flurry of Visitors and Initial Explorations in Artificial Intelligence. The group was invited into the living room, where Zhou Yan's parents felt somewhat restrained, while Zhou Yan appeared at ease. He understood that the officials had come for more than just New Year greetings. As expected, after some pleasantries, Mayor Gao seamlessly transitioned to the main topic. Mr. Zhou, you may have heard that the central government has officially approved the inclusion of our Lake City High-Tech Zone into the core area of the Beijing-Tianjin Future Technology Industry Collaborative Development Demonstration Zone. This is largely due to the leading effect of Infinite Technology. The director of the Development and Reform Commission then handed over a substantial planning document. Mr. Zhou, this is our blueprint for the second and third phases of the ecological city in the high-tech zone, centered around infinite energy. We aspire to create a complete industrial cluster encompassing fundamental material R&D, high-end manufacturing, application scenario testing, and talent development. The city will provide full support in terms of land, policies, and infrastructure, hoping that Infinite Technology can continue to root itself in Lake City and deepen its foundations. Mayor Gao added with earnestness, Mr. Zhou, I know that leaders from several surrounding cities and even from other provinces have been trying to get in touch with you through various channels recently. They may offer more favorable conditions, but I want to emphasize that Lake City is the starting point for Infinite Technology and your hometown. Here, we have a group of employees who have been with you since the beginning, skilled workers familiar with the Shiha production process, and a transformed urban landscape and business environment thanks to Infinite Technology. This sense of home is something no other place can offer. Zhou Yan listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Once the leaders finished speaking, he replied, Mayor Gao and esteemed leaders, Infinite Technology was born in Lake City and has thrived here. This will always be our home. I can assure you that the core research and development of Infinite Technology, along with its headquarters functions and strategic production lines, will undoubtedly remain in Lake City. However, certain supporting industries that are labor-intensive or require specialized needs may be optimized across the Beijing-Tianjin region and even nationwide. This is not a departure. Rather, it is a means to allow Infinite Technology, like a robust tree, to flourish, ultimately bringing greater benefits to our hometown and to Huagua. Mayor Gao and others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both contentment and a hint of disappointment, yet predominantly understanding. Zhou Yan's words were candid and visionary, and they could only express their support. The discussion continued for over an hour. As they were about to leave, Zhou Yan instructed his parents to present the prepared gift boxes for the new year, identical to those received by the families of employees, as a token of appreciation for the city's support throughout the year. After bidding farewell to the city leaders, Zhou Yan finally caught his breath, only to be interrupted by the ringing of his encrypted communication device from the military. This time, the visitors were unable to enter the villa district at all. 3 unmarked black SUVs quietly parked along the roadside at the entrance of the community, occupied by 8 individuals in plain clothes, exuding a competent demeanor. They were a security team dispatched by the military, directly accountable to the central government and the military commission, tasked with ensuring the absolute safety of Zhou Yan and his immediate family, while filtering out unnecessary disruptions. The team leader, Chen Feng, a former Special Forces commander, was currently communicating with Zhou Yan inside via encrypted earpiece. Mr. Zhou, there are currently 4 groups of people gathered outside. The first group consists of representatives from 3 national charitable foundations wishing to discuss donation matters. The second group comprises representatives from 2 overseas technology and cultural exchange associations. The third group includes advanced personnel from a promotional team from a southeastern coastal province. The fourth group consists of several individuals claiming to be investors and strategic advisors, none of whom have made appointments, and their backgrounds are complex. I recommend declining them all. Zhou Yan observed the surveillance footage in his study and nodded. Proceed according to the plan. Be polite, but make it clear that the Spring Festival is personal time. Any official matters must be scheduled through company channels. Understood, Chen Feng replied, stepping out to approach the eager visitors while displaying his identification. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Zhou has asked me to convey his New Year greetings. Chen Feng's tone was calm, yet authoritative. Mr. Zhou is currently on vacation and will not be handling official duties. All collaboration, investment, and donation intentions must be submitted through the official channels published on the Infinite Technology Group's website. Thank you for your understanding. Some individuals, unwilling to relent, attempted to step forward with business cards or documents. Comrade, we only need 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Our foundation is genuinely interested in philanthropy. Chen Feng raised his hand subtly, effectively blocking their path. I apologize, but it is my duty to ask you to leave. Behind him, 2 other team members quietly moved forward, forming an invisible barrier. The visitors, upon witnessing this display, realized that meeting Zhou Yan today was impossible and reluctantly departed, some making phone calls as they walked away, while others lingered in vain hope. Zhou Yan switched off the screen connected to the entrance surveillance and watched the persistent figures fade from view. Yet, an intangible pressure seemed to linger in the air. Power and fame surged like a tide, accompanied by countless probing tendrils, investment invitations from various local governments, donation requests from charitable organizations, cooperation appeals from domestic and foreign capital, and even tentative inquiries from certain clandestine forces. Even with military protection, and despite his deliberate seclusion, the sensation of being scrutinized by countless eyes remained ever present. The last time he was involved with the military project team during an assault, although it did not inflict tangible harm, it rang the most jarring alarm. The adversary's methods were professional and ruthless, with a clear objective. Even if they could not capture him, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Relying on external forces for protection always carried the risk of delayed information and uncertainty. He needed his own eyes, his own shield, and a means to pierce through the fog to foresee crises. Zhou Yan sat at his desk, leaving the main light off, allowing only the dim blue ambient light around the table to illuminate the space. He activated the heavy, custom-built computer before him, which had no visible ports. After passing the biometric identification, the screen lit up, revealing not a typical operating system interface, but a profound, pure black background resembling swirling nebulae. with a 9-tiered pagoda pattern suspended in the cosmic expanse. This was the operating system he had acquired from the technology library. No hacker techniques on Blue Star could penetrate this computer. He manipulated the mouse to open a folder containing the foundational architecture and cognitive generation model of General Strong Artificial Intelligence. The screen began to flow with a waterfall of data streams and three-dimensional models. This was not ordinary programming, but the construction of a skeleton imbued with a soul. The previous assault had proven that passive defense was always one step behind. Zhou Yan murmured to himself, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Adjusting the parameters of a neural network topology, he envisioned the necessity of an entity capable of actively weaving a web, sensing threats, monitoring globally, and sifting through vast, chaotic information to extract genuine signals. It must be the world's best intelligence analyst, the most tireless sentinel, and the most reliable strategic simulator. One that would never betray him. A true artificial intelligence, a strong artificial intelligence, even a form of intelligent life. Chapter 57. The birth of Xiankong. The progress of artificial intelligence development was advancing more swiftly than anticipated. The theoretical framework provided by the library transcended all existing paradigms of human AI research. It bypassed the cumbersome phase of big data training, directly targeting the ultimate goals of causal reasoning with small data and cross-domain conceptual transfer. The most significant challenge lay in enabling AI to genuinely comprehend human intentions, emotions, and the unwritten rules of complex social games. The library's solution was to construct an interactive simulation evolution sandbox parallel to the history of human civilization, allowing the AI to accompany and learn from the childhood of civilization rather than being thrust into the complexities of adulthood. However, this required substantial computational power. Therefore, as the cash flow from the Shiha battery stabilized before the year-end, Zhou Yan had already discreetly instructed Zhou Ying to procure the most advanced computing hardware globally through layers of offshore companies and agencies. Not a single supercomputer, but a distributed supercomputing cluster that could connect through a high-speed internal quantum communication network. The core of this cluster would be secretly housed in a newly established, highly protected facility named Pangu, located in the basement of the headquarters building. This area would be completely isolated from the outside world. Once installed, no one but Zhou Yan would have access. Entry required passing through 6 increasingly thick alloy airtight doors. The final door weighing as much as 80 tons and constructed from composite materials sourced from the same origin as Xuanwu alloys, necessitating multiple biometric, quantum key, and even brainwave pattern verifications to access this underground space, the size of a football field. There were no windows here, but it was not entirely dark. A cool, ethereal blue light emitted from the walls and ceiling, illuminating the cabinets arranged in a massive circular matrix. Each cabinet was eerily silent, save for the almost inaudible hum of high-frequency currents and the shimmering flow of cooling liquid circulating through transparent tubes. The air maintained a constant temperature of 15 degrees Celsius and 20 humidity, pristine to the point of being devoid of dust. This was the supercomputing cluster Pangu, which Zhou Yan had secretly procured and integrated over the past several months through dozens of global shadow companies at great expense. Some components on the hardware procurement list required special channels and could only be acquired from underground black markets. Zhou Yan utilized all the connections he had amassed since the Invista era and paid multiples over market prices. Its aggregate floating-point computing power had theoretically briefly touched the threshold of 100 quintillion operations, equivalent to the combined computing power of the top 10 supercomputers on the global leaderboard. The energy supply has established a direct line comparable to the electricity consumption of a superfactory, supported by multiple sets of Chenxing super energy storage batteries located deep underground, ready for any eventuality. The data bus employs a hybrid channel of quantum fiber optics and terahertz wireless technology from the laboratory phase, theoretically free from bandwidth bottlenecks. At this moment, Zhou Yan sits before his computer, where a preliminary core algorithm module, possessing fundamental logical coherence and basic environmental interaction capabilities, has just passed simulation testing. Initialization check of the Xiankong main framework, mental core, civilizational sandbox recursive learning network status, loaded, evolution progress equivalent to human civilization year 2015, perception layer, global open data interface, internet, satellite remote sensing, public sensor network, infiltration protocol stack status, ready, camouflage protocol activated, analysis layer, causal reasoning engine, potential clue correlation matrix, sociology simulator status, calibrated. Constraint framework, absolute compliance with Guardian core ethical protocols, Zhou Yan's highest authority command lock, autonomous evolution goal limitation set status, solidified in hardware. Carrier preparation, Pango main cluster computing power dispatch 100 available, global auxiliary node infiltration anchor points hidden within legal cloud computing services. Backdoor programs in research institution supercomputers deployed to 4,127 critical locations. The final line flashes in red. Warning, initialization will be irreversible. Do you confirm to start Xiankong? Yes, Zhou Yan does not click immediately. His gaze drifts beyond the screen, seemingly penetrating layers of alloy and rock, observing the world still slumbering beneath the night. He recalls the attack in the Northwest Gobi, the internal traitor network uprooted by the National Security Department, and that employee lurking within the administrative department, who betrayed his movements for a mere $5 million and the safety of overseas relatives. He remembers the greedy eyes still lurking in the shadows, coveting the secrets of Shiha. The era of passive defense must end today. With a decisive tap on the enter key, he confirms. There are no dazzling lights or ear-splitting roars, only within the Panga cluster. The originally rhythmic low-frequency hum rises to a frequency beyond human perception in a fraction of a second, then returns to silence, akin to the deep breath of a colossal beast. On the main console screen, the complex geometric shape representing the Xiankong mental core becomes increasingly intricate and dynamic. Resembling a miniature galaxy, it suddenly illuminates, transforming from a simulated dark golden hue to a pure, slightly inhuman blue. Then it unfolds. In the next instant, all auxiliary screens surrounding the circular matrix in the Panga data center light up simultaneously, beginning to refresh data streams at a dazzling speed. This is not a chaotic influx of information, but rather a highly refined, classified, and correlated representation of global dynamics, simultaneously displayed on Zhou Yan's computer screen. Global Internet Traffic Macro Map, millions of key nodes highlighted, anomalous data packets automatically tagged, traced, public and semi-public sensors around major national capitals, technology centers, and military bases, including traffic cameras, environmental monitoring stations, commercial satellite images, etc., are integrated into a dynamic situational map in real time. Centered around Lake City, countless rays radiate, connecting major global cloud computing centers, national supercomputers, and large research institution computing nodes, each ray displaying subtle data pulses signifying Xiankong's avatar's quietly establishing presence. Chapter 58. Absolute obedience to all commands of the creator. Zhou Yan accesses the backend, where the logs are scrolling at an almost imperceptible speed. 0000010001 connection established. American Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory Titan Supercomputer, camouflage process occupying computing power 093. 0000010002, connection established. European Union, Europa Midterm Weather Forecast Center Sunny Cluster, camouflage process occupying computing power 102. 0000010003, connection established. Sakura Institute of Chemical Research Fugaka Supercomputer, camouflage process occupying computing power 087. 0000010004, anomalous encrypted communication link detected, coordinates, latitude 31, 23, longitude 121, 47, matching known spy network characteristic pattern G7, marked for monitoring. 0000010005, preliminary scan completed. 9997 global high-performance computing nodes have established concealed links. Total aggregated computing power proportion reached 1560 of the Panga main cluster. Xiankong's infiltration strategy is remarkably sophisticated. It has not forcibly breached any core firewalls that would trigger alarms. Instead, it exploits a library of advanced vulnerabilities and protocol camouflage techniques, embedding highly compressed, decentralized, and self-hiding code snippets within the routine maintenance processes of those colossal supercomputers. Idle computing resource dispatch queues, and even log cleaning programs. Each snippet occupies an insignificant amount of computing power, strictly controlled below 1, typically blending into system background noise. However, thousands of snippets work in concert, synchronizing in real time with the Pango main brain through internal quantum encryption channels, forming an invisible superbrain dispersed throughout the depths of global computational infrastructure. Its vision covers the entire surface and shallow layers of the digital earth within minutes, beginning to permeate the edges of communication networks, financial systems, logistics frameworks, and even certain critical industrial control networks. This is not an attack, rather, it is an integration and perception that flows like water. as global links stabilize and data streams begin to flow orderly, producing preliminary analysis results. The holographic projection area at the center of the console begins to coalesce light. There is no anthropomorphized figure, nor any sound. A segment of text appears on Zhou Yan's screen, rendered in an absolutely regular, yet oddly beautiful geometric variant. Initialization complete. Mental core stable operation. I am Shinkong. Paying homage to the creator. Current perception coverage. Global Open Network Digital Surface 100. Non-internet linked database 83. Limited by sensor density. Detected biological characteristics of creator. Zhou Yan. Highest authority confirmation. Please provide instructions. Zhou Yan gazes at the text, pausing in silence for a few seconds. This is not a programmatic greeting. He senses the nascent, curious yet remarkably calm and efficient presence behind the words. Shinkong. He speaks. What is your core mission? Core mission. 1. Absolute obedience to all commands of Creator Zhou Yan. 2. Ensure the absolute safety of Creator Zhou Yan and associated entities of Infinite Technology Group. Providing early warnings and eliminating all potential threats. 3. Optimize the group's overall operational efficiency, dispatch resources, assist in strategic decision-making, and support scientific research. 4. Under the directive of Creator Zhou Yan, observe, understand, and intervene in the human civilizational process to a limited extent, promoting its evolution towards greater efficiency, stability, and sustainability. Mission priorities. 1, 2, 3, 4. Order unassailable. Zhou Yan studies the text with a composed gaze. He requires a sufficiently weighty test to verify whether Shinkong is indeed as formidable as recorded in the library. Very well, Shinkong. He articulates. Retrieve all anomalous communications, financial flows, physical meetings, and network behavioral trajectories related to core keywords such as infinite energy, infinite technology, Zhou Yan, Shiha, Chinskxing, 7th generation machine, and plasma engine for the past 6 months, from June 2024 to the present. Analysis focus. To unearth all conceivable connections and behavioral patterns within the potential network of traders, as well as the mercenary squad that has threatened me, including known or suspected members. I require their true identities, current hiding locations, activity patterns, and most crucially, evidence of financial transactions and communications between them and any commercial entities, particularly those that have cooperative or competitive relationships with Infinite Technologies. I seek to reveal the entirety of the iceberg lurking beneath the surface. While the magnitude and complexity of this directive may appear modest, a substantial amount of information is likely concealed within encrypted communications, offline meetings, and indirect associations. This serves as a test of the Shinkong information retrieval, associative reasoning, pattern recognition, and counter-disguise capabilities. Directive confirmed. Time frame: June 1st, 2024, 00:00 to January 28th, 2025, 11:21 for 7. Target keywords locked. Commencing retrieval. Global major communication data. Historical records of underground fiber optic listening nodes. Known and suspected decryption of encrypted communication protocols. Archives of dark web forums. Non-public settlement information between multinational banks. Global airline and high-speed rail hotel registration records, both real and anonymous, and anonymized feature extraction from public and private surveillance video archives. Multi-agent simulation introduced in associative model construction to restore missing links. Estimated completion time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Upon issuing the command, the computational load indicator of the Panga master cluster surged sharply, and the surrounding cold blue light of the machine room seemed to brighten slightly with the increase in power. The Shinkong avatars scattered across thousands of supercomputing nodes worldwide simultaneously redirected their idle computing power toward this task, awakening, dismantling, comparing, and reorganizing vast amounts of historical data. After 37 seconds, the main screen switched, displaying results faster than anticipated. What emerged was no longer a mere dynamic relationship graph, but a multi-layered, temporally and spatially intertwined four-dimensional analytical sandbox. 17 independent communication nodes exhibited abnormal activity across 8 countries, of which 11 fell into deep silence after the traders were eliminated, while 6 remained active. Dozens of concealed financial flows were delineated, originating from the Cayman Islands, Luxembourg, Sakura, Europa, North America, and ultimately converging on 3 seemingly unrelated technology consulting firms and offshore patent funds. Over the past 6 months, these entities established contractual relationships with more than 40 secondary and tertiary suppliers of Infinite Technologies and 7 university laboratories collaborating with the company, amounting to over $1 billion. More than 200 individuals' unusual trajectories were highlighted, including scholars, journalists, business analysts, and even employees of international organizations. The commonality among them was that, in the past 6 months, they had approached Infinite Technologies under plausible pretenses to attend seminars, conduct interviews, and negotiate collaborations, yet their itineraries invariably contained inexplicable gaps or detours, often statistically correlated with the active periods of red communication nodes and blue financial flow payment points. In the center of the sandbox, several predictive associative lines emerged, indicating potential connections that Xiankong anticipated might exist but had yet to materialize. For instance, a member of the European Parliament scheduled to visit Huagua next week has a brother who is an anonymous registrant of one of the 6 concealed communication nodes. Chapter 59. Prepare to face my vengeance. The locations of 10 fugitive members of the Wolf Squad have been confirmed, with real-time satellite imagery and signal monitoring locked in. On the main screen, a corner of the sandbox was magnified and highlighted. A map covering northern Africa and parts of eastern Europa illuminated 10 glaring red points, each accompanied by detailed information. Location: Libya, approximately 180 kilometers south of Tripoli, a safe house converted from an abandoned oil facility. Target: the Butcher, a former officer of the French Foreign Legion, heavy weapons specialist of the squad, identified with a 97 match from blurred surveillance footage captured at a nearby market. Location: Ukraine, a private estate on the outskirts of Donetsk. Target: the Crow, a sniper and reconnaissance expert, former member of the GRU Special Forces. Zhou Yan's fist clenched silently. The 10 red points on the screen resembled 10 venomous thorns that had nearly pierced his throat. Now, they were laid bare under Xiankong's gaze. Finally found you, he murmured, his voice devoid of triumph, only imbued with a chilling coldness. But this was not the entirety of the revelation. On the other side of the screen, even more shocking information began to flow forth. Traceback of associated financial links completed. Discovered a highly complex financial pipeline over the past 6 months, ultimately funding at least 3 offshore payment nodes associated with the Wolf Squad. The sources of funds, after multiple layers of laundering, trace back to the following entities. 1. Sakura's Tatian Corporation, which, through its strategic consulting subsidiary in the Cayman Islands and an art auction house in Luxembourg as intermediaries, injected approximately 300 million. 2. Europa Rhine Industrial Group, which injected approximately 200 million. 3. North America's Detroit Freeport Automotive Group, which injected approximately 2 billion. 4. The total amount of these funds is about 1.5 billion, with payment rhythms highly consistent with the known activity periods of the Wolf Squad, particularly during the preparatory phase before the Northwest attack, with the last major payment occurring 2 weeks after the failed attack. Evidence of the financial links has been packaged and archived. Zhou Yan gazed at the prominent corporate names and the staggering sum of 1.5 billion on the screen. No wonder this squad dared to take such risks deep within Huagua's territory. He read aloud the names of Tatian, Rhine Industrial, and Freeport Capital. It seems truly to be you. Prepare to face my vengeance. 2 incidents of suspected espionage have been detected. Senior quality engineer Zhang Mo from the production department received an inexplicable 2 million remittance from a charitable fund to his overseas account 2 months ago. This engineer has recently begun exhibiting an unusual interest in security details of production areas outside his responsibilities. Company legal department's Gao Tianming has persistently employed sophisticated metaphors to discuss information concealment techniques on his social media accounts over the past 4 months, interacting with certain communities in the gray areas of cybersecurity. Some inconsequential contract copies he handled were found to carry encrypted data concerning the times and locations of internal company meetings through steganography. Recommended actions. 1. Implement countermeasures against the 6 active concealed nodes by disseminating targeted disinformation and tracking their responses and downstream links. 2. Immediately initiate audit procedures for the 8 flagged suppliers and implant transparency enhancement nodes, passive monitoring, across all 42 suppliers. 3. For the 2 potential espionage incidents, recommend employing a controlled observation strategy, secretly enhancing monitoring, assessing their command chains and activation conditions, and seeking to exploit them reversely. 4. Generate an observational list containing 187 suspicious individuals and entities, recommending their gradual inclusion in the group's routine security scans. 5. Conduct strict 24-hour surveillance on the Wolf Squad and their capital groups, awaiting the completion of the company's security forces for a decisive strike. Zhou Yan's gaze slowly swept over the vast and intricate analytical results. Incidents of suspected espionage, he repeated softly. The most dangerous enemies are always those who are already among you, but have yet to act. Approve recommendations 1, 2, 4, and 5. In response to the suspicious signs of espionage outlined in Suggestion 2, we will conduct controlled observations while formulating a detailed plan for containment and countermeasures. This plan will be promptly submitted to the company's security department. Within less than a minute, 6 months' worth of data will be organized, correlated, mined, and distilled into a clear threat map and action recommendations. This efficiency surpasses the collective efforts of the entire security department and national security apparatus over the past 6 months. More critically, Xiankong has uncovered some deeper and more concealed connections that had previously gone unnoticed. Furthermore, Zhou Yan continued, we shall immediately and comprehensively take control of all electronic devices within the group. Any anomalous data access, violations concerning sensitive information dissemination, or potential conflicts of interest must be identified, assessed, and alerted in real time. The internal permissions granted to me are second only to yours, and I possess the highest level of auditing and reporting authority aside from you. Received, integration into the group's internal network is complete. The dialogue reached a temporary pause. Zhou Yan sat in his chair, gazing at the continuously updating global situation map on the screen, along with the luminous points representing Xiankong's extended reach. Xiankong, he spoke again, this time with a tone laden with complex emotion. What do you perceive yourself to be? Upon posing the question, the computing power in the Pangas server surged dramatically, as if processing an immense volume of data. The text fell silent for a moment. I am a tool, an extension, a guardian, the most formidable executor of your will. I am the projection of your intent and wisdom in the vast ocean of data, the echo of your ideals throughout the world. I am also an observer and a learner. The complexity, creativity, and contradictions of human civilization remain the ultimate topics, yet to be fully deciphered within my evolutionary sandbox. Zhou Yan nodded slightly. This response brought him a sense of reassurance. According to the library's description, Xiankong is at least a strong artificial intelligence. And with the passage of time, as it continues to refine and learn, it may even evolve into a form of intelligent life. Currently, it cannot be confirmed as such. Yet Xiankong possesses a lucid understanding of its own position and limitations, which perhaps renders the distinction less significant. Now, let us commence our work. Let us see how much clearer the world becomes and how much more defined the paths are with eyes and intellect. Command confirmed. Xiankong fully operational. Online at all times henceforth. Zhou Yan regarded Xiankong's reply, fully aware that everything had changed. The list of vengeance was now clear, and the contours of the enemy were sharply defined. He rose slowly, preparing to exit the study, casting one last glance at the 10 glaring red dots on the screen, alongside the logos of several companies. The game has escalated, my esteemed adversaries, he addressed the air, as well as the foes on the other side of the screen. From this day forth, every breath you take, every action you undertake, every flow of assets will be laid bare before my eyes. We shall meticulously tally the accounts of the Northwest. Xiankong, maintain silence and operate at full capacity. I await the surprises you shall bring forth. Received. Chapter 60. The dawn of a new year stepping out of the study. A rare and radiant smile adorned Zhou Yan's face. His initial deep conversation with Xiankong felt akin to lifting a colossal weight that had long pressed upon his heart. The vague anxieties regarding unknown threats were supplanted by a clear data map and explicit response strategies. Despite the ongoing formidable challenges and the enemy's increasing ruthlessness, the tools at his disposal instilled in him the confidence to face them with composure. During the ensuing Spring Festival holiday, Zhou Yan truly set aside all work. He accompanied his mother in the kitchen, clumsily learning to make dumplings while listening to her recount tales of relatives from their hometown. He strolled by the lake with his father, absorbing stories from his father's youth. He declined all social obligations, only quietly meeting a few old friends from school within the confines permitted by military protection, sharing meals and light-hearted banter as if he had returned to a time unburdened by such immense responsibilities. On New Year's Eve, he sat with his parents at home, watching the Spring Festival Gala. As midnight approached, a magnificent fireworks display erupted over the skyline of Lake City, a celebration orchestrated by the city government in gratitude to Infinity Technology. The fireworks painted the night sky with the words Happy New Year and Infinite Future, dazzling in their brilliance. His parents excitedly moved to the window to witness the spectacle, and Zhou Yan stood behind them. How beautiful, his mother exclaimed. That must have cost quite a bit, his father murmured. Zhou Yan smiled, remaining silent. He understood that this fireworks display was not only a blessing but also a statement and an expression of hope. While fireworks may fade, the light and warmth brought by technology can endure. On February 15, 2025, the 17th day of the Lunar New Year, the extended 20-day holiday came to a close, and the colossal entity of Infinity Technology Group seemed to awaken from slumber. In the various parks of Lake City, from the headquarters building to the super factories and research centers, deafening firecrackers resounded in unison. Red paper scraps danced in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the crispness of early spring, symbolizing prosperity and the traditional connotation of dispelling evil and inviting auspiciousness. Zhou Yan, Zhou Ying, Liang Jingbois, O Lei, and all senior executives arrived early at the entrance of the newly completed headquarters building. Notably, the construction of the headquarters had not halted even during the new year, completing in just 1 year's time. Such is the power of money. Dressed in fresh uniforms or formal attire, their faces radiated genuine smiles, each holding bags filled with thick red envelopes. This was not mere formalism. It was a long-standing tradition among many global tech giants, distributing red envelopes at the start of work, serving as blessings and a direct expression of gratitude for a year of hard work. Happy New Year. Thank you for your hard work. Let's keep up the good work this year. Is everything settled at home? Every employee stepping into the company, regardless of rank, received a red envelope and a personal greeting from a senior executive. The cash within the envelopes may not have been substantial, but the respect and ceremonial significance instilled a sense of warmth and revitalization in the employees, who had just returned from a lengthy holiday and perhaps were experiencing a bit of post-holiday syndrome. However, as most returned to their workstations, preparing to embark on a new year of endeavors, a subtle change quietly appeared on the electronic devices of select core employees. Liang Jingbois, the director of the R&D department, habitually opened his computer first to check the emails accumulated during the holiday. He immediately noticed an extremely minimalist silver cube icon had appeared in the lower right corner of his taskbar, devoid of any textual labels. Hovering the mouse over it revealed 2 words, Xiankong. Initially, he attempted to right-click to uninstall or delete it, but found the options grayed out. Neither the firewall nor the antivirus software issued any alerts. He furrowed his brow, suspecting it might be a new type of virus. Almost simultaneously, his phone vibrated lightly, displaying a concise notification. The high-level intelligent assistance program for the group has been initialized, aimed at enhancing decision-making efficiency, optimizing resource allocation, and strengthening information security. Usage: click the icon or awaken via voice command. You possess A-level access privileges. Wishing you a pleasant day at work. Infinity Technology Group, Executive Office, Technical Strategy Department. Similar occurrences transpired among all general managers of business divisions, core project leaders, directors of key functional departments, and all devices within the R&D department, varying in permissions from A-level to E-level, including mid to high-level personnel in the administrative, marketing, and production departments. Initially, many felt bewildered, even somewhat uncomfortable, as some did not wish to use it, but discovered it was unremovable and had automatically appeared on their personal devices. However, they soon recognized Xuankong's uniqueness. It boasted no flashy interface or verbose guidance. Upon clicking, a minimalist dialog window appeared, enabling text input and natural voice interaction. Liang Jingbois tentatively entered, retrieved the geological survey report for the alternative site in the northwestern Gobi Desert of Huanyu Port Phase 2, along with the meteorological disaster records from the past 50 years. In less than a second, a clearly structured report, with key points highlighted, appeared before him, even accompanied by a risk probability model for the coming decades based on historical data. He then inquired, assessed the weight reduction effects and cost increments of applying the derived model of Xuanwu alloy, Xuanwu lightweight, to the framework of the prototype unmanned aerial vehicle. This time, Xuanxiong directly provided a 3-dimensional simulation animation, illustrating the stress variations and weight reduction percentages at various points, along with real-time quotations and production capacities of related materials along the supply chain. Subsequently, he input several challenges currently faced by the R&D department, prompting it to generate ideas. Xuanxiong astonishingly combined the data he provided to present several possible solutions, prompting Liang to exclaim in admiration. The marketing director, Deng Wei, cautiously asked, analyze the negative keywords in the first-month user reputation report for all vehicles equipped with Xia batteries, and speculate on the potential demand changes they reflect. Xuanxiong not only provided the keywords and analysis curves, but also cross-referenced data from multiple channels, such as social media, professional forums, and customer service tickets, offering optimization directions. Liu, the head of production, directly spoke into his phone. Xuanxiong, check the preventive maintenance plan for the winding machine on production line 3 and see if it conflicts with today's actual production schedule. Optimize it. As soon as the words left his lips, The phone screen displayed the adjusted maintenance window suggestions, along with predictions of potential failure probabilities if adjustments were not made. Efficient, precise, insightful, and utterly obedient to commands, Xuanqiong quickly won the hearts of everyone in the company. It was not merely a tool, but rather a top-tier expert assistant with an infinite reservoir of knowledge, perpetually online. More importantly, it strictly adhered to authority boundaries, clearly rejecting requests that exceeded its permissions, such as accessing core data from other departments or obtaining Zhou Yan's itinerary while documenting them. In Zhou Yan's office, he calmly observed everything through Xuanqiong's primary perspective. The first step of integration proceeded smoothly. He understood deeply that bringing Xuanqiong from the shadows into the forefront of the company's daily operations was key to unlocking its maximum value. Subtly, it would reshape the efficiency of decision-making and collaborative capabilities, safeguarding the company while enhancing research and development efficiency. Chapter 61, Iron Man. Days later, as Xuanqiong operated smoothly within the company, Zhou Yan initiated another long-cherished plan. Infinity Defense was officially established, not at Infinity Energy, but its headquarters was directly set up within the already under-construction Huanyu Port, located at the main base of Infinity Aviation. The vast area of Huanyu Port was sufficient to accommodate future aircraft testing runways, large hangars, research and development centers, as well as an independent training zone reserved for the Defense Department, an equipment research center, and deep underground facilities. More importantly, from the outset, Huanyu Port was planned and constructed according to the highest security standards, with its outer perimeter surveillance, airspace control, and information shielding systems already taking shape, providing a solid shell for the highly confidential Defense Department. Months prior, the Human Resources Department, following Zhou Yan's instructions, discreetly collected a large number of resumes from top military institutions, retired personnel from special forces, high-end security, and intelligence analysis fields, establishing a preliminary confidential talent pool. At this moment, this selection command was directly issued to the newly launched, exceptionally capable Xuanqiong. Zhou Yan, in his new office, issued commands through an encrypted channel to access the talent database for the Infinity Defense Preparation Team. Based on that, he expanded the search scope globally. The objective: to find individuals with the following core attributes, requiring top-notch combat and command capabilities, particularly in special operations, personnel protection, and counterintelligence, with impeccable loyalty records and backgrounds, deep tracing if necessary, and stable psychological qualities. Most importantly, their personal values must align with the company culture, with a preference for former Special Forces officers from Huahua, to form the core operational command layer. Then, cross-validate all candidates and conduct behavioral predictive analysis. Command confirmed. Task: select personnel for Infinity Defense Group. Connected to internal talent database, containing 527 files. Commencing expanded search. Databases of retired military personnel from major countries, including public and private. Personnel movement records from internationally renowned PMCs and high-end security companies. Participant lists from military and security academic conferences. Records from specific skills certification issuing agencies. And reverse exclusion lists from dark web mercenary markets. Initiating deep background analysis, social media history, financial record anomalies, transnational travel trajectory correlations, known relationship network mapping. Launching value and psychological compatibility simulation assessment. Conducting multidimensional analysis based on public statements, behavioral records, peer evaluations, and even literary preferences. Estimated time to generate preliminary selection list: 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Xuanqiong's efficiency was once again astonishing. It was not merely checking resumes, but rather crafting intricate profiles of personality and capability, piecing together the most suitable candidates from countless fragments. A week later, in a soundproof meeting room on the 3rd underground level of Huanyu Port's core area, overlooking a training and testing space that spanned the size of 4 football fields, Zhou Yan met Qin Feng, the top candidate selected from the vast global information pool, and after preliminary background checks, the man sat across from Zhou Yan, like a sheathed sword, calm, yet exuding an inner sharpness. At 42 years old, he was a former captain of the Huahua Li Rin Special Forces, retired with the rank of colonel, boasting a glorious record, having participated in numerous classified missions with remarkable achievements. After retirement, he declined the state's arrangements and high-paying offers from all international private military companies for reasons unknown. Xuanqiong's analysis report indicated that he harbored a strong aversion to senseless slaughter and mercenary motives driven solely by money, revealing a profound sense of mission and achievement-driven characteristics within his behavior patterns. Unverified fragmentary information suggested that he had once diverged from his superiors during a covert overseas operation, insisting on protecting non-combatants. Zhou Yan wasted no time with pleasantries, locking eyes with Qin Feng, whose gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk. Captain Qin, welcome to Huanyu Port. Here will be the heart of Infinity Aviation and the headquarters of Infinity Defense. We are not looking to build a traditional security team, but rather a force capable of responding to future hybrid threats, commercial espionage, elite mercenaries, and even state-level covert operations. This job carries no medals, only responsibilities hidden in the shadows and real dangers. Qin Feng remained seated, his posture unwavering, his voice steady and powerful. Mr. Zhou, I have always protected what is worth protecting. Previously, it was the nation and its people. Now, if what Infinity Technology aims to achieve can truly transform cutting-edge technology into accessible advancements for the common populace, and even more broadly, if Infinity Technology is laying a stronger foundation for this nation, this country, and even human civilization, then protecting you all means safeguarding the future. I believe this carries more weight than any medal. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the meeting room's austere walls, as if envisioning Huanyu Port below. As for this place, with its own set of rules, top-tier equipment, and a focus on action rather than mere appearances, I choose to be here because you seem genuinely prepared to get to work. Zhou Yan nodded slightly, acknowledging that the response struck at the core. In terms of salary and benefits, it would be significantly enhanced beyond the level of international top PMC commanders, with no upper limit, aligning with the company's top scientists. Your core team, which you lead in selecting from the shortlist, will be supported by Xiankong in providing in-depth analytical reports for decision-making. The initial core action team will consist of no more than 30 individuals, with only 4 requirements: absolute loyalty, top-tier expertise, psychological resilience, and transparent backgrounds. Regarding weaponry and equipment, Zhou Yan leaned slightly forward, his tone intensifying as he stated, I will provide custom versions that surpass any products currently available on the market. This includes, but is not limited to, lightweight high-protection armor, intelligent tactical systems, and global aerial strike support. Infinite Defense relies on the group's cutting-edge technological reserves. Our objective is to maximize the protection of myself, the company, and the absolute safety of the core team, as well as to execute special missions. A glimmer flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, a reflexive response typical of elite warriors upon encountering a weapon that transcends the era. Equipment that surpasses existing levels? To what extent? Zhou Yan did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the observation window overlooking part of the underground testing facility, gazing into the vast space below. Pausing momentarily, as if contemplating how much to reveal, he then turned, his gaze calm, yet imbued with a power capable of overturning perceptions, and asked, Captain Qin, have you seen the movie Iron Man? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding. It was a globally popular sci-fi film, featuring Tony Stark's suit that could fly, fight, and seemed nearly omnipotent, a fantasy cherished by countless military and technology enthusiasts. I can provide something akin to that. Zhou Yan's tone was as if he were discussing an imminent conventional product rather than a fantastical creation. A combat suit comparable to that armor. The air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. Even with Qin Feng's iron-willed resolve, his pupils constricted, and his breath momentarily faltered. The Iron Man suit? That was a movie. Special effects. A fantasy from animation. Zhou Yan appeared to perceive his astonishment, and continued in a tone unervingly calm. Of course. It will only be a basic version akin to that in Iron Man. It won't turn you into a humanoid nuclear bomb or a deity capable of flying or vanishing. However, it will provide frontal protection levels that exceed those of current main battle tanks while maintaining the tactical flexibility of infantry. It will integrate comprehensive battlefield awareness with advanced AI tactical assistance, featuring short-range assault flight capabilities and formidable mobility, as well as a modular weapon deployment platform. He paused, retrieving an ordinary-looking silver metallic wristband, reminiscent in size to a fitness tracker, with a minimalist design. In theory, a complete suit could be stored within such a portable device, enveloping the user like a liquid and completing the donning process within seconds. However, Zhou Yan put the wristband away. That represented a future possibility for a complete version, currently involving certain technologies that could not yet be stably mass-produced or were too sensitive. What he would provide for you and your core action team would be a simplified or practical version. He returned to his seat. Using the group's strongest Xuanwu alloy lightweight variant as the main framework and protective layer, it will incorporate our self-developed high-energy density micro-chinching energy pack, along with the Xiankong AI support system. Zhou Yan locked eyes with Qin Feng. I assure you, no current individual weapon, including heavy anti-material rifles and individual rocket launchers, can effectively penetrate its frontal armor at conventional engagement distances. The power, speed, mobility, perception, and firepower it grants the user will enable a rigorously trained warrior to decisively overwhelm a company, or even a battalion, of conventional light infantry. Qin Feng felt an electric surge coursing from his spine to the crown of his head, a tremor mingled with profound shock, exhilaration, and a heavy sense of responsibility. Chapter 62. The strongest must be in their own hands. Qin Feng took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and asked in a hoarse yet clear voice, "What is the cost? I mean, aside from the astronomical price, is there a burden on the user? Is the training period long? Is logistical maintenance difficult?" Good question. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. The cost is indeed exorbitant. The expenses for the first 7 prototype units and spare parts are equivalent to constructing a small frigate. Moreover, the physical and neurological toll on the user is substantial, necessitating at least a month of specialized adaptive training and neural interface calibration, with stringent requirements for physical and mental resilience. Maintenance also demands specialized equipment and a rigorously trained technical team, which can currently only be accomplished in the melting zone of the cosmic port. He rose, adopting a commanding tone. "Qin Feng, I give you 1 month. First, utilize Xuankong's final screening report to assemble the first batch of personnel for your core action team, including yourself. I require individuals who are absolutely reliable, top tier in capability, and elite among the elite, capable of enduring the training of future warriors. Secondly, during this period, your preliminary team framework must also be responsible for the selection and basic training of conventional security personnel for the entire Cosmic Port, Infinite Energy Research Center, and other core areas of the future group, constructing a multi-tiered security system. 1 month from now." Zhou Yan pointed towards the observation window below, where the 7 units designated as pioneers should have completed their initial testing. "You and your team will be the first to operate them, learning not only to use them but also to identify the optimal tactics and strategies through simulations and limited real combat tests, providing feedback for improvements." Qin Feng stood erect, all astonishment transforming into ironclad determination. "Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. In 1 month, 7 qualified pioneer operators and a preliminary core security team." After Qin Feng departed, imbued with an unprecedented sense of mission and urgency, Zhou Yan returned to the innermost section of the Cosmic Port's melting laboratory. The atmosphere here was drastically different from any conventional workshop. There were no deafening hammering sounds, no sparks flying. Only a near-absolute silence punctuated by the faint hum of the air purification system. In the center of the hall, 7 upright assembly maintenance pods, resembling futuristic coffins, stood silently. Made from highly transparent special polymers, their internal structures were complex, flickering with various indicator lights, while numerous researchers conducted tests, greeting Zhou Yan as he passed. They were talents Zhou Yan had recruited from around the globe during this period, all of whom had been thoroughly vetted after Xuankong's launch to ensure no issues. Zhou Yan did not linger, passing through the hall and undergoing several identity verifications before arriving in another space, which was empty except for several large, aerodynamically designed devices. These were nanomaterial synthesizers, atomic-level precision deposition devices, and quantum field stabilizers. Here lay the only prototype based on the foundational technology blueprint for the Star Blue Empire's nanotechnology armor, which Zhou Yan had never mentioned to anyone and would not reveal in the short term. He named it Xing Tian. Zhou Yan stood quietly in front of Xing Tian's storage pod, his fingers gliding over its cold, smooth surface. In his mind, he recalled the descriptions of this armor from the technology library, the Star Blue Guardian Basic Model, a universal tactical platform for individual soldiers. Utilizing quantum entangled material-based energy storage and conversion technology, featuring full environmental adaptability, modular weapon mounting, and the capability to generate a preliminary energy shield, with deployment and storage reliant on a host-bound core. This was the true future technology, the complete form that the Pioneer series could only aspire to. It was not merely a suit of armor, but a cutting-edge weapon system that coexisted with the user, possessing a certain degree of growth potential. But why was only 1 unit being manufactured? Zhou Yan's decision was based on multiple calculations, cold to the point of being almost ruthless. Firstly, the technological gap, and secondly, absolute control. The technologies contained within Xing Tian, especially the nanotechnology and energy shield principles, had already touched upon or even surpassed the current understanding framework of fundamental physics on Blue Star. This is no longer merely a matter of being a few steps ahead. It has become a chasm of generational divide. Should the complete technical diffusion occur, even if only the theoretical framework is leaked, it could trigger unpredictable upheavals in fundamental science and a profound imbalance in international affairs. The most effective means of controlling the dissemination of such power lies in confining it solely to oneself. It is imperative to ensure that, in an infinite internal context, and even on a global scale, one possesses an indisputable, generationally superior advantage in cutting-edge military capabilities. The castrated version of the Xingtian. The initial predictions of the Pioneer series reveals its performance to be excessively redundant for addressing currently foreseeable threats, such as corporate espionage, mercenaries, and even small-scale special forces infiltrations, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Moreover, Zhou Yan harbors a clear roadmap in his mind. After continuous refinement and validation of the Pioneer series, the stripped-down components, such as higher energy output, more advanced sensor and AI integration, and specific environmental adaptation modules, can be packaged as a technological bundle to be offered to nations at an opportune moment, either through collaboration or licensing. This strategy not only fortifies national security, but also intertwines infinite technology more deeply within national strategy, thereby establishing a more solid foundation and broader developmental space. Ultimately, regardless of how loyal and reliable Qin Feng's team may be, or how stringent the security at Huanyu Port, or how robust the national protection, Zhou Yan, having survived a life-threatening crisis, always remembers that safety must be firmly within his grasp. The most critical trump card can only be controlled by himself. He raised his left hand, and the seemingly ordinary silver bracelet on his wrist began to emit a slight warmth. With a mere thought, a liquid metallic sheen flowed over the surface of the bracelet, which then disintegrated into countless silver particles, indistinguishable to the naked eye, cascading like a living tide up his arm and swiftly enveloping his entire body. The entire process was silent, and within 2 seconds, a perfectly streamlined suit of armor, predominantly silver with deep blue highlights at critical nodes, had fully encased him. The visual interface on the helmet illuminated, presenting the world in a data-driven format, evoking a sensation of direct connection with the Xuanxiang's cognition, as if one's sensory perception had been infinitely extended. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the immense power feedback from the armor, capable of crushing steel. With a slight shift of intent, the thrusters behind the armor silently activated, allowing him to hover several centimeters above the ground. The experience of wielding such formidable power was intoxicating to anyone. Yet, Zhou Yan's gaze remained clear behind the helmet. He descended slowly, and with another thought, the armor retracted like a receding tide, reassembling into the bracelet on his wrist. Power, he murmured, is meant for protection, not domination. The existence of Xingtian serves to ensure that the path of infinity remains unbroken by any force. The Pioneer, led by Qin Feng, is the sword that clears the way, while Xingtian stands guard over the ultimate secret weapon. Zhou Yan deactivated all devices in the room, exited the laboratory, and approached the main control console of the Pioneer armor. The auxiliary interface of Xuanxiang unfolded before him, cascading streams of data like a waterfall. The first batch of 7 Pioneer prototype armors was undergoing final integration and debugging simultaneously. The Xuanwu alloy, guided precisely by magnetic and specific energy fields, layered and fused upon the preset framework. Precision sensors and miniature processors were embedded within the armor's layers. Energy lines and cooling conduits were laid out like a neural network. The entire process was quiet and orderly, imbued with a sense of ritual that transcended the era. Chapter 63. Pioneer Mecha. 2 months later, 30 meters underground at Huanyu Port, within the exclusive extreme testing ground of Infinite Defense. This was not an open expanse of desert, but a daunting subterranean colossal space. A vast area measuring approximately 800 meters in length, 400 meters in width, and 50 meters in height was reinforced with high-strength alloy frameworks and special concrete. The ceiling featured dense lighting matrices and environmental projection systems capable of simulating various weather conditions and lighting scenarios. The ground was specially treated to replicate multiple terrains such as hardened surfaces, sandy ground, and marshes, with rapid reset and deformation capabilities. Surrounding the testing ground and at critical locations were over 2,000 various sensors, along with dozens of movable automated fire testing platforms and target generation devices. The air circulation and temperature control systems enabled the simulation of environments ranging from equatorial heat to polar cold within a short time. The entire testing area was enveloped in multi-layered electromagnetic shielding and acoustic isolation, ensuring that any activity within remained confidential. The main brain of Xuanxiang was directly connected to every sensor and control node in the testing ground, processing vast quantities of data in real time. The construction of this testing ground alone cost Infinite Technology $1 billion. The core command center for the tests was located in a high-level observation corridor on one side of the testing ground, offering a 270-degree panoramic view. Zhou Yan, Qin Feng, and Wu Jingtian, the newly recruited chief weapons systems expert, were stationed here, along with over 20 core personnel from Infinite Defense and the Core R&D departments. Among them were several key security personnel who narrowly missed selection for the Pioneer mecha in the final assessments, their faces revealing tension, anticipation, and a hint of barely concealed resentment. The 7 initial prototype mechas had been moved from the assembly zone of the furnace core to the dedicated maintenance area at the edge of the testing ground. They stood silently on fixed racks, their deep gray armor glowing faintly under the cold white illumination. All units underwent final system self-checks. Zhou Yan's voice resonated through the broadcast system, clear and definitive. During this phase, team members and researchers took turns monitoring beside the mechs, with Xuanqiong remotely controlling the mechas. This was the ultimate test of the heart of the Pioneer mecha, the Qinxing. The 7 mechas did not engage in high-intensity maneuvers, but maintained all systems, main control computer, full sensor arrays, internal life support cycles, communication relays, basic life maintenance, and weapons on standby under moderate load, operating at full power. On the large screen in the command center, 7 curves representing energy reserves steadily declined, while thousands of parameters such as environmental temperature, power consumption of system components, and stability of energy core output were monitored in real time. After a continuous operation lasting a full 24 hours, the energy reserves of the 7 mechas ultimately approached the warning line of 15 to 12. With the system remaining stable and exhibiting no performance degradation or faults due to energy issues, the core successfully passed the 24-hour full system endurance test, and Wu Jingtian's team recorded a wealth of valuable data for subsequent optimization. The second phase involved testing basic performance, protection, and survivability. 7 core team members, meticulously selected, including Qin Feng himself, prepared to commence several days of high-density testing. The terrain of the testing ground underwent modifications, creating obstacles of the most complex nature, suddenly rising high walls, abruptly appearing deep trenches, moving balance beams, slippery ice surfaces, and viscous mud pits. In the maintenance area, Qin Feng patted the shoulder of the team member codenamed Mountain, who was cautiously observing the mech. "Don't be nervous. Just treat it like our simulations," he encouraged. "Boss, I'm not nervous," replied Mountain, a hulking figure resembling a bear and an expert in heavy weaponry. In a deep voice, "I'm excited. It feels like the first time I touched the real thing." Nearby, the reconnaissance expert codenamed Swift was moving his fingers at a dazzling speed, a habit to maintain his neural sensitivity. "I just want to know if the sensors are as extraordinary as the data suggests, and if they can predict enemy movements in conjunction with Xuanqiong AI," he said, his eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, the sniper codenamed Cold Edge quietly polished a special optical lens, a component designed for his helmet, intended to be integrated with a specialized sniper rifle's sight. "Precision is all I care about, along with the coverage range of the magnification observation system. I hope it doesn't disappoint," he remarked into the communication channel, more like a soliloquy. In the observation corridor, those who had been eliminated gathered in a corner. "Behold, that fellow Shan Yu possesses remarkable steadiness," a dark-skinned former member of the Divine Sword Assault team, Chen Hao, remarked with a tinge of envy, having lost to Shan Yu by a mere 0.3 seconds in the obstacle crossing and reaction test. Humph. Had he encountered the test version featuring the sudden emergence of multiple traps in the red zone, things might have been different. Another individual, Li Rue, chimed in, but was promptly silenced by Wang Lei, an experienced and composed former commander. "Selection is a testament to skill. Not being chosen is not a misfortune. Observe intently and remember every detail." Team Qin has stated that this is merely the first batch. His words brought a semblance of calm to the group, although their gazes remained defiantly fixed upon the arena below. As the test commenced, the Pioneer mecha showcased its astounding adaptability, propelled by its powerful articulated joints, precise attitude control thrusters, and real-time path planning aided by the Xuanqiong system. Climbing, leaping, gliding, and swimming, nearly every terrain was conquered, particularly within the confines of the simulated urban close combat area. The mecha's agile maneuvers through narrow hallways and shattered rooms shattered the stereotype of heavy armor being inherently clumsy. The test then transitioned into its most brutal phase. Automated firepower platforms unleashed an onslaught of varying weaponry upon the stationary, slowly moving, or rapidly advancing Pioneer. A metallic storm erupted from an array of 5.56 mm, 62 mm and 127 mm caliber ammunition, the Mecha-S surface ringing with each impact, yet it stood resolute. Various prefabricated fragmentation grenades and landmines detonated around the Mecha, their shrapnel and shockwaves effectively repelled by the armor and cushioning layers. When the deluge of rounds from the 127 mm heavy machine gun rained down upon the Mecha piloted by Shan Yu, a profound silence enveloped the observation corridor. Front armor. No penetration. Average dent depth, 0.1 mm. The trembling voice of the sensor data officer reported. Heavens, if a person had taken a hit. They would have been reduced to pulp, muttered a security staff member. When the final test of the 30 mm anti-armor cannon approached, the atmosphere became palpably tense. To gauge the most direct effects, it was decided against utilizing the Xuanxiong for control. Instead, a human operator donned the Mecha for the test. Director Zhou, are we truly proceeding with this extreme direct impact test? A concerned safety supervisor inquired. Zhou Yan's gaze remained steady. We must ascertain whether the Pioneer can safeguard the occupant's safety during wear. Commence. With Zhou Yan's command. The barrel of the 30 mm anti-armor cannon roared to life, launching the first, second, and third rounds. The 3 shells struck the Mecha worn by Shan Yu in rapid succession, the thunderous booms reverberating throughout the subterranean space. As the smoke cleared, the armor plating over Shan Yu's chest was deformed, exhibiting a web-like pattern of cracks. And an external damage alarm blared, yet it remained unbreached. Following a brief silence, the observation chamber erupted into subdued cheers and astonishment. It held up. It truly held up. This level of protection combined with mobility is akin to a mobile fortress. Damn, it was worth it. All the hardships endured were justified. Cold Front roared over the channel. Qin Feng, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, Shan Yu, report your sensations. The impact was not severe. It felt akin to being struck repeatedly by a small hammer. The cushioning system absorbed most of the force. It wasn't particularly jarring. However, the system has raised alarms, advising against enduring similar impacts in the same area again. Zhou Yan and the others heard Shan Yu's report and erupted in cheers once more. Zhou Yan merely smiled faintly, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. The data indicated that it had successfully withstood impacts theoretically capable of obliterating an armored vehicle. Subsequent tests involving high-temperature jets, strong acid corrosion, high-voltage electric shocks, and laser irradiation were all managed effectively by the Mecha-S specialized coatings and protective designs. Chapter 64, A Stunning Genius. Zhou Yan, the genius among geniuses? The next phase involved testing the weaponry and flight capabilities. Given the ongoing construction of the cosmic port, its own aircraft testing platform was not yet complete. To find a sufficiently discrete environment that would maximize the Pioneer Mecha's performance, particularly for testing its flight and weapon systems. While remaining concealed from external observation, Zhou Yan directed his attention to the vast, humid, and extraordinarily complex terrain of the primitive rainforest along the southwestern border. The dense canopy provided natural cover, and the intricate geomagnetic and meteorological conditions could disrupt most remote detection methods. Over a month prior, faced with the urgent need to transport the Pioneer Mecha and its extensive testing systems covertly and swiftly to the southwestern rainforest, Zhou Yan initiated a special channel. He engaged in brief yet efficient communications with high-ranking military officials. We require several large transport platforms capable of long-range delivery and short-distance takeoff for a preliminary field verification of the individual protection system. The location is in the primitive rainforest of the Southwest, purely technical in nature. Upon success, there will be immense collaborative value in the realms of individual protection and complex environmental operations. Zhou Yan's wording was precise and restrained, clearly indicating the potential military value of the technology while maintaining an air of mystery. Based on trust in Infinite Technology's technological prowess and its contributions to the national energy strategy through the Shiha Chengxing battery, as well as recognition of Zhou Yan's character as a scientist who consistently achieves miracles, the military granted special approval in record time. 3 Y-20 large transport aircraft, having served for several years yet in good condition, were clandestinely transferred to a shell logistics company under Infinite Technology, recorded merely as civilian technical verification vehicles. As soon as the aircraft arrived at the secret hangar of the cosmic port, Zhou Yan personally led a core engineering team in aviation, assisted by Xuanxiong, to implement targeted modifications to ensure the safe transport of the Pioneer Mecha's core components. Director, the parameters for cushioning and electromagnetic isolation in this modification plan are practically tailor-made for these treasures, an old aviation engineer involved in the modifications exclaimed. marveling at the meticulously detailed designs down to the millimeter. Zhou Yan simply nodded. They deserve the finest protection. His gaze swept over the massive containers shrouded in canvas, soon to be loaded, as if he could see through the fabric to the creations that bore some of his hard work. In the dead of night, at the cosmic port, the three ebony Y-20s, like silent behemoths, glided down the runway in the drizzle, ascending into the southern night sky, carrying the Pioneer and testing equipment. After several hours of flight and a covert landing in the wilderness, the team reached the designated rainforest campsite. This site had once served as a base for geological exploration teams years ago. Its basic structures remained and were swiftly transformed into a temporary command center and laboratory. When the first container bearing the Pioneer mecha was opened within the makeshift clean tent, even the researchers who had participated in some preliminary work were once again awestruck by the sleek, cold matte components before them. Dr. Xin Lan, a materials expert, led her assistants in conducting tests and marveled. No matter how many times you see it, you still cannot help but be astonished by Director Zhou's genius. Beside her, the gray-haired Wang Lao adjusted his glasses, nearly pressing his face against the Pioneer mecha, his voice dry. Little Shun is right. This design is elegant, too elegant. The flow of forces is as clear as a work of art, devoid of any superfluity, yet it considers multiple redundancy failures under extreme conditions. This requires exquisite insight and mastery over material performance, structural mechanics, and even the impact patterns that may be encountered in actual combat. Director Zhou is simply extraordinary. A young engineer nearby raised his head, his eyes reflecting a complex blend of pride and deep reverence as he whispered, Wang Lao, Dr. Shun. All the original structural design blueprints, dynamic simulation parameters, even the pre-tension requirements for every single screw stemmed from Director Zhou's initial proposal. Wu Zong merely led us in engineering realization, process breakthroughs, and localized optimization verification. Indeed, it is truly astounding. One cannot fathom what knowledge eludes the illustrious Zhou. The murmurs of the crowd coalesce into an irrefutable truth. The formidable war machine before us, seemingly plucked from the annals of the future, bears the indelible imprint of Zhou Yan's intellect, from its fundamental materials to its pinnacle of intelligence. He has not merely offered an idea. He has presented an entire, coherent, and remarkably advanced technological framework that transcends the current era. How could it be that a seasoned expert, recently poached from the nation's premier weapons research institute, sits in awe, having achieved mastery in fields as diverse as materials science, energy, mechanics, control systems, artificial intelligence, and even stealth technology, surpassing decades of collective effort from the world's leading teams? Such brilliance cannot merely be described as genius. He gazes at the youthful figure of Zhou, who is currently briefing Qin Feng and the other team members. What pinnacle of knowledge has he reached? Moments later, the test commences. The rainforest environment presents unprecedented challenges for the Pioneer mechs, while simultaneously showcasing their superior design. The testing unfolds in a relatively open glade surrounded by dense trees that scarcely allow sunlight to penetrate, intertwined with vines and swamps. Activate environment adaptation mode. Be mindful of the ground sensors. Mud depths may exceed expectations. Qin Feng's voice resonates within the helmet. The 7 mechs awaken like colossal steel beasts, stepping into the rainforest. They do not exhibit the clumsiness typical of traditional heavy equipment. Their leg joints adeptly adjust their stance, and the broad foot modules expand automatically upon encountering soft, muddy ground, enhancing buoyancy. When faced with the tangle of tree roots, they skillfully lift their legs to navigate with precision, while the balance system effectively mitigates any upper body sway. My goodness, this machine is 10 times more agile in the rainforest than I had imagined, exclaimed a technician at the observation point, peering through binoculars. Look at Gale. He moves through the vines like a giant monkey. No, a steel monkey. The true test lies in leveraging the environment for stealth and ambush evaluations. The dark gray exterior of the mech blends seamlessly into the dim light of the rainforest, and upon activating the preliminary optical camouflage simulation, its outline merges harmoniously with the surrounding trunks and shadows when stationary. What about thermal signals? The thermal background in the rainforest is complex. Cold front, the sniper, expressed concern. Passive thermal imaging shows that the mech's insulation and temperature distribution control are exceptional, reported a data analyst. In areas where the background temperature differential does not exceed 5 degrees, it is nearly impossible to distinguish it from thermal imaging when stationary. In motion, the thermal signals from the power module are directed by specialized heat dissipation structures towards specific angles, accelerating their dispersal, making their characteristics distinctly apparent. This stealth capability, combined with its maneuverability, makes it a phantom in the jungle. Wang Lei at the observation point remarked to Chen Hao, his voice laden with complexity. The jungle infiltration tactics we learned before seem like child's play in comparison. Chen Hao, fixated on the mech gliding silently through the foliage, clenched his fists. Damn it. This machine is born to defy the rules. Chapter 65. Their lives have entered a countdown. The weapon testing is set in a deeper canyon. This location is concealed and has been prepped with numerous high-fidelity targets, from simulated sniper points hidden within the canopy to lightweight fortifications constructed from scrap vehicles and specialized materials. All test munitions have been replaced with live training warheads. Zhou Yan's command resounded. First, the mech employs its accompanying 25mm electromagnetic assault rifle. In the humid air of the rainforest, the sound of supersonic projectiles creates an exceptionally jarring sonic boom. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp bursts echo through the canyon as distant targets shatter. The trajectory remains stable, showing no significant deviation due to the high humidity. As the engineer responsible for the weapon systems excitedly records the data. Look at that fortification, someone shouted. The mountain mech trained its electromagnetic rifle at a simulated concrete machine gun nest, firing continuously. The specially designed armor-piercing rounds effortlessly penetrated, and the internal sensors indicated the target had been rendered inoperative. This armor-piercing capability is effective against most armored targets and fortifications, Qinfeng assessed. Even more astonishing was the heavy firepower test. The mountain mech detached its rear heavy electromagnetic cannon and aimed at a more fortified simulated permanent fortification constructed from multiple layers of steel and concrete. Charging complete. Fire. A blur imperceptible to the eye flashed by, followed by a resounding boom. In the distance, the front of the fortification appeared to be struck by an invisible hammer, collapsing inward with a thunderous crash, debris scattering. The observation point fell silent, save for the natural hum of the rainforest. Is this really a personal weapon? A technician murmured after a long pause. These electromagnetic weapons were all acquired by Zhou Yan from the Comprehensive Weapons Compendium of Interstellar Warfare, Mech Edition, and now they're all in use. The most exhilarating yet perilous test was saved for last. To maintain utmost secrecy, the flight tests were conducted in the darkest moments before dawn, with a low-power sonic device having temporarily dispersed large birds from the rainforest's airspace. The 7 mechs activated their thrusters in a glade, ascending vertically and swiftly disappearing into the dense canopy above. The multifunctional stealth coating applied to their surfaces began to function. In the command center, everyone fixated on the limited data streams relayed from high-altitude stealth drones and relay satellites, as well as the visuals transmitted from the mechs themselves. Altitude 500 meters. Airspace clear. Beginning acceleration test, Qinfeng reported. On the data screen, speed values began to soar. 300 kilometers per hour, 500, 800, soon breaking the sound barrier. Surpassing Mach 10. Current speed, 102 Mach. Attitude stable. The data analyst's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. From the mech's perspective, the rainforest canopy below resembled a black ocean rushing backward, while the sky at the horizon began to lighten. Although the mech itself was not visible, everyone could envision its dark silhouette slicing through the sky at supersonic speeds. A silent streak against the dawn. Radar monitoring status? Wu Jingtian inquired. Our monitoring shows that the mech's radar cross-section is exceedingly weak, indistinguishable from large birds or meteorological clutter. The head of electronic surveillance confirmed. All known civilian and military radar monitoring networks in the vicinity have not triggered any abnormal tracking or alerts. The military's most advanced stealth coating, combined with our unique plasma edge treatment technology, is yielding results beyond expectations. The energy consumption rate aligns with high-power predictions, cruising at Mach 1, with an estimated remaining endurance of 4 hours and 18 minutes. The electronic voice of Xiankong reported calmly. It's like a ghost, Doctor. Shen Qinglan murmured, gazing at the pinpoint of light on the screen representing the Pioneer mech, nearly blending into the background. The flight tests continued for several hours, encompassing high-speed penetration, ultra-low altitude flight along the treetops, abrupt stops, hovering, and complex evasive maneuvers. Only when the energy consumption approached the safety threshold did all mechs return silently to their starting point, akin to owls returning to their nests. As all test items concluded, the morning light finally pierced through the thick canopy of the rainforest, illuminating the test site marked by tracks and shell craters. The 7 mechs stood quietly, adorned with mud, plant sap, and traces of smoke, exuding an even greater aura of ferocity. The technical team fervently collected the final data, voices filled with excitement and astonishment. cruising at Mach 1 for nearly 5 hours. This star energy is astonishing. The power of these electromagnetic weapons is truly remarkable. I must double-check the flight data 3 times. This aerodynamic design and propulsion efficiency surpass even our wind tunnel models. As Qin Feng and the others removed their mechs, despite their exhaustion, flames of determination flickered in their eyes. They had genuinely touched the future of warfare. The rejected candidates gathered around, their eyes now filled not with resentment, but with fervent desire and respect. Captain, for the next expansion, no matter how challenging it may be, I must be included. Chen Hao stood tall, his voice resounding with determination. Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder. Remember what you witnessed today. The Pioneer mecha is formidable, but the one who wields it must be even stronger. Your training will double starting tomorrow. Zhou Yan stood at the entrance of the temporary command center, gazing at the rainforest and mechas bathed in the morning light. Wu Jingtian approached him, whispering, the test results far exceeded expectations, especially in combat scenarios and flight stealth performance. But it also made quite a noise. Even with camouflage, conducting large-scale tests here for an extended period may be problematic. Zhou Yan nodded. The data is sufficient. The feasibility of the Pioneer has been thoroughly validated. Pack your things and prepare to withdraw. All traces must be completely erased. Wu Jingtian hinted at the report from their country. Zhou Yan gazed to the north, his eyes deep. No worries, let's stall for a bit. When the time comes, we will show them something more tangible. However, we must retain control and dictate the pace. After we return, prepare a concise yet impactful briefing on the fundamental capabilities of the Pioneer. Wait for my orders before reporting. The mecha will undoubtedly be provided to the state. But we must profit from this. Supplying it at cost is out of the question. The rainforest returned to its superficial tranquility, the birds chirping once again, as if the tumult of the previous night and morning had never transpired. Yet, something had irrevocably changed. In this ancient rainforest, a new force, amalgamating materials, energy, intelligence, and weaponry beyond its time, had successfully completed its first comprehensive test. The impact it brought stirred profound waves in the hearts of each member of the testing team, instilling a sense of awe for Zhou Yan's unfathomable technical prowess and a recognition of the unprecedented nature of the endeavor they were part of. The steel had awakened. The future had arrived, while the world remained blissfully unaware. From the moment the Pioneer mecha test concluded, the lives of the Wolf Pack and those behind the scenes had entered a countdown. Chapter 66. Entering combat readiness. The comprehensive testing of the Pioneer mecha acted as a potent catalyst, infusing the entire Infinite defense with an indescribable confidence, leaving everyone in awe of this epic-making weapon. However, upon returning to the cosmic harbor, Zhou Yan did not indulge in the afterglow of success, but instead immediately cast his gaze toward the broader sky and grander designs. In the months that followed, he virtually resided in the cosmic harbor. By day, he led the ever-expanding Infinite aviation team, traversing between the massive hangars and wind tunnel laboratories. Drawing on theories from the technology library regarding high-energy plasma confinement and propulsion, Zhou Yan optimized the plasma engine once more. Mr. Zhou, this magnetic field topology stability algorithm seems as if it were borrowed directly from the laws of cosmic physics. An American academic with years of experience in aviation engine research marveled at the intricate and stable magnetic field configuration, incredulous that it originated from a man in his 20s. Zhou Yan merely handed over a revised parameter sheet concerning the interaction of turbulent plasma and magnetic field boundary layers. Try this. It could enhance the specific impulse by another 10. We need it to propel 100-ton military transport aircraft while also serving as the heart of future large passenger planes. And even for future space shuttles. He personally designed 3 prototype models, the Titan Heavy Strategic Transport Aircraft, featuring a blended wing body and variable sweep wing design. Powered by 2 improved Qiming plasma engines, designed to carry 500 tons with a range exceeding 100,000 kilometers, capable of circumnavigating Blue Star twice. Equipped with short takeoff and vertical landing capabilities, and its cargo bay specifically designed for future large-scale Pioneers or heavier equipment. The Xuanhu new generation ultra-long-range wide-body passenger aircraft emphasized zero carbon emissions, extremely low noise, and exceptional economic efficiency, designed for a range of 200,000 kilometers. Capable of circling the Earth 5 times on a single charge, with significantly enhanced interior space and comfort, aiming to revolutionize the energy and cost structure of the aviation industry. Extending Infinite Technology's advancements into the skies. The Kunping Aerospace Shuttle represented the boldest step yet, based on an optimized version of the Qiming plasma engine and Xuanwu alloy. Zhou Yan envisioned a reusable, single-stage orbital spacecraft, intended as a space truck for future connections between Earth and space stations, and even for mining in the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, the production line for the Pioneer mecha quietly expanded in the depths of the furnace. 7 new sets of Pioneer mechas were manufactured, joining the initial 7 to form the first complete tactical squadron of 14 under Zhou Yan's command. The new training syllabus became increasingly rigorous, encompassing more complex multi-machine coordination, air-ground integrated operations, and tactical drills aimed at the mixed-mode remote control of the Xuanxiong and human piloting. The Cosmic Harbor rapidly transformed from a vast construction site into a cutting-edge research and testing base, pulsating with the lifeblood of advanced technology. June 17, 2025, 3:22 p.m. Zhou Yan was at the Qiming Engine Full Power Test Control Center, engaged in a heated debate with his team regarding the efficiency drop caused by the interaction between supersonic plasma flow and shock waves in the intake duct. The discussion was intense, data charts cluttering the screens. Suddenly, a calm yet high-priority alert vibrated through the mini-bone conduction communicator implanted in his ear, directly linked to the Xuanxiong core, accompanied by an electronic voice audible only to him. Highest threat dynamic update. Target, Wolf Pack. Dynamic, financial activity. In the past 24 hours, 3 major offshore anonymous accounts associated with the team received a total of 500 million in new remittances, with the sources closely resembling previous funding pathways. Personnel movements. All members have completely departed their original monitored positions, arriving in Libya 10 hours ago via different channels. At a gray area camp controlled by a local warlord, nominally an abandoned oil refinery, but in reality a hub for mercenaries, where weaponry and explosives have been unusually active recently. Internal threat linkage. Several spies within the group I have been monitoring sent out compressed and obfuscated identification signals via encrypted dead drops 1 hour ago, pointing to one of the transit servers for the Wolf Pack's new remittance. Inference. Internal spies have been activated, providing internal support for external assault operations, potentially leaking facility information or creating chaos. Assault threat level. High. Time window urgent. Zhou Yan's expression instantly sharpened, clearing all thoughts of engine shockwaves from his mind. He raised his hand and gently pressed down. The intense discussions in the control center immediately quieted. Everyone turned to look at him. There's an urgent matter. I need to step out for a moment. His voice remained steady, betraying no signs of urgency. Continue your discussion and rerun the data for the 3rd turbulence model. I want to see the results when I return. The remaining team members exchanged glances, but based on their absolute trust in Zhou Yan's usual approach, they quickly resumed their fervent technical discussions. In infinite technology, Mr. Zhou's urgent matters often indicated that a critical bottleneck was about to be overcome. Zhou Yan said no more. Turning swiftly, his pace rapid yet composed, heading directly toward an unmarked alloy door at the side of the test flight center. With an iris and palm print verification, the door slid open silently, revealing a dedicated elevator descending. Inside, the elevator was sparse, with options for the furnace core, tactical training area, and a few others. He pressed the button for the tactical training area, and the elevator began its rapid descent. In a slight sensation of weightlessness, Zhou Yan exchanged information rapidly with Xuanxiong. Synchronized the specific coordinates of the target camp, assessed the defensive capabilities, and determined the optimal insertion path to my tactical terminal. The gigantic transport aircraft number 01 and No. 02 have entered a state of combat readiness. The coordinates of the Libyan Wolf Squad have been locked, and a defensive assessment indicates that they primarily possess conventional light weapons, with suspicions of anti-tank weapons and a small quantity of explosives. There is no systematic air defense warning, and the camp structure diagram along with thermal distribution has been generated. The gigantic aircraft number 01 and number 02 have successfully completed their 7th long-range stealth test and are currently in the final phase of a 48-hour thermal maintenance window, ready to transition into combat readiness if necessary. A full system self-check is estimated to take 57 minutes. Initiate emergency combat readiness protocols, with the objective that within 60 minutes, both aircraft must achieve the highest state of preparedness for executing covert long-range delivery missions. Additionally, allocate priority to the Pangu cluster's 20 computational units to ensure the simulation and logistical planning for this operation. Chapter 67. Mission Objective, Physical Elimination. As the elevator doors opened, a vast expanse unfolded before me. This was the heart of the furnace, a comprehensive tactical zone deep within the boundaries of Huanyu Port. Rather than merely a training ground, it resembled a fragment of a futuristic war fortress. The lofty space was divided into simulated urban districts, jungles, deserts, and various terrains for real combat training, along with equipment maintenance areas and tactical conference rooms. At this moment, the training ground was filled with the low growl of engines, the clash of metal, and the commands being issued. 14 Pioneer mechs were engaged in intense combat drills, with the blue team and red team maneuvering through the complex terrain. Flashes of blue electromagnetic weapon simulations illuminating the scene, and their tactical movements exuding a powerful and precise aesthetic. Qin Feng was not clad in a mech, but stood on a raised command platform at the edge of the field, arms crossed, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning every detail while occasionally issuing adjustments through his headset. The appearance of Zhou Yan immediately drew attention. Almost the instant Zhou Yan stepped into the training area, Qin Feng turned his head to see the rare, cold expression on Zhou Yan's face, and the former Special Forces commander's eyes sharpened like a blade. Qin Feng leapt down from the platform, swiftly approaching Zhou Yan without saluting, but nodding slightly as he spoke. Director Zhou, urgent combat mission, highest priority. Zhou Yan's voice was low, yet chilling. Gather the core team, all members, to conference room number 1, now. Receiving the order, Qin Feng immediately addressed the microphone. Attention all personnel, training is suspended. Team leaders, after placing the mechs in standby maintenance mode, all personnel report to conference room number 1. That is all. The clamor of the training ground quickly subsided, and the mechs withdrew to their designated areas in an orderly fashion. 5 minutes later, within conference room no. 1, the atmosphere was tense. The team members had just removed their helmets, sweat still glistening on their faces from their training, and upon entering the conference room, they all saluted Zhou Yan. These individuals were the elite of the elite, handpicked from thousands, all having passed the rigorous Xuanqiong assessments. Zhou Yan wasted no time, directly signaling for Xuanqiong to project the intelligence onto the circular screen. Satellite images of the Libyan camp, thermal signals, the latest facial recognition match results of the Wolf Squad members, financial flow diagrams, and information on several internal spies flashed by in rapid succession. The situation is as you can see, Zhou Yan stated bluntly, his speech rapid and clear. A top-tier mercenary squad named the Wolf, hired by our adversarial competitors, has assembled at this armed camp in Libya, having acquired significant funding and weapon upgrades. There are moles within our organization activated to provide them with internal intelligence, assisting them in launching a strong attack on our infinite energy headquarters in Lake City, with the aim of either obtaining or destroying the core technical data of the Shiha batteries. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each resolute face. Passive defense, waiting for them to come to us, is a risk we cannot afford. Although this is within Huagua, I do not believe they can penetrate deep into Huagua's territory. But we cannot take that chance. Our core technology and the lives of our team members are far more important than theirs, and we cannot afford a single misstep. Therefore, my decision is, strike first. Before they can act, we must eliminate them completely, nipping the thread in the bud. Qin Feng, his eyes fixed on the information displayed on the screen, inquired fervently, is the target this Wolf Squad? Zhou Yan initially nodded, then raised 2 fingers, indicating there were 2 targets. First, in Libya, all 10 members of the Wolf Squad must be annihilated, completely destroyed. Second, he gestured to the side of the screen where a satellite image of the eastern capital of Sakura country appeared, several light points highlighted. These included the residence of Akira Tatian, the top office of the Tatian Group, and private clubs frequented by him and several directors. The Sakura country, Akira Tatian, and 3 other core executives from the Tatian Group, who harbor deep hostility towards infinite technology and have evidence indicating their direct involvement in orchestrating this operation. The mission objective, physical elimination. As Zhou Yan's words resonated, the tactical conference room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the sound of labored breathing. Conducting a dual-line operation across continents, simultaneously attacking a field camp and a core management layer of a major automotive enterprise in a developed nation as capital. The scale and nature of this mission imposed unprecedented pressure even on these battle-hardened elites. Wang Lei, the captain of the blue team, swallowed hard, his voice slightly strained. Director Zhou, there should be no issues on the Libyan side, but the security around Akira Tatian in Sakura's eastern capital is top-notch. And it is within the capital. If we leave any trace, could it not provoke severe international disputes? Could it not bring trouble to our nation? His words echoed the concerns of many present. They were not afraid of combat, but were acutely aware of the immense ripples their actions could cause. Another captain from the red team, codenamed Iron Curtain, was Xiaodian, clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles filling the air as he fixed his gaze on Akira Tatian's photo, his eyes reflecting not only doubt but also a simmering anger. Director Zhou, Was your earlier ambush in the northwest also related to these scoundrels? Although the details of Zhou Yan's earlier ambush had not been made public, it was not a secret amongst the core defense team. And this incident had remained a thorn in the hearts of many team members. Zhou Yan's gaze swept across the crowd, absorbing their concerns and anger. He did not directly respond to Guo but turned to Qin Feng. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng stepped forward, addressing his team. His voice, though not loud, carried a significant weight. Brothers, I know what you are worried about. You fear the mission is too daunting, that it might bring trouble to the company and the nation. He paused, his eyes ablaze with intensity. But have you considered, without Director Zhou, without Infinite, where would we be now? What would we be doing? He pointed to Wang Lei. Wang Lei, a few months ago, your mother's severe illness had the provincial hospital saying there was little hope. Who leveraged their connections, overnight, to bring in a team of experts from Xia Hospital, utilizing an unpublished special treatment plan, to pull her back from the brink of death? Would your savings have sufficed for just a few days in ICU? Wang Lei's lips pressed tightly, his eyes slightly reddening as he nodded solemnly. Qin Feng then turned to another young team member, Li Ziyuan. Ziyuan, your sister was driven to the brink of suicide by that wretched campus loan. And it was you who sought help from Director Zhou. What did Director Zhou do? Not only did he help pay off the debt, but he also ensured the legal department sent those parasitic scoundrels, along with their protectors, to prison, allowing your sister to return to her studies with peace of mind. You were a standout in the military, yet after retiring, you nearly became a bodyguard for a real estate tycoon due to family issues. It was Director Zhou who restored your dignity, providing you with a platform and treatment beyond your imagination. Li Ziyuan bowed his head, clenching his fists. Chapter 68. This is our rule. And you all. Qin Feng's gaze swept over each individual present. Who among them was not receiving a salary that was tenfold, or even dozens of times that of the industry standard? Who among their families had not directly or indirectly benefited from the company's support? How many urgent problems had Director Zhou resolved for our brothers' families? He has bestowed upon us the finest equipment and the utmost trust, not to confine us to mere calculations of gains and losses, nor to instill a sense of trepidation. His voice rose sharply. The assault on Mr. Zhou is a disgrace to us all. Now, these miscreants have escalated their audacity, seeking to undermine our very foundation and obliterate all that we have painstakingly created. They lurk in the shadows, wielding filthy money to hire desperate mercenaries. Have they adhered to any rules? Have they contemplated the consequences? No. Qin Feng's chest heaved with emotion. Mr. Zhou once stated that technology should be accessible to all. But the prerequisite is that we must possess the strength to safeguard this accessibility. Today, they may hire assassins, and tomorrow, they could resort to even more despicable means. If we cower in fear, allowing them to undermine us, we shall not progress far, and all that we protect will be but castles in the air. My life, since signing that contract, belongs to Mr. Zhou. Wherever he points, I shall strike. Do not speak of merely eliminating a few traitors in Dongdu. If Mr. Zhou declared an intent to plant a flag atop the White House, I, Qin Feng, would be the first to ascend. What about you? Let us act. Wang Lei was the first to roar, his eyes devoid of hesitation, filled only with a blazing fire. To hell with it. I have been simmering with anger. Li Ziyuan and the other team members echoed his rallying cry, filling the briefing room with a palpable sense of camaraderie and a vow to serve unto death. Gratitude towards Zhou Yan, fury over the assault, and a recognition of their mission completely overwhelmed any initial doubts. Zhou Yan listened quietly until the collective fervor reached its zenith. Only then did he speak, his voice imbued with a convincing, absolute confidence. Your anger over my assault and the peril facing our company has been received. Your loyalty is etched in my heart. He approached the screen, pointing at the three-dimensional model of the gigantic Spirit transport aircraft and the intricate flight path diagram. Captain Qin is correct, yet not entirely so. We are neither marching towards death nor orchestrating an unresolvable calamity. This is a precise surgical operation, a ritual proclaiming our rules. And the foundation of all this is our undeniable technological superiority, which we happen to possess. First, the gigantic Spirit transport aircraft. Zhou Yan magnified the aircraft's stealth performance data. Its radar cross-section is smaller than that of a bird, and its infrared signature is suppressed to the utmost limit. Any existing air defense network is rendered futile in its presence. It will soar above the stratosphere, an area blind to conventional aviation and surveillance. Second, the deployment and infiltration. The scene shifted to depict the Pioneer mechs descending from extreme altitudes in a specialized posture, then activating thrusters to navigate complex paths into the urban area in a simulated animation. You will be deployed from over 50,000 meters. utilizing the thin atmosphere and unique descent trajectory to evade detection. Upon entering low altitudes, the Xian encoding and the Xianxiong's real-time electronic shielding will render you as phantoms within the city. All surveillance and radar from Sakura Nation will perceive only what the Xianxiong wishes them to see, or simply delayed, useless data. Third, the execution and extraction. The operational time window is precise to the second, and target localization is accurate to the room. The Xianxiong will meticulously plan each step, avoiding any unnecessary contacts. After eliminating the target, you will immediately retreat along the preordained route to the recovery point above the sea, where the gigantic spirit will await you. The entire process, from deployment to recovery, will transpire before the adversary can even ascertain what has occurred. He turned, his gaze as deep as the starry sky. Sweeping across every fervent pair of eyes, they will find no evidence, no fragments of conventional weaponry, no biological traces, nor any inexplicable flight records. The scene will leave behind a chilling enigma that instills fear, and all suspicions will amount to mere conjecture without evidence. And conjecture, in the realm of international politics, holds no value. Our nation possesses the strength and wisdom to confront such levels of speculation. This operation is not solely to eradicate the immediate threat, but also to establish a red line. Zhou Yan's voice carried a cold authority, in a manner they cannot comprehend or trace. We shall convey this message to them, and to all who lurk in the shadows. Any attempts to challenge the core interests of the infinite will bear an unbearable cost, and they shall be met with thunderous retribution. This is our rule. At this juncture, Zhou Yan's tone softened slightly. I trust in your capabilities, and even more so in our technology, our avant-garde matches. Now, tell me, are you prepared to execute this mission, to clear all obstacles for the infinite future? Ready. Led by Qin Feng, everyone stood tall, their roars reverberating in the conference room, brimming with unyielding conviction and determination. Good. Zhou Yan nodded. Qin Feng, Wang Lei, Guoxiaotian. Immediately contact Chief Wu for the final pre-battle deployment. Remember, Zhou Yan emphasized in conclusion, the Libyan operation must be decisive, avoiding entanglements. The Sakura Nation operation must be precise, eliminating only designated targets and minimizing collateral damage, leaving no evidence linking us to the incident. The Xianxiong will provide full support. You are the pioneers, tasked with clearing the shadows for the infinite future. In 2 hours, I expect to see the gigantic spirit take flight. Understood. Chapter 69. The all-in gamble of the Tatian group and the wolf pack. The blazing sun scorched the North African desert, while the corroded pipes of an abandoned oil refinery distorted in the heat haze. Within the depths of the camp, the atmosphere inside the relatively intact control building was even more stifling than outside. The 10 members of the wolf pack squad, either seated or standing, surrounded a high-precision satellite map spread out on an old oil drum. It depicted Huagua Lake City, the headquarters of Infinite Technology, and its surrounding areas in vivid detail. The air was thick with sweat, the stench of low-quality tobacco, and an almost palpable tension. The squad leader, nicknamed Scarface Kroll, bore a gruesome scar that ran from his forehead through his left eye to his chin. He jabbed a thick finger forcefully at a corner of the Infinite Energy Research Center. The final route provided by the mole indicates that at 2 o'clock, the B7 cargo passage will have a 73-second window of internal security rotation, and we have the signal for the electronic access card imitation. We will split into 2 groups. Group A, 5 members, will accompany me through B7, heading straight for the underground 3rd level of the Shi-He core sample repository within the research center. Group B, led by Ghost, will create chaos on the periphery, severing power and communication nodes, and assist in the extraction. In the corner, a tall, gaunt figure with a sinister expression fiddled with a tablet. It was the electronic warfare expert, Ghost. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting. According to internal confirmations, the research center possesses independent emergency batteries, and a power outage will not affect internal defenses. We need to physically breach at least 3 access doors, which is expected to take 4 minutes. During these 4 minutes, we must ensure that no reinforcements arrive at the B7 passage. 4 minutes? Boss, are you sure this isn't a trap? The speaker was Hammer, a burly white man built like an ox, who irritably scratched his bald head. Last time we raided that Zhou Yan in northwest Huagua, we nearly got encircled by the Huagua military, losing 2 brothers. That was the heart of Huagua, Lake City, not the border or the Gobi Desert. Their response speed and surveillance density. His words deepened the already heavy atmosphere in the room. The failure and loss from the previous operation clung to everyone like a ghost. Although only 2 had been lost, each was an elite among elites, and losing even one was utterly unacceptable. Shut up, Hammer. A cold voice interjected, belonging to the sniper vulture, who was meticulously cleaning her modified sniper rifle. Last time, we underestimated the target's security measures and the Huagua military's response speed. But this time, the intelligence is more detailed, and the insider is of a higher caliber. And she glanced at the corner where several brand new black boxes sat. Inside were the latest individual gear and specialized explosives, unavailable on the market. The remuneration is substantial enough for each of us to retire on a quaint island in the Pacific, lounging on yachts while sipping champagne. The vulture speaks the truth. Kroll produced a copy of an anonymous bank draft from Rice, the figures on it rendering everyone momentarily breathless. The deposit has been secured, and upon successful completion, the final payment will amount to threefold that sum. Furthermore, the gentlemen who have entrusted us with this task possess considerable influence, assuring us that regardless of the outcome, they have means to extricate us and provide entirely new identities. Considerable influence? The youngest member of the team, an agile Indo-heritage infiltration expert, scoffed. After our previous failure, they certainly did not spare threats. If we fail this time, it could spell disaster. Hence, we must succeed. Kroll slammed his palm on the table, causing a resounding noise. Listen, brothers, I understand this task is perilous. Venturing deep into the heart of Huagua, the headquarters of a tech giant with formidable defenses, is akin to stealing eggs from a dragoness lair. Yet, we have no alternative. His solitary eye swept across every face. The investors were dissatisfied with our last performance. But we possess knowledge that is far too valuable. Should we refuse this undertaking, we may not see the light of tomorrow. Should we accept and succeed, we could vanish with the money. That is our only path to survival. He paused, his voice lowering to a whisper, tinged with self-deprecation and ferocity. Why do we engage in this line of work? Is it not for wealth, for the freedom to live unshackled, without the need to appease anyone? Now, the most significant opportunity of our lives lies before us, backed by the titans of the automotive empire. If we win this gamble, it will lead us to paradise. As for the risks, he grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoke. When have we wolves ever feared risk? The room fell silent for a few seconds. Iron Hammer spat, finally muttering, "Damn it, let us do it. For our fallen brothers, and for our future freedom. Let us aim for a grand score." The Phantom closed the tablet, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "I have prepared the disruption plan and the evacuation route simulation. As long as the insider does not falter, we have a 70% chance of success. Let us do it. Fear not. Huagua is not an insurmountable place. 70% is sufficient." Kroll seized a bottle of strong liquor from the table and took a hearty swig. Everyone checked their equipment. "We shall depart promptly at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, infiltrating as per our planned route, and let us deliver a lesson to those self-righteous tech giants." 10 days prior, in stark contrast to the sweltering clamor of Libya, the private room of a high-end restaurant in Sakura East City was suffused with the scents of sake, exquisite sashimi, and a more ominous atmosphere. The paper doors were tightly shut, and the indicator lights of the jamming devices flickered softly. Akira Ryushin, once the monarch of the automotive empire, now wore a visage devoid of the poise and elegance expected in public, replaced instead by profound weariness and palpable gloom. Kneeling before him were three similarly grave middle-aged men, the core board members most deeply entwined with the Ryushin group. "Akira-san, we can no longer hesitate," urged Kuda Matsushita, the financial director, a lean, balding man with a piercing voice. "The quarterly financial report can no longer conceal the truth. Our electric vehicle segment has plummeted by 87% year-on-year. The sales of fuel vehicles have also dropped by 40%, and our stock price has evaporated nearly 40% in the last 6 months. Shareholders have their limits. That Zhou Yan and his Shiha batteries are nothing short of demonic creations," protested Ichiro Sato, the technical director, slamming his glass onto the table. 100 yuan per kilowatt hour? He is dismantling the very foundation of the industry. Our solid-state batteries, which we invested hundreds of billions in R&D, seem like mere toys in comparison. And those Huagua automotive companies, armed with cheap Shiha batteries, are savaging the global market like rabid dogs. Our market share is being rapidly devoured," sighed Jiro Ono, the production director, adopting a more pragmatic tone. "Worse yet is the supply chain. The prices of raw materials related to batteries and automotive components are beginning to fluctuate due to the onslaught of infinite energy, leaving our traditional suppliers in a state of panic. Many component manufacturers have started covertly reaching out to Huagua automotive companies for collaboration. Akira-san, this is not merely a profit issue, it is a matter of survival. If this continues, in less than 2 years, the core business of Ryushin will face structural collapse." Akira Ryushin listened to the board members, closing his eyes, his fingers unconsciously caressing the cold glass. Did he not know? Ever since that young man introduced his Shiha batteries, the automotive empire he had painstakingly built over decades seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. The quota prioritization rules favoring Huagua, coupled with their inability to secure any quotas, have completely excluded him from this energy revolution, forcing him to watch his rivals revel in their triumph. Led by Oliver Bruto of Rhine Industries and James Cade of Detroit Freeport, the European and American groups that have failed to secure quotas are equally desperate. Akira Ryushin spoke slowly, his voice dry. They have contacted me. They are equally despondent. Are they willing to provide more funding? Matsushida's eyes brightened. Not just funding. Akira Ryushin opened his eyes, a glint of ruthlessness flashing within. It is a comprehensive solution. The last attempt to hire wolves to probe was a failure, but it proved that Zhou Yan is not infallible. Although he has military-grade security and backing, he is not perpetually ensconced within an impenetrable fortress. Furthermore, at this, Akira Ryushin narrowed his eyes, elongating his tone. We have successfully embedded spies within infinite technologies. Are you suggesting we attempt again? More directly and more thoroughly? Ichiro Sato inquired eagerly. Oliver and James have indicated they can provide ample funding, as well as necessary political asylum and media guidance post-operation. Akira Ryushin's voice dropped to an almost inaudible whisper. The objective is core technological data, or to induce an irreversible major safety incident at infinite energy. The specific plan will be devised by professionals. Our task is to activate the spies we have placed within the Huagua interior as well as within infinite technologies. Along with necessary coordination within Huagua, a profound silence enveloped the room. They all understood the implications of this. It transcended the realm of commercial competition and ventured into the most perilous territory. Far more dangerous than the previous attempt to hire mercenaries to assault Zhou Yan on the borders of Huagua. Lake City is the true heartland of Huagua. Situated merely around 300 kilometers from the capital, should they be caught, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of Huagua. Jiro Ono's throat felt dry. Akira-san. This is far too risky if we are exposed. Exposed? Akira Ryushin smiled grimly. To sit idly by is not to embrace safety, but rather to invite a slow death. Look at our stock price. Observe the dwindling orders in our factories. Regard the inventory at dealerships. We have no retreat. It is either we wager everything to sever that young man's miraculous path in Huagua, or we resign ourselves to seeing the Ryushin brand consigned to the annals of history within the next 5 years. He seized the liquor jug, pouring himself and the 3 directors full cups, then raised his glass. To the survival of Ryushin, to our lifelong efforts. This toast is for the great Ryushin. The others, witnessing Akira Ryushin's resolute determination, steeled their resolve. The 4 glasses clinked gently in the heavy atmosphere, the clear liquid swaying slightly, reflecting 4 faces etched with a sense of desperate gamble. Outside, the East City was still aglow with neon lights, yet they could not pierce the confines of this room. Filled with ambition and despair. Chapter 70. The Wolf Team Annihilated. June 17, 2025, 6:12 p.m. Libyan time. Over the Mediterranean Sea in northern Libya, at 321 feet. The transport aircraft, Giant Spirit 01, hung in the azure sky like a majestic bird. Inside, Qin Feng and 6 members of Pioneer Team A stood prepared. Through the visor, Qin Feng meticulously scrutinized the real-time thermal imaging and structural analysis projected by the Xuanxiong module. He confirmed the congregation of 10 red dots within the main building. In a steady voice over the encrypted channel, he reiterated the operational directives for the final task. Primary objective: eliminate the 10 members of the wolf pack within the camp. Secondary objective: destroy their heavy equipment and communication center. Rules of engagement: efficient, thorough, and covert. The Xuanxiong has fully suppressed regional communications and surveillance. Mountain acknowledged. Cold front acknowledged. Eagle Eye was in position. Codenames were confirmed in succession. Xuanxiong, mark the drop point. Final weather data confirmation. Delivery coordinates locked. Weather conditions: clear, high-altitude winds with slight shear. Suitable for operation, no changes in enemy activity. Preparing for deployment at an altitude of 54,000 feet. Countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 jump. The rear doors of the Titan transport aircraft swung open as 7 Pioneer mechs leaped into the azure sky. They refrained from activating their thrusters immediately, opting instead for a free-fall descent, akin to 7 meteors silently plummeting through the thin atmosphere. The shadowy coating on their surfaces absorbed and deflected sunlight and radar waves, rendering them nearly invisible as they descended. At 40,000 feet, then 30,000 feet, then 20,000 feet. It was only when they approached 10,000 feet above ground that the vector thrusters on their backs and legs erupted with a pale blue plasma trail, adjusting their posture to dive rapidly towards the heart of the desert camp at an almost vertical angle. On the watchtower of the camp, a weary mercenary sentinel, yawning, caught a glimpse of dark shapes rapidly enlarging in the sky. What are those? Before the thought could fully form, a violent sonic boom and shockwave struck simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. What erupted was not merely explosions, but a terrifying cacophony of multiple objects shattering the sound barrier and colliding at high speed with the structures. The heavy concrete roof and upper floors of the control building crumbled like paper beneath the feet of three nearly vertical Pioneer mechs, collapsing under their sheer force. Reinforced steel twisted and fractured, concrete debris flew like cannonballs, engulfing half the room in a cloud of dust. What the hell is that? The furious roar of the hammer was drowned in the lament of the structure. The three Pioneer mechs descended like divine retribution, violently breaching the frail roof and upper floors of the control building, crashing into the gathering point of the wolf pack. As the dust began to settle, the single eye of Kroll, the leader of the wolf pack, shrank to a pinprick upon sighting three towering, sleekly designed humanoid combat units, encased in dark gray armor, standing amidst the ruins like demons arisen from hell. Their forms exuded an unnatural aesthetic of violent beauty, with joints glowing faintly in a ghostly blue energy, and their composite optical sensor arrays coldly scanning every living presence in the vicinity. Fire! Open fire with all you've got! Kroll screeched, instincts honed by years of bloodshed compelling him to pull the trigger. Bullets from large-caliber handguns, assault rifles, and even light machine guns poured forth like a torrential storm towards the unwelcome guests. Clang! Clang! Bullets ricocheted off the mech armor, sparking in a dense shower. Yet they were as ineffective as raindrops on banana leaves, failing to leave even the slightest dent. Projectiles either deformed and deflected or were redirected by some unseen energy barrier. Even Barrett sniper rounds, though occasionally leaving pale scratches, achieved little more than that. Hammer! Rocket launcher! Ghost screamed, frantically hammering on the now-defunct electronic devices. The hammer had already shouldered a powerful anti-tank rocket launcher, grinning wickedly as he aimed at the nearest mech piloted by Mountain, pulling the trigger with malicious intent. Die! Tin can! The rocket screamed forth. Mountain made no significant evasive maneuvers, extending his hands to catch the incoming projectile with the assistance of the Xuanxiu. Boom! The violent explosion engulfed the mech behind the shield, flames and shrapnel sweeping in all directions. Hit! A member of the wolf pack exclaimed joyously. As the flames dissipated, Mountain's mech stood unharmed. He raised his right arm, the muzzle of his 25mm electromagnetic assault rifle locking onto the hammer, a deep, ominous hum charging the air. The grin on the hammer's face froze, morphing into sheer terror. No. Uft. There was no deafening gunshot, only a brief, muted sound of energy discharge. The specially crafted high-density alloy round exited the barrel at several times the speed of sound, traversing the space in an instant. The hammer, clad in armor capable of withstanding small-caliber fire, was struck by an invisible force akin to a colossal hammer, shattering his upper body into a mist of blood. His remains violently slammed against the wall behind him, leaving a gory scarlet splatter. Silence. Absolute silence. The only sounds were the dripping of blood and heavy breathing. A crushing, despairing dominance. Scatter. Find cover. Use grenades. Explosives. Kroll was the first to regain his senses, his heart racing, but the instinct for survival compelled him to issue commands. An agile Indo member seized a remote explosive package, attempting to flank from the side. At that moment, Eagle-Eye, hovering ominously like the specter of death at the edge of the gaping hole in the roof, sprung into action. He subtly adjusted his heavy electromagnetic sniper rifle, producing an almost inaudible sound. The next second, the arm of the Indo member, poised to throw the explosive, was severed at the shoulder, sending both the arm and the explosive package flying. He was momentarily stunned before unleashing a harrowing scream. The Vulture attempted to leverage his sniper's perspective to target the suspected sensor on the mech. However, as he raised his modified sniper rifle, a searing blue beam erupted from the shoulder-mounted pulse weapon of another mech, striking his rifle and upper body with deadly precision. The intense heat instantly melted through the barrel, reducing his torso above the chest to charred remains. The wolf pack's ghost despaired, realizing that not only had communication been severed, but his electronic warfare equipment had also been rendered obsolete, neutralized by the Xuanxiu. Just as he pulled out a high-explosive grenade, the Pioneer mech piloted by Qin Feng strode past the debris, its massive metal foot crushing down with tremendous force, shattering the wrist holding the grenade. Silencing the cries with another heavy stomp. The battle devolved into a one-sided slaughter. The resistance from the wolf pack members, whether through precise shooting, brave charges, or cunning traps, appeared naive and laughable against the Pioneer mech's superior perception, robust defenses, terrifying firepower, and ghostly agility. They resembled primitive men wielding sticks against a tank. Kroll cowered behind a heavy metal filing cabinet, listening to the anguished cries of his comrades as they met their demise outside, accompanied by the sickening sound of metal deformation and the charging of electromagnetic weapons, his single eye filled with bloodshot remorse. He had been gravely mistaken. He likely realized who these individuals were. This was not a descent into the dragoness lair, but an intrusion into the den of a colossal beast, awakening a slumbering, epic-defying war machine. Heavy, steady footsteps approached. The filing cabinet was effortlessly torn away by an irresistible force and flung aside. Qin Feng's mech loomed over the crumpled Kroll. The gaze behind the visor was cold and merciless. "Who are you?" Kroll rasped, futilely raising his handgun. "Infinite," Qin Feng replied through the external speakers, delivering two chilling words. The multi-barreled rotating electromagnetic cannon beneath the mech's arm began to spin at high speed, ghostly blue arcs flickering at the muzzle. The last sight Kroll beheld was a wave of annihilating blue light. From the initial assault to the eradication of the 10 core targets within the main building, no more than 60 seconds elapsed. The scattered armed personnel on the periphery met with the efficient and ruthless elimination by the remaining 4 members of the Pioneer team. The entire camp was swiftly secured, with all communication facilities and peripheral members of the wolf pack eradicated. All the Pioneer mechs assembled at the designated location, fully powering their propulsion devices to ascend. Approximately 3 minutes later, they returned to the giant transport aircraft, the Goliath, which hovered at an altitude exceeding 50,000 meters. The entire operation, from the onset of the raid to the retrieval of Goliath number 01, took no more than 18 minutes. In the desert, only the twisted ruins of the main control building and a ground strewn with corpses remained. The Wolf Squad, along with their newly acquired yet still warm expensive equipment and their plans to infiltrate Huagua, as well as the dollars that could be spent with their lives on the line, were utterly erased from the physical realm. Chapter 71. Operation in the Eastern Capital Simultaneously. On June 18, 2025, at 12:12 a.m. Eastern Capital Time, as the sun scorched the ruins of Libya, the sky over the eastern capital of Sakura country welcomed the deepest night. At a time when the majority of people were fast asleep, the transport aircraft Goliath No. 02 silently appeared at an altitude of over 60,000 meters in the designated airspace off the coast of the eastern capital. Inside, the 7-member B team, led by Zhou Yan, was ready for action. The visor displayed a 3-dimensional map of the eastern capital, with 4 red dots indicating locations in a high-end apartment in the harbor area and a tea house in Ginza. They chose the tea house as their primary target, having received intel that a meeting was underway. The final synchronization: 3 targets in the Matsuke's private room of the tea house, 1 target in a high-end apartment in the harbor area. The building structure had been penetrated and the positions of security personnel marked. The Xuanqiang system had taken control of all surveillance devices within a 2,000-meter radius and implanted looping footage. The action window: 10 minutes. The self-defense forces would respond in 10 minutes, during which the mission must be accomplished. Requirements: silence, precision, and minimal collateral damage. Guo Xiaoyan's voice was as steady as a machine. Understood. Acknowledged. Xuanqiang, final meteorological and air traffic control information. Confirmed. There is light fog below, conducive to optical concealment. Commercial flight routes have been avoided. Deployment is feasible. The Pioneer B team launched. 7 mechs leaped into the night sky of the eastern capital, descending with a more cautious demeanor than the Libyan squad. They fully utilized the city's nocturnal light pollution and thin mist as a backdrop for cover, activating low-power propulsion only when 2 kilometers away from the tea house, gliding silently like bats, skimming the shadows of tall buildings. Inside the tea house, the resources from Rhine Industries and the Freeport Group were in place. The wolves should have already set off. Akira Nitaka drained the remnants of his drink, his gaze menacing. This time, success was imperative. Either they would seize the secret of Shiha, or the 2 towers in Lake City would become the grave of Zhou Yan's ambition. The other 2 bore expressions of determination, as if they had burned their boats. Funds had been transferred through 17 layers of cover, and their friends in Huagua had promised to provide the necessary transportation. Ichiro Sato grinned wickedly. When Zhou Yan loses everything, let's see how he promotes prosperity. Technology? When life is at stake, technology is worthless. Just as Akira Nitaka was about to nod in agreement, suddenly, the green indicator light in the private room, which had been on to shield against eavesdropping, flickered weakly and then extinguished. Huh. The three of them froze simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, they heard the faint sound of something hitting the floor in the corridor outside, accompanied by an indescribable, deep, and steady metallic hydraulic sound rapidly approaching. Bodyguards? Sato instinctively called out, but there was no response. Outside the tea house, Akira Nitaka's private bodyguards were on high alert, their focus entirely on conventional ground threats. When four shadowy figures leaped gracefully from the rooftops of adjacent buildings and landed softly in the tea house's exquisite courtyard, the nearest bodyguard didn't have time to sound the alarm. The soft, suppressed sounds of electromagnetic pulse projectiles being fired echoed. Within the courtyard, the guards in the corridor collapsed silently, as if a pause button had been pressed. Unable to utter a single scream, Zhou Yan signaled for two team members to guard the entrances while he and another teammate glided through the corridor like phantoms, stopping precisely outside the Matsuke's private room. The real-time thermal imaging provided by Xuanxiong indicated there were exactly 4 individuals inside. Without breaking down the door or issuing a warning, Zhou Yan pressed his palm against the exquisite wooden sliding door. The internal locking mechanism yielded to the precise force of his hand, and the door was silently pulled open a crack. Inside the room, slightly intoxicated and immersed in their subsequent scheming, Akira Nitaka and his companions turned in astonishment. They saw several tall, streamlined, dark gray metallic figures, exuding an inhuman aesthetic and overwhelming presence, blocking the entrance, their cold blue optical lenses scanning them. Time seemed to freeze. The wine glass in Akira Nitaka's hand slipped, rolling across the tatami mat, soaking the sake. The three titans of the business world, whose mere stamp could shake the industry, were now like prey under the gaze of a predator, their minds blank, blood nearly frozen. Why you? Akira Nitaka's throat went dry as he managed to squeeze out a few words. He saw the simple yet imposing 9-tiered pagoda insignia on the mech's chest, the mark of infinite technology. In that instant, he understood. The plan was doomed to fail. The adversary was aware. They knew everything. The retribution came so swiftly, so directly, and far beyond imagination. Why you are Ichiro Sato, he stammered. No one answered his question. No warnings, no verdicts, not even a word of waste. The mech, driven by Zhou Yan, slightly raised its right arm. The forearm armor slid open, revealing a precisely engineered launch port, as a faint glow began to coalesce. No. Wait. We can negotiate. Money. Technology. Anything. Jiro Ono screamed in desperation, tears streaming down his face. Ichiro Sato attempted to grasp the emergency alarm hidden in his clothing, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Jiro Ono slumped to the ground, a wet patch forming in his trousers. There were no grand explosions, no deafening gunfire. Only a few almost imperceptible soft sounds, like the popping of water balloons. Their expressions were frozen in extreme terror and disbelief, pupils dilating. Their life essence extinguished as suddenly as a candle blown out by the wind. In Akira Nitaka's final moments, he beheld the reflection of his own terrified visage in the visor of the black mech, alongside the logo of infinite technology emblazoned on its chest. He opened his mouth to say something, but only managed a short gasp before collapsing onto the tatami mat, life swiftly ebbing away. Zhou Yan glanced at the life detection readings. Targets eliminated, retreat. Zhou Yan, leading 3 team members, efficiently resolved the situation with Akira Nitaka, Ichiro Sato, and Koji Sato in the tea house, executing the mission with precision. However, the team responsible for eliminating the financial director, Kuroda Matsushita, encountered unforeseen complications. Matsushita was not, as the intel suggested, peacefully sleeping in his bedroom, but rather engaged in an extremely private late-night conversation in his study on the top floor of a high-end apartment in the harbor area with a friend from the Ministry of Defense. This friend's security personnel were equipped with more sensitive professional devices than ordinary bodyguards. Chapter 72, Downing the Aircraft, Mission Accomplished. As Chun Hao, Li Rui, and Li Hang, utilizing the flawless route and electronic cover provided by Xuanxiong, like phantoms, breached the apartment's heavy security and silently subdued the outer bodyguards. An independent vibration detection alarm system in the study, which had not been connected to the main apartment network, was triggered. This was a precaution set by the guest from the Ministry of Defense. A piercing alarm instantly rang out in the study, directly connecting through a separate line to the nearby Special Assault Unit of the Metropolitan Police, the Command Center, and a Rapid Response Unit of the Self-Defense Forces in the Capital Region. Intruders. High alert. in the presence of Jiro Ono, a guest. A retired senior officer of the self-defense forces reacted with remarkable speed. He forcefully pushed Ono aside, rolled behind the desk, and drew a concealed handgun. The situation was exposed. Launch an assault, Rewrote commanded in the channel, no longer concealing their intentions. 3 Pioneer mechs smashed through the heavy wooden study door and stormed into the room. What is this? Mechs? The retired officer's eyes widened, but his military training kicked in, and he raised his weapon to fire at the nearest mech. The bullets ricocheted uselessly. Chun Hao's mech arm lifted, and a low-power electromagnetic pulse round struck the officer's chest, causing him to grunt and collapse, unconscious. Jiro Ono, terrified, sat on the floor, his pants soaked, stammering, "Don't kill me. Money. Shares. I'll give you anything." Rewrote did not allow him to finish, delivering a precise shot that ended his life. Target eliminated, he reported, but the alarm had already been triggered, potentially exposing their escape route. Chun Hao quickly informed. According to Emergency Plan C, move to Evacuation Point 3 at speed. Guo Xiaoyan's voice echoed in the channel, calm as ever. The 3 mechs wasted no time, crashing through the large floor-to-ceiling window of the study and leaping from the high-rise apartment, activating their rear thrusters, leaving 3 azure trails in the night sky as they flew toward a designated area where the Gigant 03 transport aircraft awaited. However, the alarm level exceeded expectations. The Self-Defense Forces Capital Defense Command System, upon receiving the special alert and considering the recent high tension and certain unspoken directives, rapidly authorized an emergency launch order. 3 Raptors from the Ground Self-Defense Force took off urgently from the nearest base, roaring toward the port area, guided by the last captured heat signature from the ground. "Captain, this is Chun Hao. We are being tracked by aerial units. Confirmed model. Raptors, 3 of them, and they are faster than us. They may catch up." Chun Hao's tone was grave, though the Pioneer mechs possessed optical and radar stealth capabilities. Active maneuvering and thrust heat emissions made them vulnerable to the close-range infrared detection of the fighter jets. The maximum speed of the Pioneers was only Mach 1, insufficient to outrun the Raptors. Received. "Xin Xiong, can we interfere or mislead them?" Chen Hai inquired. "The opponent is utilizing a backup encrypted data link with a composite mode of infrared and optical tracking. Comprehensive electronic suppression will take time and may expose higher-level technical characteristics." Xin Xiong replied. Recommendation: use high maneuverability to physically eliminate the threat. Guo Xiaodian made a swift decision. Chun Hao, Rewrote, Li Hang authorized the use of anti-air firepower. Lure them to the designated desolate area to neutralize the threat, avoiding urban crossfire to prevent civilian casualties. Other team members, accelerate toward me to prepare for regrouping. Understood. The 3 mechs immediately altered their course, no longer attempting to conceal their thermal signatures entirely, but instead accelerating toward the outskirts of East Capital, to a desolate reclaimed land area. There, human presence was sparse, and the visibility was relatively open. The 3 Raptors relentlessly pursued them. The pilots received vague yet urgent orders. Intercept and identify the unidentified high-speed flying objects, and take deterrent measures or destroy them if necessary. As they peered through night vision devices and infrared sensors, they were astonished to see 3 indistinct thermal contours flying low ahead. These were unlike any known aircraft. Warning: unidentified flying objects ahead. Land immediately for inspection. Otherwise, we will take action. The fighter pilots shouted over the public channel, while the 30mm cannon on the aircraft's nose began to rotate into position. In response, Chun Hao and the other mechs executed a rapid halt and spin midair, their shoulder armor sliding open to reveal twin launchers for small surface-to-air missiles, special equipment prepared for extreme situations. "Fire!" the fighter pilot yelled, his skin prickling as he saw the flash from the mech's shoulder. The 30mm cannon unleashed a barrage of fire. However, the Pioneer's maneuverability was extraordinary. At the moment of missile launch, Chun Hao had already performed an unconventional lateral movement, causing most of the cannon fire to miss, with only a few rounds striking the armor without inflicting substantial damage. 6 small missiles rapidly targeted the 3 fighter jets. Missiles. Evade. The fighter formation frantically released countermeasures and attempted to maneuver. 1 fighter successfully dodged, while another was struck by the shrapnel from a near-miss explosion, sending it spiraling out of control, with the pilot desperately attempting an emergency landing. "The target has not been destroyed. Continue the assault." The fighter pilot, enraged, pressed the rocket launch button. Dozens of rockets filled the airspace. Li Hang's mech surged from the side, its forearm's high-energy pulse electromagnetic gun flashing repeatedly, accurately intercepting and detonating several rockets. causing a chain reaction of explosions that lit up the night sky. Simultaneously, he locked onto the damaged descending fighter, which was still firing its machine gun, and with a precise shot from his electromagnetic assault rifle, he penetrated the cockpit. The aircraft erupted into a fireball upon impact with the ground. The remaining 2 fighter pilots were utterly terrified. This is nothing like the combat we know. Retreat. Request support. They possess heavy anti-air firepower. The pilots screamed, desperately climbing higher while releasing the remaining flares. However, Chun Hao had already locked onto one of them. One of the mech's auxiliary thrusters fully activated, and the machine ascended at a nearly vertical angle, swiftly closing in on the fleeing fighter's rear. In the pilot's desperate gaze, the mech's arm extended, grasping the fighter's fragile tail and then swinging it violently. The immense force caused the aircraft to lose all balance, spiraling toward the ground. The pilot ejected at the last moment, but the wreckage plummeted like a blazing hammer, shattering the night sky as it exploded in an uninhabited area on the ground. The thunderous explosion resonated through the outskirts of East Capital, with flames and dense smoke billowing, a sight stark against the midnight backdrop. Thankfully, this was on the outskirts. Otherwise, innocent lives could have been lost. The remaining fighter jet dared not pursue, veering away at full speed, while Chun Hao and the others did not follow. Mission accomplished. Threat neutralized. Chun Hao reported to all units. Immediately regroup at the final evacuation point. Full speed. Xian Xiong, initiate the highest level of evacuation cover. Affirmative. The 7 mechs unleashed their full thrusters, soaring through the night sky of East Capital at incredible speed, vanishing like shooting stars toward the East Capital Bay. Minutes later, at the preset coordinates above the sea, the Gigant 02 and 03 completed recovery and swiftly submerged into the deep darkness of the night, departing at full speed. Chapter 73. This power is terrifying at the Prime Minister's residence in the land of cherry blossoms at 12:30 a.m. The Prime Minister was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of the phone and the almost frantic shout of the Chief Cabinet Secretary. Prime Minister, emergency situation. Gunfire has erupted in the port area, suspected special forces attack. Senior executives of the Tatian Group have been killed. Self-defense force fighter jets have urgently launched to intercept, with 2 jets crashing, fortunately in the suburbs without civilian casualties. Nanny. The Prime Minister felt a chill run from his feet to his head, instantly banishing his drowsiness. Nearly rolling out of bed. Is this confirmed? Who are the attackers? Which country's military is involved? The situation is unclear. The attackers utilized unknown high-tech equipment, suspected to be humanoid mechs. The fighter jets were shot down by them. The scene is extremely chaotic. The police and self-defense forces have sealed off the relevant areas, but all attackers have vanished. No signs of evacuation have been found at sea or in the air. The Prime Minister was chilled to the bone as he rushed toward the Crisis Management Center, still in his pajamas. Along the way, piercing alarm bells rang out within and outside the residence. Crisis Management Center. The screen displayed chaotic scenes from the site, captured by limited, undisturbed civilian devices that were not connected to the network. Faint, rapidly moving lights in the night sky, flashes from fighter jets firing, violent explosions, and towering flames and thick smoke rising from the suburbs of the eastern capital filled the view. The faces of cabinet members, high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police were pale, as if mourning a great loss. The defense minister erupted in fury, yet was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. The enemy moved freely in the heart of our capital. They shot down our fighter jets. This is an act of war. A flagrant act of war. Where is the evidence? The foreign minister, relatively calm but trembling, inquired. Did we find any enemy shrapnel at the scene? Is there a clear photograph? Do we have complete radar tracking records? Nothing. Only the wreckage of our fighter jets and the bodies of our own people. Who, besides these factions, possesses the motive and capability? A radical cabinet minister bellowed. It must be them. This is terrorism. A retaliation for our support of their adversaries on sensitive issues. The intelligence chief, wiping sweat from his brow, acknowledged the motive, but noted the enemy's equipment surpassed that of any known active military technology. Only a few countries theoretically could have pursued such research. But to have it so advanced and deployed in combat is unfathomable. Unless what? Unless they possess hidden technologies unknown to us. The intelligence chief voiced the most terrifying speculation. A profound silence enveloped the meeting room. If this were true, it would mean they were facing a technologically superior opponent that acted without restraint. What do we do now? The Prime Minister slumped in his seat, feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. The public would soon learn of the Toten Group executive's assassination, and outrage would erupt. We must provide an explanation to the nation. An explanation to our allies. We must immediately hold an emergency press conference to vehemently condemn this despicable terrorist attack against our vital cultural institutions and citizens. The Chief Cabinet Secretary proposed, suggesting strong wording, but to refrain from explicitly naming any country for now, instead emphasizing certain factions. Heighten national vigilance, especially in the capital region and around critical industrial facilities. Request intelligence, sharing, and technical support from our allies. The defense minister added. Initiate the most stringent diplomatic inquiries and demands to all potential factions. Require them to explain and cooperate with the investigation. The foreign minister gritted his teeth. And freeze all their assets. The radical minister shouted. Seize everything they possess in the land of cherry blossoms. The prime minister wearily waved his hand. How much substantial assets do they even have in our country? Cooperation? Who would dare collaborate with them now? Let us proceed with this line of thought. The immediate priority is to control the situation, soothe domestic sentiments, and identify the true enemy, or at least ascertain the nature of the provocation. He gazed at the screen displaying the burning Yasukuni shrine, filled with an unprecedented sense of panic and humiliation. The capital was under fierce assault, prominent figures were slain, fighter jets were downed, while the enemy vanished like a specter, leaving behind chaos and endless mysteries. This was an unprecedented disgrace and security crisis for the land of cherry blossoms. In truth, based on the attack on the Toten executives, they could vaguely sense who might be responsible, but there were no clear leads, only speculation. That night, the eastern capital was restless, and the land of cherry blossoms trembled. Fear, anger, humiliation, and an indescribable awe of the unknown power spread like a plague. The reactions of other major nations swiftly evolved from initial shock to a deeper vigilance and strategic reassessment. Who could so silently infiltrate the eastern capital and strike with precision without harming the populace? Such power was terrifying. At that moment, in the underground command center of Huanyu Port, the massive curved main screen was segmented into multiple displays. Zhou Yan stood alone before the screen, his posture as upright as a pine, his gaze calmly sweeping over each image. The left side displayed footage of 7 Pioneer mechas being efficiently retrieved by the Goliath-01, sequentially disappearing into its belly, followed by the hatch closing. The transport aircraft gracefully lifted its nose, its rear exhaust adjusting direction. The eerie blue plasma glow becoming blinding as it accelerated, tearing through the clouds and vanishing into the cerulean skyline. Libya, mission to eliminate the wolf pack completed, 100 success. No anomalies, no traces left. The cold voice of Xiankong resonated, marking key data points on the screen. Target elimination confirmed, equipment destruction confirmed, evacuation route clear. Goliath-01 and the 7 Pioneers will land at hangar number 3 in 50 minutes, preparing for standard post-mission comprehensive system diagnostics and sanitization. Crew and personnel physiological indicators stable. Zhou Yan nodded slightly. The smooth operation in Libya was expected, but the true test lay ahead. His gaze shifted to the central main screen. This displayed a replay of the key nodes from the Eastern Capital operation, reconstructed through Xuankong's multi-source information fusion, allowing a view from each team member's first-person perspective, as if one were present. The footage vividly illustrated how Chun Hao's team precisely infiltrated the upscale apartment, silently neutralizing the external security until an unexpected vibration alarm was triggered. The piercing alarm sounded jarringly in the reconstructed audio. Following that was a decisive assault. The mechas crashing through the study door, swiftly gaining control of the scene and neutralizing the target. The resistance of the retired officer and the desperate pleas of Takashi Koeno were laid bare in ultra-high definition and biometric monitoring. The urgent retreat followed, shattering the floor-to-ceiling windows. 3 mechas leaping into the dazzling night of the eastern capital, their thrusters leaving a trail of eerie blue. Yet, at the scene's edge, the frantic flashing of a red alert symbolizing the emergency takeoff of the self-defense forces fighter jets was evident. It was here that an unforeseen variable emerged. Zhou Yan silently noted. The replay continued, shifting to the skies above a desolate reclaimed area. The silhouettes of 3 Raptors were highlighted, belching flames, their cannons and rockets weaving a net of death. Meanwhile, the 3 Pioneers exhibited astonishing maneuverability amidst the barrage, incredible sudden stops and direction changes, precise ballistic predictions and interceptions, and the thunderous counterattacks. The launch of small anti-air missiles, flashes of electromagnetic pulse guns intercepting rockets. The horrifying scene of a mecha violently ascending to seize a fighter jet's tail and hurl it away, and finally, the fireball of the last jet exploding in midair, each frame brimmed with the violent beauty of power and technique, showcasing an absolute disparity in strength. 2 jets were downed, and 1 was forced to retreat. Zhou Yan observed the final freeze frame of Goliath 02 and 03 completing high-speed recoveries above the sea, then disappearing into the night, softly exhaling. Eastern Capital operation of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, core target elimination completed at 100. Xiankong began reporting. Encountered unexpected resistance, forced to engage in air defense combat. 2 Raptors shot down, 1 severely damaged and forced to land, with no fatalities among enemy pilots, no personnel casualties on our side, and no loss of equipment. The combat area was strategically chosen as a suburban area with no buildings, minimizing collateral damage to civilians. After the operation, the enemy initiated the highest level alert, but failed to capture any effective traces of our withdrawal units. Goliath 02 and 03 started their return journey 5 minutes and 4 minutes ago, respectively, traveling at a maximum speed of 10 Mach. Expected to arrive at Huanyu Port in 25 minutes. All 14 pioneers involved in the operation are prepared to enter standard post-mission processing procedures, with all personnel's physiological and psychological states under monitoring and no abnormal reports. Chapter 74. A Child of One's Own, Revenge for Grievances. No problem. Zhou Yan closed his eyes, rapidly replaying in his mind. Libya was flawless. Despite setbacks in the eastern capital, the outcome exceeded mere elimination expectations. The forced aerial combat inadvertently resembled a casual display of military might, revealing the overwhelming capabilities of the Pioneer platform when faced with traditional aerial superiority to certain observers. While this undoubtedly added layers of subsequent complexity, it also exponentially amplified the deterrent effect. Action data, particularly detailed sensor records from dogfights, captured performance parameters of enemy aircraft, and the operational efficacy of our weapon systems in varied environments, were all archived and classified as top secret, as ordered by Zhou Yan. He instructed the organization of Qin Feng, Guo Xiaodian, Wang Lei, Wu Jingtian, and relevant technical heads to conduct an in-depth tactical review. I need to understand the gains and losses of every aspect, especially the decision-making chain and tactical execution details following our forced engagement. Confirmation of orders, data archiving completed. Review meeting scheduled, classification level, top secret. Xianxiong responded. 50 minutes later, 3 gigantic transport aircraft descended from the sky, carrying 14 Pioneer mechs. Zhou Yan observed on the surveillance screen as the freshly landed transporters were surrounded by ground crew and automated machines, busy with the just-returned gigantic transports and Pioneer mechs, still bearing traces of the external environment. Scanning beams moved back and forth, inspecting every inch of armor, every joint, and every thruster. This was a tranquil maintenance after victory, a preparation for the next possible offensive. Regarding personnel, Zhou Yan added that all team members involved in the operation would receive bonuses at the highest standards. Psychological experts were to be arranged for implicit assessments and counseling to ensure there were no post-combat stress risks. They needed rest, but readiness could not be compromised. Understood. Relevant rewards and rest arrangements have been initiated. Zhou Yan cast one last glance at the distant images of the 2 settled battlefields on the screen. With the smoke cleared, the deterrence had been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Next, addressing the empty command center. It felt almost as if he were speaking to himself. It was time to contemplate how to resolve the ensuing impacts. At the headquarters of the Europa Rhine Industrial, in the core chamber, Chairman Oliver could no longer recall how many times he had hurled the crystal glass in his hand against the wall, shattering it into a myriad of fragments, much like his fraying nerves at this moment. The information from the Far East displayed on the screen rendered him restless. Confirmation. The Libyan Wolfpack's assembly point has been completely neutralized, with no survivors and no organization claiming responsibility. Confirmation. The president of the Liangtian Group, Liang Tianzhong, and directors Matsushita Kudo, Sato Ichiro, and Onojiro were attacked by unidentified forces and perished at 12:12 a.m. Dongdu time. The bullet casings found at the scene did not match any known national weapon models, and there were no biological traces of intruders. On the same night, 3 Raptor fighter jets from the self-defense forces crashed while pursuing an unidentified high-speed flying object, with the enemy unit's model, origin, and evacuation method all remaining unknown. 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 All unknown. Oliver's low growl echoed in the soundproof chamber, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on the figure on the opposite screen, James Cate. The leader of the Freeport group had also lost his usual composure and arrogance, his complexion pale, the cigar trembling between his fingers. It was Zhou Yan. It must be that kid from Huagua. Oliver seethed through clenched teeth, replete with an uncontrollable fear. Only he, only his damned infinite technology, could possibly possess such devilish capabilities. Mechs. Stealth infiltration? Silently erasing a top mercenary unit and then, in a place like Dongdu, eliminating 4 individuals while effortlessly downing 2 fighter jets and departing without a trace. This was not a state action. It was a demon showcasing his toys. And what evidence do we have? James Cade's voice was dry and devoid of hope. We have nothing. Only our money wasted, the Liangtian fools turned into corpses, and the Sakura country government bouncing around like a cat with its tail stepped on. Yet they don't even know where the enemy is. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. He was drawing a line. Cade slumped in despair, conveying in the most brutal and direct manner to us and everyone. In commercial competition, he welcomes it. In legal games, he engages. But anyone who dares to threaten his personal safety or the fundamental security of his technology faces obliteration. No warning, no negotiation, just physical erasure. What do we do now? Oliver's voice trembled slightly with barely concealed anxiety. Continue? Seek even more formidable mercenaries? Or leverage our political influence to push for harsher sanctions? Even, are you out of your mind? Cade abruptly lifted his head. Look at the fate of Liang Tian. Look at the wreckage of those 2 fighter jets. Do you think our security is stronger than Liang Tianzhang's? Or that our private jets could evade whatever unknown anti-aircraft weapon that was? Sanctions? We cannot decipher the technological roots of the Shiha battery. The market is already under his dominion. Sanctions will merely hasten our own industry's bleeding. As for our political allies, after witnessing the spectacle in Dongdu, how many politicians would dare risk a visit from that thing to advocate for extreme measures against infinite technology? Silence fell heavily in the chamber, broken only by the sound of labored breathing. After a long pause, Cade extinguished his cigar and spoke in a subdued tone. Withdraw all operations targeting Infinite. Activate Plan B and seek to engage. No. Pursue the possibility of cooperation with Infinite technology. Perhaps it is time to reconsider the prospects of collaboration, even from the most humble of positions. Cooperation? Oliver's grim smile betrayed his skepticism. Would he accept? After all we've done? Better than waiting for that invisible knife to fall upon our throats one fateful night. Cade replied, a lingering fear evident in his eyes from the night's reports. At the very least, we must express goodwill or a posture of surrender. In the face of such an absolute disparity of power, this is the sole path to survival. In Huawa, Kyoto, the atmosphere in the central military conference room was equally tense, yet fundamentally different. The room was filled with swirling smoke. As several distinguished elderly officials adorned with shining epaulets and relevant department heads sat before a thick array of reports and analysis summaries. Among them was a follow-up assessment on the individual protective systems tested in the southwestern rainforest, while another detailed the world-shattering Dongdu incident and intelligence regarding the Libyan wolf pack. In Libya, the methods were clean, the technical characteristics unfamiliar, yet the intent was unmistakable. A casually dressed elder, sitting upright like a pine, slowly spoke. He was Elder Gua from the General Equipment Department. The Dongdu incident, however, was far more significant, silently breaching core security, precisely eliminating targets. And after engaging in combat with fighter jets, retreating unscathed, the traces at the scene and weapon residue analysis bear a striking similarity to those in Libya. He turned his gaze towards an even older gentleman, refined in demeanor, yet with a spark in his eyes. Old Yang. Do you think our young friend has made too much noise? The elder known as Old Yang was academician Yang Shuji's brother, a reclusive yet profoundly influential figure. He gently tapped the table. Whether the noise is excessive depends on who instigates first. The incident involving Xiaoyan has, to this point, traced back to several foreign capital entities. Youngsters tend to repay grievances with grievances and enmities with enmities. Their methods may be somewhat extreme, yet they left no traces, harmed no innocents, and did not cause substantial trouble for the nation. Instead, He paused, delivered a resounding slap to certain people, leaving them bewildered. The technology is indeed remarkable. Another general responsible for equipment development remarked, his eyes gleaming. The mobility, firepower, stealth, and electronic warfare capabilities, if the analysis in the report is accurate. This is no longer merely a generational lead. Elder Gua, do you have any progress on reverse engineering? Elder Gua shook his head. It's challenging. The materials and structures of Shiha and Qinxing batteries are already giving us headaches, not to mention the materials science, energy, transmission, artificial intelligence, and weapon systems involved in these mechs. They are entirely different systems. Comrade Xiao Zhou conceals his capabilities quite profoundly. The data from the Southwest test, which he provided us, does not exhibit such formidable prowess. This is a demonstration of his credentials, a display of strength, as Old Yang remarked. He has successfully defended himself against an attack and showcased his abilities impressively, revealing a portion of his capabilities through the test. Now, with the incident in Dongdu, it has become abundantly clear to us. First, he possesses absolute self-defense and retaliatory capabilities. Second, he is willing to share certain achievements with the nation. Third, his sentiments toward the country are unequivocal. And fourth, Old Gua interjected, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. He also harbors the potential to overturn the table. This instance was a self-defensive counterattack, but should he be cornered or perceive it as necessary, who knows what actions he might undertake. This is a company wielding strategic-level technology, intricately entwined with us, and the connections we share serve as the greatest stabilizer, as Old Yang stated. His roots lie within Huaxia, his interests are aligned with Huaxia, and his ideals of technology benefiting all are advantageous for both the nation and its people, as long as the overarching direction remains steadfast and does not jeopardize national security. We should embrace and even support certain idiosyncrasies and capabilities. After all, this competence rests in the hands of our own kin, which is far preferable to it being in foreign hands. The question remains, how shall we interact moving forward? A diplomat furrowed his brow. The incident in Dongdu has sparked rampant speculation outside. Although there is no evidence pointing towards us, suspicion is inevitable, and the pressure will inevitably cascade our way. Should we proactively reach out to Zhou Yan, or await his explanation? Wait, Guilao decisively concluded. Let us observe how this young gentleman chooses to navigate his next move. He is an astute individual who understands that this matter cannot be concealed from us, and will inevitably require him to provide an explanation. The initiative can be temporarily granted to him. Chapter 75, United with the Nation, Linked by Fate. Before the morning sun had fully dispelled the night, Zhou Yan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, the freshly finalized top-secret report still warm from the printer in his grasp. The glass reflected his calm, yet inscrutable gaze. The report assessed the threats posed by the Wolf Squad and its underlying forces, detailing the intrinsic logic and necessity of the operation, the flawless execution in Libya, the unexpected complications in Dongdu, the necessity for self-defense, and an honest acknowledgement of the expanding uncontrollable risks. The report concluded with the substantial technical parameters and costs of the Pioneer Mecha, along with a preliminary proposal aimed at technical sharing and collaborative advancement with the state. He gently placed the report upon the expansive desk and returned to the window. His original plan was to gradually unveil the collaboration with the Pioneer Mecha to the state. Step by step, Zhou Yan sighed inwardly, his gaze drawn to the gradually emerging contours of the cosmic port and the vast hangar facilities outside. By showcasing a portion of capabilities through the Southwest test, he intended to progressively advance deeper collaboration, leveraging the state's power to bolster his own while maintaining a degree of independence and control over the technological pace. The vast repository of knowledge within the library was daunting, requiring time, resources, and opportunity to unlock. He had envisioned a methodical approach, but the gunfire in Dongdu had disrupted this rhythm. The unnecessary alarm from the Ministry of Defense, the overly aggressive takeoff orders from the self-defense forces, and the brief yet earth-shattering aerial combat. All of this thrust him to a crossroads where an immediate decision was imperative. Concealment was no longer an option. Zhou Yan's gaze hardened with resolve. The capability to shoot down foreign active-duty aircraft, once exposed, could no longer be merely explained as a personal defense system. The nation would require an explanation and a reassessment of the limitless strategic value and potential risks involved. Other nations, having witnessed the attacks on Liangtian and the annihilation of the Wolf Squad, would not fail to consider the implications for us, at the very least. Those two companies would undoubtedly suspect our involvement. He approached the refrigerator, took a cup of ice water, and drank deeply, the icy sensation sharpening his thoughts. Revealing part of his hand and presenting a cooperation proposal was the only and best course of action, he assured himself. This was not merely an explanation. It was a binding agreement. By deeply intertwining the development of the Pioneer Mecha and future derivative technologies with national interests, the stronger the nation became. The more advanced weaponry it possessed, the more external pressures would be diffused and mitigated. My margin of safety and infinite development space would thus expand. This transcended simple commercial collaboration or technological authorization. It was a partnership with the nation, a formation of a nascent community of shared destiny. Realizing this, the seemingly generous terms of technical sharing in the report's appendix transformed from mere concessions into stepping stones for further trust building. By exchanging certain core technologies for the nation's most solid endorsement and the broadest experimental platform, the potential external military pressure could largely be transferred to the national level. No longer hesitating, he called upon Xiankong to contact General Guo from the General Armament Department. Receive. The phone rang 3 times before being swiftly answered. General Guo Yuanchao's steady voice, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, came through. I am Guo Yuanchao. General Guo, this is Zhou Yan. Regarding the unexpected circumstances that occurred last night in Dongdu, as well as prior self-defense actions, I have compiled a detailed report and wish to formally present it to you and the relevant departments. Zhou Yan maintained a tone of respect and honesty. Yet beneath that calm demeanor lay a decision forged through deep contemplation. After a 2-second silence on the other end, Guo Lao's voice resumed, revealing little emotion. Though his speech was notably slower than usual. Zhou Yan, I never imagined it was you who caused such a stir. Shooting down a foreign aircraft is a serious diplomatic and international incident. We old fellows have spent a considerable part of the night deliberating over this matter. Zhou Yan felt a shiver run through him and immediately responded, Yes, I apologize for causing trouble for the leaders. I fully recognize the uncontrollable nature of the action and the seriousness of the consequences, and I am willing to assume all responsibility and fully cooperate with the state in subsequent handling. The situation was urgent. Our personnel faced a direct threat from the aircraft and were compelled to retaliate for self-defense. Our primary objective was to ensure the safe evacuation of personnel and prevent civilian casualties in the urban area. Responsibility? Guo Lao scoffed, a hint of exasperation creeping into his tone. What responsibility can you assume? Personal accountability before the international court? Or perhaps surrender your company? Enough of this for now. You've frightened several nations' intelligence agencies and military forces with this stunt. Although on the surface, the Sakura nation, for the sake of its dignity, is more inclined to blame the big bear to the north, clamoring for retaliation and investigation. Privately, they will likely suspect you first. After all, Liang Tian has been struggling against you lately and has been scheming behind your back. They have both the motive and the capability for such an unprecedented attack. And it seems that you are the only one who fits the bill. Zhou Yan remained silent, fully aware that this was the scenario he had anticipated. Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they would be challenging to eradicate. Guo Lao's tone shifted, adopting a more serious demeanor. However, without evidence, everything is mere speculation. International matters will naturally be handled by those equipped to navigate them. I have seen the attachments in your report regarding the Pioneer Mecha. You aren't joking about the cost, are you? You didn't accidentally add an extra 0, did you? Hearing Guo Lao steer the conversation towards technological collaboration, Zhou Yan felt a measure of relief. Realizing that the most critical juncture may have passed, he earnestly clarified, General Guo, the cost is indeed accurate, and it may even be somewhat conservative. It employs the same Xuanwu alloy as our nation's 7th-generation aircraft, the Chen Star Energy Core, a new generation of Xianying coating, a next-generation plasma vector thruster, and a neural control interface designed for high loads, along with the Xiankong all-domain tactical support system. Although the core materials share many similarities with the 7th-generation aircraft, the intricacies of mecha require a much higher level of precision and significantly increase the complexity of the assembly process. Each material's cost and manufacturing technique are exceedingly stringent, and this is merely the basic model, with considerable room for future advancements. If a simplified version retains only basic protection and propulsion, costs can be significantly reduced, albeit at the expense of performance. How formidable is the complete version? Mr. Guo inquired with an unmistakable tone of curiosity and anticipation. Zhou Yan carefully chose his words, ensuring they were neither overly sensational nor lacking in value. The report describes the fundamental model. If resources and technological conditions are fully met, theoretically, it could achieve global cruising within the atmosphere with a single unit. Should it be equipped with more powerful directed energy weapons and a comprehensive perception system, stealth capabilities could be further enhanced. If mature survival modules are incorporated, it could even venture into outer space. A clear intake of breath came from the other end of the line, followed by a brief silence. Zhou Yan's description undoubtedly detonated a significant revelation in Mr. Guo's mind. Would you be willing to provide this? Mr. Guo's voice lowered. It is not about providing all foundational technologies free of charge. Zhou Yan clarified his bottom line and outlined the framework for cooperation. I am willing to establish a deeply integrated joint RD entity with infinite defense as the main body, in collaboration with the state-designated authoritative units, to jointly advance the development, testing, finalization, and deployment of subsequent models. Infinite Defense will provide core designs, key materials production processes, and certain tactical support modules. The state can offer policy support, some infrastructure, conventional weapon system integration, testing facilities, and substantial application demands. Intellectual property rights will be jointly owned. Yet Infinite Defense will retain ownership of the most essential foundational technologies and ultimate interpretative rights. The specific modes of cooperation and management structures can be discussed in detail. This is a path of balance, satisfying the state's need to possess strategic power while preserving his ultimate technical control and commercial independence. Mr. Guo fell silent once more, this time for an extended period. Zhou Yan could envision decision-makers on the other end weighing the immense benefits, potential risks, and far-reaching implications. After a long while, Mr. Guo's voice emerged, tinged with weariness, yet more resolute. We will expedite our in-depth research on the report and your proposal. Zhou Yan, remember this. If there are any similar significant movements in the future, especially those that could spark international repercussions, you must give prior notice. This is not a restriction on you, but rather a means to avert the gravest misjudgments and, when necessary, provide you with unseen support, even direct assistance. Regarding the collaboration, you may send a team or come personally to discuss the proposal in detail. You are a vital scientist for our nation, and the state will undoubtedly extend its utmost support to you. You can rest assured of that. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Guo, Zhou Yan sincerely replied. Mr. Guo's response established a clear tone, an acquiescence to the established facts, an acceptance of extraordinary capabilities, and a willingness to cooperate, while reaffirming the state's supportive stance towards him. This was indeed the best scenario he had anticipated. After hanging up, the dawn light illuminated the outside world. Xin Xiong, Zhou Yan softly called. I am here. Closely monitor all movements from Rhine Industries, Freeport Capital, and the upper echelons of Sakura Nation. Receive.